On the first day of school, I unexpectedly changed my job, which resulted in a shocking phenomenon. He originally thought that he could summon an ancient demon god that could sweep away everything, but what came out were two low-level skeleton soldiers. This scene not only made all the teachers and students laugh, but even my swordsman girlfriend broke up on the spot, and she even publicly celebrated the breakup with Fugu in a live broadcast. Almost everyone started to ridicule the Undead Summoner as a useless profession that could only summon two low-level skeletons in 10 minutes. If I were killed instantly, I would have no choice but to watch. No one would even be willing to take me with them as cannon fodder. However, at this moment, the corners of my mouth rose quietly because I noticed that the skill panel showed that all skills had no cooldown time. No matter how fragile I am at the beginning, I can release more than 20 skills at a time. As long as the mana bar is thick enough, I can summon skeletons continuously. Not only that, but every 5 levels I gain, I can unlock a new gold thorn bar that can transfer critical damage to lifelink. If I am attacked by an assassin, I can easily kill him. Every time I kill a monster, I can increase my casting distance. Once the Necromancer grows rapidly, the entire blue star will be filled with the ancient dragons of the abyss that I summoned. In order to fight for a place in the Tiandao League, I decided to do dungeon crawlers with my girlfriend. However, Lu Ruyan, the magic swordsman, behaved unusually coldly. She crossed her arms over her chest and said in a cold tone, "You come and solve it. I'm breaking up with you today. I am a rare profession, and you are an ordinary profession. The gap between us will become larger and larger. The number of places in the Tiandao League is limited. The genius Li Muan has already taken one place, and the remaining places will only be fought over by rare professions. Sorry, I can't bet my future on you." After saying that, she took Fu Ji's hand and turned to leave. At this moment, Fu Ji's face was full of pride and superiority. He hugged Lu Ruyan, and the movements of his hands seemed obscene. I stood there helplessly, watching my white moonlight, whom I had been in love with for 2.5 years, turn out to be this kind of person, and my heart was filled with loss. However, at this moment, a jade hand gently rested on my shoulder. I turned around and saw that it was my mortal enemy, Li Muan. "Are you here for Brother Jia? Why did you break up so awkwardly right after graduation? Shouldn't you be happy that she's gone?" Li Muan's words were full of thorns. I rolled my eyes and prepared to leave, but she caught up with me and continued, "How about teaming up to do a dungeon together?" I shook my head coldly. "You are a hidden profession. I am just an ordinary profession. What is the point of forming a team?" Li Muan was unwilling to accept this. "Your mental strength is 30 points higher than mine. Even if you are a necromancer, it is impossible for a monster like you to be that simple. Don't you want to team up with me?" I still shook my head. "I like to play solo. See you in Tiandao League in a month." Not long after, I arrived at the dungeon entrance wearing a set of white equipment. This is a trial ground for beginners, but because of global digitization, there is no longer a resurrection mechanism in the copy, and if you die, it really is the end. So no one dared to challenge it alone, especially without a healer. But with the stock equipment and my 100 mana points, I was able to summon more than 40 skeletons. Thinking of this, I took a step forward and instantly disappeared into the portal. Inside the dungeon is a huge, empty platform, and outside the safe zone, there is a level 1 milk dragon monster wandering around. Although their attack range is only 2.5 meters, there are more than a dozen of them in each wave, and you will die if you're not careful. But I raised the withered wood staff without hesitation, and soon clouds of black smoke flew out from my body, and more than 40 skeleton soldiers appeared around me in an instant. They were wearing tattered armor and holding rusty swords as they swarmed forward. The baby dragon's health is not low, but it can't withstand the siege of 5 skeletons. In just 2.5 seconds, the milk dragon's health was emptied and it fell to the ground. I gained 10 experience points. Every time I killed a monster, I could quickly recover my mana, and as long as the mana was recovered enough, I would summon more skeletons. In less than 5 minutes, my level had been successfully raised by 1 level. I added all 5 free attributes to intelligence without hesitation, because the intelligence of the magic profession directly determines the upper limit of mana. In this way, my mana reached 250 points. Not long after, my skeleton army added a lot of new members again. Now, their target is no longer those low-level milk dragons, but the second-level gray wolves in the outer area. As the number of skeletons increases, Monsters are killed faster, and there are fewer casualties.
Therefore, the more skeletons there are, the higher the combat efficiency and the smaller the losses. After just 2.5 hours, I successfully reached level 5 and continued to add all attribute points to intelligence. I can't wait to check out the skill panel because a new skill and gold thorn bar will be unlocked at level 5. The new skill is called Invincible Violence, which can cause the skeleton army to explode, and all enemies in the range will receive 3 times the damage. When more than a dozen skeletons explode at the same time, even 8 level 5 hunters can be killed instantly. Successfully killed the Latiniu and gained 50 experience points. The system's prompt sounded. I noticed that the unlocked golden thorn strips were even more amazing, grafting. This skill can transfer 100% of the damage received to the summoned creature, which means that the skeletons are constantly resurrected and my body is almost indestructible. In this way, isn't it the ability of the Scourge King? Seeing all this, I nodded with satisfaction. After blasting all the monsters into pieces, I reluctantly left the trial field. At this moment, I noticed a young assassin hiding in the dark in the distance. When he saw me walking out of the hall, he immediately used the long-range equipment to send a message. Miss, mileage is now level 5. When Lim Yuan heard the news, she was immediately shocked and speechless. I entered the novice trial field alone and reached level 5 in less than 2 hours. Is this still in China? She quickly asked, Dad, do you know about the novice trial field? Li family patriarch warned with a serious face. Don't enter the novice trial field casually. Although the monsters have high experience, the mortality rate is also very high. Even if you're cautious, you can't reach level 5 in 10 hours. I will never let you take this risk. At the same time, I have arrived at the team dungeon area. The difficulty here is much higher than the solo dungeon, but players below level 10 can only choose 2 dungeons. One is the level 5 Twin Wolf Valley, and the other is the level 10 Death Mine. In the teleportation array, many professionals have prepared teams, and the team leader chooses the difficulty of the dungeon, and then they enter together. There are also some high-level professionals who take low-level professionals to challenge together. But I stepped into the teleportation array alone, selected the normal difficulty, and confirmed to enter. When the assassin saw this scene, he was stunned for a moment, and quickly opened the communicator to send a message to Li Yuan. Come and pick him up. He went into Shuanglong Valley alone. Li Yuan almost spit out her food. It's okay for him to reach level 5 in the time it takes to eat, but he actually went in alone? Isn't this courting death? She continued to order. Keep an eye on him, and if he survives, tell me immediately. After entering the Twin Wolf Valley dungeon, the cold wind blowing in my face made me shiver. The normal difficulty Twin Wolf Valley has a total of 150 soldiers, 3 elite monsters, and the final boss, the Twin Wolf Kings. The first time I played a team dungeon alone, I had to be careful. After all, without the support of blue equipment, challenging the Abyss dungeon was almost a dead end. After I stepped out of the safe zone, I summoned a steady stream of skeleton soldiers. At this time, my mana has reached 450 points, enough to summon 90 skeleton soldiers. My army swept through, leaving no grass anywhere in their path, and the 2 wolves were killed instantly as soon as they showed their heads. Successfully killed the 2 wolves and gained 70 experience points. After I defeated the first batch of ordinary 2 wolves, the skeleton army continued to advance and headed towards the area of elite 2 wolves. 20 skeleton soldiers immediately cast Invincible Violence. A series of damage numbers quickly emerged, and the elite monsters were instantly cleared out. Their health quickly dropped to 0, and they were reduced to dregs. Successfully killed the elite twin wolves, and gained 300 experience points. This time, I was lucky and a level 5 double wolf row dropped. Its excellent quality could increase intelligence by 13 points. After all the elite twin wolves were eliminated, the dungeon boss finally appeared, the Twin Wolf King. This Twin Wolf King with snow-white fur is even bigger than the elite twin wolves. It seemed to sense my invasion and immediately stared in my direction, but I did not hesitate and waved my hand to command my skeleton army. Hundreds of skeleton soldiers rushed forward and collectively exploded. The poor Twin Wolf Kings were blown to pieces before they could react. The system prompt sounded immediately, successfully killed the boss Twin Wolf Kings, and gained 1,000 experience points. Both blue and purple equipment were dropped. The purple equipment was a Twin Wolf Staff, which is the top-level magic weapon in the Twin Wolf Valley, with a market price of around 8,000 mil dragon coins. After wearing it, it can not only increase intelligence by 30 points, but also increase the mana limit by 300 points. After pondering for a moment, I decided to continue to play the dungeon alone. As the mana limit increased, the size of the skeleton soldiers also became larger. Even if I use Invincible Violence to quickly pass the level, I can still ensure that I summon a sufficient number of skeleton soldiers. When I came out of the Twin Wolf Valley for the last time, the assassin was shocked when he saw me and quickly opened the communicator to send a message. Miss, it took Milji less than 16 minutes to clear the level this time. What's more terrifying is that he has already reached level 8. At the same time, I opened my backpack to check my gains for today. More than 1,700 gold coins from killing monsters, 37 pieces of green equipment, 18 pieces of blue equipment. In addition to the double wolf staff, I also got a purple assassin's dagger. After going to the trading house to sell the unwanted equipment, my eyes fell on a golden scroll. This item has a very low chance of dropping, and is called Level 10 Hunter Contract. After using it, you can open a Level 10 hunting dungeon. This dungeon is equivalent to a team dungeon of the same level, but the experience and equipment drops are more abundant. Although the market price of this contract has been hyped up to 30,000 dragon coins, I am not sure money now, but I am in urgent need of experience and equipment. The only problem is the lack of teammates. If it were in the past, I would definitely go to find Lu Ruyan without hesitation, but this time a figure suddenly appeared in front of me. Li Muin sat opposite me and smiled. What a coincidence, you are eating here too. But of course I don't believe it. After all, this is a slum, and someone like Li Muin shouldn't come to such a place. I didn't want to waste time. So I put the contract scroll on the table and said, if you're interested, let's go play this dungeon together tomorrow. The reward is 73 points. How about it? Li Muin was obviously shocked. Looking at the scroll on the table, she was stunned for a long time before she reacted. Where did you get this hunting contract? I shrugged. It just happened by sheer luck. If you don't want to, that's fine. However, before I could finish my words, Li Muin interrupted me and said, it's settled then. See you tomorrow. After saying that, she was afraid that I would go back on my word. So she turned around and left quickly. Early the next morning, all students need to report to the academy and check their monster killing results regularly. Principal Zhang Jinbei cleared his throat, and after all the candidates quieted down, he began to announce the first day's rankings. Have you seen the ranking of me and Lu Ruyan? How can you catch up with us? Yang Jianfeng mocked me mercilessly. Soon, 4 other students with rare professions also appeared, and their rankings were all within the top 10. In contrast, Lu Ruyan's ranking dropped to more than 20th place. As a magic swordsman with a rare profession, she was on par with a rich young man Yang Jianfeng. Looking at this scene, Lu Ruyan was undoubtedly in a bad mood. A hint of annoyance appeared on his face, but he didn't dare to show it. After all, if he showed too much anger, he might be thrown off, and the upgrade speed would become slower. Then, the second place ranking was announced, Level 5 Space Walker Li Muin. Seeing this result, everyone was stunned, except Li Muin, who looked calm. Immediately, the atmosphere in the audience began to fluctuate, and everyone started discussing. Li Muin is only ranked second, so who is the first? Principal Zhang Jinbei also seemed a little surprised. I didn't expect there would be so many talented people in this class. Then, the first place ranking finally emerged, the Level 8 Necromancer mileage. As soon as the principal finished speaking, the scene fell into deathly silence, and everyone was stunned. Although mileage awakened the Necromancer, how could he reach level 8 so quickly? After all, in the 1,000 years of Panzerhua College, no student has ever been promoted to level 8 on the first day. A teacher immediately stood up, his eyes sparkling with surprise. I originally thought he was just an ordinary necromancer, but I didn't expect he was really a genius. As we all know, the difficulty of upgrading increases exponentially with the increase of level. The experience required to upgrade to level 8 is almost 5 times that of level 5. In order to train top students, other professional families often go all out and invest huge amounts of money. And now, Mileage seems to have achieved all this overnight, which is astonishing. Lu Ruyan was filled with regret at this moment, secretly cursing herself in her heart. If she had not broken up with me yesterday, but upgraded with me, she would definitely have been in the top 3 today. But now, everything was too late. Despite this, Lu Ruyan was still unwilling to give up, and walked forward with a glimmer of hope. Brother Jia, congratulations. I didn't expect you to be promoted so quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, I interrupted him rudely. Don't bother trying to get close to me. You're right. We are indeed from different worlds. Then, I turned my gaze to Yang Chunfeng. Why did young Master Yang suddenly stop talking? I see that your ranking is pretty good. Although the gap is a bit big, you should still keep working hard. My words made Yang Chunfeng's face turn livid, and he couldn't even utter a word of rebuttal, because the gap between him and me, that between level 8 and level 4, was not simply twice as big. After the school meeting, I prepared to go to the hunting dungeon with Li Muin to level up. At this moment, Lu Ruyan walked up to me again, with tears in her eyes. Brother Jia, are you still angry with me? Although I drank too much yesterday, I didn't bring you a bad side. If you want, I can go to your house right away. However, before I could answer, Lim Yuan quickly ran to my side, took my arm intimately, and said in a sarcastic tone, Xiaojia, what are you doing here? Let's play duo together. After saying that, she pretended to look at Lu Ruyan in surprise. Isn't this Miss Lu? Why didn't your young master Yang take you to upgrade? Lu Ruyan's face instantly became even uglier. On the other side, Yang Jianfeng was gritting his teeth in anger in the mansion, narrating the humiliation he had suffered in an exaggerated manner. At this time, Yang Tai, the head of the Yang family, also fell into deep thought. Lim Yuan approached Mileji, obviously for purpose. She must have taken a fancy to a piece of equipment on him, which can allow an ordinary necromancer to reach level 8 in a short period of time. Equipment like this is very expensive in the market, and no matter which faction gets it, it will be of great help in the training of newcomers. Yang Jinfeng tried hard to suppress the smile on his face. Dad, what are you going to do? As one of the 4 major families of Kai Shuqing, Yang Tai's methods are naturally much more ruthless than those of his useless son. He responded coldly. I will arrange for someone to get rid of him. That piece of equipment must belong to our Yang family. Okay, then kill him. Yang Dianfeng was excited not only about the equipment, but also because he could finally get rid of this annoying opponent. More than an hour later, Miaowang village appeared in the suburbs. The surrounding area was already the activity area of the level 13 Yami butterfly, and it became dangerous to go deeper. Lim Yuan followed closely behind me, her face a little pale because there were still a few Yami butterflies wandering around, and their active attack range was 15 meters. After all, she is only level 5, and I am level 8. It would be a thankless task for both of us to deal with a Yamidi together. If we accidentally trigger the concentrated fire of a few Yami butterflies, I'm afraid we'll all die here today. Lim Yuan felt regretful for running to such a place for a low-level copy, while I seemed much calmer. I looked around and whispered, the location of the copy is nearby. We can open it immediately after finding the exact location. At this moment, 3 dark shadows suddenly appeared like ghosts. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be 3 assassins in black. They looked like they were staring at their prey and whispered. I originally thought this mission would be difficult. Kai Kuan has just awakened his profession, so he is either slaying monsters in the city or doing dungeons. So, it is difficult to find an opportunity to start. I didn't expect you to run out of the city on your own. Don't blame us for being ruthless today. As soon as the 3 men finished speaking, they immediately raised their daggers and surrounded them. Lim Yuan was so nervous that she was a little stunned, but she soon noticed that I was not as flustered as she expected. I glanced at the terrain and had a plan in mind. Then, I raised my staff without hesitation and immediately summoned 2 skeleton soldiers. This action stunned Lim Yuan and the 3 assassins. Are you planning to fight us before you die? One of the young men stopped and challenged. Someone has paid a huge price for your life. Just hand it over. Even though the other party was a level 18 assassin sent by the Yang family, I remained calm and composed. I am not here to fight with you. I intend to finish you off here. As soon as I finished speaking, I ignored their ridicule and directly inserted the staff into the ground. The next second, more than 100 skeleton soldiers appeared out of thin air around me and approached the 3 assassins in unison. One of the young assassins realized something was wrong. How could a necromancer summon skeletons without a cooldown? As soon as he finished speaking, the first skeleton soldier that approached suddenly exploded, and the shock wave instantly covered the 3 of them, causing a lot of damage. The surrounding skeleton soldiers kept casting invincible violence. Although the 3 assassins kept dodging, the damage from the explosion still quickly reduced their health. At this moment, a young man's face changed drastically, and he suddenly released the afterimage skill, rushed towards me, trying to defeat me. Lim Yuan's face suddenly turned pale, because she knew that the shadow attack skill was almost instantly fatal. The young assassin succeeded in hitting, but the health bar on my chest remained unchanged. The assassin looked up in astonishment and found that my health had not decreased at all. He gritted his teeth and unleashed 3 consecutive thrusts again, but even with the continuous attacks, my health bar did not fluctuate. Despite this, his attack chopped the 4 skeleton soldiers around me into pieces. But in the next moment, my counterattack came quietly. More than 20 skeleton soldiers exploded again, and the attack instantly affected the young assassin, and his health bar was directly emptied, leaving him without any resistance. The fallen assassin was like a person sleeping soundly, completely motionless. I turned to look at the remaining 2 assassins, and found that one of them was also killed instantly by the skeleton soldier's brutal attack. The remaining one luckily dodged several waves of attacks, but in this narrow terrain, he had no way to escape. Not long after, 40 or 50 skeleton soldiers rushed towards him again. With screams, his health bar was quickly emptied, and he finally fell to the ground. Lim Yuan finally came to her senses at this time, but she still didn't dare to act rashly, especially after seeing the effect of the violence just now, which was simply horrifying. Seeing this, I hurriedly urged, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and pack your equipment. Remember to divide it into 30% and 70%. After saying that, I squatted down and opened the other person's backpack. It was my first time to kill someone and rob him, and the harvest was quite rich, more than 80,000 gold coins alone, and one of them was a rare purple equipment. Unfortunately, that equipment was an assassin-exclusive set. Li Muin finally understood why I could level up so quickly, enter the dungeon to summon the undead army, use violence to clear the way, and even the boss could not escape the fate of being killed instantly. The key is that I also have the skill to transfer damage. In comparison, her hidden profession seems a bit shabby. You saved my life. All these belong to you." I handed over the equipment, but Li Muin declined, saying, "Let's go to the hunting dungeon now. It's most important to quickly level up. Under normal circumstances, a level 8 Necromancer and a level 5 Space Walker teaming up would never be able to defeat a level 10 Hunter dungeon. But at this moment, Li Muin no longer cared about these things. Her desire for upgrading surpassed everything. Soon, we found the entrance to the Hunter dungeon. Li Muin and I exchanged glances, and then we started our first sweet duo row. The first dungeon scene was in the wilderness, and in the distance a huge black ironback sky appeared, as if it had smelled prey and was walking towards us. This is a level 10 ironback sky. Although its attack frequency is not high, its defense and health are extremely terrifying. We have to be careful, Li Muin reminded. However, before she could finish her words, I waved my hand and released 3 violent skills, successfully killing Ironback Sky and gaining 180 experience points. I couldn't help but laugh, because the experience here is simply the sum of the 3 monsters outside. We defeated enemies at a leisurely pace. When we were about to encounter the Bear King, Li Muin had already reached level 6, while I was still a little short of level 9. When the huge Bear King showed up, I immediately ordered my skeleton soldiers to commit violence. More than a dozen skeleton soldiers surrounded the Bear King, and explosions continued. Although the Bear King was extremely angry, it was unable to withstand the waves of explosions. In less than 10 seconds, the Bear King's health bar was emptied, and finally 5 pieces of equipment dropped on its body, including 2 blue equipment, 2 purple equipment, and 1 gold equipment. I was very excited at first, but then my face suddenly turned pale, because these equipments were all heavy armor equipments and were useless to summoners. At the same time, inside the Yang family mansion, Yang Dianfeng and Yang Tai both looked extremely ugly. The assassin they sent failed to assassinate me, but after I separated from Li Muin, I did not stop and continued to challenge the more difficult Double King copy. As the efficiency of killing monsters increased, my level was successfully raised to level 10. The newly unlocked skill is Place of the Dead, which can bind enemies within a range of 10 meters for 3 seconds, which means I finally have my first control skill. Although the binding time is short, as the skill has no cooldown, it can be cast infinitely as long as the mana is sufficient, and can easily kill any assassin. In addition, I also unlocked a golden entry. The sea embraces all rivers. This entry is very powerful. Every time you kill an enemy, the casting range of all skills will be permanently increased, and there is no upper limit on the value. In other words, as long as I accumulate enough kills, I can eventually cast skills around the world and summon an army of skeletons to massacre the city. Just imagining this scene makes my blood boil. As I was in a good mood, I continued to play a few rounds of the Double Wolf dungeon and did not return to the rental house until night. Soon after, I saw the bell light up from the window. It turned out that the national war would start in a month, and China's ranking performance in recent years was not good. Yesterday, the Eaglesmith team passed the team dungeon of the Black Dragon Mountains. Although it was only at an ordinary level, with the bonus of the Black Dragon equipment, his performance in the national war will be even more outstanding. Now, China's ranking has been suppressed by the Sakura country. If no more seeded players come forward, China will face the risk of national extinction over time. Considering the survival of the country, I decided to make my position clear. So your family want me to participate in this national war? I asked. Li Muin nodded, her face extremely serious. If you can grow up, your influence in a national war will be absolutely terrifying. You may even be able to break through the entire Black Dragon Mountain range single-handedly. Soon, we arrived at the Li family mansion. As soon as we entered the door, a member of the Tiandao League asked a question. 130 points of spiritual power is rare in the country, but as an ordinary necromancer, it seemed a little underwhelming. Li Lai, the head of the Li family, also spoke up and tried to test him. My little brother, I was quite surprised by your upgrade speed yesterday. But to join the Tiandao League and participate in the national war, I'm afraid you need some special abilities. Hearing this, I raised the double wolf staff without hesitation, and with a low chant, 2 skeleton soldiers were quickly summoned. Li Lai and Su Jie looked at each other. Isn't this the basic skill of the Necromancer? However, what shocked them even more was that before long, the number of skeleton soldiers in the field had increased to 30 or 40, and the entire yard was almost filled with skeleton soldiers. Su Jie hurriedly said, "Stop, stop." Obviously, he had realized that the scale of skeleton soldiers was far beyond their expectations. I smiled and said, "My skills have no cooldown. As long as I have enough mana, I can summon these skeletons infinitely." I continued, "Yesterday, I was level 8, and today, I'm already level 10. During this time, I didn't rely on any special equipment for bonuses. All my growth came from my own solo dungeon clearing." Li Lai and Su Jie were almost dumbfounded when they heard what I said. Their heads were buzzing. All skills have no cooldown? I have never heard of such a thing in my life. Seeing that the two were still hesitant, I directly showed my skill panel. After seeing the skill entries above, Li Lai and Su Jie were so shocked that they were speechless. The 3 entries on the system skill panel are borrowing magic from the Heavenly Master. All skills have no cooldown. Transferring damage to summon creatures. Transferring damage to summon creatures. And each kill increases the casting range, with no upper limit. Each one of them can break the routine and is simply unbelievable. Ling Yuan also recovered from her shock, and finally understood. "How come you didn't lose blood during the sudden attack during the day? It turns out that you are simply immortal." Li Lai's voice was trembling. "Wait, let me take it easy. I almost thought I was drunk." Su Jie's eyes suddenly lit up, and his tone became full of expectation. "If I can train you thoroughly, I'm afraid you can cover the entire Sakura Island by yourself. The endless abyss ancient dragons can easily consume other countries in Lanshin." He paused, looked at me, and continued. "The Black Dragon Mountain dungeon that our country has not been able to conquer so far seems to no longer be a problem with your joining us. Ling Yuan, you did a great job." Su Jie gave Ling Yuan an approving look, and then said to me, "Mileji, you will stay at the Leaf family tonight. Such a genius. Once targeted by someone with ulterior motives, I am afraid he will face endless assassinations." I nodded solemnly. "Coming here today is also a decision I made after careful consideration. I am willing to serve the country and stand with the country." That night, I was arranged to stay in a room accompanied by Ling Yuan, while Li Lai and Su Jie continued their discussion in the living room. At 1:03 a.m., China suddenly launched a special emergency response and closed all cross-border transmission points across the country. The next morning, the presidents of the 4 major trade unions gathered at Panzihua University. Even Lu Xingxing, who usually doesn't talk much, couldn't help asking, why did the highest-level national emergency plan suddenly start? All international teleportation points have been restricted. Is it related to the Necromancer Mileager? Leitai didn't react for a moment. Whose family is Mileji from? You just want to fight? He asked in confusion. Yu Qin-song, the president of the Tiandao League, said with a wry smile, "Mileji is not a simple man. It seems that the crisis of our country really needs him to solve it. Everyone, please be patient. I only know part of the situation right now. Please wait a moment for the specific details." A national congressman spoke up, trying to ease the tense atmosphere at the scene. At this time, Principal Jiang Jinbei began his usual opening remarks and then announced the ranking of the newcomers. It is worth mentioning that although Yang Jianfeng and Lu Ruyan have both reached level 5, their rankings have dropped compared to yesterday, apparently because the assassination incident delayed the monster-killing progress. The Yang family didn't seem to have any big reaction to this, but Lu Ruyan became more and more anxious. Unsurprisingly, the second-placed level 7 Suzuki one also made it to the top, and the first place was undoubtedly still the level 10 Necromancer mileage. At this moment, there was an uproar in the audience. Although many people had expected this result, they were still shocked after seeing it with their own eyes. Lu Ruyan's face turned ugly. She clenched her fists, and her body shook slightly. Faced with the blockade and noise of my classmates, I raised the double wolf staffs without hesitation, forcefully pushed the crowd away, and walked out. Li Muan followed closely behind, holding my arm, and we left the venue together. We were once mortal enemies in school, but now we feel like we are in the same boat. On the other hand, Lu Ruyan, the magic swordsman who was once envied by countless people, has now completely become a decoration of a rich playboy, and all of this was his own choice. Not long after, Ling Yuan and I walked into the conference room. In the conference room, the 4 presidents focused their attention on me at the same time, obviously full of curiosity. Li Lai introduced the topic at the beginning. "Everyone, this is Mileji, who just awakened the necromancer profession the day before yesterday. Today, I would like to invite all the guild leaders to come here to discuss how to efficiently increase his level. It also involves the guild's scheduling in the national war. National MP Su Jie said bluntly. However, his situation is not completely in line with our expectations. Lei Tai seemed a little annoyed. Wait, why am I a little confused? I'm not targeting this profession, but is it really necessary to make such a big fuss? Although others were confused, they did not say anything because they could not understand why a newly awakened necromancer would attract so much attention. Su Jie didn't waste any words. He turned to me and said, Milji, show me what you can do. I nodded and immediately began to cast a spell. Black smoke quickly rose up and skeleton soldiers jumped out one after another. In just a few seconds, dozens of skeleton soldiers almost filled the entire conference room. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. The rumors are true. President Yu Qing-song stood up in surprise, his eyes full of reverence, as if he had seen a rare treasure. The other 3 guild leaders were also stunned. How could this necromancer have no skill cooldown? At this time, a skill panel popped up, and everyone looked at it. Although there were only 3 skills unlocked on the skill panel, summoning undead, violence, and the control skill place of the undead, it didn't seem special on the surface. This skill is very ordinary, nothing special, Lei Tai said impatiently. However, just as he finished speaking, he paused for a moment when his eyes swept below the panel, his eyes filled with shock. The entire conference room suddenly fell silent, and no one dared to speak. Li Lai stood up and said in a deep voice, Li Laijia, take back your skill panel. Yi Hongyi, who was always calm, couldn't help but say, this is really unbelievable. President Yu Qing-song looked at the other 3 and asked, 3, do you have anything to say? Milji's level is still very low. Although infinitely summoning skeleton soldiers seems to be of little use, he is already strong enough to clear dungeons alone. If he grows up and participates in the national war, standing in front of the enemy country and summoning the ancient dragon of the abyss infinitely, that scene is unimaginable. Su Jie said with a hint of solemnity in his tone. According to the digitized rules, each country can send a maximum of 5 million professionals. But if China can send out such a genius, I'm afraid the whole world will be unable to resist it. Yi Hongyi did not continue speaking, but left enough room for imagination. When everyone heard this, they showed strange expressions on their faces. This kid is too much. He started off so aggressively. Yi Hongyi suddenly walked up to me and said with a smile, since this is the first time we meet, I plan to give you a gift. After saying that, he took out a piece of equipment and placed it on the table. The people present were immediately shocked. President Yi gave away epic equipment right away. This is not something that can be obtained casually. Although this piece of equipment has average attributes and can only store 1 pet, it can increase intelligence by 100 points, which is crucial for my skills to have no cooldown effect. Of course, your skeleton soldiers are still too fragile. After you reach level 25 and unlock the ancient golem, you can put the golem among them. It will be almost impossible for assassins to assassinate you. Ye Hongyi explained it. I clasped my hands together and said respectfully, thank you, President Yi. Why call me President Yi? Just call me sister now. Yi Hongyi said with a mischievous smile. I was stunned and felt a little embarrassed, but I still managed to say, thank you, sister in red. At this time, Lu Xingxing also came over and took out a red epic equipment, Night Moon Glazed Sword. Although it has a single attribute, it can increase intelligence by 300 points, which is a huge bonus for magic professions. Thank you, Sister Xingxing. I quickly took the sword and said gratefully. At this time, my intelligence has reached 560 points, far exceeding many level 30 mages. With this value, I can summon thousands of skeleton soldiers at a time, and the damage of violence has also increased several times. Lei Tai walked over awkwardly and patted my shoulder. Milji, it's not that I'm stingy, but I can't give you magic equipment with my heavy armor. But I'll discuss it with Yu Qing-song and give you a surprise tonight. After discussion, the team members were finally determined. The team members are Lei Tai, Yi Hongyi, Lu Xingxing, Milji, and Li Muan. As the president of the Tiandao League, Yu Qing-song is too busy to lead the team personally. Fortunately, the other 3 presidents can provide almost full support. As a Knight of the Earth, Lei Tai has a hidden profession and can be called the #1 tank tower in China. Yi Hongyi is Yi Huatianshi, the top-level version of the aggressive fire mage, and serves as the main output. Lu Xingxing is the elf high priest, who possesses powerful healing and protection skills to ensure the safety of the team. The remaining team member is Suzuki. She can bring you more fun. It shouldn't be boring to do dungeons with girls of the same age, right? Yi Hongyi joked. The 3 presidents will help me get a promotion, and there will be beautiful girls to chat with me. This is simply the best treatment. I sighed in my heart. Our rapid upgrade journey officially began. Li Muin took the lead as the team leader and chose to enter the abyss difficulty of the death mine. There are many monsters here, and the experience is high. It's definitely worth a try. Lu Xingxing said without hesitation. The teleportation array flashed, and the 5 people quickly entered the dungeon. The Death Mine Abyss difficulty has 4 areas, including 480 ordinary goblins, 3 elite goblins, and 2 goblin brothers, and the final boss is 4 leopard rock goblins. A total of 489 monsters. The challenge is quite severe. As soon as I entered the dungeon, Yi Hongyi handed me a parchment scroll. Using this contract scroll as your captain can reduce the experience penalty by 80%. Let's get started. I looked at the description on the scroll, and my eyes widened immediately. This is a platinum team contract. One of them costs 500,000 milk dragon coins in the trading house. Yi Hongyi smiled and said, in order to allow you to upgrade as quickly as possible, this amount of money is nothing. I nodded gratefully and gritted my teeth to use the platinum team contract. With a flash of white light, Yi Hongyi immediately summoned a fire crystal staff. His fiery robe and long red hair made him look like a fire queen. Lei Tai was not to be outdone. He stomped his feet and summoned a set of black heavy armor. His burly body was like an indestructible fortress. Lu Xingxing became much quieter. Facing my curious gaze, she smiled and then summoned a set of emerald green robes. The vine staff burst out with a dazzling green light. At this moment, who could have known that the 3 sets of equipment displayed by the 3 people almost occupied half of the Chinese equipment rankings? I couldn't wait to show off my equipment, but the gray double wolf robe and the double wolf staff that looked like a dead tree, as well as other scattered parts, looked extremely shabby. Seeing this, I could only scratch my head awkwardly. Then let's get started. Yi Hongyi waved his hand. You can do it yourself. It's too slow. After that, he took a step forward and rushed towards the densely packed goblins. Wherever the huge fireball hit, all the goblins turned into ashes. It's a bit boring. I'll go first. Lei Tai saw Yi Hongyi sweeping all the way and couldn't help but yearn for it. And then he jumped out like a cannonball. Soon, experience prompts kept ringing in the team. Kill the throwing goblin and gain 320 experience points. Let's follow them to pick up equipment. Lu Xingxing said to us gently. Although these equipments are jokingly called junk by the big guys, in the Abyss difficulty dungeon, the worst equipments are all blue. Purple rare equipments are even more common, and occasionally golden legendary equipments can be seen. These equipments are very valuable and are simply pure money. At the same time, Li Muin and I's experience bars were constantly increasing. Lu Xingxing looked up at the 2 people in the distance, waved his staff, and released a green halo. The next second, I felt that my movement speed was more than 10 times faster. After fighting for a while, we finally met the boss. However, we were shocked by what we saw. The 4 leopard rock goblins were almost instantly engulfed by the flames, leaving them no chance to breathe. The team killed the final boss and gained 8,000 experience points. I picked up my equipment and prepared for the next round of challenge. I swept the ground, picked up all the dropped items, and then started the dungeon as the captain. For the next few hours, except for lunch, we spent most of our time clearing dungeons. Although the process was somewhat monotonous, the 3 presidents were well aware that the national war was imminent and they dared not pause at any time. At 7 o'clock in the evening, my level 13 experience bar had already passed more than half, and Li Muin had also reached level 11. Lu Xingxing analyzed seriously. At this rate, you should be able to reach level 15 tomorrow, and then you will unlock some mysterious entries. Lei Tai also came forward excitedly, with a smile on his face. No matter what is unlocked, it will definitely be a heaven-defying level. When we finished today's dungeon, Lei Tai patted my shoulder and said, you should move out of the rental house you live in the outer city. Not only is the environment there bad, it's also unsafe. From today on, you will live in the leveling area of the Tiandao League. Lei Tai then waved his hand mysteriously and led the way towards the core area of the inner city. On the way, he patted my shoulder and said, I am a heavy armor type, so I don't have any good equipment for you. When I was doing the dungeon during the day, I bought this house in your name. From now on, this is your home. I stared at the luxurious building in front of me with wide eyes and was surprised. With the support of the country, the benefits are too exaggerated. At this moment, the Flame Queen Yi Hongyi suddenly asked casually, by the way, after clearing so many dungeons today, how much casting range have you accumulated now? I immediately opened the skill panel and saw the following message. Sea of Baichuan. The current skill casting range is 19,864 meters. After seeing it, I was also surprised. That's a lot. Almost 20,000. Today I followed the boss and picked up equipment all the way. I didn't expect that the boss actually killed nearly 20,000 monsters over and over again. More than 19,000 almost 20,000 meters. I said. Gulp, everyone swallowed their saliva at the same time. Not because there were too many monsters, but because of the 20,000 meter skill casting range. 20,000 meters. That's 20 kilometers. Does that mean I can throw the skeleton soldiers 20 kilometers away now? Leitai asked. Yes, Lu Ran's current skill casting range is enough to cover all copies. Yi Hongyi exclaimed. This also means that after I enter the dungeon, I can just throw away skeleton soldiers to pass the dungeon without moving. If anyone makes me unhappy, I will send skeleton soldiers outside the city and cause corpses to explode everywhere. That would be a real headache and no one would be able to find where I am. Leitai said in astonishment. Lu Xinxin said. That's because now he can only throw skeleton soldiers. In the later stage, he can throw a lot of things, such as the Abyssbone Dragon. I thought that I had envisioned this scenario before the Tiandao League branch meeting. Now that I see the skill casting range has been increased by 20 kilometers, it seems as if that scene is right in front of me. Okay, stop standing here, Lu Ran. Go in and take a look at your house. Leitai said carelessly. Then everyone went in. The courtyard is independent, with 3 floors, landscape gardens, birdsong, and flowers. The bedrooms and guest rooms in the small building are well decorated. Although not luxurious, they are very in line with my aesthetics. This is much better than the hard bed in my rental house. It's a world of difference. Thank you, brothers and sisters, for helping me upgrade, but this house is too expensive. I said thoughtfully. I didn't expect that after joining the Tiandao League, I would receive such an exaggerated treatment. The 3 presidents personally took me to level up. It costs 500,000 gold coins to swipe a platinum contract, and it's free to use. Just for the platinum team contract, the gold coins spent today are at least 20 million. I wonder how much money Leitai spent on this mansion. Lu Ran, remember, in this digital world, everything depends on ability. If you have the ability, you deserve these things. If we don't give them to you, there are people who will. You should do your job well. As long as you are dedicated to our country, the country will not treat you unfairly. This is mutual, and there is no question of who owes whom. Yi Hongyi said to me seriously. Leitai refused and said sourly. Hey, I gave you the house, so I shouldn't say this. Yi Hongyi glanced at him and said, How can you say such a thing, you rough fellow? Leitai was silent for a few seconds, scratched his head, and said to me, I won't say those fancy words, but I'm speaking the truth. Yi Hongyi is right. You're worth these things. Besides, this is nothing. The benefits of the Tiandao League have not been fully implemented yet. You will be even more surprised when the time comes. After settling down, Qin Weiyao and I went to the trading house to sell equipment. As the president of the Hongye Chamber of Commerce, Yi Hongyi could have directly purchased the equipment, but she still nodded and said, Go ahead. The 3 of us are going back to the Tiandao League branch for a meeting. After you 2 put the equipment on the shelves of the trading house, go directly to room 88 of Tianyuan building. I have reserved a seat. I originally planned to have dinner with Qin Weiyao after going to the trading house, but I didn't expect Yi Hongyi had already made arrangements, and it was at Tianyuan Tower. Okay. I nodded. Having the country behind me means that I will accept whatever the country gives me. Otherwise, it would seem hypocritical. In my backpack, there are 3 gold legendary equipment, and the rest are all purple rare equipment. I picked them up when I was doing dungeons, and my backpack is full. It takes too much time to go out and sell the equipment, so I just threw away all the rare equipment. Even so, I lost some rare equipment with average attributes. Now my backpack is full of level 10 equipment with good attributes, plus 3 golden legendary equipment. These equipment are worth a lot of money. After the equipment was put on the shelf, Qin Weiyao and I came to Tianyuan building. After we reported for room 88, the lobby manager came to greet us. Bossy has already told us to go. Please follow me. The lobby manager was a middle-aged man who smiled and led us to the room. Just as he entered, a figure rushed in. Lu Ran, you must have made a lot of money these 2 days. How dare you come to a place like this? The person who came in was Liang Xiaoyu. Dogskin plaster? It's not over yet, right? I raised my eyebrows and looked at Liang Xiaoyu indifferently. Does this guy still think it's the same scene as in school? Before, I didn't have an awakened profession, so I just got beaten and there was nothing I could do. But now, I have so many ways to suppress Liang Xiaoyu. In the past few days, I slapped him in the face time and time again, and he felt so humiliated that he almost reached the top of his head. Just now, when he passed by the corridor, he saw that I, who had been bullied by him, was now qualified to enter such a place. The last trace of superiority in his heart collapsed in an instant. So, he rushed in and mocked me. Just to remind you, this is not a place you can afford. Do you know what the minimum consumption for a private room is? Liang Xiaoyu asked with a raised eyebrow. I glanced at Liang Xiaoyu and Wang Yujiao beside him and said calmly, I can afford any amount of money. This is our private room. You can get out. Just kidding. I have more than 200,000 in my pocket, and I made at least tens of thousands from selling equipment today. With a full pocket of 300,000, I can have a meal and book a room. Can I afford it? It's only a minimum consumption of 500,000. If your Liang family can afford it, why can't we? Qin Wuyao suddenly spoke. I almost fell off my seat. The minimum consumption for a private room is 500,000? A meal costs 500,000? Is this really how rich people eat? I really can't afford it. Seeing Qin Wuyao's support, Liang Xiaoyu's face became even more distorted. He dared to mock me, but he didn't dare to mock Qin Wuyao. At this time, the lobby manager also rushed over after hearing the news. After seeing me, he smiled and apologized, frowned, and said to Liang Xiaoyu, "This private room is reserved by our distinguished guests of Tianyuan Building. Please leave and don't disturb us." Chapter 26, I've made a note of this. Distinguished guest? Liang Xiaoyu's heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously looked at Qin Wuyao. Could it be that it was ordered by the Qin family? If it was the Qin family, Liang Xiaoyu would not dare to act rashly. Unexpectedly, Qin Wuyao smiled slyly, folded her hands in front of her chest, and said lazily, "Don't think too much. It was not ordered by the Qin family, but by Lu Ran's sister. Your grievances have nothing to do with me, so don't worry about me." After saying this, he looked like he was enjoying a good show. Unfortunately, Liang Xiaoyu's brain wasn't very good, and he didn't understand the meaning of it. Instead, he breathed a sigh of relief and raised his eyebrows and said, "Lu Ran's sister? Then I want to see who Lu Ran's sister is. With her, what kind of important person can she know?" Lu Ran looked at Qin Wuyao, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He probably had guessed what Qin Wuyao was thinking. It was obvious that she was teasing Liang Xiaoyu on purpose just to have fun. At this time, in another private room, Liang Tai and several guests were waiting. The food is about to be served. But Liang Xiaoyu didn't come over for a long time. Liang Tai frowned and asked the people around him, "Where's Xiaoyu? Why hasn't he come yet?" The servant beside him said, "The young master just went to room 88. He may come here soon." Liang Tai was stunned and asked in surprise, "Isn't room 88 a special room? It hasn't been open for a long time. Who can book room 88? Of course, the subordinates didn't know the answer to this question. But Liang Tai immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. Liang Xiaoyu had no problem bullying his classmates on a normal day. But here, if he provoked a big shot who had the ability to book private room 88, he would be in big trouble. So he hurriedly stood up and said with a smile, "Wait a moment, everyone. I'll go out and take a look. I'll be right back." After saying that, he hurried out. Soon, Liang Tai arrived at private room number 88. At first glance, I saw Liang Xiaoyu and the lobby manager pushing each other back and forth, and the lobby manager's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He knew who booked this private room, and he couldn't afford it if it got messed up, so he gritted his teeth and said, "I've said all the nice things. If you two don't leave, don't blame us at Tianyuan Tower for being rude." After saying that, he called security. But at this time, Liang Tai walked in and said coldly, "You are just a lobby manager. I want to see how you can be rude to my son." Even at this moment, he still remembers to protect a child. They are worthy of being father and son. The lobby manager looked a little unhappy when he saw Liang Tai, and said in a deep voice, "Mr. Liang, this private room was really booked by a distinguished guest, and it should not be disturbed. If there's a problem, neither you nor I can bear the responsibility." Liang Tai was not a fool. Seeing the lobby manager looking so nervous, he was also shocked. But Liang Xiaoyu said beside him, "Don't listen to his nonsense, Dad. This private room was not booked by the Qin family, but by Lu Ran's bitch sister who came out of nowhere. I don't believe it. Is Lu Ran, a little bastard from the slums, qualified to eat here?" It seems that Liang Xiaoyu wants to seize the opportunity and is determined to humiliate Lu Ran financially today. But his father Liang Tai still had some sense. After taking a look at Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao, who looked gloating, his heart trembled violently. The situation is not good. No matter who booked this private room, even if it has nothing to do with Lu Ran, the Liang family is not qualified to interfere here. So he quickly pulled Liang Xiaoyu out and said, "This is not the place for you to act wild. Let's go. But just turn around." Punk. A sturdy body like a wall in front of him blocked Liang Tai's way. "Damn it, where did this big idiot come from? Get out of here." Liang Xiaoyu was forcibly dragged away by Liang Tai. He was feeling indignant, and when he saw someone blocking his way, he immediately cursed. When the lobby manager saw this situation, his face suddenly changed, and he stood aside with a smile. "Want to say something?" But the sturdy man raised his hand to interrupt. Next second, boom! A punch hit Liang Xiaoyu right in the face, and his whole body flew out like a sandbag and hit the wall heavily. -480. A big damage number floated above his head, and his health bar even popped up, dropping by more than half. Liang Tai suddenly became angry. But considering that the other party might be an extraordinary person, he did not dare to risk his attack. He just gritted his teeth and said, "You dare to touch my son, Liang Tai? This is Tianyuan Tower, so it is inconvenient to do it. But I, Liang Tai, will remember this." "Really? We booked a private room, and you bastards dare to cause trouble here. I, Lei Tai, will take note of this." After saying that, Lei Tai lifted the hood of his cloak. When Liang Tai saw the face of the person in front of him, his face instantly turned pale as paper. Lei Tai. His name is Liang Tai, and he only differs from Lei Tai in a surname, but their identities and status are as different as heaven and earth. Moreover, Lei Tai was a well-known iron-blooded and tough man. As the president of the Battle Flag National Defense Army, he was a towering mountain that Liang Tai could only look up to. Lei, President Lei, the private room you booked. Liang Doi Hisitath. He never expected that this private room was booked by Lei Tai. It wasn't ordered by him, it was ordered by me. Behind Lei Tai, Yi Hongyi, who was wearing a red long dress and had a graceful and enchanting figure, lifted her veil. Liang Tai's head suddenly exploded. Yi Hongyi, the president of Hongyi Building. He is also the president of Hongya Chamber of Commerce. The presidents of the two major guilds actually appeared here. Liang Tai opened his mouth, but no words came out. Today, Liang Xiaoyu, the useless son, really hit a wall. But that's not all. The next second, Lu Xinxin on the other side also lifted her veil and said to Lei Tai distressedly, "It's really wrong to be so impulsive. I told you to keep a low profile. How can you keep a low profile when your identity is directly exposed?" Liang Tai turned his head mechanically, and there was only one voice in his mind. Jinghua Shiyue's president Lu Xinxin. She is here too. Of the four major guilds in China, except for Yu Qingsong, the president of the Tiandao League, the presidents of the other three are all here. Because of why? Because of Lu Ran? I couldn't help it. I finally had a meal with Lu Ran, and these two little bitches are making trouble here. They're simply looking for death. Li Doi Gurusith. Even Yi Hongyi had a cold expression. He said calmly, "You bullied my brother. I'll take note of this. Judging from your guild emblem, you should be a member of the Tiandao League, right? Very good. I will talk to Yu Qingsong in person." Liang Tai's body trembled violently. My heart was filled with misery. He just felt that private room number 88 was someone he couldn't afford to offend. So he came and took Liang Xiaoyu away as soon as possible. But I didn't expect it to be so terrifying. The Liang family has provoked the presidents of the three major guilds at once. How can they survive like this? Liang Xiaoyu didn't dare to say a word at this moment. Three presidents, my son. He is still young and doesn't understand. Liang Tai hesitated and couldn't speak clearly. "I'm too lazy to listen. Get out." Yi Hongyi waved his hand. Liang Tai's voice stopped abruptly. Facing Yi Hongyi's cold gaze, he could only shut up with an ugly expression and left with Liang Xiaoyu in shame. Chapter 27. The Liang family father and son suffered. The two of them left, but Wang Yujiao stayed. She looked at Lu Ran with hopeful eyes and said with difficulty, "Lu Ran, this is such a coincidence." Yi Hongyi looked at Lu Ran curiously. Asked, "Brother, do you know this girl?" Lu Ran shrugged and said, "Not familiar." That unfamiliar sentence instantly shattered the glimmer of hope in Wang Yujiao's heart. She and Lu Ran looked at each other. But the tenderness in the boy's eyes over the past 3 years was no longer there, replaced by deep indifference. That was not pretended heartlessness, but the lack of any emotion at all, as if he was looking at a stranger. Wang Yujiao's heart trembled fiercely, and she said awkwardly, "Sorry to bother you." After saying that, he turned around and left the private room. At this point, Liang Tai no longer had the heart to continue eating and pulled Liang Xiaoyu directly away from Tianyuan Building. After waiting for a while, Wang Yujiao came out. Bang! Liang Xiaoyu slapped her in the face and angrily said, "Bitch, what's the point of you not coming out yet? Waiting for Lu Ran to forgive you? You are dreaming. Lu Ran is now qualified to have dinner with the three presidents. How can he look down on a bitch like you? A second-hand slut." Liang Xiaoyu's tone was vicious. Wang Yujiao covered her face blankly, her eyes misty. She was not surprised by this attitude when she decided to abandon Lu Ran and give herself to Liang Xiaoyu as a tool. She had anticipated it. However, the result was not what she expected, and she saw no hope of qualifying to join the Tiandao League. Lu Ran also completely drew a line between himself and him. She even wondered if she had continued to be with Lu Ran regardless of everything. Would she have had the opportunity to benefit from Lu Ran's success? Of course, she also knew those three big shots who were able to call the shots in China. Looking at the situation, Yi Hongyi and Lu Ran were actually on equal terms? Not only that, Lei Tai from the Battle Flag National Defense Army and Lu Xinxin from Mirror Flowerwater Moon both knew Lu Ran. Lu Ran is actually qualified to have a dinner party with these three on an equal footing. Thinking about her current situation, Wang Yujiao felt only bitterness in her heart. In just 3 days, Lu Ran and she were no longer from the same world. Finally, he looked at Liang Xiaoyu who was insulting him. Wang Yujiao was a little dazed. As a rare profession, even if she developed steadily and reached a higher level in the future, her life would definitely not be bad. Is it really worth it to be so eager to join the Tiandao League after the first month and abandon Lu Ran? She has begun to regret it. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. Liang Tai glanced at Wang Yujiao, ignored her, and pulled Liang Xiaoyu back. Pack your things, Liang Tai said through gritted teeth. What? Dad, you want to go out? Liang Xiaoyu asked puzzledly. Fuck your mother. You useless dog. You have nothing to do. I give you good food and drink, and you don't have to worry about leveling up, and you are so arrogant. You go to cause trouble for Lu Ran. You are a piece of shit. Now that you have offended the presidents of the 3 major guilds, you still want to continue staying in Blackfire City and enjoy yourself? Fuck you. Did you hear me clearly? Am I kidding? Liang Tai cursed loudly, without any manners. It's rare to see Liang Tai get so angry. Liang Xiaoyu didn't dare to say a word and packed his things obediently. And at the same time, at the Tiandao League branch in Blackfire City, Qin Lai and several other deacons were ready to go, and the mighty army headed towards the Liang family. Qin Weiyao had already handed over the communicator used by the 3 assassins after their death that day to Qin Lai. However, Lu Ran's matter is the most urgent these 2 days, and now, new and old accounts must be settled together. Inside Tianyuan building, Lu Ran looked at the table full of sumptuous food and was a little shocked. Not to mention the minimum consumption for this private room. Just looking at the appearance of these dishes, you can tell they are definitely not cheap. Yi Hongyi had just finished talking to Yu Qing-tsung on the other end of the communicator. Lu Ran asked at this time, Sister Hong, the food in this private room is not cheap, right? It's just a meal. Don't you think it's a bit of a waste of money? Yi Hongyi said assumingly, all 108 Tainyunli restaurants across the country are owned by your sister, my Hongya Chamber of Commerce. There is no such thing as waste. Eat your food honestly. Try this charming fish, the main dish. Eating it can increase your agility attribute by 5 points. It's a pity that each person can only increase it once, but it tastes really good. Lu Ran was a little stunned. I've heard that eating some of the dishes here can improve your attributes, and it turns out to be true. And it adds 5 attribute points at one time. Compared with other people, it's like reaching a higher level. When I returned home in the evening, not only the 3 presidents, but even Qin Weiyao were living in Lu Ran's house. Anyway, the house that Lei Tai gave was big enough. So in order to ensure efficiency and Lu Ran's safety, they just lived together. And in the Liang family. At this time, a large number of people from the Tiandao League had arrived. In the hall, Liang Tai looked pale as he looked at several deacons of the Tiandao League. Carefully he said, It's so late. What are you doing? Don't you know what you did? Qin Lai said lightly. The corners of Liang Tai's mouth twitched. I thought, is it because I disturbed Lu Ran's meal? Or maybe he contradicted Yi Hongyi and those big guys, making them unhappy. Liang Tai thought that since he had provoked him, he should leave here quickly, but he didn't expect that the punishment would come so quickly. Snap! Qin Lai threw out a few things and threw them in front of Liang Tai. Those were 3 blood-stained communicators. Liang Tai's pupils suddenly shrank, and he looked at Qin Lai in disbelief. This belongs to the 3 assassins. You hired assassins to kill Lu Ran. My daughter Qin Weiyao was also present at the time. Do you have anything to say? Qin Lai asked indifferently. Liang Tai shook his head subconsciously. He defended himself. Misunderstanding, I don't know any assassin at all. What are you talking about? Why would I assassinate Lu Ran? Qin Lai frowned and said, Don't you have a brain? The communication records in this communicator are clear, and the messages sent are also the messages between you and me. The world after digitalization is good. This evidence is clear enough. Liang Tai's heart trembled. He looked at Qin Lai bitterly and said through gritted teeth, Okay, I admit defeat, but my son has nothing to do with this matter. Your daughter being with Lu Ran was also an accident. You can arrest me, but you can't touch my son. At this point, Liang Tai can only hope to protect Liang Xiaoyu. But Qin Lai still shook his head and said, There are also communication records of your son in the communicator. He sent a total of 7 messages to one of the 3 assassins. 5 of them were asking whether the assassination of Lu Ran was successful, and the other 2 were agreeing to promise a higher price and asking the 3 assassins to act as soon as possible. After hearing this, Liang Tai lost all hope. At this moment, Qin Lai approached Liang Tai and whispered in his ear, "Moreover, I can tell you clearly that the real reason why I want to kill you is not because of my daughter, but because of Lu Ran." Liang Tai was startled, but Qin Lai didn't give him a chance to continue pestering him. He said in a deep voice, "Take the Liang family father and son away." At the same time, he glanced at the communicator. There was a message from Yu Qingtsong on it, with just 2 simple words, erase. Chapter 28, New Skills and New Entries. Early the next morning, Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao went to school for the morning meeting as usual. Although Lu Ran already felt that there was no need to attend the morning meeting. After all, he was number 1 on the newcomer list, which was no suspense. I was completely forced to pretend. He also doesn't need the guidance of a novice in the academy. But school rules still need to be followed. He found that Liang Xiaoyu did not come, and even Wang Yujiao was not there. From that day on, no one in Blackfire City saw Wang Yujiao again, and no one knew where she had gone. Not surprisingly, Lu Ran, who is level 13, still tops the list. Qin Wuyao is at level 11, firmly in second place. As for the third guy, he was only at level 8. Huge gap. After the morning meeting, Lu Ran declined a large number of classmates who came to curry favor with him, and quickly returned home with Qin Wuyao. The 3 presidents who had been waiting for a long time immediately stood up, and the 5 of them entered the copy again. Start with the death mine at difficult difficulty and start speed clearing. After a whole day, towards evening, Lu Ran's level finally reached level 15. The first time I got the news, the 3 presidents, including Qin Wuyao, gathered together immediately and looked at Lu Ran excitedly. Of course, Lu Ran knew what they were waiting for. He opened the skill panel with some anticipation and nervousness. The level 15 skill has been unlocked. Skill, Blood Spear of the Underworld. Cooling down, 30 seconds. Ukon Sumtian, 20 mana. Effect, communicate with the dead spirits of the Netherworld, condense a blood spear, and after charging, tear through the Netherworld space and release it, causing damage of 100% of the basic spell attack power. The longest charging time is 8 seconds. For every second of charging, the damage increases by 50%. Several people on the side were impatient and urged, "Have you seen it? What's it like?" The 15th level skill is Blood Spear, right? Yes, I remember now. The Necromancer's main attack method in the early stage is the Blood Spear. That thing seems to be able to store power. It doesn't matter whether I charge or not. Was the newly unlocked entry. Of course, Lu Ran also knew about the Necromancer's Blood Spear. The cooldown is only 30 seconds, and it can be charged for 8 seconds. When fully charged, it will cause 500% of the basic Blood Spear damage. The damage is very high. It is a turning point in the Necromancer's monster-killing experience. There is a huge difference between a low-level Necromancer with a Blood Spear and a low-level Necromancer without a Blood Spear. Without the Blood Spear, you can only control the skeleton soldiers, and either the skeleton soldiers die or their corpses explode. Although it has a control skill, it has a long cooldown and short control. But after having the Blood Spear, the Necromancer has single target attack and is more confident, and it's a charged skill. Often the skeleton soldiers are used to restrain, the touch of the undead is used to bind, and then the Blood Spear is fully charged and released, causing massive damage instantly. When teaming up with others, you don't have to rely solely on the skeleton soldiers. You can charge up the Blood Spear at the back of the team. This is also the reason why no one is willing to form a team before the Necromancer reaches level 15, and his status is immediately improved when he reaches level 15. Then, Lu Ran looked at the entry panel. Entry, sleeping on straw and tasting gall. Effect, the maximum charging time limit for charging skills will be cancelled, and charging can be unlimited. Damn it, Lu Ran couldn't help but swear when he saw this. Blood Spear itself is already a very good single target attack skill. The newly unlocked entries are tailor-made for you. The charging time limit has been cancelled, and charging is unlimited. What does that mean? Lu Ran could hold back the Blood Spear and increase the damage by 50% every second, which means 3,000% damage in 1 minute. That's 30 times the damage. That's 300 times in 10 minutes. In just over an hour, 3,000 times the damage. What's going on? Is it cool or not? What effect will it have? Lei Tai was eagerly waiting beside him. Lu Ran simply shared the panel with them. A few seconds later, the faces of several people became extremely strange. Infinite charging. Doesn't that mean the damage will increase infinitely? If Lu Ran is given enough time, is there anything in this world that he can't kill in seconds? Lu Xinxin said, in surprise, "You are worthy of being my brother. I was right about you." Ye Hongyi laughed excitedly. When he was excited, he pulled Lu Ran to his chest and hugged him tightly. Lu Ran rubbed his head against the soft surface, coughed a few times, and smelled Ye Hongyi's unique body fragrance, feeling a little distracted. It's a pity that Lu Ran's level is too low. Otherwise, Lu Ran could have just charged in with his blood spear and instantly killed that damn black dragon in that damn black dragon mountain range. Lei Tai said regretfully. Lu Xinxin is still rational. He pondered and asked, the basic damage of the blood spear is your spell attack power. Lu Ran, what is your spell attack power now? Lu Ran opened the panel and looked at it, then said 600. The basic damage increases by 50% every second, which means the basic damage is 30 times in 1 minute, which means 18,000 spell damage. In 10 minutes, it is 180,000. In 1 hour, it is 1,080,000. Lu Xinxin calculated. Lei Tai, who was standing by, swallowed his saliva and said, well, I only have over 600,000 HP. He is the hidden profession Earth Knight, the president of the Battle Flag National Defense Army, the absolute SSS level king of meat shields among the meat tank profession. The health value is as high as over 600,000. In the end, you can't withstand the blood spear of a level 15 necromancer? Why are you panicking? Aren't you a tank? You have high magic resistance. Yehonyi-tisit. It's high, but Lu Ran can charge his power for more than just 1 hour. This guy can charge his power for 10 hours, or even a day. How much damage can a blood spear that has been held for 10 hours do? 10 million. Lei Tai was about to cry. As China's top tank, he felt for the first time that the sense of security brought by his profession was instantly gone. That means it only takes seconds. If he can't stand it, who else in the world can stand it? And don't forget, this kid is in tatters except for the 2 pieces of equipment you 2 gave him. He is only level 15. In the later stages, when the basic spell attack is higher, the power of this blood spear. Lei Tai reminded everyone. Hearing this, several people couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Instead, Qin Wuyao reminded him weakly. Lu Ran's spell casting distance has been improved again today. It is estimated to be 40 kilometers, right? Is this blood spear applicable? Hearing this, the 3 of them were stunned, including Lu Ran. Then, everyone's eyes widened. Take the enemy general's head from 1,000 miles away. Lei Tai squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. The blood spear can be held back for a whole day, and the casting range is 40 kilometers. It can hit whatever you point your finger at. Yihongi said excitedly. Only Lu Ran. A sentence popped up in my mind. This is not a blood spear. Isn't this a Barrett? No. This has a much longer range than the Barrett. This is simply an intercontinental missile. Lu Xinxin said with a smile. Lu Ran, when you have nothing to do, just gather your strength to be prepared. Lei Tai praised. Right. If anyone dares to assassinate you, you can just rush over and hit him with a blood spear with all the power. Chapter 29, Why Can We Live a Simple Life? Lu Ran did as he was told and gathered strength with the blood spear. Charge skills are different from normal skills. Once a normal skill is selected for release, it will be released immediately. After a charge skill is chosen for release, it will first enter the charge state. It will not be truly released until it is chosen again or the charge is fully charged. But for Lu Ran, there's no such thing as automatic release when the power is fully charged. Moreover, the blood spear cannot be seen before it is released. It exists in the space of the underworld. Only when it is released will it tear the space and be thrown out. Nice one. A must-have for people when traveling at home. It's a pity that Lao Yu didn't follow suit. I'm really looking forward to seeing Lao Yu's expression after he knows your new entry. Lei Tai said with a sigh. I am more looking forward to Lu Ran's performance in Team Dungeons and National Wars. Yihongi said. Moreover, continuous upgrades can unlock new mysterious entries, each one more abnormal than the last. Thinking of this, several people who were originally planning to leave the early shift because they were bored decided to continue browsing for a while, so as not to waste a single minute and go back to eat after finishing. It is still the difficult level of Frostwolf Valley. I plan to switch to the level 15 dungeon, Ash Jungle tomorrow. Finally, we're going to change the dungeon tomorrow. I've been suffocating in this mine for the past 2 days. Lei Tai said with anticipation. The Ash Jungle is really good. The paths are wide enough and the map area is concentrated, so the speed of clearing the dungeon should be faster. Lu Xinxin said immediately. They continued to play for another 2 hours, and only left the dungeon after it had completely darkened. Although it was nighttime, there were still many people in the dungeon hall. But at this time, most people were crowded on the right side of the dungeon hall, and the noise was very loud. Lu Ran and others also came over in confusion. On the right side of the dungeon hall, there are many panels of different sizes. Lu Ran knew that this was a list of various rankings, but because he was still a newcomer, he did not pay attention to it. It has everything from equipment list, level list, and guild list. But at this moment, everyone was paying attention to the ranking list of the Endless Tower. The Endless Tower is a single-player dungeon. There are no equipment drops, but the experience points are very high. Each level can only be cleared once, and it is quite difficult. You should have learned about it in school, right? Lu Xinxin immediately explained to Lu Ran. This is her habit. No matter whether she enters a dungeon or comes into contact with new things, Lu Xinxin will subconsciously explain the new things to Lu Ran as soon as possible. I've learned it. What are you all doing here? Lu Ran asked. Because of the changes in rankings. Yi Hongyi stared at the rankings and said with a frown. Endless Tower ranking. A total of 30 places are displayed. It will display your name, occupation, level, country, and guild. That's right. The ranking list of Endless Tower is a global list. Some of the names and occupations of some of the people listed above are obviously from other countries. Nana, who ranked first, was originally ranked third. The former first was Yu Qingtsong. Yi Hongyi introduced. Lu Ran looked up. As expected, it was discovered. At this time, Yu Qingtsong had become the second. First place, Nana's. Occupation, Onmyoji. Level, 62. Country, Sakura. Guild, Ikena Taisha. Number of floors, 61. Second place, Yu Qingtsong. Occupation, Dragon Warrior. Level 63. Country, China. Guild, Tiandao League. Number of floors, 59. Is a daily life the most important? Lu Ran glared at him. Why is a daily life the most important? It was okay for other countries, but their daily lives squeezed Yu Qingtsong out, which made Lu Ran instantly angry. Although there are a few people in Shaoshi, the featured profession on Myoji is very powerful, and the Endless Tower has strong limitations. It is almost difficult for magic professions to make the list. After all, there is no suitable and safe output environment. Summoning professions have more advantages. Lu Xinxin explained. As a dragon warrior, Yu Qingtsong can use his dragon bloodline once every time he enters a dungeon, greatly improving his attributes in all aspects, while also having a giant dragon to assist him in battle. He has been holding the top spot in the Endless Tower for more than half a year. I didn't expect to be surpassed by this little day. As a special profession in Xiaori, the Onmyoji controls the Shikigami similar to the summoned beasts controlled by the summoner. The difference is that the Shikigami activated by each Onmyoji is different. This Nanami is the eldest daughter of the Tagumo family in Xiaori. It is said that her Shikigami is very powerful. It's just a bit strange that Nanami's ranking has not changed much in the past 6 months. But this time she surpassed Yu Qingtsong in one fell swoop and surpassed him by 2 levels. Lu Xinxin introduced. This is also the reason why Xiazizi National War can surpass China. If we compare the population of the whole country, even if we dig out all our ancestors' lives, it still wouldn't be enough. However, the National War limits the number of players, and in daily life, a large number of Onmyojas come on the field, controlling various types of Shikigami, which is like a summoner army. This advantage has also made Xiaorizi very arrogant in the international arena in recent years. Can I fight the Endless Tower? Lu Ran suddenly asked. Upon hearing this, Yi Hongyi and the others were stunned. Then Leitai slapped his forehead and said excitedly, Yes. I almost forgot about this. Lu Ran can charge up the Blood Spear. When charging the level, which level can withstand Lu Ran's Blood Spear? Lu Ran can crush this little bastard right now. But Lu Xinxin immediately denied it. She pondered and said, There's indeed only one monster on each floor of the Endless Tower, but each floor has a time limit of 30 minutes. If you can't finish defeating it within 30 minutes, you will be kicked out of the dungeon. Then, she patted Lu Ran on the shoulder and continued, Lu Ran's current spell attack power, even if it is charged for half an hour, can only cause 540,000 damage. In addition, the high-level Endless Tower boss has magic resistance, so it is impossible to kill it instantly. Unless Lu Ran holds it in for a few hours, chooses to enter the Endless Tower, comes out again after a second, and repeats this process over and over again. But this is too inefficient, and you can only complete a few levels a day. But don't be discouraged. We can quickly improve Lu Ran's magic attack power in a short period of time and give him some equipment. It will be easy for Lu Ran to attack the Endless Tower and surpass Nanasheng. Lu Xinxin saw that everyone was a little depressed, so she said comfortingly. At the same time, far away in the imperial capital, Yu Qingtsong, who had just returned to his residence after dealing with busy affairs, immediately learned the news that his ranking in the Endless Tower had been surpassed. Within one day, she surpassed me by 2 levels. The 60th level is a big hurdle, and she actually passed it. Yu Qingtsong frowned. Although there are no rewards for the leaderboard itself, but the global ranking itself is a way to prove ourselves for the country. Now that he's being trampled on by Xiao Xiao, one can imagine the humiliation and resentment in Yu Qingtsong's heart. He knew the difficulty of the 60th level. After several attempts, even Yu Qingtsong couldn't stand it and almost died in it. so he didn't dare to take too many risks. After all, even in the Endless Tower, once you die, you are really dead. But immediately, he thought of Lu Ran, and his brows instantly relaxed. What's so great about the Endless Tower ranking? He curled his lips and said, I wonder how efficient Lu Ran is in upgrading these past 2 days, whether he has unlocked new entries, and what the results are. I still can't help but be curious. Chapter 30. Accumulated energy for 13 hours. Get up the next day. Lu Ran was about to go to school for a morning meeting, but he found that there were a lot more people coming and going on the streets of Blackfire City. Many of them were not dressed like locals. They all came out from the teleportation array in the central square. Rooftop. Yi Hongyi looked at the people coming and going on the street outside. He frowned and pondered. Why are so many people coming to Blackfire City all of a sudden? There are many high-level professionals among them, and even people from other large guilds besides our 4 major guilds. Could it be that Lu Ran was exposed? Lei Tai asked worriedly. I'll ask someone to check it out. Yi Hongyi said thoughtfully. At this time, Lu Xinxin suddenly came up the stairs. He said, no need to check. These people came to Blackfire City, and it had nothing to do with Lu Ran. It was because of the wild boss. Hearing this, Yi Hongyi and Lei Tai turned to look at Lu Xinxin. Yi Hongyi asked, is there a wild boss near Blackfire City? Seeing Lu Xinxin nodded, Yi Hongyi and Lei Tai were immediately relieved. The wild boss, also known as the lucky boss, is generated at random times and locations in the world. 3 hours before the generation, a teleportation array and strange phenomena will appear to make it easier for people to find it. After that, when the news spreads, it will attract high-level professionals from major cities across the country to try their luck. Of course, there are also many low-level people who want to get rich quickly and will take risks. Although the level of the wild boss is also random, it is generally not very low. The attack power won't be very high. It can't destroy everything in the world. But the amount of blood will be terrifying. All professionals are required to siege and calculate the boss's final blow to determine the reward recipient. This means that even if you're a newcomer, if you're the one who kills the boss to the last drop of blood, the reward will belong to you. This is the opportunity. The worst drops from wild bosses are epic, and it must be levelless. Its properties are also very exaggerated. As long as it is equipment dropped by a wild boss, its value is often outrageous. If someone is lucky enough to get the final blow and receive a reward, he or she will basically become rich instantly. Of course, the risk is still great. Every time a wild boss appears, a certain number of low-level professionals will unfortunately be killed, and once dead, they are really dead. But the huge temptation still attracts a steady stream of professionals to try their luck. Naturally, the 3 presidents had no interest in it. They had no shortage of equipment or money, and they were too lazy to get involved. Besides, there were too many people fighting, and the probability of getting the final blow was very small. Basically, I just ran along throughout the whole process. But at this moment, Lu Xinxin suddenly said, maybe Lu Ran can give it a try. Yi Hongyi and Lei Tai looked at Lu Xinxin. The latter said, Lu Ran's blood spear has been held back for a whole night, so you can imagine how powerful it is. You just need to keep an eye on a boss's health, and when it's almost there, just throw out the blood spear, and you can basically get the final blade 100% of the time. In an instant, Yi Hongyi and Lei Tai's eyes lit up. Because the rewards from the wild boss are not only top-quality equipment, but also generous experience rewards. Lu Xinxin continued. Calculating the time, Lu Ran's blood spear has been charged for more than 12 hours. According to Lu Ran's current spell attack, the blood spear has been charged for 12 hours, which means the damage is 12.96 million. Even if the damage offset by the wild boss's spell defense is deducted, the damage can reach at least 10 million. As expected of Lu Xinxin, she calculated the damage of Lu Ran's blood spear after charging almost instantly. Yi Hongyi and Lei Tai were both shocked when they heard this. Thousands of injuries. The blood spear that has been charged for a night can instantly kill any professional in the world. Lu Ran is only level 15. The wild boss hasn't appeared yet. It will probably take another 40 minutes. The level is unknown, the type is unknown, but the HP cannot exceed 50 million. So, Lu Ran only needs to wait until the wild boss's health is reduced to less than 1/5, and then release the blood spear immediately to defeat him. Regardless of the equipment rewards, just the experience reward alone is enough to raise Lu Ran's current level by several levels. And don't forget, Lu Ran's casting range is at least 40 kilometers. The other side, when Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao were having their morning meeting, they also heard the news about a wild boss appearing outside Blackfire City. Moreover, the specific location and coordinates have been made public. Even these new students were excited and eager to try it out. But the principal Zhang Zhenbei soon discovered this phenomenon and poured cold water on it. There are a lot of people participating in the wild boss fight, and most of them are 5-man teams. With the high burst of 5 high-level combat professionals, the probability of obtaining the final blade is naturally high. I know this is very tempting for you, but you should take a good look at your own attributes. Not to mention that the probability of getting the final blade is as high as ascending to heaven. Let me ask you, can you withstand the range burst of the boss? With your abilities, you will die if you're touched by a wild boss. So, if you want to lose your life for a reward that is almost impossible to get from a wild boss, you should think twice. After all, they're students of a school. The principal feels anxious when he sees a bunch of young people eager to try. If we don't persuade them, a large number of novices will run out to die, which will be a joke. This was effective, and many students who wanted to join the fun immediately gave up the idea. Because at the current stage, except for Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao, most people are less than level 10. The offensive profession also only has 2 attack skills. That pitiful amount of attack, plus the cooldown, and that little health that can kill you if just a little scratch from the boss. It's better not to get involved. In the subsequent ranking of newcomers, as expected, Lu Ran was at level 15 and continued to top the list. By now, the students have almost become accustomed to the fact that Lu Ran, the undead mage, crushes Qin Wuyao's hidden profession and several other rare professions. After the morning meeting, Lu Ran returned to the house. Yi Hongyi and others were already waiting. Let's go out of the city. Yi Hongyi said. Where are you going? Aren't we going to play the level 15 dungeon today? Lu Ran asked curiously. Don't be in a hurry. Go and deal with the wild boss first. If you take the equipment of the wild boss, you can also get a super high experience reward, which is enough to make up for many dungeon runs. Yi Hongyi ape-lane it. Go kill the wild boss. Lu Ran pondered and said, it's a bit dangerous. The principal just said that the attack of the wild boss is very high. Newcomers can be killed instantly. Lei Tai glared at him and said, your spellcasting range is 40 kilometers. The boss has no chance of hitting you. What's there to be afraid of? Besides, you didn't release your blood spear, did you? Lu Ran then remembered. He hurriedly checked the skill panel, then nodded and said, no, I've been charging for 13 hours. That's enough. Let's go. The boss should have appeared. Lu Xinxin calculated the time and said, but don't be too anxious. The boss has a lot of health, and it often takes professionals about an hour to besiege it. Chapter 31 is done. Collect the reward. The teleportation array of the wild boss is in the northeast of Blackfire City, 23 kilometers away from Blackfire City. It's not far, but it's not near either. But you can't drive there because the direction of the teleportation array is in the mountains, and you can only walk along the mountain road. You can see many people running on the road. But Lu Ran's team did not choose to go with the others. Instead, they took a remote mountain road and went directly to the top of the mountain. On the way, Lu Xinxin, as the person most proficient in data in the team, and Lu Ran introduced and detailed the mechanisms, reward categories, calculation methods, health bars, defense, etc. of the wild boss. Understand. Thank you, Sister Xinxin. Lu Ran said gratefully. He could feel that the 3 presidents in the team had really taken great pains to train him. Even quit the team. Because although many people choose to form a team, after all, a 5-person team with 5 high combat professionals can easily allow the team to get the final reward, while teammates can also cooperate with each other. But at the same time, experience rewards will be shared and dispersed among the team. If Lu Ran kills alone, he will have the experience all to himself. Although they have rich experience in fighting wild bosses, the 3 presidents would rather concentrate all their experience on Lu Ran. Today, team dungeons, Black Dragon Mountains, and even their own upgrades are no longer important. The most important thing is to cultivate Lu Ran. Several people stopped in the grove on the top of the mountain, looking from their height. In the distance, you can see a humanoid beast about 50 or 60 meters tall, covered with golden fur, roaring and constantly attacking the surroundings. It looks more like a giant gorilla with golden fur. But the gorilla has 8 arms. As the attack continued, huge rocks continued to gather around and fall down. From time to time, you can see the gorilla stomping its feet or pounding the ground. Even from such a distance, you can still feel the earth shaking. This distance is about 5 or 6 kilometers. Your skill range is more than enough. No need to go forward. Just wait here. Yi Hongyi judged with narrowed eyes. Then, Lu Xinxin continued. It's a level 58 armed King Kong. It's in the upper middle tier among wild bosses. It has 37 million HP and low magic defense. To be on the safe side, wait until its HP drops below a quarter before you use the blood spear. Even if the damage reduced by magic defense is deducted, Lu Ran's blood spear can definitely deal more than tens of millions of damage. If the health volume drops below a quarter, it's almost certain to win. Lu Ran nodded and squinted his eyes to look at the 8-armed Vajra. This was the first time Lu Ran used a skill at a long distance, and it felt weird. But he tried and could choose the 8-armed Vajra as his target. In addition, he discovered a very embarrassing point. Although the range of his skills can grow infinitely, his field of vision is limited. He can see and select targets 5 or 6 kilometers away. Plus, the 8-armed Vajra is large enough. But if it is a small target, it cannot be selected. You can't release skills. Lu Xinxin seemed to see through Lu Ran's doubts and said, "Don't worry about it. You don't have many single target skills. Area skills and summoning skills don't require selecting targets. Anyway, during national wars, the distances between countries on the battlefield are very far, and it is not possible to rely on vision to select targets from a long distance. However, Lu Ran's range skills can be released directly at the map coordinate location, and his summoning skills can also be thrown out directly from a long distance to carry out indiscriminate autonomous attacks on the surroundings." Hearing this, Lu Ran breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, countless professionals were still besieging the 8-armed Vajra. Even though it was 5 or 6 kilometers away, one could still vaguely hear the angry roar of the 8-armed Vajra. At the same time, the health bar of the 8-armed Vajra was slowly decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lu Ran and his companions sat on the top of the mountain, waiting comfortably. Qin Weiyao was sitting next to Lu Ran, looking at him excitedly from time to time, then looking at the wild boss. Yi Hongyi and the other two would occasionally clear out the ignorant monsters around them, and at the feet of the wild boss. That was so tragic. Countless teams gathered around and bombarded the boss crazily. Some of the young and inexperienced ones were already dead, and the bodies of professionals were scattered all over the ground. This also made many young and inexperienced people wake up and withdraw from the battle area, or form teams, test from a distance, and attack carefully. Damn, I didn't expect it to be the 8-armed Vajra. It's a bit dangerous. I'll withdraw first. Everyone, don't be reluctant to use your skills. Hit faster. Nurse, please form a team. We want to share the value of the equipment equally. Join me. The equipment reward from a level 50 outdoor boss is absolutely top-notch. The noise continued. The death toll is decreasing. Apart from the initial batch of young people, the proportion of high-level professionals around is increasing. Many of the low-level ones who were not in a team withdrew from the battle and watched the excitement from a distance. Around the 8-armed Vajra, the ground was shaking, huge rocks were rolling, and the scene was extremely chaotic. Seeing the boss's health getting lower and lower, gradually approaching a quarter. But for some reason, the speed at which the boss's health decreased suddenly slowed down. Compared to before, it is 3 or 4 times slower. On the top of the mountain, Lu Xinxin sat next to Lu Ran and said with a smile, "You should be able to see this clearly. When the health was low at the end, all the professionals started to hide their skills. The more powerful the skills are, the better to keep them in your hands without using them. Just wait until the last bit of blood is gone, then open fire at full force and grab the final blade." Moreover, it's not just the big skills. Many professionals' buff amplification skills are also accumulated and saved for the last time to cooperate with the big skills to obtain the maximum burst damage in a short period of time. Lu Xinxin continued. Therefore, when the boss's health is low, the overall output slows down. The scene was in chaos. Damn, a bunch of big idiots output. I'm almost being worn down by the boss. You're such a thief. Save your skills, damn. Why are you pretending? If you don't want to hold back, why don't you use your skills? There's still more than a quarter of health left. It's still early. Why save your skills now? Go all out. But no matter how much they argued on the scene, no one was willing to use their ultimate skills, so it was impossible for them to explode. I'm afraid that after my explosion, I'll enter a period of weakness and won't be able to seize the last chance. As the boss's health gradually approaches a quarter, Lu Xinxin on the top of the mountain patted Lu Ran on the shoulder and said, "Get ready. When your health drops to a quarter, I'll ask you to release the blood spear, and you do it." Lu Ran nodded and stood up. Lu Xinxin was right beside him, looking in the direction of the 8-armed Vajra, calculating the numbers in her mind. Finally, when the boss's health dropped to less than a quarter, Lu Xinxin said, "Okay, collect the reward." Lu Ran's heart trembled, and the Frost Wolf staff immediately appeared in his hand. Then he pointed the staff forward. The blood spear that had been accumulating power for more than 10 hours began to be released. Chapter 32, Who Can Kill Me? This was the first time Lu Ran used the blood spear skill. Unexpectedly, during the first use, other necromancers could only charge the blood spear for a maximum of 8 seconds, but Lu Ran charged it for more than 10 hours. Sizzle. As if tearing a rag, the space above Lu Ran's head was suddenly torn open. The inside of the opening is dark and hard to see clearly. Next second, Something similar to a spear came out. But the spearhead is much longer than the spearhead, flat, and has blades on both sides. The whole body seemed to be poured with blood, scarlet in color, but darker than the blood spear of an ordinary necromancer, with black showing through the red, and the black was shiny. On the surface, the difference is not that big, but Yi Hongyi and the others subconsciously moved aside. They are well aware of the power of Lu Ran's blood spear. They're not in a team state now. When Lu Ran's skills hit them, the damage will be calculated as the damage of the enemy units. Lu Ran can kill any of them in seconds. Lu Ran stared at the blood spear. The next second, the blood spear paused for a moment, then whoosh, piercing the sky, disappearing in a flash. At the same time, countless professionals are still attacking the 8-armed Vajra, but the strength of their attack is obviously much smaller. Someone shouted angrily, "This speed is too slow. Don't be reluctant to use small skills if you don't use big skills. How long will this fight last? A lot of people have died. Stop wasting time. Less than a quarter of our health is left. Everyone work harder." But at this moment, pung, the mad body of the 8-armed Vajra suddenly seemed to freeze and stood still. The scene immediately seemed a little weird, but soon someone noticed something was wrong. Oh my god, where's the health bar? Where's the health bar of the 8-armed Vajra? Dead? Dead just now. How did he die? Who killed him? Oh my god, there's still nearly a quarter of his health left. 7 million blood, just gone like this? Is this a bug in the world data? The scene was in an uproar, because many people can see it clearly. The health bar of the 8-armed Vajra was originally slowly decreasing to less than a quarter, but suddenly it was emptied in an instant. Something must have caused 7 or 8 million damages to the 8-armed Vajra in an instant. Killed the 8-armed Vajra instantly. But in today's world, even if it is the top bosses in the world or the top hidden professions, let alone one skill, even if they use a full set of skills, it is impossible to deal such high damage. But no matter whether they believed it or not, the huge body of the 8-armed Vajra could no longer hold on after its blood bar was emptied, and it fell to the ground with a bang. What awaits? It is that 10 minutes later, the corpse will decompose and disappear. The other side, a few seconds after Lu Ran released the blood spear, he got a prompt. Congratulations on successfully killing the level 50 outdoor boss 8-armed King Kong. Congratulations on gaining 5 million experience points. Congratulations on receiving the equipment reward. Level up, level up, level up. A series of prompts made Lu Ran's head buzz. 5 million experience points, damn. Lu Ran was surprised. This wild boss is so cool. Directly promoted 3 levels. Because according to Lu Xinshin's original estimate, Lu Ran could only level up to 1.5 levels at most after a day of hard work today. But now, I can kill a wild boss in seconds and level up 3 times on the spot. Lu Ran's level has reached level 18. It's only been a few days since I woke up. Lu Ran, what's wrong? Lei Tai asked anxiously. Given 5 million experience points, 3 levels in a row. Moreover, there are equipment rewards. Let me see. Lu Ran immediately opened his backpack. The advantage is that in the digitized world, in order to avoid large-scale wild melees, to snatch equipment or prevent equipment owners from picking up equipment, because if equipment drops by wild bosses, the person who gets the last knife will directly receive the equipment reward into his backpack. Moreover, as what people call a welfare boss, the name of the killer will not be announced. Otherwise, a level 10 undead mage could instantly knock off nearly a quarter of the 8-armed Vajra's health. This is simply terrifying. 5 million experience points. This can save us a lot of time. Lei Tai said excitedly. Yeah, it's a pity that the refresh of Wild Boss is irregular. It refreshes at random time, random place, and random level. Otherwise, refreshing Wild Boss is a good way to upgrade. Lu Xinshin said. I'll send people to each main city to gather information and keep an eye on it. If a wild boss appears, we will teleport over immediately. We'll still have time. Ye Honyi murmurit. Of course, the prerequisite is that Lu Ran has a charged blood spear. It will take at least a few hours of accumulation to be sure of success. Lu Ran's backpack was emptied yesterday, and all the extra equipment was put on the trading floor. At this time, there was only one piece of equipment lying quietly in the backpack. Hades Crystal Skull. Part, Helmet. Quality, Titan Epic. Level, Unlimited. Occupation, Unlimited. Intelligence, 250. Physical Strength, 100. Magic Defense, 170. Physical Defense, 170. Additional, increase the basic damage of undead skills by 5%. Additional, provides passive yin and yang. Lu Ran didn't quite understand it either, so he simply shared the equipment attributes with the public and asked the big guys to take a look. Titan Epic. Lei Tai was the first to exclaim. It seemed as if he knew that Lu Ran didn't understand. Lu Xinshin explained directly. Epic equipment is also classified. Ordinary epics are called epics, but if there is a prefix, the quality will be greatly improved. Titan epic is one of the categories. So that's how it is. Lu Ran really didn't know all this. Yi Hongyi then said, ordinary epics only have one additional attribute, but Titan epics can have two. One of yours increases the damage of undead skills, although it only increases by 5%. But when it is placed on your blood spear, it increases it exponentially. Not bad. Not bad. It perfectly suits your ability. Then, several people looked at another addition. What is the passive ability of the Yin and Yang worlds? Lei Tai asked curiously. Lu Ran, the active skills and passive skills added to the equipment will be displayed in your skill panel after you wear the equipment. Equip it, and then open the skill panel to take a look. Lu Xinxin reminded. Lu Ran did as he was told. Immediately, Lu Ran's head was covered by a crystal skull, but it was not scary. The crystal skull was crystal clear and had a strange beauty. Moreover, due to the distortion, Lu Ran's face could not be seen inside. It was like there was really a crystal skull standing in front of me. The helmet's appearance display can be hidden, otherwise it will look a bit weird. Qin Weiyao was the closest and was staring at Lu Ran. Suddenly, Lu Ran's head turned into a crystal skull, which scared her. Lu Ran chuckled and chose to hide. Only then did the skill panel open. Sure enough, a skill appeared in the passive list, and the passive skill took effect. Passive, Yin and Yang. Cooling down, 24 hours. Effect. When a professional is attacked by a fatal attack, he will not die immediately, but his health will be locked at 1, and he will enter the absolute Yin and Yang realm posture. This posture is immune to all attacks and lasts for 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, 30 of his health and mana will be restored. Seeing this, Lu Ran raised his eyebrows and thought, with the summons and the magic gourd, who can kill me? At the same time, Lu Ran also got another hint. Your equipment, the Crystal Skull of Hades, has entered the 5th place in the global equipment rankings. Do you want to display your personal profile information? Chapter 33. A crime for possessing a treasure. Lu Ran's head suddenly exploded. This equipment actually made it into the global equipment rankings? Is it so scary? Seeing the prompt inquiry is counting down. Lu Ran hurriedly asked, this equipment has entered the global equipment list. What does it mean to ask for personal information? Hi, Lu Xinxin shouted immediately. Choose to hide first, don't show. Lu Ran quickly did as he was told. He probably also understood that if he chose to display this thing, his personal information would be visible on the equipment list. An 18th level necromancer with equipment on the global equipment list is simply courting death. Lu Xinxin patted his chest and said fearfully, for other high-level combat bosses, the equipment list is a place to show off and become famous. But for Lu Ran, that was definitely seeking death. The attributes of his crystal skull are not particularly good, and the added 5% undead skill damage is nothing. It's only because it suits your abilities that it's on the equipment list, which means that the other added passive comprehensive score is extremely high. What exactly is the effect? Yi Hongyi analyzed. Lu Ran immediately shared the passive panel as well. After looking for a few seconds, Yi Hongyi and others' eyes lit up instantly. Oh my god, there is such a passive skill. No matter how terrifying the explosion is, it cannot kill Lu Ran instantly. Instead, it will enter the Yin and Yang realms and restore health points after the duration is up. This is simply a life-saving artifact. 10 seconds is enough time for Lu Ran to prepare to cast summons infinitely. This means that if Lu Ran doesn't want to die, no one can kill him. Don't forget, Lu Ran still has the magic gourd that I gave him as a gift. The three of them were talking at the same time. This passive skill really has an explosive effect. No wonder it is on the equipment list. Not only for Lu Ran, but for any high-level professional, this effect is equivalent to a second life. Good stuff, huh? This is God blessing me. Long Xia. As long as Lu Ran is alive, Long Xia will eventually suppress the world. Lei Tai laughed excitedly. As the president of the Battle Flag National Defense Army, Lei Tai's guild is also responsible for protecting the border. The number of times the National Protection Army fought with foreign forces is countless. No one knows the cruelty of this world better than Lei Tai. In the digital world, fists are the only way to win. If a country is not strong, just wait to be swallowed up by other countries. This is also the reason why after global digitization, many small countries have either been swallowed up and disappeared or merged into other countries. And now, as long as Lu Ran is not dead, Lu Ran alone can allow Long Xia to suppress the world. At the same time, the dungeon halls of each main city. More and more people have noticed changes in the equipment rankings. Suddenly, an epic equipment appeared in the rankings and occupied such a high position as 5th. Its effect also caused a global sensation. The yin and yang worlds, what an awesome effect. Isn't this like a second life? I don't have to worry about dying violently if I'm assassinated. It's worthy of being a titan epic, awesome. Oh my god, it's a divine weapon. Absolutely a divine weapon. How much is that worth? Who revealed this? No one's questions were satisfied. Because when you click on the ranking details, the owner's personal information is hidden. Hades Crystal Skull. Owner? Great. Occupation. Necromancer. Country. Longxia. Except for occupation and country, the name and level are completely hidden, with only a question mark displayed. This directly caused riots among the major forces. All of a sudden, all the major guilds began to issue bounties, and even the mercenary guild saw countless equipment commissions. There's only one goal, to buy this equipment. Anything that can make it onto the global equipment list is not garbage. But no matter how powerful the additional capabilities of other equipment are, you have to be alive to use them. Relatively speaking, the professionals of various high-level combat professions, the powerful forces or guild bosses value their lives more. After all, resurrection does not exist in this world. As long as you have Hades' Crystal Skull, it is like having a second life. There is no need to worry about being killed instantly by someone's outburst. How much is a life worth? Immeasurable. What's more, Hades' Crystal Skull has no occupational restrictions, and all bosses can equip it. As for the additional 5% undead skill damage, it's not important. In a short period of time, the commissions for each commission task, or the purchase price, has soared to tens of billions. This is not actually a commission, but rather a way for the big guys to attract the owner of the equipment and buy from each other. After all, the other party's identity is completely hidden and no one can find out. When Lu Ran and his friends arrived at the dungeon hall to prepare for the dungeon, they also saw this scene. And all kinds of commission tasks are flying all over the place. The price was still rising, which made Lu Ran secretly shocked. This is because I hid my personal information. Otherwise, a necromancer of level 10 or so would have such a miraculous equipment. One can imagine what awaits him. Let them go. Anyway, no one can find you after you hide. Also, don't show the appearance of the crystal skull. Just keep it hidden. Lu Xin instructed Lu Ran. Lu Ran nodded solemnly. He would never dare to expose this thing, even if he was beaten to death. This was the first time that Lu Ran understood so deeply the principle of being guilty of possessing a treasure. Okay, let's continue and try to get you to level 20 today. Although it's quite difficult, we'll try our best. Yihongi said. Then, Walala traded a lot of Platinum Team contracts to Lu Ran to reduce the experience penalty for each copy. However, Qin Weiyao could no longer continue to brush. Qin Weiyao is not even at level 15 yet, while Lu Ran is already at level 18. Lu Ran needs to play the level 15 dungeon, and Qin Weiyao cannot enter. Fortunately, Qin Weiyao didn't think it was a big deal. After all, the core of the team was Lu Ran, and Lu Ran's upgrade was the most important thing. After she went back, the high-level combat professionals Qin Lai arranged for her upgraded at a fast speed. Afternoon, Imperial Capital. After Yu Qingtsong finished dealing with the matters at hand, he received a notice from his superiors to attend meeting. He hurried over. I noticed that there were a few more yellow-haired people in the meeting room, and they were not from Longxia. In addition, some senior executives have already taken their seats. When Yu Qingtsong arrived, one of the yellow-haired men said to him arrogantly, "Are you Yu Qingtsong, the president of the Tiandao League?" His Longxia language wasn't standard, but it was obvious that he had practiced it. "Yes. How did you get into Longxia?" Yu Qingtsong asked directly. All cross-border teleportation points in Longxia have been closed. Professionals from other countries in Longxia were also repatriated. What do these people do? We are members of the Storm Guild. We made the appointment a few days ago. The yellow-haired man said immediately. You haven't answered my question yet. How did you get in? Yu Qingtsong said coldly. At this time, another senior official nearby said they entered by applying for special envoy status and obtaining temporary permission for cross-border teleportation. Do you remember the deal we proposed after they passed through the Black Dragon Mountains? Yu Qingtsong then remembered. At that time, the first guild in the world to pass the Black Dragon Mountains was Storm, commonly known as the Storm, which was the #1 guild in the United States. Longxia hopes to obtain several pieces of Black Dragon Mountain raid equipment through purchase or exchange. I hope that after getting a few powerful pieces of equipment, I can play a decisive role in taking down the Black Dragon Mountains and obtaining more equipment. But at that time, the Storm Guild directly rejected it. I didn't expect that the other party would come over on his own initiative now. Yu Qingtsong raised his eyebrows and looked with amusement at the Storm Guild members opposite him, who were full of pride and complacency. Because of the Black Dragon raid equipment, Longxia no longer needs it. Chapter 34 Eagle Sauce's Transaction. At this time, the yellow-haired leader said, Let me introduce myself first. My name is... It doesn't matter what your name is. What are you here for? Yu Qing interrupted the other person directly. Huang Mao was stunned. He frowned and said, You Huaxia had contacted our guild before, hoping that we could provide you with a purchase or exchange of Black Dragon Mountain equipment. We can give you this opportunity now. After saying that, Huang Mao casually placed the 3 pieces of equipment on the table. But the funny thing is, these 3 items are all purple rare equipment, not even legendary equipment. And Yu Qing took a quick look and found 2 wrist guards and a pair of shoes. In the full bodysuit, there is no main armor that provides double defense and a large number of attack and defense attributes, no weapons, and no accessories. Just take out 3 unnecessary accessories? But the yellow-haired man said proudly, You have probably never seen the equipment from the Black Dragon Mountain range, right? We are willing to sell these 3 pieces to you at the price of 500 million gold coins each. What the hell? Not only Yu Qing, but several other leaders also had strange expressions on their faces. Is there something wrong with these yellow-haired people's brains? Although it is equipment from the Black Dragon Mountains, it is not the main part, and is only of purple rare quality. Does this thing cost 500 million gold coins? You're dreaming. No, Yu Qing said lazily. Isn't this just to amuse fools? The yellow-haired man frowned and said, What do you mean? We are willing to give you a chance, but you don't cherish it. These 3 pieces are not main parts, and they are most likely scattered pieces or even rare equipment that cannot be assembled into a set. 500 million for 1 piece? Are you crazy? Yu Qing asked back, not even interested in checking out the properties. The price can be negotiated. If you think it's a bit expensive, we can talk about it and lower the price. The yellow-haired man's tone suddenly softened. I immediately understood what kind of person Yu Qing was. These 500 million are definitely not the offer given by the yellow-haired boss. It's just that Huang Mao wanted to make money from it, so he set the price himself. Moreover, this price is definitely much more outrageous than the price given by Huang Mao's superiors. No need to discuss it, no. Yu Qing waved his hand and said lazily. Several leaders around him became a little anxious. One of them said, Qing, why don't you think about it carefully? After all, it is the equipment from the Black Dragon Mountain range. Even if it is of rare quality, we still need it. If the price is lowered, we can get it if it is suitable. No, Yu Qing said firmly. I will make the decision on equipment trade with other countries. I have my own plans. Of course he knew what the leaders meant. Because even if it is rare quality equipment from the Black Dragon Mountains, as the highest level and most difficult team dungeon at this stage, even if it is of rare quality, the attributes must be very powerful. Moreover, the money spent was not the leaders' money, but the National Treasury's money. These leaders can make the decision at will without feeling bad. But Yu Qing didn't want to be a fool and be fooled by Huang Mao. Seeing Yu Qing's firm tone, the leaders didn't know what to say. They are not the highest level leaders and cannot interfere with Yu Qing's decision-making. Of course, they didn't know that Yu Qing's confidence came from Lu Ran. Yu Qing hasn't decided yet whether to expose Lu Ran to his superiors. Because once it is exposed, no matter what decision the superiors make, Yu Qing will not be able to interfere. The yellow-haired guy on the opposite side was a little dumbfounded. He didn't come here to show off. He really came here to do business. So he quickly said, We can significantly reduce the price. The price I mentioned before was just a reference. How about this? 200 million for 1 piece. No, 100 million. 3 pieces, 300 million. How about that? No. Yu Qing said lazily, refusing to do so at all costs. 300 million? Spending 300 million on Lu Ran is a huge profit. Bang! The yellow-haired man gritted his teeth and suddenly took out a broadsword, which made Yu Qing's eyes light up. And he immediately understood that this equipment was aimed at him. Yu Qing, because the broadsword is exactly the equipment he uses. Moreover, this piece of equipment is a red epic equipment. The smug smile on the yellow-haired man's face instantly reappeared. He said, This is an epic equipment from the Black Dragon Mountains. President, you will definitely like it. Yu Qing groaned and said, Name a price. The yellow-haired man waved his hand and said, This piece of equipment is priceless and cannot be bought with money. What do you mean? Are you going to take it out and show it off for fun? Yu Qing frowned. This morning, China released a piece of equipment that topped the equipment list. It's called Hades' Crystal Skull. President, you should know about it, right? The yellow-haired man said. Yu Qing sneered. This is the main purpose of this thing. Moreover, he applied to come here specifically not because he changed his mind and wanted to sell the Black Dragon equipment, but because he came for the Crystal Skull of Hades. I know. Yu Qing nodded. That's good to know. President Yu is very powerful. I believe we can find the owner of this equipment. If we can get Hades' crystal skull, this sword will be given to President Yu as a gift. The yellow-haired man said with a smile. Yu Qingtsong looked at the yellow-haired man with indifferent eyes. Huang Mao also added, "Oh, I forgot to tell President Yu that this sword is the Dragon Spine Greatsword, which ranks fourth on the global equipment list and is superior to Hades' crystal skull. President, you should have seen its attributes on the equipment list, so I won't explain it in detail." Hearing this, Yu Qingtsong was shocked. It turned out to be the Dragon Spine Giant Sword. That is the Black Dragon equipment that the Storm Guild got when they were lucky enough to clear the Black Dragon Mountains. Moreover, the skills attached to the Dragon Spine Greatsword can perfectly match Yu Qingtsong's Dragon Warrior skills. But relatively speaking, Yu Qingtsong also knew the value of Hades' Crystal Skull, a life-saving artifact. Although it ranks one place lower than the Dragon Spine Greatsword, its value in the eyes of all high-level professional warriors is definitely far greater than the Dragon Spine Greatsword. Otherwise, Huang Mao would not have hurriedly applied for entry to exchange it at the first opportunity. They also had their eyes on Hades' Crystal Skull. But now the problem is, even if Yu Qingtsong wants to change it, he can't find the owner of the equipment. How to find it when China has such a large population? The owner of Hades' Crystal Skull has hidden his personal information. Apart from knowing that he is a necromancer, there is no other information. Yu Qingtsong said casually. But halfway through his words, he was suddenly stunned. Necromancer. Could it be that? Although this idea is very strange. After all, Lu Ran is only in his teens. But he quickly turned on the communicator and sent a message to Lu Xinxin. Whose crystal skull is Hades? Huang Mao saw that Yu Qingtsong was halfway through his words. He urged impatiently, "President Yu, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. You must find Hades' crystal skull and hand it over to us before tomorrow evening, otherwise we will not wait for you. As for tonight, please arrange accommodation for us and provide us with delicious food. We are waiting for your good news." Yu Qingtsong glanced at the yellow-haired man and ignored him, just staring at the communicator. A few seconds later, Lu Xinxin sent a message, for simple words, "It's from Lu Ran." In an instant, Yu Qingtsong's brows danced with joy and he stood up laughing. He glanced at the yellow-haired guys and said loudly, "Show them away." Chapter 35, The Former Great Commander. Huh? What? The yellow-haired man was stunned, staring at the dragon spine giant sword in front of him with wide eyes. He said, "President Yu, you have to see clearly. This is the real dragon spine giant sword. I've seen it carefully. I don't want it. Take it and get out of here." Yu Qingtsong waved his hand and said, This shouldn't be the case." Huang Mao was a little confused. How could he just say no to it out of the blue? Yu Qingtsong, you'd better think carefully. If you miss this village, you will miss this store too. Besides, you don't want the equipment from the Black Dragon Mountains, but the country wants some. You will regret it later, the yellow-haired man shouted. Regret? How could our great China lack your crappy equipment? Yu Qingtsong said with a sneer. Okay, I'll wait and see. When the national war comes, I, the Eagle Sauce, will be the first to attack you Chinese. I will keep my word, the yellow-haired man said angrily. I'm happy to accompany you. Since you said so, then go back and tell your Congress that on the day of the national war, we, China, will be the first to take action against the Eagle Sauce. I will do what I say. Yu Qingtsong did not give in. The two sides were diametrically opposed. Yu Qingtsong was too lazy to waste time talking to the other party and turn around to leave. But at this time, Huang Mao couldn't hold back his anger and cursed. Shameless Chinese pig, just wait. Pung. Before he could finish his words, a broadsword was stuck on the table in front of the yellow-haired man. Yu Qingtsong's casual clothes exploded, and the black Qilin suit was wrapped with black dragon energy, and the surrounding air seemed to be distorted. He stood at the conference table, looking down at Huang Mao. Like a king, he said in a cold voice, "Apologize or die." Gulp. Huang Mao swallowed his saliva. He suddenly remembered that although Yu Qingtsong now wears a suit and looks gentle and refined, before becoming the leader of the Tiandao League, Yu Qingtsong was the commander-in-chief of the Chinese Battle Flag National Defense Army. I have killed countless vicious criminals from abroad. Huang Mao quickly said sorry. I was just impulsive. Yu Qingtsong looked at the yellow-haired man indifferently, with murderous intent flashing in his eyes. But now as the leader of the Tiandao Alliance, representing the face of China's #1 guild, he finally swallowed his anger. He said in a deep voice, "Get lost." With just one word, the yellow-haired guys ran away as if they were pardoned. In this digital world, these yellow-haired guys applied for entry as special envoys and cannot be easily moved. Several leaders sighed and said to Yu Qingtsong, "Qingtsong, now that the national war is imminent and the Black Dragon Mountains have been unconquered for a long time, our situation is not good. I will make my own decision." Yu Qingtsong said casually, The original idea of reporting Lu Ran was completely dispelled because of the performance of these leaders today. Unless you bypass these leaders and find the ones at the top, otherwise, it will be useless. Lu Ran will only be used as a tool by these useless leaders. He had to wait. After a month, Lu Ran would make a stunning debut and shock the whole world. Then, Lu Ran would naturally get the status and identity he deserved. The other side, Lu Ran and his friends continued brushing until evening. Lu Ran's level also increased to more than 80% of level 19. It's not far from level 20. After all, the previous wild boss directly allowed Lu Ran to gain 5 million experience points, and his level was directly raised to over level 18. There is no hope today. Take a rest, Lu Ran. I will get you some levelless equipment later. Lu Xinshin suddenly said after leaving the dungeon. Several people looked at Lu Xinshin in confusion. Lu Xinshin said, "Don't you want to try the Endless Tower?" "I've thought about it. Although each person can only successfully clear each floor of the Endless Tower once, they can only gain experience once. But for you now, early experience is especially important. The sooner you level up, the more experience you will gain by clearing higher level dungeons. I'll give you some level-free equipment. After the morning meeting at school tomorrow, you can go to the Endless Tower. I believe that we can gain a lot of experience in this wave." Lu Ran did have the idea of clearing the Endless Tower, but Yi Hongyi said worriedly, "Isn't it too dangerous? When you enter the Endless Tower, you can't leave the dungeon in the middle of the battle unless you kill the boss or hold on for 30 minutes to be automatically kicked out. This is also one of the biggest difficulties in reaching the level of the Endless Tower. Many people are unable to move forward, but I don't dare to rush. If I enter the next level and I can't defeat the enemy, can't kill the enemy, and can't maintain my health, I will not be able to hold on for more than 30 minutes and can only wait to die." Even Yu Qingtsong, who tried to reach the 60th level more than a dozen times, was unable to kill the boss. Fortunately, thanks to Yu Qingtsong's skill characteristics, he can survive for 30 minutes without any problem. As for the others, they dare not rush to the next level easily. This is also the reason why Sakura's Nanami surpassed Yu Qingtsong by breaking through several levels and caused a global sensation. It is not easy to regain the ranking. You need to try your best. Therefore, Yi Hongyi's worries are not unreasonable. After all, Lu Ran's level is still too low, only level 19. But Lu Xinshin said confidently, "It will be fine." Then, she said to Lu Ran, "Your blood spear has been charging since you killed the 8-armed Vajra this morning. Very good, keep charging. Tomorrow morning after the morning meeting, go fight the Endless Tower. Don't use the blood spear, just use your skeleton soldiers to make endless corpse explosions. When you run out of mana on a certain level and can't kill the boss on that level, then use the blood spear again. This way, there is no risk of error. Anyway, just charge forward recklessly. And when you can't charge anymore, throw out the blood spear that you've been holding back all night to kill the boss, and then quit." In this way, even if Lu Ran only charges 1 level a day, it will be easy for him to surpass Nanishan, and there will be no danger. Don't forget that Lu Ran still has the Yin and Yang realms of the Crystal Skull. After listening to Lu Xinshin's analysis, Lei Tai immediately gave a thumbs up, said, "It has to be Xinshin who sees things clearly. It gives me a headache if you ask me, old Lei, to think about these things." Yi Hongyi also understood it immediately and figured out the key point in an instant. It's true. It's safe for Lu Ran to go to the Endless Tower. In a nutshell, charge without thinking. And when you can't charge anymore, throw the blood spear to finish. And charge once in the morning, throw the blood spear to finish, then accumulate strength, come out and follow us to clear the dungeon for a day, charge again in the evening, throw the blood spear to finish. If you count this way, you can charge at least 2 levels every day. Yi Hongyi analyzed. Now it all depends on how many levels Lu Ran can reach in one breath tomorrow. Giving Lu Ran more equipment is also to significantly increase his spell attack power. After all, Lu Ran now has only a few useful equipment on him, and the few parts he pieced together are all garbage. To be on the safe side, Yi Hongyi took Lu Ran directly to the Hongye Chamber of Commerce. Let's go to the Hongye Chamber of Commerce first and pick out a set of levelless equipment. Why is there no action yet on the treasury opening of equipment that old you applied for? Otherwise, there would be a lot of good things in the treasury. Yi Hongyi muttered. Chapter 36. The well-deserved first place on the newcomer list. Yi Hongyi was also willing to do so. Although there is no time to wait for good equipment, Lu Ran's level is low now, and he will have to keep changing it later. And the really good equipment will not be sold in trading houses or guilds of commerce. Therefore, ordinary levelless epics are still sufficient. Yi Hongyi doesn't care what the price is, as long as it is suitable for Lu Ran and has high intelligence, spell, and attack power bonus. She will buy it all. After finishing a set of equipment, Lu Ran's spell attack power reached 1,700. Compared with the previous 600 spell attack power, it's like changing the gun. Lu Ran, not to mention your skills and item effects, just the 1,700 spell attack power alone has already surpassed many magic professions at levels 30 or 40. Lei Tai said approvingly. Of course Lu Ran knew, but he also knew how much it cost, and how much money Hongi spent on him. Thank you, Sister Hong. Lu Ran said sincerely. These people really spared no effort to help Lu Ran and gave him the best they could. No need to thank me. Just fight hard in the Endless Tower, suppress the little guys, take back the top spot that belongs to China, and fight for our honor. That will be the best way to thank you. Yi Hongyi patted Lu Ran on the shoulder and said. As for Lu Xinxin, she subconsciously calculated the damage Lu Ran had suffered now. It's actually not difficult to calculate. Lu Ran's current spell attack power is 1,700. Blood Lance has unlimited charge, increasing base damage by 50% per second. 1 minute is 30 times the basic damage. That is 510,000 spell damage. 10 minutes, 510,000. 1 hour, 3,060,000. This is just 1 hour of damage. If you charge up the energy for a whole night, even if it's 10 hours, that would be more than 30 million damages. It can be said that it is seconds better than heaven, earth, and air. With the Blood Spear as the last resort, Lu Ran's Endless Tower is not in any danger at all. I'm also curious about how many levels you can reach in one breath tomorrow. You should be able to gain a lot of experience. Lu Xinxin said. Everyone waits and sees. This also resulted in Lu Ran being absent-minded throughout the morning meeting the next day. My mind is full of thoughts about the Endless Tower. As for the ranking, Lu Ran was of course first, without any suspense, and Lu Ran felt no wavering at all. Even without the effects of skills and entries, with such a huge influx of resources and training, even if it is a wooden stake, its level will be raised. And as the rankings of the newcomers continue to be revealed, it can be seen that many people have reached level 10, and the third one has reached level 11. Then, just like the past 2 days, when the second place was revealed, everyone's eyes turned to Qin Wuyao's class. Qin Wuyao turned her head and looked at Lu Ran. Second place, level 13 Space Walker, Qin Wuyao. Qin Wuyao is already level 13. Sure enough, as the daughter of Qin Lai, even if she didn't follow Lu Ran and his team, Qin Wuyao's upgrade speed was still quite fast. But when she's not with Lu Ran, Qin Wuyao always feels empty inside. The third guy, who is a rare profession, was sitting in his seat and sighing. It's obviously third place, which is not low. It is a ranking that many people envy, but why can't he be happy at all? Probably because the gap between her and the second place Qin Wuyao is too big. Qin Wuyao is level 13, which seems to be only 2 levels away from his level 11. But the experience gap between these 2 levels is not a small number. The gap is huge. And there is Lu Ran, who is ranked first. He is the real monster. There was constant noise on the playground. Qin Wuyao is leveling up so fast, she's already level 13. You know nothing. From what I've heard, Qin Wuyao and Lu Ran were upgraded together. It is said that a big boss is leading the team, personally, but we don't know who is leading them yet. Yesterday Lu Ran was level 15, so he should be level 16 now, right? That's not necessarily true. After level 15, the experience required to level up is extremely high. It's difficult to level up in one day. But even if Lu Ran is not level 16, he is probably not far off. He is still firmly in first place. My goodness, I'm only level 7. The gap is too big. Amid the noise, the first place is gradually revealed. First place, level 19 Necromancer, Lu Ran. The moment Lu Ran's name appeared, the entire playground fell silent. Lu Ran is actually level 19. He was only level 15 yesterday. What did this guy do in such a short day? The entire playground exploded in an instant. This, 19 levels in one day? Am I seeing things? Oh my god, how did you do that? The second place Qin Wuyao is only level 13. The third place is only level 11. And the first place Lu Ran is level 19. I have nothing to say. Lu Ran is still Lu Ran. Even if he awakens an ordinary necromancer, he is still that genius. Even the instructors and the principal Jiang Jinbei were stunned. Lu Ran's previous upgrade speed was already outrageous, but unexpectedly, it is even more outrageous now. Upgrade from level 15 to level 19 in one day. Jump 4 levels in a row. The experience required for this is at least millions or even tens of millions. It's totally unimaginable how Lu Ran did it. Only Lu Ran himself felt at ease. As the rankings were announced, Jiang Jinbei began to greet and say some polite words. Lu Ran doesn't need the tutor's help. I just got up and left. Qin Wuyao had been watching Lu Ran, and when she saw Lu Ran stand up, she quickly followed him. outside the playground. Qin Weiyao said sourly. After all, we were once known as the two most outstanding people. It's only been a few days since we awakened our professions, and you've fallen so far behind. Lu Ran curled his lips. In the previous spiritual power ranking, I was first and you were second. Now, in the newcomer ranking, I am first and you're second. Aren't they still the same? And the Peerless Twins? Why haven't I heard of this nickname? TSK, how can it be the same? You are now level 19. That's a full 4 levels difference. And now you're going to fight in the Endless Tower, which will give you a lot of experience. The gap between us will get bigger and bigger. Qin Weiyao said. You can fight if you want. Lu Ran said. Forget it. I don't want to die yet. Except for a weirdo like you. Who else would dare to fight in the Endless Tower at level 10? Qin Weiyao waved her hands repeatedly. Not long. The two came to the dungeon hall and met with 3 presidents wearing cloaks and hats. Qin Weiyao came here specifically to join in the fun. She was not in a hurry to upgrade. The current progress had far exceeded her expectations, so it was more important to just watch the fun. The entrance to the Endless Tower is over there. Ye Hongyi pointed. There were not many people on the teleportation array not far away. Compared with the crowded situation in the dungeon, it was obvious that not many people were fighting in the Endless Tower. Check the Blood Spear, and remember my words. If you can't beat them, use the Blood Spear to pass the level, and then exit the dungeon. Don't try to be stubborn. Lu Xinxin's voice was as soft and pleasant as usual, but she gave the instructions in a very serious tone. Lu Ran didn't dare to be careless. Checking the Blood Spear, it has been charging for 12 hours. More than 30 million damages are enough to kill any boss in the Endless Tower instantly. Don't worry, Sister Xinxin. I understand, Lu Ran said solemnly. Then, under the expectant gazes of several people, Lu Ran took a deep breath and stepped into the teleportation array of the Endless Tower. After choosing to enter, his figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. Chapter 37. This time, I am truly invincible. This is Lu Ran's first time entering the Endless Tower copy. His location was in a safe zone on the side of a huge platform. In the middle of the platform is a Pippi Pig, but it is a larger one. Level 1 Pippi Pig, first floor. Lu Ran can see the level and name of the monster, but cannot see its health, attributes, etc. This level 1 is obviously the easiest. Lu Ran didn't rush to fight, but turned his head to look around. Around the entire platform, there are 8 towering stone pillars arranged in an octagonal pattern, supporting the dome above. The height is about 50 meters. The platform is surrounded by walls. You can also see the 8 tower windows. Lu Ran guessed that his current location should be on the first floor of the Endless Tower. Then just press upwards one by one. However, Lu Ran has not seen any stairs or other ways to lead to the second floor. Then let's start the fight. These low-level ones in front should be easy, Lu Ran said thoughtfully. Then he took out his staff. It is worth mentioning that what Lu Ran is holding in his hand now is no longer the Frostwolf staff. Instead, it was an epic item without level that Yi Hongyi chose for him. The reason for choosing this one is because this weapon has high intelligence and also has a 3% bonus to spell attack power. In Lu Xinxin's words, any attribute that increases spell attack power by percentage is a god-level attribute for Lu Ran. For ordinary magic professions, increasing the spell attack power by this little bit seems unnecessary. But this 3% of spell attack power added to Lu Ran's Blood Spear charge, the increased damage is extremely terrifying. Pung! In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen skeletons were thrown out and then rushed over and exploded at the pig corpse. Instant kill, no suspense. Congratulations on clearing the first floor of the Endless Tower and gaining 10,000 experience points. 10,000 experience points? Wow, that's not bad, Lu Ran said thoughtfully. Although compared with the dungeon, these 10,000 experience points are insignificant, but you have to know that this is only the first level of the Endless Tower. No wonder each professional can only get experience rewards once on each level. Then, in the safe zone at the edge of the platform where Lu Ran came in, a spiral staircase appeared. Because the floor is 50 meters high, the spiral staircase looks like a long and thin twist. Lu Ran walked straight up the stairs. The boss on the second floor is already waiting. Level 2 Coyote, second floor. Lu Ran directly placed the skeletons on the target and let them explode and kill instantly, intending to speed up the attack on the next level. Congratulations on clearing the second floor of the Endless Tower and gaining 20,000 experience points. Lu Ran narrowed his eyes slightly. He pondered and said, so, if you clear a few levels, you will get tens of thousands of experience points? This experience point is really rich. When you reach dozens of floors, each floor gives you hundreds of thousands of experience points. In this way, Lu Ran went on layer by layer. The experience bar keeps rising, and the process of killing monsters is also simple. Basically, all of them are corpses exploding all the way. When I reached the 17th floor, Lu Ran successfully upgraded to level 20, and now he is still feeling very relaxed. Because of the touch of the undead and Lu Ran's current strong mana, he can throw out almost an endless stream of skeleton soldiers. Unfortunately, the boss was infinitely controlled by the touch of the undead and was passively beaten on the spot, unable to resist. Lu Ran glanced at the 18-story staircase that had already appeared, but did not rush up. Instead, he opened the skill list and started looking at it. The level 20 skill has been unlocked. Skill, Skeleton Storm. Cooling down, 2 minutes. Consumption, 50 mana. Effect, gather bones to form a storm, causing group magic damage lasting 10 seconds to all enemy units within a 30-meter range. I have a group attack skill. Lu Ran pondered. Although he learned many professional skills in school, there were too many skills and Lu Ran didn't care much about the skills of ordinary professions, so he couldn't remember them. This is another key skill of the Necromancer after Bloodlance. A continuous damage group attack skill. It is needed by many teams when they're doing dungeon clearing. The bone storm that lasts for 10 seconds can still cause considerable damage to dungeon monsters. Lu Ran simply ignored the 2-minute cooling time. The mana consumption is not low, requiring 50 mana points. It's useless. The skeleton soldier's corpse explosion is also a group attack. Although the range is smaller, we have summoned a lot of them. Lu Ran said thoughtfully. This skill is a very good group attack skill for other necromancers, but it doesn't make much sense to Lu Ran. But when Lu Ran saw the new entry that was unlocked, he immediately changed his mind. Entry: the sky is vast and the sea is wide. Effect: from the date this entry is unlocked, every time an enemy unit is killed, the coverage range of all skills will increase by 1 meter, with no upper limit. Current bonus: 0 meters. Lu Ran's breathing immediately became rapid. This entry is similar to the saying, the sea embraces all rivers. The range is also increased by killing enemy units. But the difference is that Hai Na Bai Chuan increases the casting range of the skill. In other words, the greater the distance, the farther the skill can be thrown, such as blood spear and long-range sniping. As for the vast sea and sky, what is increased is the coverage of skills. This is terrifying, because whether it's Touch of the Undead or the newly unlocked Skeleton Storm, the skill coverage range is 30 meters. However, as Lu Ran kills more and more monsters, this range will become larger and larger. Unfortunately, the entry has just been unlocked. The bonus has not yet started to accumulate. It has not inherited the scope of the sea. Otherwise, the bone storm that Lu Ran threw out now could cover 40 kilometers. What does a bone storm covering 40 kilometers mean? It's not as simple as just covering a main city. During a national war, a range of 40 kilometers is enough to cover the army of any country. Moreover, Lu Ran also has the skill casting range of Hai Na Bai Chuan, which can cast a bone storm from a long distance, covering the enemy army. Moreover, the skill has no cooldown and can stack bone storms infinitely. Wanna run? Sorry, the range of Touch of the Undead is also 40 kilometers. All professionals from the enemy country must stand where they are. Even if the control effect is dispelled, it is useless because Lu Ran's Touch of the Undead has no cooldown. It's a pity that Lu Ran's current level is still low, and his spell attack power is insufficient. Otherwise, even if he entered the national war battlefield now, he could instantly control the army of any country, and then use the Skeleton Storm to strangle them completely. Unfortunately, Lu Ran's spell attack power is not enough, and the damage is obviously insufficient. Also, when I unlock group area skills in the future, I won't have to worry about the attack range. Lu Ran whispered excitedly. These entries are more perverted than each other. He is only level 20 now, but all skills have no cooldown. The casting range of all skills is infinitely increased. All skill coverage is infinitely increased. This time it's truly invincible. Even Lu Ran couldn't imagine what he would become as his level continued to increase, and he reached a high level with 7 or 8 more skills and 7 or 8 more entries. Keep rushing. Lu Ran calmed down. He glanced at the stairs leading to the 18th floor and walked over. His impact levels are still increasing. Nowadays, clearing a level can earn you hundreds of thousands of experience points. Lu Ran's experience bar keeps rising. At the same time, in the copy hall, the 3 presidents and Qin Wuyao were waiting outside obediently. Although they were confident in Lu Ran's abilities, they still had some concerns. I wonder how Lu Ran is doing. Yi Hongyi asked in a slightly worried tone. Don't worry, he has the blood spear, so many skeleton soldiers, the Yin and Yang worlds, and a magic gourd. What boss can kill him? Lei Tai was very carefree and said, waving his hand. In comparison, Lu Xinxin is much more rational. He glanced at the communicator on his wrist, then looked up at the teleportation array at the entrance of the Endless Tower, and said with a smile, "The communicator is on. Lu Ran will be fine, and he should be level 20, and he is still continuing to push for higher levels. I just don't know what new entry Lu Ran has unlocked." Chapter 38 tops the rankings. Several people were waiting in the dungeon hall. I waited for several hours, and it was almost time for lunch, but Lu Ran didn't come out. But Lu Ran's communicator is always online. This means that Lu Ran is fine, but he was not kicked out of the copy due to timeout. This means that Lu Ran is still trying to make progress. This guy, how many floors does he plan to rush through in one breath? Lei Tai asked in astonishment. But no one knew what Lu Ran's current condition was, nor did they know which floor Lu Ran had reached. Inside the Endless Tower at this time, Lu Ran looked at the stairs leading to the next floor. He pondered and said, "The next step is the 50th floor. I didn't expect that the efficiency of charging all the way would be so high. And now, every time you clear a level, you will gain 4 or 500,000 experience points." Lu Ran did a quick calculation for now. From the first floor to the current 49th floor, not counting the 50th floor that is about to be reached, Lu Ran has accumulated more than 12 million experience points. This also raised Lu Ran's level to level 22. You know, when Lu Ran entered the dungeon, he was only level 19. As time goes by, the experience required for upgrading increases exponentially. Being able to level up 3 times before lunch was far beyond Lu Ran's expectations. You know, it's only been a few days since I awakened to my profession. Many other new professionals haven't even reached level 10 yet. The 50 floors in front of us are the key. Every 10 levels is a major level. The attributes, health volume, and other aspects of the boss on this level will be greatly improved compared to the previous 9 levels. This is also the reason why Yu Qingcang was stuck on the 60th floor for so long. This is also the reason why Nanes, who was living a simple life, rushed to the 61st floor and caused a global sensation. The difficulty difference between the 60th floor and the 59th floor is huge. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ran walked up the stairs. Although the difficulty gradually increased and the pressure slowly came, he was not nervous at all, and the blood spear had not been released yet. 50 floors, the area is much larger. The dome is also taller. Lu Ran was used to it. He looked up and saw the boss on the 50th floor, standing quietly in the middle not far away. Level 50 Golden Flame Holy Lion, 50th floor. Is a lion as big as a hill. His whole body was covered with golden fur, which looked like flames. The golden holy light is somewhat dazzling. Lu Ran didn't have many tricks up his sleeve, so he just used the tins of undead to prevent the boss from rushing towards him too quickly. He would not have time to react and would fall into the gutter. Then, an endless stream of skeleton soldiers began to be thrown out. The siege was continued, the corpses exploded, and the health of the golden flame holy lion continued to decrease. As the battle began, Lu Ran also saw the health bar of the golden flame holy lion. A full 2 million health points. This is already exaggerated. No wonder it is so difficult for those high-level professionals to break into the upper levels. Moreover, they do not have Lu Ran's infinite release of Touch of the Undead to control the boss. They need to roam, dodge, defend, and perform other operations to maneuver and find opportunities to attack the boss. But this process is much simpler for Lu Ran. Lu Ran's corpse explosion damage is 300% of the basic spell attack power. But because the Golden Flame Holy Lion is a sacred creature, the damage reduction is greatly reduced. The corpse explosion can only cause a little more than 2,000 damage. So in total, 1,000 skeleton soldiers would be needed to explode, which was a very simple task for Lu Ran. With his current mana, he can produce 3,000, let alone 1,000. So, Lu Ran used his hand speed gained from being single for 18 years to frantically summon the undead, and threw the summoned undead over to cause the corpses to explode. In the middle, you need to replenish the touch of the undead from time to time to ensure that the Golden Flame Holy Lion can stay where it is and not run around. After just a few minutes, boom! With the last round of corpse explosions, the Golden Flame Holy Lion's health bar was emptied and it fell to the ground in humiliation. Congratulations on clearing the 50th floor of the Endless Tower and gaining 500,000 experience points. Lu Ran curled his lips and said thoughtfully, "It's quite simple." Then, Lu Ran suddenly got a hint. Congratulations on entering the 28th place in the Endless Tower global rankings. Do you want to display your personal profile information? Lu Ran was startled and was a little slow to react. Is this entering the global rankings? Into the top 30. Having learned from previous experience, Lu Ran simply chose to refuse to show his information and hide it. Didn't it start from 30th place? How come it jumped directly to 28th place? Lu Ran muttered. He originally planned to continue. After all, the blood spear was still there. But because he was on the list, Lu Ran was a little worried. After thinking about it, I can come back anytime anyway. I'll go out and ask a few guild presidents first if this will have any impact if it's included in the rankings. What Lu Ran didn't know was, in the copy hall at this time. No, to be exact, countless dungeon halls around the world were in an uproar. Am I seeing right? The Necromancer has entered the Endless Tower rankings. What's wrong with this Necromancer? How did he do it? How can he do that? Does a Necromancer have any ability to restore health? How did he manage to be immortal and pass the 50th floor? I remember the boss on the 50th floor is the Golden Flame Holy Lion. Isn't that a holy boss that can counter the Necromancer? Damn it, I'm also a Necromancer. Why can't I figure out how to get through the 50th floor? For a time, the world was in turmoil. In the hall of the Blackfire City dungeon, the three presidents looked at each other. You look at me, I look at you. Now we don't have to guess blindly, because we know which level Lu Ran has reached. Only, I thought this little guy would be very powerful, but I didn't expect that he would go straight to the global rankings the first time he entered. Yi Hongyi was secretly amazed. I didn't expect it to happen so fast. Lu Xinxin exclaimed. This kid still remembered to hide his personal information. Good. He deserves praise. Lei Tai said with satisfaction. On the leaderboard, number 28, occupation, Necromancer, level, country, China, guild, number of floors, 50. Apart from occupation, nationality, and level, everything is a question mark. I can't see anything. There were countless people praising me. We Chinese are the ones who deserve it. Awesome. Is this the first time that the Necromancer class has appeared in the Endless Tower rankings? Ah, you have made us Necromancers proud. Who dares to say that we Necromancers are ordinary? Could this boss be the owner of Hades' crystal skull? It looks like it also hides personal information. It seems that he is still a mysterious boss who doesn't like to pretend. Amid countless people's discussions, Lu Ran withdrew from the Endless Tower. The three presidents and Qin Wuyao outside immediately came over. You don't know, just now Lu Ran said excitedly. Let's talk outside. Yi Hongyi interrupted Lu Ran directly. Several people came to the corner of the square outside. They all looked at Lu Ran with strange eyes. You kid, you really are a blockbuster. Yi Hongyi said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. I didn't expect that you would rank directly up to 28th, which is the global ranking. You are a level 19 Necromancer. Yi Hongyi exclaimed. Well, I'm level 23 now. Lu Ran reminded. Chapter 39 shocked the world. What's wrong with level 23? Isn't it an exaggeration to reach the 50th floor at level 23? Hey, wait a minute. You are level 23? Eli doi glorith. The higher the level, the higher the reward. From the first level to the 50th level, you can get a total of 12.75 million experience points. It is normal to reach level 23. Lu Xinxin said on the side. Otherwise, it would have to be Lu Xinxin, who is most sensitive and fast in numerical calculations. But we didn't expect that you could rush to the top of the global Endless Tower rankings in one go. Yi Hongyi said. It's quite simple. Lu Ran scratched his head and said. This also caused the three presidents and Qin Wuyao to roll their eyes. It doesn't matter. I have hidden my personal information anyway. They will think that he is just a high-level necromancer. It's nothing, Lu Ran said thoughtfully. It's not that simple. Before you climb to the 28th place, the top 30 are all hidden professions, and there are only 6 magic professions among them. They either have high burst, high control, or have skills to restore health. No necromancer has ever rushed up there. Lu Xinxin said. Lu Ran turned his head and saw that it was true. Moreover, he found Lei Tai's ranking on it, 11th. Yi Hongyi ranks 8th. I didn't see Lu Xinxin's name. Don't look at me. I'm a healing profession, and I have very few output skills. Although I can ensure that I won't die, the output damage required by the higher-ups is not enough for me. Lu Xinxin saw through Lu Ran's thoughts at a glance. Then he added, but it doesn't matter. You have hidden your personal information anyway, so no one can find out that the necromancer is you. Lu Ran looked at the rankings. He was ranked 28th, but the 29th and 30th also had the same record of 50 floors as him. So I asked Lu Xinxin out of curiosity. For the same number of levels, the ranking depends on how long it takes to clear the level. The shorter the time, the higher the ranking. The 27th place is the 51st level. Going down, among all the 50 levels, you have the fastest clearing speed. How long did it take you? Lu Xinxin asked while explaining. About 4 minutes. Lu Ran estimated. After these words were spoken, the 3 presidents fell silent again. Although Lu Xinxin has explained it, Lu Ran may still not be able to accurately understand the explosiveness of the necromancer profession climbing to the top of the Endless Tower rankings. At the same time, the news spread around the world. China, the imperial capital. As soon as Yu Qing-song finished dealing with the matters at hand, someone came to report that a necromancer had reached the top of the rankings of the Endless Tower. Yu Qing-song was stunned and asked in surprise, "Who is it?" "From our guild." Currently, the strongest necromancers in the country are basically from the Tiandao Alliance, so Yu Qing-song took it for granted that this was the case. But the subordinate shook his head and said, "I'm not sure. He is the same as the necromancer who obtained Hades' crystal skull. He has hidden his personal information. We can only see his nationality and occupation. We don't know anything else. It is possible that he is the same necromancer." Yu Qing-song was a little dumbfounded. It's nothing that Lu Ran obtained Hades' crystal skull, because it is not necessarily obtained by Lu Ran himself. After the 3 presidents obtained it, they gave it to Lu Ran for him to equip it, and he could also climb onto the equipment list. But this Endless Tower is different. Endless Tower is a single-player copy. Lu Ran can only fight by himself. But what level is Lu Ran at now? How did he reach the 50th floor? Just relying on the skeleton soldier's explosion without cooling? Yu Qing-song was a little confused. After thinking about it, he turned on the communicator and planned to ask the 3 presidents. But at this moment, there was a knock on the door. Yu Qing-song stopped for the moment and asked his men to open the door. Then a tall and thin man ran in hurriedly. "Lao Yu, tell me honestly, who is that necromancer?" The man's eyes turned red. "What? You also know the news?" Yu Qing-song said with a smile. "Nonsense, the Endless Tower ranking. It represents the comprehensive performance of a person's combat power. The necromancer can climb up there, which I never dared to imagine in my lifetime," the man said excitedly. "His name is Wang Mu, China's #1 necromancer, level 60. Yu Qing-song fell silent. Wang Mu seemed to have noticed something. He pondered and said, "So, you really do know that necromancer, right? Who is he? I want to become his disciple." Yu Qing-song sighed. "Lao Wang, we are comrades in arms. We have been friends for so many years. I don't want to hide it from you, but I have already reported this matter to the higher-ups. It is confidential, so I cannot tell you." "Confidential?" Wang Mu's eyes widened. The other party's identity was actually a secret, but Wang Mu still couldn't hold back and gritted his teeth and said, "A few leaders above, right? I have a relationship with them. I'll go ask them." But Yu Qing-song shook his head. He said, "It's useless. Those above don't know. I reported it to the top. This is the highest level of confidentiality and is not included in the archives. Those people you mentioned don't have permission to access it. Lao Wang, listen to me and don't ask anymore. You will know it later, and it won't be long." Hearing this, Wang Mu broke out in a cold sweat. Those at the top. Wang Mu didn't dare to think about it any further. Moreover, in order to prevent leakage, the highest level of confidential information is not even included in the archives. Even the few leaders he knows who have great connections do not have the authority to access it. "I see. I was impulsive. Fortunately, you reminded me. Otherwise, if I continued to inquire about the information, I would have made a mistake," Wang Mu said fearfully. Seeing that he gave up asking, Yu Qing-song also breathed a sigh of relief. "I'll know what you said soon. Don't lie to me," Wang Mu added. The other side. Cherry Blossoms, Ikena Taisha Shrine. In the conference room, a woman wearing a shrine maiden costume decorated with bright red cherry blossoms sat in the main seat. She is Nanace, who is currently ranked #1 in the Endless Tower. The eldest daughter of the Tsuchimikado family, the #1 Onmyoji of Sakura, the president of Ikena Taisha, and also the goddess of Sakura Shintoism. At this time, the senior leaders of Ikena Taisha sat separately. The necromancer ranked 28th in the Endless Tower. "What do you think?" China asked calmly. The high-ranking officials on both sides of the shrine looked at each other and expressed their opinions. "I was just lucky. It's only the 50th floor. It's nothing. There's no need to pay attention. Maybe he relied on some special equipment to get through the 50th floor. The other party hid his personal information. I suspect he is the same person as the owner of Hades' crystal skull." Hearing this, Nanace frowned. He scolded, "Idiot! That necromancer not only cleared the 50th floor of the Endless Tower, but also completed it in the shortest time among all the 50 floors. Tell me, what kind of luck and what kind of equipment could allow a necromancer to achieve such an achievement?" After being scolded by Nanace, everyone immediately stopped talking. But no one could figure out if it's not a problem with the equipment. What else could it be? Could it be a problem with the necromancer himself? But necromancer is a necromancer. What could be wrong with that? Even Nanace, who was furious at the moment, had no clue. Seeing the depressing atmosphere in the meeting room, Nanace waved her hand and said, "Forget it. Although it's strange, the necromancer can pass the 50th floor, which is already the limit. Don't pay attention to it. Just keep an eye on Yu Qing-song. I called you here today to ask you to investigate the reason why the entire territory of China blocked cross-border transmission. How did you find out? Chapter 40. Xin is really nice. Hearing Nana's question, everyone's faces became even uglier. Nana's was not in a hurry either, and swept her cold eyes over everyone. Finally, someone couldn't hold it in any longer and spoke up. The entire territory of China has blocked cross-border transmissions, and even trade is prohibited. It's difficult for our people to conduct an in-depth investigation, but we speculate that it may be related to the upcoming national war. Maybe China has some secret means to deal with a national war. Guess? I asked you to investigate for so long, and your result is just a guess. Nana's asked with a raised eyebrow. The man's face suddenly turned ugly, and he dared not say a word. Nana looked at everyone with a sneer and said, "What a bunch of rubbish. China must have done such a big job to keep something secret. Do you still need a guess?" But as to what it is, no one knows. Nowadays, professionals from other countries who want to enter China can only do so by applying for entry. And even if he obtained temporary teleportation permission, he would go there as a special envoy. I was being watched the entire time and had no chance to investigate. President, should we do something targeted? This will prevent China from turning the tables at that time. Someone reminded. What to do? You don't even know what other people are doing, and you can't transmit across borders. What do you want to do? What can you do? Nana's asked back. She was extremely dissatisfied with the efficiency of these people. A bunch of trash. Keep thinking of ways. If we really can't teleport there, send people to cross the Forbidden Sea and land in China. I must know what China is doing. Nana said thoughtfully. Hearing this, everyone's faces changed. Crossing the Forbidden Sea can save you from the trouble of teleportation. After all, China has no defenses in many coastal areas. The Forbidden Sea is the best line of defense. It is extremely difficult for human professionals to cross the Forbidden Sea, and the mortality rate is very high. It is not uncommon for a team to be wiped out when sending them across the Forbidden Sea. But everyone nodded after hearing it. Anyway, it's not them who go, but they who send people. As long as the money is enough, there are many people willing to take the risk. Until the investigation is thorough, don't pay attention to China. Focus on Eagle-chan. They are our Sakura's biggest rival. Nana said. Maybe it's because Jiang has completed the highest level team dungeon at this stage, Black Dragon Mountains. With the equipment from the Black Dragon Mountain range, Eagle Sauce can gather a group of high-level professionals in a short period of time, and that will be the biggest threat to Sakura. As for China, no matter what China is doing, it won't cause any waves at the moment. So, Nana's ignore Huaxia. Moreover, in the ranking of the Endless Tower, Yu Qingtsong, who once topped the list, was completely crushed by her. It is impossible for Yu Qingtsong to pass the 60th floor in a short period of time. At the same time, countries such as the United States, Russia, and John Bull are also trying hard to investigate China. The difference is that the Eagle Sauce's main focus, in addition to China's blockade of the national border and all teleportation points, is to investigate the information of the Necromancer. The other party not only obtained the Crystal Skull of Hades, but also ranked on the global ranking of the Endless Tower with the profession of Necromancer. People like this need special attention. Find out the other party's identity. Either exchange it for Hades' Crystal Skull, or persuade the other party to switch sides and join the Eagle Sauce, or kill him directly to prevent future troubles. But for now, no one can enter China through conventional channels. Yu Qingtsong's emergency decision at the time was still very far-sighted. Otherwise, there would be spies from various countries wandering around in all the major cities of China to investigate the Necromancer. The other side, after lunch, everyone planned to continue to play the dungeon. Qin Weiyao returned to the team assigned to him by Qin Lai and went to the level 10 dungeon. Lu Ran subconsciously walked towards the level 20 copy teleportation array, but he was stopped by Lu Xinxin. Lei Tai and Yi Hongyi also looked at Lu Xinxin curiously. The latter was looking at the rankings of the Endless Tower, staring at Nana's who was in first place. He pondered and said, "Do you know why Nana's didn't continue to charge?" Needless to say, he must be afraid of death. Being able to surpass Lao Yu by 2 levels in a row and staying in first place is already the limit. It would be too risky to continue to rush to the next level. It would be fun if he died. Lei Tai said as a matter of course. That's what I mean. So I have a way. I can force her to keep rushing through the levels and taking risks. If she unfortunately dies in the Endless Tower, it will definitely be a huge blow to Sakura. Lu Xinxin murmured. Upon hearing this, Yi Hongyi and Lei Tai were both confused. Lu Ran didn't understand either, and asked in confusion. She is firmly in first place, and has surpassed President Yu by 2 levels. She shouldn't continue to rush for a level. How can we force her? Lu Xinxin smiled softly. Looking at Lu Ran, he said, Use you to force her. From now on, every morning before you go to the Endless Tower to clear the dungeon, to ensure efficiency, throw a blood spear to rush to the first floor, then come out and rush to the next floor in the evening. This, Leitai didn't quite understand and asked in confusion. What's the use of this? It has nothing to do with Nanashung. Lu Ran is only on the 50th floor, the gap is a bit big. It would be better if Lu Ran continued to rush up in one breath. But at this time, Yi Hongyi suddenly realized the momentary pressure may not make Nana willing to take risks, but the gradually approaching sense of crisis will torture her and make her psychological pressure grow. In the end, she can't bear it and is forced to rush to the next level. Hearing this, Leitai immediately understood. Even the young and inexperienced Lu Ran was shocked. Several people looked at Lu Xinxin at the same time. Wow. With 3 presidents in charge, Lu Xinxin, who seems shy and smiles all day long, actually has such a deep mind. Lu Ran is still the only regular profession among the top 30 in the global ranking of Endless Tower. Not even a rare profession. Moreover, Lu Ran is the only professional who has hidden his personal information. 1 floor in the morning, 1 floor at night. The number of floors gradually approaches. Every day, without fail, 1 floor is rushed at the appointed time. This terrifying psychological pressure will definitely drive Nana crazy. At the same time, this will also cause heated discussions around the world and put pressure on Nana's again. When Lu Ran approaches her or surpasses her, her psychological pressure will reach its peak. What if Nana's takes the risk to rush to the next level, but succeeds? Leitai asked. If she passes, Lu Ran will continue to crush her. If she dies, it will be an unexpected gain. No matter what, she can't maintain her position as the number 1 in front of Lu Ran. Lu Xinxin said immediately. Leitai couldn't help but give Lu Xinxin a thumbs up. He groaned and said, Xinxin, we rarely met before, so I underestimated you. If I provoke you in the future, you have to tell me, and I will change if I can. The teasing tone made Yi Hongyi and the others laugh. But it is enough to illustrate the change in Leitai's impression of Lu Xinxin. Even Yi Hongyi couldn't help but look at Lu Xinxin twice more. She was still smiling shyly as before. But now think about it. How could a shy and introverted girl make it onto the Chinese ranking list? How is it possible for him to be the president of Mirror, Flower, and Watermoon, one of the 4 major guilds? Okay, don't waste time, Lu Ran. Go to the 51st floor. Come out after you pass it, and we will go to the level 20 dungeon. Lu Xinxin said to Lu Ran with a smile. Chapter 41. Let me try the new entry. Using Lu Xinxin's explanation. Lu Ran doesn't necessarily need the blood spear to rush in, but she has to ensure that Lu Ran has an absolute advantage in every level, crushing everyone on the same level and ranking first on that level. This is the only way to put maximum pressure on Nanes. Imagine a regular profession that hides personal information, a necromancer who has never been to the Endless Tower. Suddenly, there was 1 layer in the morning and 1 layer in the evening, without any change. Moreover, no matter which level it is not just a thrilling pass, but an absolute crushing victory, passing the same level in the shortest time. As Lu Ran's level gradually approaches, it is conceivable that Nana's pressure must have increased exponentially. I have to say, when it comes to psychology, Lu Xinxin is second to none. Lu Ran excitedly entered the 51st floor. Took a glance. Level 51 Holy Light Tiger, 51st floor. It's another holy boss. These 50+ levels are really not friendly to necromancers. Lu Ran muttered, then step out of the safe zone. He waved the staff in his hand casually. The space was torn apart immediately. The Holy Light Tiger, which had just sensed the intruder, simply glanced at Lu Ran. A blood spear was infinitely magnified in his eyes. Pung! The Holy Light Tiger, which had a health point of 2.5 million, had its health bar emptied in an instant and fell to the ground. Congratulations on clearing the 51st floor of the Endless Tower and gaining 510,000 experience points. Seeing the stairs leading to the next floor, the 52nd floor, appear, Lu Ran curled his lips and did not choose to continue. Instead, he followed Lu Xinxin's plan and directly exited the copy. But his ranking on the list has reached 25th place. The original 3 who had cleared level 51 and who were ranked according to the time it took to clear the level were instantly squeezed out. Above Lu Ran, the 24th place, is the 52nd floor. This once again caused an uproar in the global dungeon halls. When Lu Ran came out, the hall was almost boiling. Did you see that necromancer has climbed up another level? Oh my god, it's already the 51st floor. Then the boss won't continue to charge for the next level, right? This is the pride of our necromancers. Too arrogant. It turns out that regular professions can also climb up the Endless Tower rankings. I feel like I'm good enough again. cherry blossoms on the other side. Nana's meeting was about to end. Suddenly someone came in to report that the Necromancer had climbed up another level. Nana's frowned and said in a deep voice, "The opponent is still rushing to the next level, but the speed is already very slow. It is estimated that he has tried several times. What is the point of taking such a risk? The Necromancer is just a regular profession after all." But she didn't know. During this free time, Lu Ran and his friends went to eat. By the way, how long did it take the Necromancer to clear the level? What place does he rank in the 51st floor? Nanace asked, as if he had thought of something. He is now ranked 25th. There are a total of 4 professionals on the list who have cleared the 51st floor. The Necromancer ranks first among the 4. Among the other 3, 2 are our Sakuras on my oj. The subordinate said truthfully. Nana was stunned and looked at her subordinates in surprise. This was something she hadn't expected. How could the Necromancer clear the levels so quickly? How do they do it? I just can't figure it out no matter what. Forget it, don't pay attention to it. It's only the 51st floor. Keep keeping an eye on Eagle Sauce. Is there any news on the Black Dragon equipment transaction we initiated with them before? Nanace waved her hand and said, "Just forget about the Necromancer. It was only the 51st floor, which was a huge gap from her 61st floor, and it was not enough to attract her attention." No reply yet. It seems that they are not very willing to trade with us, Sakura. However, our spies in Eagle Sauce sent us a message that a high-ranking member of Storm Guild once brought people to China to apply for entry. The goal has been achieved, but the process has not yet stopped. The subordinate said truthfully. Got it. Keep watching. Nanace frowned. She was determined to get the Black Dragon equipment, no matter what the cost. But the Storm Guild of Eagle Sauce has been reluctant to respond to the trade request. But I didn't expect that they had actually been to China. Just don't know the result and process. Let's adjourn the meeting. Nanace was inexplicably upset and waved her hand. Everyone left the scene. Wait until everyone is gone. Nanasheng suddenly said to the maid following behind him. Just keep an eye on the Endless Tower rankings to see if that Necromancer continues to charge. Although you don't need to pay attention to it, it's a bit weird. That's not something a normal Necromancer can do. Yes, the maid nodded. In the dungeon hall, Lu Ran and his companions have entered the level 20 dungeon, the most difficult land of fire. In the level 20 dungeon, the land of fire, one of the main monsters is the elemental fire spirit. It has high resistance to fire skills, but its health is not very high. The second type of monster is the lava giant. It's called a giant, but it's only about 3 meters tall. It also has fire resistance, and its defense and health are very high. But the lava giant is slow, has a low attack frequency, and is easily kite. It is not as difficult to deal with as the elemental fire spirit, because after the elemental fire spirit dies, it will delay for 1.8 seconds to self-destruct, causing damage to the surrounding area, similar to your corpse explosion. There are 500 elemental fire spirits and lava giants in total. In addition, in the entire land of fire, there are 2 large elemental fire spirit elites and 2 large lava giant elites. The last one is the boss, the Flame Lord. The Flame Lord cannot move, but his attack range is very large. It requires teamwork and attention to the health of the team members at all times. Lu Xinxin explained signs to Lu Ran, as usual. However, this is a normal process for a level 20 team to fight. Even though Lu Ran and his team only have 4 people, there is no need to be so hesitant. Let's start the fight. Lei Tai was eager to try, but Lu Ran suddenly pondered and said, "How about, let me try?" Everyone looked at Lu Ran in confusion. Yi Hongyi teased, "Brother, isn't it too boring to just wait around to gain experience? How about this? I'll leave a few lava giants for you, and you can use the skeleton soldiers to blow them up for fun." They thought Lu Ran was just waiting here to gain experience because it was too boring. Want to try it myself. But Lu Ran had to do it by himself. Although he could clear the endless skeleton soldiers' corpses by himself, the speed was too slow. After all, this is the highest difficulty level of the Abyss at level 20. But Lu Ran shook his head and said, "No, I just want to try out the new terms and skills and see how they go." Hearing this, several people were stunned. Lei Tai slapped his forehead and said, "I almost forgot that this kid is already level 23. Level 20 unlocks new skills and new entries." Yi Hongyi shrugged and said, "I understand. I was just thinking about Lu Ran climbing up the global rankings of the Endless Tower. I almost forgot about the business. I didn't even think about it when I was eating." Lu Xinxin said with a smile, "The Necromancer's level 20 skill is Bone Storm, an AoE skill. As for the terms, I don't know what they are." After saying that, the 3 of them looked at Lu Ran. Lu Xinxin said, "Then you can try it. There are more than a dozen elemental fire spirits and lava giants ahead." Lei Tai and Yi Hongyi watched expectantly. I want to see what the effect of Lu Ran's new entry is. Chapter 42. All beings are equal in front of Lu Ran. Lu Ran was not unfamiliar with it, because he had experienced the Skeleton Storm in the Endless Tower. Moreover, the range of the Skeleton Storm at this time was not the basic 30 meters, but was increased to 34 meters by the Boundless Sky entry, because Lu Ran unlocked the entry after passing the 17th level. Starting from the moment of unlocking, the range will increase by 1 meter for each boss killed. By the 51st floor, the entry increased Lu Ran's range by 34 meters. Therefore, Lu Ran's current Skeleton Storm is 64 meters. This is already an exaggerated range. Lu Ran stepped out of the safe zone. He drew out the staff in his hand, stared at the elemental fire spirit and lava giant not far away, and threw out a storm of bones. In an instant, pale white bones appeared out of thin air, and then were swept by a gust of wind and began to rage like a storm. Driven by the strong wind, the skeletons were like the sharp blades of a meat grinder. The health of the elemental fire spirits and lava giants began to decrease, but the speed of decrease was not slow. Although this is the attribute of monsters under the highest difficulty abyss. But Lu Ran's spell attack power is still quite high. Behind, the three presidents looked at each other in confusion. This is a bone storm, yes, but something seems a little different. This range seems to be much larger. The range of the bone storm is 30 meters. The bone storm thrown by Lu Ran has a range of at least 60 meters. So, this is the effect of the term? Will the effect of the entry be to double the skill's coverage range? Several people were guessing. If the skill coverage is really doubled, it is very awesome, but when it comes to Lu Ran, it seems a bit mediocre. The three continue to watch. After Lu Ran threw out the Skeleton Storm, the elemental fire spirits and lava giants in it were attacked. They immediately attracted Lu Ran's hatred and rushed over. Lu Ran was not in a hurry, and casually threw out the touch of Undead. In an instant, the elemental fire spirits and lava giants in the range stopped moving. Immediately afterwards, Lu Ran calmly threw out the Skeleton Storm again, one after another, interspersed with a touch of the undead to control the monsters. He did not use the skeleton soldiers, because I simply wanted to test the effects of Skeleton Storm and its entries. Even so, the constantly stacked Skeleton Storms were so dense that the monsters were almost invisible to the naked eye. Only some flames could be vaguely seen among the rapidly stirring bones. The range of the touch of the undead has also increased, and now exceeds 60 meters. Lu Xinxin said thoughtfully. At this time, the health of the elemental fire spirit and the lava giant finally reached the bottom. The team killed the elemental fire spirit and gained 880 experience. The team killed the lava giant and gained 1,100 experience points. The team killed the elemental fire spirit and gained 880 experience. The team killed the elemental fire spirit and gained 880 experience. The team killed the lava giant and gained 1,100 experience points. As kill notifications continue to appear, experience is indeed very rich. But Lu Ran didn't stop yet. He walked forward, continuously throwing out Bone Storm and Touch of the Undead. Within the skills coverage area, all elemental fire spirits and lava giants can only stand still and passively take the beating. But by this time, the three presidents had already discovered something was wrong. Lu Ran's Skeleton Storm has expanded in range. The range of the Touch of Undead seems to have increased as well. What do you mean? Lu Ran can control the range of his skills. This is the first time I see Lu Ran clearing a dungeon alone. This is too incredible. This isn't a dungeon run. This is no different from just taking a walk down the street. The three continued to watch and speculate. Only Lu Xinxin seemed to have figured something out, looking at the Skeleton Storm raging in the distance. Lu Ran felt relieved after seeing that the skill trigger range had indeed increased. I'm too lazy to continue playing. He raised his head and looked into the distance, then began to throw a storm of bones all over the Fireland dungeon. Of course, there is also Touch of the Dead. Although the skill coverage has not increased yet, the skill casting range is tens of kilometers. Lu Ran scattered all over the map. Looking around, all you see is a storm of bones. The entire land of fire seemed to be submerged in skeletons, with strong winds howling and all the monsters in it having no way to escape, their health bars dropping madly. The team killed the elemental fire spirit and gained 880 experience. The team killed the lava giant and gained 1,100 experience points. The team killed the elemental fire spirit and gained 880 experience. As Lu Ran's bone storm raged, more and more elemental fire spirits and lava giants began to die. The death of the monster will increase the range of Lu Ran's Skeleton Storm. This is a virtuous cycle. The range of Lu Ran's skeleton storm continued to expand and overlap, causing the health bars of the elemental fire spirit and the lava giant to drop faster. The faster the health bar drops, the faster you die, and the larger the range of Lu Ran's skills. Lu Xinshin had said before that in the difficulty of the Fireland Abyss, not counting the elites and bosses, there are 500 ordinary elemental fire spirits and lava giants alone. Once Lu Ran has ravaged all the ordinary monsters in the Land of Fire, the range of his skill will be able to reach more than 500 meters. 1 mile accomplished. Behind him, the three gradually figured out the trick. Lu Xinshin said, "It seems to be correct. Remember that Lu Ran has an entry called Sea of Baichuan. It increases the casting range of skills. That is, the greater the distance, the farther it is thrown. The way to increase it is to kill a monster and increase the casting range by 1 meter." Lei Tai and Yi Hongyi nodded. Looking up, the range of Lu Ran's skeleton storm was now 2 or 3 times larger than at the beginning. It's at least 200 meters. So, Lu Ran's new entry should be the coverage range of the skill itself. At present, it seems that killing a monster should increase the coverage range by 1 meter. Lu Xinshin said thoughtfully, although Lei Tai and Yi Hongyi had already guessed it at this time. But when I heard this, I still couldn't help but gasp. This is much more terrifying than the previous Hainan Baichuan. Haina Baequan can throw its skills far away to an unimaginable distance. But the skills themselves have not changed much. It needs to be infinitely stacked without cooldown to enhance the effect. But now, Lu Ran's skill coverage can actually be increased. This is scary. Just imagine, after the national war begins, Lu Ran throws a skeleton storm covering hundreds of kilometers at the Eagle Sauce's army. Lu Ran can definitely do it. After all, the casting range of his skills can easily reach hundreds of kilometers. Lu Xinshin said. Lei Tai and Yi Hongyi swallowed their saliva with a gulp. Yi Hongyi said, not only that, his skills have no cooldown, and he can throw out more than 1 skeleton storm. It can be stacked infinitely. Moreover, Touch of the Undead can also be stacked infinitely. Lei Tai was stunned and said, damn it, I feel so defeated. We 3 are the presidents of the 3 major guilds after all. Why are we so helpless in front of a level 23 necromancer? Yi Hongyi said with a smile. It's not just us who have diarrhea. In front of Lu Ran, all professionals in the world have diarrhea. Lu Xinshin took a deep breath. He said, now it's all good. There is no suspense. On the day of the national war, other countries can't even move, let alone implement the combat plan. At that time, in front of Lu Ran, the necromancer, all living beings in other countries around the world will be equal. Chapter 43, How Can Other Countries Survive? Finally, Lu Ran cleared all the monsters. At this time in the Land of Fire, you can see 2 large elemental fire spirits and 2 large lava giants. They were bound by the touch of the undead. Countless bone storms continued to accumulate and raged madly, and the health points of the 4 elites dropped rapidly. Not long. The team killed the elite elemental fire spirit and gained 2,650 experience points. The team killed the elite lava giant and gained 3,100 experience points. The team killed the elite elemental fire spirit and gained 2,650 experience points. The team killed the elite lava giant and gained 3,100 experience points. Refresh as prompted. The 4 elites died in despair. The entire Land of Fire was empty. Lu Ran looked around in confusion. Why didn't he see the boss for such a long time? Where's the Fire Lord? At this time, 3 people came over from behind. Lu Xinshin rubbed Lu Ran's head and said softly, don't look for it. The Flame Lord needs to be triggered. It's useless to use skills here. Lei Tai, go and solve it. Upon hearing this, Lei Tai, who had just walked up to him, immediately waved his 2 shields. Then he bent his legs slightly. Pong! The rocks on the ground exploded, and Lei Tai jumped out, rushing towards the boss venue of the Fire Lord. Just less than 2 minutes later, the team killed the boss Flame Lord and gained 8,400 experience points. The boss died just like that. Then, Lei Tai ran back in a hurry. He shouted excitedly, how is it? Have you seen the effect of the entry? Lu Xinshin and Yi Hongyi shrugged and looked at the shared entry panel in front of Lu Ran. Lei Tai subconsciously asked, so, the new entry effect is to increase the skill coverage? This is very important. If so, Lu Ran would be invincible. Other countries have no way out, and Lu Ran is only level 23. It is hard to imagine what exaggerated entries will be unlocked later. Lu Ran's power will be even more terrifying. Yes, it's called Hai Kuo Tian Kong. Lu Ran nodded. Lei Tai also saw the entry panel at this time, and his reaction was the same as Lu Xinshin and Yi Hongyi's before. He was stunned. Although they had guessed it, after looking at it for a while, they still sighed when they actually saw the entry panel. There are actually such heaven-defying things in this world. At this time, the increased range displayed behind the entry has reached 539 meters. It is exactly the original range of 34 meters, plus the number of 500 monsters for elites and one boss in the Fireland. So, taking this copy as an example, can it be understood that after each pass, Lu Rant's skill coverage range will increase by 1 mile? Lei Tai asked from the side. It seems so at the moment. Lu Xinxi nodded. This is outrageous. This is outrageous. Damn it. There's still more than 20 days left before the national war. It's so time-consuming. He is now eager to bring Lu Ran into the national war battlefield and let Lu Ran lead China to crush the world. Hey, Lei Tai, that's not what you said before. Didn't you cry and say that the time was too short and there was not enough time to prepare? Yi Hongyi said mockingly. How can it be the same? There was no hope before, and then Eagle Sauce cleared the Black Dragon Mountains and got the Black Dragon equipment, and then started snowballing to get more Black Dragon equipment. What? Weren't you worried before? Lei Tai asked back with his eyes wide open. Yi Hongyi shrugged. Not only the three of them, but also the Tiandao Alliance, the major guilds, and the higher-ups are all worried. But now, what's there to be afraid of now? It's just the Black Dragon Mountains. It doesn't matter whether we fight or not. On the contrary, when Lu Ran reaches a certain level, he can go in freely and pass through any way he wants. Eagle Sauce cleared the Black Dragon Mountains with normal difficulty, and when Lu Ran reaches that level, he can go straight into the abyss. Lei Tai said excitedly. Several people fantasized excitedly for a while. Lu Xinxin then said, let's continue to grind. Although Lu Ran's current ability is almost certain, it will be more stable if his level continues to increase and more entries are unlocked. I kept brushing until the evening. Several people came out of the copy. They cleared the dungeon a lot faster. Lei Tai and Yi Hongyi no longer have to run around. After entering the dungeon, the two went straight to the 4 elites. Lu Ran used the infinite stacking of the Bone Storm to kill all the monsters. Lu Xinxin always stays by Lu Ran's side, and from time to time, she provides him with some information about the digitized world. At the same time, stay close to prevent any accidents from happening. Although no accidents are likely to happen in this land of fire, Lu Xinxin is Lu Ran's last insurance. Then, Yi Hongyi and Lei Tai went straight to the final boss and killed it. It can be said that the whole process is almost the same as running a map. The experience gained is naturally considerable. I'm so tired. I've been running around the whole afternoon. Lei Tai complained. Yi Hongyi, how about we go to your Tianyuan restaurant and have a good meal? Okay, let's just celebrate the unlocking of Lu Ran's new entry. Yi Hongyi said generously. Before that, Lu Ran, go to the 52nd floor of the Endless Tower and release your charged blood spear. Lu Xinxin did not forget the important matter. Inside Sakurai Natai Isha Shrine, Nanace was sitting on the wooden floor next to the cabin. A pair of jade feet hung in the stream, stirring it gently. There were several people standing behind him, including the senior officials of Ikena Taisha Shrine and several senior officials of Shintoism. But they were all very respectful to Nanace. Nana, are you planning to try the 62nd floor of the Endless Tower? Someone asked from behind. Nana's jade feet paused slightly, watching the ripples gradually disappear. Nana shook her head and said, I don't plan to. After clearing the 60th floor, it's impulsive to risk clearing the 61st floor. It's too dangerous. Even for me, it took me 23 minutes to clear the 61st floor. Do you want me to die by going to the 62nd floor now? The person asking the question's expression changed slightly. He quickly said, that's not what I meant. I just want our Sakura's reputation to be more solid and unsurpassed. Nana sneered and said, as of now, who can surpass my level? When saying this, Nana's face was full of arrogance. In particular, Yu Qingtsong, who had dominated the list for a long time, was suppressed by him. Moreover, it was suppressed under the major barrier of the 60th level, so Nana's pride was reasonable. By the way, I have sent people to keep an eye on the Necromancer. So far, there's been no movement. He is still on the 51st floor. The maid suddenly said, that's what we should do. Let's stop paying attention to the Necromancer. We don't need to waste our time on such a lucky person. Nanace said arrogantly, but the words had just fallen. Another maid ran over and said with a grim look on her face, that Necromancer, he just successfully passed the 52nd floor at 610. He is currently ranked 20th. Swish! Nana's jade feet shook violently in the pool, causing ripples, just like her heart, which was fluctuating a little. But she still asked, how long does it take to get through the game? The maid gritted her teeth and said, among the 52 floors, the duration of the Necromancer was the shortest. Chapter 44. You are the first one who dares to come to me in person. Hearing this, Nanace's brows immediately frowned. This necromancer, whom she didn't take seriously, actually rushed to another level. I climbed the Endless Tower global ranking in the morning and reached the 51st floor more than an hour later. Now, an afternoon has passed, and I have reached the 52nd floor. This speed should be the result of continuous attempts. Nanace murmured. But what she couldn't figure out was how a necromancer could keep trying to break through the levels. How does he ensure his blood volume is healthy? Aren't you afraid of death? If the opponent is the necromancer who possesses the Crystal Skull of Hades on the equipment list, perhaps he used the Crystal Skull of Hades to complete the level the maid analyzed. Nanace was slightly stunned. There is indeed such a possibility. Through the passive ability of the Yin and Yang of Hades' Crystal Skull, it can be resurrected once in disguise before its health drops to 0. But even so, the health is not full after resurrection. Instead, it restores 30% of health and mana. This is not enough for the necromancer to rush to the next level. Moreover, the cooling time between the Yin and Yang worlds is a full day. No matter what, the other party worked hard for a whole afternoon and finally reached 1 level. He has made efforts, but that's all. If he still takes the risk to continue rushing, he will be a fool who is destined to die in the Endless Tower. Nanace said casually, but she was confused. If the necromancer is really adventurous, he will go all out to rush through the levels. Why is it that since entering the global rankings, the time it takes to clear a level is the shortest among the people ranked at each level? This is a bit weird. President, do we still need to keep watching? Asked the maid. Don't worry about it. If he continues to advance, the news will be easy to get. There's no need to keep an eye on him. His Endless Tower must have reached its limit. Nanace shook his head. The next day's morning meeting. The ranking of newcomers is the same as usual, no surprises. In previous years, the competition for ranking on the newcomer list was very fierce, with many players going back and forth. No one can guarantee that he or she will be number 1 today and will still be number 1 tomorrow. At that time, after the morning meeting, everyone went crazy to upgrade. But this year, Lu Ran rode away in a huge hurry. Today, with a level of 23, it is firmly in first place. Qin Weiyao, who was ranked 2nd, wasn't upgrading as fast as before. However, because the high-level combat professionals arranged by the Qin family are also very efficient, although they cannot afford the Platinum Team contract, the experience penalty will be reduced a lot. Therefore, Qin Weiyao is now at level 15. On stage, Principal Jiang Zhenbei and a group of tutors looked at each other, all somewhat confused. This guy Lu Ran, a peerless genius who once had a mental power of 130, finally awakened into a necromancer. Many mentors have unfollowed Lu Ran. But now, the daily ranking of newcomers seems like a dream. Lu Ran was far ahead of everyone else, and his level completely crushed all his classmates. How'd he do it? Not to mention the tutors. Even the principal Jiang Zhenbei knew nothing about it. Level 23. It's only been a few days since you awakened your profession. The first person who reached level 23 last year must have taken more than half a month. Jiang Zhenbei looked at the instructor beside him and asked, Yes, more than half a month. That is basically the fastest speed of the newcomers ranked first in previous years. And without exception, they are all in hidden professions and have rich family backgrounds, said the instructor beside him. How did Lu Ran upgrade? Jiang Zhenbei asked subconsciously, but no one could answer this question for him. After the morning meeting, Lu Ran hurriedly prepared to go to the dungeon hall. But when he was passing through an alley, someone blocked his way. Lu Yang. Lu Ran raised his eyebrows and looked at the other party. This Lu Yang is the student ranked 3rd on the newcomer list. Rare profession. But even compared to Qin Weiyao, he was still 3 levels behind. He was only level 12. And Lu Ran, level 23. 11 levels higher than him. Moreover, the higher the level, the more experience is required. The gap of 11 levels is like an insurmountable chasm. Lu Ran, we were classmates and didn't have much communication before. How about making friends now? Lu Yang asked with a smile. Lu Ran looked at Lu Yang. He said calmly, I'm not interested. Lu Yang frowned, but immediately relaxed. Said, how did you upgrade? The question is quite straightforward. Lu Ran chuckled and said, Sure enough, with my upgrade speed, there must be people who can't help but be curious. But forget about investigating secretly. You're the first one to question me in person. Do you think I will tell you? Lu Yang pondered and said, It's not just curiosity. Let's make friends and upgrade together. How much does it cost? You name a price. Asking price? Lu Ran even wanted to laugh. Now, the Platinum Team contracts that Yi Hongyi uses every day to reduce Lu Ran's upgrade penalty are worth more than 10 million. Lu Ran didn't think Lu Yang could afford the price. I'm in a hurry, and I'm not interested in making friends. Goodbye, Lu Ran said casually. Then he went around Lu Yang and moved forward. But Lu Yang raised the corner of his mouth slightly and looked at Lu Ran leisurely. Sure enough, just as Lu Ran walked around Lu Yang, several men came out from the front of the alley and blocked Lu Ran's way. Lu Ran looked back and saw several people coming out from the other end of the alley behind him, attacking him from both sides. Among them was a middle-aged man with an indifferent expression, looking at Lu Ran with the eyes of superior. Lu Ran recognized the other person, Lu Yang's father, Lu Wenshan, the head of the Lu family. As one of the famous wealthy families in Blackfire City, the Lu family is not inferior to the original Yang family. Lu Ran had met Lu Wenshan several times at school, but this was the first time that it was discovered that the guild mark on Lu Wenshan's chest was actually the battle flag, National Defense Army. I didn't expect it was Lei Tai's man. At this time, Lu Wenshan said, I am Lu Yang's father, Lu Wenshan. How about this? I will give you 5 million, and you and my son will upgrade together. At the same time, I can help you prepare any equipment you need as long as it is not excessive. What the hell? Lu Ran almost laughed out loud. 5 million? Lu Ran is now almost making 1 million by selling the equipment he collects here and there. The Platinum Team contracts used up every day because of him are worth tens of millions. With just 5 million, you want to upgrade with Lu Ran? You're dreaming. Seeing Lu Ran's strange expression, Lu Wenshan continued to say generously, 5 million is not a small amount. For you, it should be a huge sum of money that you dare not even think about. But if you feel that your sincerity is not enough, then I will give you 10 million, and it will also come with equipment. Lu Ran waved his hand lazily, said not interested. Forget about this little bit of money. As for the equipment, Lu Ran didn't think that Lu Wenshan could come up with anything better than the levelless equipment that Yi Hongyi had picked out at the Hongya Chamber of Commerce. If you don't agree, you can't leave today. Lu Wenshan was determined to find out why Lu Ran was upgraded so quickly today. Even the tone of his voice carried a hint of threat. He has figured out the tricks of coercion and inducement. The professionals of the Lu family who were attacked from both sides also grinned grimly and showed their weapons one after another, trying to scare Lu Ran. But the next second, boom! With a loud bang, four figures like golden iron towers crashed to the ground. Divide into 4 directions, east, west, south, and north, and protect Lu Ran in the middle. These 4 men were not particularly strong, but the heavy armor they wore made them look like 4 human tanks. In addition, the 4 of them had the Tiandao League's guild badge hanging on their chests. Each of them held a huge war hammer in one hand and a golden holy shield in the other, forming an iron barrel. This scene made Lu Wenshan and others stunned. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Lu Wenshan's face changed drastically, and he said in horror, "The Holy Knight of the Heavenly Dao Alliance." What is going on? Just when they were about to embarrass Lu Ran, 4 paladins from the Tiandao Alliance jumped out. Chapter 45, Do you know the consequences? These 4 paladins are all high-level paladins over level 50. Of course, it was arranged by Qin Lai. As Lu Ran's bodyguard, he usually follows him secretly. His mission is to prevent accidents when Lu Ran is alone and provide protection in emergencies. If Lu Wenshan's men had not drawn their weapons and pressed forward step by step, they might not have come out. At this time, Lu Wenshan was completely confused. The Lu family professionals at both ends were also shocked. One of them came to his senses and was so scared when facing the paladin of the Tiandao Alliance that he quickly put away his weapon and turned to look at Lu Wenshan. Ask Lu. He didn't finish his words. Buzz. It seemed as if the rhythm was stimulated by the sudden movement. A golden holy shield wall suddenly exploded in front of each of the 4 paladins. It was like an iron fortress protecting Lu Ran in the middle. Even the war hammers in their hands began to accumulate power, and holy light gradually bloomed. Lu Wenshan was so scared that his face turned green. He hurriedly said, Misunderstanding, brothers. We just happen to be passing by. We are not here to fight. Let's go. Although he is a member of the Battle Flag National Defense Army. But he is just an ordinary member. This is the inner city, not far from the Tiandao League branch. If he was discovered by the Tiandao League and misunderstood that Lu Wenshan was the one who led people to encircle the Tiandao League, that would be a huge grudge. He can't bear that responsibility. But what Lu Wenshan couldn't have imagined was that even so, he had made a big mistake. Among the 4 paladins, Lu Ran swallowed his saliva. He didn't know about this. But looking at the emblem of the Tiandao League on the 4 people, Lu Ran roughly understood that these were the bodyguards arranged for him by the Tiandao League. Wow, 4 high-level paladins. It's quite impressive. Well, for brothers, I'm fine. Thank you. Lu Ran thanked them politely. The 4 of them watched the Lu family leave. Only then did they drop their defensive postures, turn around and grin at Lu Ran, but say nothing. Then he lowered his body slightly, and with a loud bang, he flew out in all directions and disappeared. When Lu Ran ran to the dungeon hall, the three presidents were already waiting. Lu Ran informed him of this. Lei Tai immediately got angry, puffed out his pants and glared. Are you sure you're from my battle flag, National Defense Army, damn it? Lu and Shan, right, I'll have someone investigate right now. If they find out, I'll skin him alive. I saw Lei Tai turn on the communicator and start making contact. Lu Xinxin didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said to Lu Ran, it's normal. You're leveling up so fast, it's inevitable that someone will target you. But it doesn't matter. You're invincible anyway, so let them target you. Lu Ran thought, yes, they're invincible anyway. Then he looked at Lei Tai and said, what about Lu and Shan? Yi Hongyi gloated and said, we will deal with it as we should, and we will never be vague about it. In this world, the strong have privileges. Indeed, the strong have privileges. Because of Lu Ran's ability, he can have 4 high-level paladins secretly protecting him. There could be 3 presidents who personally lead the dungeon. You can also use the Platinum Team contract that costs 500,000 gold coins, as if it were free. Yi Hongyi even gave him a set of priceless, epic items. The Liang family provoked him, and now they have disappeared. That's the privilege. Seeing that Lu Ran was a little dazed, Lu Xinxin rubbed his head and said, don't let your imagination run wild. It's not that complicated. Let's go to the Endless Tower first. After we defeat the 53rd floor, we can continue to play the dungeon. Lu Ran came back to his senses, nodded, and walked towards the Endless Tower. Teleported into the 53rd floor of the Endless Tower, Lu Ran came out 10 seconds later. This also includes the time of transmission. The whole process is actually just going in and throwing a blood spear at the monster on the 53rd floor. It's that simple. When the experience points reached 530,000, Lu Ran put the blood spear back into the charging state. Is it done? Lei Tai asked. Well, it's done. It's the 53rd floor. Lu Ran nodded. Yi Hongyi and Lu Xinxin looked at the global ranking of Endless Tower. Sure enough, Lu Ran's ranking has reached 16th place, with a total of 453 levels. Lu Ran is undoubtedly the fastest in clearing levels. I'm 11th. Although there's a difference of 5 places between us, my 11th place is on the 55th floor. That means there's only a difference of 2 floors between us, right? Lei Tai wanted to cry, but had no tears. Because if we continue at this pace, Lu Ran is on the 54th floor tonight, and will be on the 55th floor tomorrow morning. And in the 55th floor, Lu Ran is definitely the one who cleared the fastest, surpassing Lei Tai. That's true, huh? Lei Tai, why don't you go in and clear 2 more levels? Otherwise, Lu Ran will surpass you tomorrow. Yi Hongyi said jokingly. Forget it. I'm just a meat shield and my damage is not enough. I risked my life on the 55th floor. I tried several times on the 56th floor, but I couldn't kill the boss and the boss couldn't kill me either. Lei Tai said helplessly. After saying, he patted Lu Ran on the shoulder and said, this is the first time in my life that I've been hit so hard by you. I'm under a lot of pressure. Go, brush the dungeon, and then look at the Endless Tower rankings. I'm going to be pissed off. Yi Hongyi curled her lips. He gloated. You don't have any pressure at all. The one who should be under pressure is that bitch Nana. I really want to know what her expression is like now. Lu Xinxin said softly. It's not time yet. Nana's mental journey has just begun. Let's go to the dungeon. The other side. Lu family. Lu and Shan sat on the sofa in the living room, feeling a little nervous and uneasy. Lu Yang asked, what happened to Lu Ran? Why would the paladins of the Heavenly Dao League protect him? Hearing this, Lu and Shan glanced at Lu Yang. How would he know where to go? I don't know, but what I know is that those who can be secretly protected by 4 high-level paladins are all big shots. There has never been a new necromancer who was protected like this. Lu and Shan murmured, and it was arranged by the Tiandao League. Is it because Lu Ran upgraded quickly? At this time, another middle-aged man who looked somewhat similar to Lu and Shan ran in hurriedly. Seeing Lu and Shan, he immediately asked, Wen Shan, I just heard from my family that you took Lu Yang to block the enemy? Why did the paladin of the Heavenly Dao League come out to interfere? What's going on? Upon hearing this, Lu and Shan told the truth. The middle-aged man's face suddenly darkened, looking extremely ugly, and even his voice trembled a little. Are going to stop Lu Ran? Lu and Shan nodded, seeing the middle-aged man's grim expression. He said casually, it's nothing. Anyway, there was no fight. The Heavenly Dao Alliance will not target me just because I had a fight with a few paladins, right? But the middle-aged man sighed, said, the point is not the paladin, but Lu Ran. Do you know who was the last person who provoked Lu Ran? Lu and Shan asked in confusion. What do you mean? Who is it? Liang Tai. The middle-aged man said, I got some news. Liang Tai's son Liang Xiaoyu robbed Lu Ran's girlfriend. Later, in Tianyuan building, Liang Xiaoyu made things difficult for Lu Ran, but was urgently pulled away by Liang Tai. Lu Wenshan was stunned and asked subconsciously, what happened next? The middle-aged man sighed and said, the Liang family has disappeared. Chapter 46. The four guilds work together. Hearing this, Lu Wenshan's body trembled violently. I swallowed and opened my mouth to say something, but my mouth felt dry. I held the teacup, but couldn't drink from it because my arms were shaking. That's all I have to say, Wenshan. I'm moving out of Blackfire City. This matter has nothing to do with me. You can take care of yourself. After saying that, the middle-aged man left in a hurry. But it doesn't matter if he leaves, Lu Wenshan can't leave. The Lu family's industry is in Blackfire City. This is the Lu family's foundation. If I leave, I will give up everything of the Lu family. But the fear in my heart continued to spread. The other side, Sakura. Nanace has already received the news. The Necromancer climbed up one more level at 8:30 and has now reached the 53rd floor. His current ranking is 16th, and his personal information is still hidden, the maid reported. Nanace was a little confused. Subconsciously he asked. He was promoted 4 places at once, so, among the 53 floors, he is still the one who took the shortest time to clear the level? I saw the maid nodded. Nanace was a little confused. What's going on with this Necromancer? I think I can beat it. I took a break yesterday to charge 1 level, and now I have taken a break for another night. It is said that it is difficult to fight and pass it thrillingly, but in terms of the time to clear the same level, it crushes all other hidden professions, ranking first and the fastest. Even with Hades' crystal skull, that thing can save lives at critical moments, but it can't improve the Necromancer's efficiency in rushing through levels. It's really strange. Just keep watching. Nanace said a little upset. Although the opponent is only ranked 16th and the interval between levels is long, is it strong or weak to rush a level from time to time? Normal professionals would rush through the levels, and after reaching the most difficult level in one breath, they would not dare to go any further because it was too risky. Many people often wait for at least 10 days or half a month before daring to try, and even wait for several months before daring to break through. But what does this Necromancer do? At this point, Nanace said that there was no need to pay attention to such a lucky Necromancer, but in his heart he had already begun to take him seriously. And all of this had already been grasped by Lu Xin. China, Blackfire City. Lu Wenshan was so restless that he even kept Lu Yang at home today and did not let him upgrade. Dad, it's been more than an hour. It's okay. Should I go level up? Lu Yang asked. He is anxious. As the 3rd place, he had a huge gap with Qin Wuyao, who was ahead of him and could not surpass her. He was even further away from Lu Ran. Now it's just a matter of maintaining 3rd place. But if you just stay at home and do nothing, sooner or later you will be surpassed by the newcomers behind you. There were so many classmates in the same period, many of whom came from wealthy families, and the competition was fierce. Well, at the moment, it seems that there's really nothing. Lu Wenshan said thoughtfully. But halfway through his words, he suddenly froze and looked at his message notification panel in surprise. It clearly says, "You have been kicked out of the guild by the Battle Flag National Defense Army." A simple piece of news is like a bolt from the blue. The Lu family was able to develop so rapidly, and Lu Wenshan was able to get along with everyone. His membership in the Battle Flag National Defense Army was a great tool. But now he was kicked out of the guild by the Battle Flag National Defense Army. Lu Wenshan was a little confused. Wasn't he provoking the Tiandao League? How is it related to the Battle Flag National Defense Army? Moreover, even if they provoked Lu Ran and the Tiandao League, would the Battle Flag National Defense Army not even protect its own guild members? He reached out and touched his chest in surprise. Really? The guild emblem that represents the glory of the Battle Flag National Defense Army has disappeared. Dad, where is your guild emblem? Lu Yang noticed this keenly. I was kicked out of the Battle Flag National Protection Army. Lu Wenshan said with a grim expression. Why? Did you kick the wrong person? Lu Yang asked in surprise. Lu Wenshan sat on the sofa in a daze. If he was suddenly kicked out of the guild on an ordinary day, he might think it was a mistake. But now, at this critical juncture, he had just provoked Lu Ran and the Tiandao League, and was expelled from the Battle Flag National Defense Army. Is this a coincidence? He quickly opened the guild panel. As expected, he no longer belongs to any guild. Open the guild information of the Battle Flag National Defense Army again, want to apply to join, and ask. But I found that the button to apply to join was gray. At the same time, he also saw the latest announcement from the Battle Flag National Defense Army Guild interface, which was posted 3 minutes ago. Level 53 Magic Swordsman Lu Wenshan, a member of the National Defense Army, was kicked out of the guild for violating guild rules and will never be hired again. Boom! Lu Wenshan's brain exploded. This not only kicked him out of the guild, but also blacklisted him. He will no longer be eligible to join the Battle Flag National Defense Army. What on earth happened? What's going on? That Lu ran. Lu Wenshan's mind was in a mess at this moment. The arrogance he had when he went to block Lu Ran had long disappeared without a trace. Damn Battle Flag National Defense Army. They are so shameless. They kick people just because they say so. Lu Yang cursed indignantly, but he dared to scold. After all, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Lu Wenshan really didn't dare to scold. Instead, look around carefully. Dad, it's okay. After all, you have a rare profession and a popular magic swordsman. There are many guilds that want you. Even if you apply to the Tiandao Alliance, there's a chance that you will be approved. After all, you are over level 50. If you are not welcome here, I will find another place to stay. Lu Yang said comfortingly. Lu Wenshan took a deep breath and nodded. That's right. With my abilities, many guilds have offered me olive branches, and the treatment is excellent. As he spoke, he subconsciously clicked on the Tiandao League's guild interface. Even though I just provoked the Tiandao League, it won't hurt to take a look. If you can join the Tiandao League, your status will be much more arrogant than the Battle Flag National Defense Army. But when he opened it, Lu Wenshan was stunned. The mark for applying to join is also gray and cannot be selected. At the same time, he also saw the latest announcement from the Tiandao League. Level 53 Magic Swordsman Lu Wenshan will never be hired. Lu Wenshan's eyes widened. He was actually blocked by the Tiandao League. At this time, Lu Wenshan, trembling, clicked on the third red building. But I immediately remembered that the red building was a women's guild and never accepted men. But even so, just when he was about to close the red building guild interface, he unexpectedly discovered that the application mark for the red building was also gray. Could it be that? Lu Wenshan looked grimly and raised his head to look at the guild announcement. Really? Latest announcement. Level 53 Magic Swordsman Lu Wenshan will never be hired. It is a women's guild and does not accept men, but they still blocked him and issued a notice. Where are the flowers in the mirror and the moon in the water? Lu Wenshan muttered. Eagerly opened the guild interface of mirror flowers and water moon. What I saw before me was like a blow to the head. The application mark is also gray and cannot be selected. The announcement was exactly the same, as if it had been discussed with the other 3 guilds. Level 53 Magic Swordsman Lu Wenshan will never be hired. At this moment, Lu Wenshan felt like the sky was falling. The 4 major guilds jointly boycotted and blacklisted. Moreover, they have issued a notice. I want to ask, among all the guilds, big or small, in China, who dares to hire him? Lu Wenshan sat dejectedly on the chair, as if he had lost his soul. Who on earth is that Lu Ran? Chapter 47, The Power of the Country. Lu Yang, who was standing by, learned that the 4 major guilds had jointly expelled and blacklisted his father Lu Wenshan. Lu Yang was also dumbfounded. It was he who suggested going to stop Lu Ran. Because he was jealous of Lu Ran's upgrade speed, he thought of destroying it if he couldn't get it. But he himself didn't dare to go. Although he is a rare profession, Lu Ran is only level 23 and he cannot beat him. So he told his father Lu Wenshan. Lu Wenshan relied on the fact that he was a member of the Battle Flag National Defense Army and had a wealthy family and power, so he took his men directly there. He even spent a large sum of money and revealed his identity as a member of the Battle Flag National Defense Army, hoping to use his identity to suppress Lu Ran. This was always beneficial for a young man like Lu Ran who came from slum. But unexpectedly, just a single encounter triggered the 4 paladins arranged by the Tiandao League. Although there was no fight, it seemed that some rules were violated. The 4 major guilds jointly blocked him, and it happened in such a short period of time, which means that behind Lu Ran, there are at least 4 major guilds supporting him. He is not a kid from the slums at all. We can't even imagine his true identity. Lu Wenshan gritted his teeth. No wonder Lu Ran upgraded so quickly and so exaggeratedly. Could the person who could persuade the 4 major guilds to support him be a child from an ordinary family? The resources that can be obtained from him are absolutely terrifying. It's ridiculous that he wanted to seduce Lu Ran with 5 million. No wonder Lu Ran was not tempted at all. 5 million is nothing. Dad, it's okay. Even if we don't join the 4 major guilds, we can still join other guilds. There are also many powerful guilds under the 4 major guilds. Lu Yang said comfortingly. The 4 major guilds have blacklisted me, expelled me, and jointly boycotted me. Under such circumstances, which guild do you think dares to hire me? Isn't it obvious that the 4 major guilds are against me? Lu Wenshan turned his head and asked. Lu Yang was suddenly speechless. Alas, I'm afraid this has affected you as well. Even if you have a rare profession and can level up fast enough, the 4 major guilds won't want you. Lu Wenshan's face was bitter. That doesn't matter. We have a big family and a great business. Even if we do business, We will never have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of our lives if we don't join a guild. Lu Ran, a mere man, is not qualified to control us. Lu Yang said proudly. In terms of family background, the Lu family is indeed wealthy, and they also have their own industry. But having said this, Lu Wenshan suddenly remembered. The Lu family's industries, equipment supply, etc. are all in cooperation with the Hongya Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, when he purchased equipment on a daily basis, he relied on his reputation as a member of Lu Wenshan's battle flag, National Defense Army. Now, just as I was thinking about it, a message came from the communicator. Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce now informs you that the Lu family supply chain status in the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce has been canceled. All cooperation has been canceled, including but not limited to equipment, potions, and all consumables. Please be informed. In one sentence, Lu Wenshan was dragged to the bottom. Without the identity of the battle flag National Defense Army, purchasing equipment itself is not so easy. Now that the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce has canceled the cooperation, he can only trade through normal channels as an individual professional. The Lu family's property was gone in the blink of an eye. Dad, what's wrong? What's the news? Lu Yang couldn't help asking when he saw Lu Wenshan's grim expression after reading the message on the communicator. It's from the Hongya Chamber of Commerce, refusing any cooperation with us. We are no longer the supply chain of the Hongya Chamber of Commerce. Lu Wenshan said dully. The Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce has countless supply chains. His Lu family is just a small ant among them, and the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce doesn't care. If the Lu family is gone, there is still the next Zhang family and the Wang family to cooperate with, so everyone is rushing to come. But the Lu family lost the big tree of Hongya Chamber of Commerce. The industry collapsed. Dad, it's okay. Lu Yang comforted him subconsciously. Bang! Before he could finish his words, Lu Wenshan slapped him hard in the face. Even Lu Wenshan, who doted on him on weekdays, couldn't help but scold him at this moment. If it weren't for you, who insisted on causing trouble for Lu Ran, would our Lu family become like this, I would become like this, boycotted by the 4 major guilds, and I would be a holiday mouse in the future. Alright, I don't care about your mother. The industry has collapsed. How can we sell the hoarded equipment? Should we sell it by setting up a stall? As the level of the whole people increases, the equipment in our hands will become more and more depreciated, and we're still upgrading, upgrade it. Wait for death. This scene seems familiar. It seems that Liang Xiaoyu's father Liang Tai also taught his son in the same way. It has to be said that most playboys are spendthrifts. Within this short period of time, both families in Blackfire City were defeated, and both were defeated by Lu Ran. At the same time, this incident also caused heated discussion. What did Lu Wenshan do? Why was he expelled from the Battle Flag National Defense Army? The Battle Flag National Defense Army is led by Lei Tai and is upright. Obviously, this little arm has done something wrong. TSK. Not only was he kicked out of the guild, he was also blacklisted and will never be hired again. The 4 major public households jointly boycotted. Damn it. How is Lu Wenshan going to survive in China in the future? I'm dying of laughter. Even the Women's Guild Red building has issued a notice. In the copy at this time. Just after saying that, several people of the Fire Lord gathered together. The 3 presidents looked at each other, and Yi Hongyi glanced at the message sent by Yu Qingtsong on the communicator. He smiled and said, Yu Qingtsong has also issued an announcement. After such a long time, this is the first time that the 4 major guilds have such tacit understanding. It will definitely cause quite a stir, right? Although Lu Ran didn't know what exactly happened. But I guess it has something to do with Lu Yang. So he asked, did they punish the Lu family? How did they punish them? Lei Tai was straightforward and said directly, kick him out of the guild, and the 4 major guilds will jointly boycott him and never hire him again. Good job. Lu Ran was shocked. Is this such a big deal? After all, the Lu family didn't do anything, they just blocked him. But if the 4 paladins did not show up, the Lu family would definitely take action. Lu Xinxin said softly, why? Do you think this is an overreaction? Contrary to the 3 presidents' expectations, Lu Ran shook his head and said, if the 4 paladins hadn't shown up at that time, and I were just an ordinary necromancer who couldn't protect myself, I would probably have died in their hands. This treatment is certainly not excessive. At the same time, Lu Ran also roughly understood why the 4 major guilds made such a big fuss. In fact, he could just block Lu Wenshan quietly, but he made such a high-profile announcement. Firstly, no one could contact Lu Ran, so it was not risky. Secondly, in fact, the 4 major guilds, or the country, gave Lu Ran enough face in order to prove its sincerity. Lu Ran chooses to go with the country, and the country will also give him a transcendent status and identity. In China, no one could touch him, Lu Ran. Just as Lu Xinxin said, in this world of the survival of the fittest after global digitization, status and identity must match one's strength. After that, The four of them continued to clear the dungeon until dinner time. It seems that the time is almost up. After clearing the Fire Lord, Lu Xinshin said, "That's enough, Lu Ran. Go clear the 54th floor, give Nana a little shock, and then go eat." Chapter 48. Approaching step by step. This is very easy for Lu Ran. Lu Ran was even too lazy to check what kind of boss was on the 54th floor. After entering, throw the blood spear directly. Get experience, then quit. The three people outside were still looking at the Endless Tower global ranking. Sure enough, the moment Lu Ran came out, the ranking changed. There are already 12. Good. We're about to enter the top 10. Yi Hongyi said with satisfaction. Only Lei Tai had a strange expression. He said depressedly, "Yeah, this guy's about to enter the top 10, and I'm about to enter the top 10 too. I've been trying for half a year, but I can't climb up one level. Damn it." Above Lu Ran is Lei Tai, who is ranked 11th. Although Lei Tai had passed the 55th floor, he ranked last because he took the longest time among the people on the 55th floor. But it's pretty good. You know, Lei Tai is not an offensive profession, but a meat shield. The output is not that strong, and being able to rush all the way to the 55th floor is already the limit. Unless Lei Tai continues to upgrade to level 65, unlocks new skills, or obtains new equipment, such as equipment from the Black Dragon Team dungeon, he will have hope of continuing to reach higher levels. But upgrading is extremely difficult and slow. It is also not possible to obtain equipment from the Black Dragon Mountains at this stage. Moreover, even if Lei Tai's level is increased and new skills are unlocked by then, he will also have enough equipment. Similarly, other professionals are not standing still, so Lei Tai should be thankful that he can maintain his ranking. "Let's go and have dinner," Lu Xinshin said with satisfaction. In the copy hall behind, the people coming and going all stopped and looked at the Endless Tower global ranking. "I'm right? That Necromancer boss won't stop here. This is already the 54th floor. Oh my god, is this still a Necromancer? 2 floors in one day. Unbreakable. I suspect this boss did it on purpose. What a deliberate move. If you can reach a higher level, why don't you keep it? You must have been trying all day long, and now you've reached another level by luck. If this guy can reach the next level tomorrow morning, I will eat shit live." I advised him not to continue, as he might die sometime. The other side, Ikena Taisha Shrine with cherry blossoms. Nanace was in a very bad mood at this time. The transaction with the Eagle Sauce has never received a response. She is willing to pay, but the Eagle Sauce is reluctant to sell. After all, at this critical juncture, providing Black Dragon Mountain equipment to other countries will have a significant impact on the national war. The reason why he was willing to trade with Yu Qingsong was entirely because he coveted Hades' crystal skull. In desperation, Nanace could only lead her men to challenge the Black Dragon Mountains on her own, still at the simplest normal difficulty level, but still failed. This time, more than 30 people in the team of 50 died, which was a more serious loss than the previous attempts. Looking at the defeated troops in front of them, the team members all had gloomy expressions. Nanace was getting anxious. "Reorganize the personnel and continue trying tomorrow. We must take over the Black Dragon Mountains before the national war," Nanace said sternly. Hearing this, everyone's faces became uglier than each other. It's easy for this bitch to say that. After you go in, hide at the back and deal damage. Arrange several nurses to ensure your health. The other team members are so cool. It's okay to keep trying, but it's the other team members who will die. But in Sakura, no one dared to disobey Nanami's orders and had to obey. Just at this moment, the maid came over at an inopportune time. That Necromancer made another breakthrough at around 6 o'clock just now and passed the 54th floor. He is now ranked 12th, the maid said carefully. Nanace, who was already annoyed, almost ran away after hearing this. It's that Necromancer again. It's just 54 floors. So what even if he passed it? He passed 1 floor in the morning and 1 floor in the evening. It took him the whole day to pass only 1 floor. What is there to report? Nanace cursed. But when it came to this, Nanace was suddenly stunned. Suddenly, I felt something strange. Usually for other professionals, if the Endless Tower gets stuck, it really gets stuck. It has nothing to do with skills. It is entirely a numerical problem of equipment, level, and skill damage matching. If you can't beat them, you can't beat them. It's not something you can get through by chance, by constantly trying. Once is a fluke, twice, 3 times. The Necromancer has been rushing through the Endless Tower from time to time these past 2 days, 1 level in the morning and 1 level in the evening, just like punching in and out of get off work. What does he think of it? Is it possible to play like this? The maid was scolded and dared not say a word. Nanace suppressed the anger in his heart and said in a deep voice, "Tomorrow morning, if the Necromancer rushes through another floor, report to me on time. Everyone else, prepare the equipment, consumables, team, class matching plan, and grouping. Leave it to me tonight, and continue to try the Black Dragon Mountains tomorrow. That's it." After saying that, Nanace turned and left. The members behind him sighed one by one. This Nanace is getting more and more crazy. Early the next morning, Lu Ran and the 3 guild leaders gathered, and as soon as they arrived at the dungeon hall, they went directly to the Endless Tower to report in, punch in, and then used a blood spear that had been charging all night to defeat the boss on the 55th floor, and then came out. It's as easy as drinking cold water. Lu Ran's current spell attack power is not very high, but with the blood spear charged, in the Endless Tower at this stage, Lu Ran can enter and kill instantly. No suspense at all. Naturally, the news reached Sakura as soon as possible. Nanace organized the 50 team members into a large team early in the morning and took count of the number of people, checked the groups, the profession matching, and the supply of consumables, etc. But during this process, Nanace was always uneasy, as if there was a thorn stuck in her heart, which she could neither swallow nor pull out. The team is about to be reorganized. Nanace took a deep breath, calmed herself down, and put the thought of the necromancer from her mind. Only then did he step forward and prepare to lead his men out. But at this moment, the maid came running over with small steps and a thumping sound. The moment Nana saw the maid appear, her heart began to tremble. She was not used to using a communicator, and unless it was an emergency, Nanace stipulated that most notifications must be delivered to her in person. But now, she was somewhat resistant to this rule. President, the maid looked a little unhappy, not even knowing whether she should speak. Don't panic. Tell me slowly what's the matter? Nanace forced a smile and asked calmly. That necromancer. He's past the 55th floor and he's now ranked 10th. The dungeon hall is in an uproar. I guess all professionals around the world are paying attention to that necromancer. The maid said, gritting her teeth. Nanace's expression froze instantly. That guy actually rushed to another level. What time did you pass it? How long did it take? Nanace asked calmly. 8:30, the same time as yesterday. In terms of the time it took to clear the level, among the 3 of us on the 55th floor, including him, he still took the shortest time, said the maid. Chapter 49, Feeling the Pressure. Nanace suddenly fell silent. It had only been a few days since she won the championship in the Endless Tower and suppressed Yu Qing-song. This was a huge honor for Sakura. But now, everyone's focus has gradually shifted to a necromancer. All this attention should have been hers. Moreover, in the past 2 days, the necromancer has been rushing to the levels one after another. Once in the morning and once in the evening, and even the time is almost the same, just like he is punching in and out on time for get off work. Nanace could already feel an invisible pressure approaching. The team should reorganize, rest, and wait for me to come back. Nanace murmured. Then, under everyone's strange gazes, he went to the dungeon hall. She usually likes to be high profile and be the center of attention, but today she surprisingly covered her face. This was the first time that Nanace looked the necromancer in the face. On the ranking list, the 10th place necromancer is not ranked high, but is particularly eye-catching. Ranked among the top 30 in the world, the only regular profession. A necromancer who has never appeared in the rankings. He is also the only necromancer who has hidden his personal information, which is all question marks. But it was this mystery that made Nanace unable to figure him out. He was clearly just an ordinary, conventional professional necromancer who was not worthy of his attention. But he gave her an unfathomable and huge pressure. She stared at the necromancer on the ranking, as if her gaze wanted to penetrate the panel and see the other side of the Forbidden Sea, and see the necromancer. At this time, in the dungeon hall, many professionals who were living a leisurely life were also paying attention to the rankings of the Endless Tower. It's that necromancer again? He's too arrogant. 2 floors every day, 1 in the morning and 1 in the evening, without fail. This is not a rush. This is just a daily routine, isn't it? Goddess Nanace has only been on the top of the list for a few days. She won't be pushed down, right? It's hard to say. This necromancer is a bit weird. If Nanace really gets pushed down, she'll probably explode with rage, right? When Nanace first entered the rankings, it wasn't this fast, right? More than that, it's a long way off. Every word and sentence reached Nanace's ears. Her face turned pale. She gritted her teeth, turned around silently, and left the dungeon hall. Returned to Ikena Taisha Shrine. Nanace glanced at the reorganized team and said in a deep voice, "Today's group mission is cancelled. Everyone, please disperse." Upon hearing this, everyone felt as if they had been pardoned. They participated with the attitude of being ready to die. After all, the mortality rate is too high. Now that it has suddenly been cancelled, it's like they have been given a chance to live. Then, Nanace called a meeting of the top management. In the conference room, Nanashing asked, "Has anyone investigated that necromancer?" Hearing this, everyone looked at each other, and no one spoke. Of course there was no investigation. How to investigate? Cross-border teleportation has been banned by Longxia, so I can't go there. The other party has also hidden his identity. How can I investigate? Besides, wasn't it you, Nanace, who said that no investigation was allowed? I thought a necromancer was unnecessary, but what happened now? You were in a hurry, and you decided to investigate? Seeing everyone's confused faces, Nanace felt angry, but she was indeed the one who said that they don't need to pay attention to the necromancer. So I could only grit my teeth and remain silent. At this time, one of the senior executives said carefully, I paid a brief attention to it. It's not really an investigation, but I just felt it was a bit weird. Speak. Nanace looked at the other person. The other party took out a list and placed it on the table. He said, I looked at the global rankings. Since you can only see the top 30, it's clear at a glance that the highest level in the world is still Yu Song, and the lowest level, ranked 30th at the bottom, is 53. But there are no necromancers in the top 30, let alone necromancers who have hidden their personal information. This is indeed not an investigation. It is all obvious. Just seeing the necromancer charging through the levels, everyone naturally assumed that he was at a very high level. But now it seems that was a necromancer who was not even level 53. Nanashing was stunned for a moment and said in disbelief, You mean the necromancer who has been constantly attacking the floors of the Endless Tower these 2 days is less than level 53? Are you kidding me? Although it's weird, it's true. The opponent's level is definitely less than 53. It's impossible to be wrong. The man said. The strange feeling in Nanace's heart became even stronger. A necromancer who is less than level 53 is approaching step by step in the Endless Tower. She was clearly already at the 61st floor, while the other party was only at the 55th floor. Whether it was professional strength, level, or the number of floors in the Endless Tower, there seemed to be quite a gap. Before this, for every professional on the ranking, it was extremely difficult to break through each level. From time to time, high-level professionals would suddenly disappear from the rankings. That means he took the risk to rush to the next level, but unfortunately died in there. But now, the gap between the necromancer and her by 6 levels made Nanace feel extremely anxious. Investigate. Immediately send someone across the Forbidden Sea to Longxia to investigate the necromancer. Also, keep an eye on the Endless Tower rankings. If the necromancer continues to charge higher, notify me immediately. List all the information about the famous necromancers in Longxia, including the previous national war reports. Nanace finally started to get serious. What she needs to pay most attention to is tonight at around 6 o'clock to see if the necromancer will continue to charge forward. If the opponent continues to rush to the next level and takes the shortest time among those ranked at the same level, that would be what Nanace most doesn't want to see. After the meeting, Nanace sat alone in a chair. Her hands drooped on her white legs, trembling slightly. It was not fear, but nervousness. A kind of pressure out of nowhere kept hitting her heart. Everything depends on tonight. She even had the idea of attacking the 63rd floor, but she immediately cut off. No, it's too risky. And all of this was part of Lu Xinxin's plan. In the copy on the other side, Lu Xinxin and Lu Ran stood together, while Yi Hongyi and Lei Tai went out to deal with the elites and boss. Lu Xinxin narrowed her eyes and looked at Lu Ran with a smile. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. How much experience do you have now? Lu Xinxin asked. 97% of 23. I should be able to reach level 24 soon after lunch. Now the speed is getting slower and slower. Lu Ran said distressedly. You little brat is still not satisfied. This is already very fast. Lu Xinxin said softly. I kept brushing until dinner time. Lu Ran's level reached 24 in the afternoon. Just after 6 o'clock, several people left the copy on time. Lu Xinxin said to Lu Ran, Go. 56th floor, quick battle, and quick decision. Okay. Lu Ran licked his lips and walked towards the Endless Tower teleportation array. At the same time, Cherry Blossoms, Ikena Taisha Shrine. Nanace and a group of senior executives from the company gathered here. The atmosphere in the entire conference room was dull and depressing. Nanace's palms were even oozing with sweat. The soft chair didn't seem so comfortable anymore, and her crack was wet. Chapter 50. Who is this person? President, the time is up. The necromancer should not continue, right? I just managed to get through a few levels by luck, but that's nothing. After all, I'm just a necromancer. Being able to enter the top 10 of the rankings is already the limit of the limit. In my opinion, there's no need to worry about it. If he continues to charge, I can't imagine what the necromancer is relying on to charge. Don't forget, that necromancer is not even level 53. What are you afraid of? Someone started talking, and the atmosphere became a little more lively. Nanace looked around, but her heart was still hanging. He's obviously just a necromancer. It's obviously not even level 53. It was clear that the other party had only passed the 55th floor. It was obvious that the opponent's level was still 6 levels away from Nana's 61 levels. But Nana's could always feel the opponent pressing her step by step. Besides, even if the other party passes the 56th floor, so what there are still 57th and 58th floors behind. Can he pass them all the way? He's just a necromancer, someone said. What if the other party can keep passing? Nana's asked. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. The person who spoke earlier quickly said with a smile, it doesn't matter. The Endless Tower looks at individual combat power. The national war is about to start. Even if the necromancer is personally strong, he will be drowned in our corpses during the national war. There is no need to worry. This flattery is not very good. Nana's face suddenly darkened, and he said, You mean, in terms of personal combat power, I am not as good as him? The man's face changed drastically. He quickly stood up and said tremblingly, President, please forgive me. I didn't mean that. Besides, the other party hasn't continued to charge the next level. In my opinion, the 55th level is his limit. If he continues to charge the next level, he will be courting death. As soon as the words fell, the maid pushed the door open and walked in. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on the maid. The maid didn't expect there to be so many people in the conference room, and the atmosphere was so depressing. She looked at Nana's cautiously. Nana's took a deep breath, forced a smile, and said, It's okay, just tell me, what's going on? The maid gritted her teeth and said, I've been keeping an eye on the global ranking of the Endless Tower. That necromancer just passed the 56th floor at 612, and he still has the shortest clearance time among the players on the same floor, ranking 7th in the overall ranking. As soon as these words came out, Nana's expression froze instantly. She stared at the maid and suddenly asked, What time did he pass the 55th floor last night? The maid said immediately, 6:10, just 2 minutes left. Nana's breathing quickened. She had said more than once before that the opponent had such a long interval between each level and was constantly taking risks to try to break through the levels, but now it seems that may not be the case. With such precise timing, it really feels like I can rush to the next level right away. No, not rush, but pass. It's as easy as eating, takes the shortest time, and can be done in one go without any delay. Nana's recalled that before she reached level 53, she wanted to be on the global ranking of the Endless Tower, which was just a dream. In this way, at least at this stage, even if the necromancer does not continue to charge at the next level, he has already defeated her. Got it. Keep watching. Nana said simply. Everyone in the conference room looked at each other. I wanted to say something, but I didn't dare to say too much. After all, the facts were before my eyes. If I said too much and accidentally offended Nana's, I would be in trouble. Nana's looked up at everyone. The top leaders of Echinatasia usually show off their power in front of the cherry blossoms and act like a dragon and phoenix in front of everyone. Now, when I encounter problems, I can't count on anyone. You can't even flatter someone properly. Get out of here, Nana said in a deep voice. Immediately, everyone stood up and rushed to the outside, fearing that if they ran too slowly they would be grabbed by Nana's and used as a punching bag. Soon, Nana's was the only one left in the meeting room. Even the maid had left. As the sky gradually darkened, the light in the conference room gradually faded. Nana's sat motionless on her throne. It was so quiet that she could even hear her own heartbeat. He's just a necromancer. How did he do it? Nana's took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. This feeling of being approached step by step and completely stealing all her attention is terrible. The joy of finally suppressing Yu Qing-song a few days ago seemed to have been washed away. Today, Nanasheng is facing an unknown necromancer who is less than level 53 and whose appearance, level, and even gender are unknown. A trace of panic suddenly arose in my heart. She shook her head and gritted her teeth. I don't believe he can keep pushing the levels. The 60th level is a big hurdle. Yu Qing-song couldn't pass it after so long. How could he do that? Even I made such a huge sacrifice to pass the 60th level. He can't do it. Impossible. But these words sounded more like her words of self-comfort. On the other side, Lu Ran and his companions returned to Lu Ran's mansion after having a good meal and a drink. The three presidents suddenly received a notice and were summoned to go to the Tiandao League branch. What's going on? They suddenly called the three of us? Something big. Leitai mattered in confusion. Why don't you go and take a look and find out? Yi Hongyi said casually. Lu Xinxin looked at Lu Ran. Said, Lu Ran, follow me. Ah. Lu Ran was stunned and asked in surprise. You didn't call me? I'm worried about you being alone at home. Lu Xinxin shook her head. There was no choice but to follow him. Tiandao League branch. Lu Ran and his three companions went to the meeting room and suddenly ran into Yu Qing-song at the corner. I asked you to come. Yu Qing-song's expression was a little serious. Suddenly, he saw Lu Ran following him, and he immediately relaxed. He greeted her with a smile. Lu Ran is here too. That's great. We haven't seen each other for a few days. I want to get to know your situation. Let's have a meeting together. After saying that, he took the lead and walked away. In the conference room, Yu Qing-Song asked, So, Hades' crystal skull is indeed in your possession? Lu Ran nodded. Where did you get it from? The dungeons you can play at this stage won't drop such good things, right? Yu Qing-Song asked doubtfully. Wild Boss, a level 58 armed Vajra, appeared outside Blackfire City a few days ago. Lu Ran said truthfully. I see. But, isn't it the final blow for a Wild Boss? Are you so lucky? Did you grab the final blow? Yu Qing-Song asked in surprise. It's not luck, it's an entry. Lao Yu, if you're curious, just let Lu Ran show it to you. Why are you beating around the bush? Lei Tai muttered beside him. This made Yi Hongyi and Lu Xinxin couldn't help laughing. Yu Qing-Song then said, I am indeed very curious. Are there any new entries unlocked? Lu Ran nodded and said, Yes, I unlocked 2 new ones. Yu Qing-Song's eyes widened. 2? Didn't you unlock one at level 5? Wait, what level are you at? Lu Ran said, level 24. Chapter 51 gave Yu Qing-Song a little shock. Yu Qing-Song was stunned. When I first met Lu Ran, he was only level 10. After just a few days, he has already reached level 24. Level 10 unlocks a new entry, and level 20 unlocks another. This speed is too fast. Yu Qing-Song looked at Yi Hongyi and the others in surprise, and said, You 3 are really working hard. The speed is so fast, but even if we use the Platinum Team contract, it shouldn't be so fast, right? What did you do? Yi Hongyi said, It's a wild boss. Lu Ran killed it once, and gave 5 million experience points. There's also the global ranking of the Endless Tower. You should know it too. Hearing this, Yu Qing-Song nodded immediately and said, Yes. There's also the Endless Tower ranking. Is that Necromancer really Lu Ran? It's genuine. Yi Hongyi proudly put her arm around Lu Ran's shoulders and pulled him into her arms. The 2 sisters, Yi Hongyi and Lu Xinxin, have different personalities and behave differently. Yi Hongyi is carefree, while Lu Xinxin is a little shy. But Yi Hongyi's bold actions often made Lu Ran feel angry. Wait, let me stroke it. Yu Qing-Song raised his hand. With such a fast upgrade, the Endless Tower ranking jumped to 7th in the world, and a wild boss was killed. There are also 2 new entries unlocked. The amount of information is a bit overwhelming. Let's talk about the wild boss one by one. How did you get the tail knife? Yu Qing-Song organized his words and asked. The effect of the entry, Lu Ran said directly. Then just show the entry to Yu Qing-Song for him to see, otherwise it would be too troublesome to explain. The sky is vast, and the sea is huge. This thing expands the skill coverage range. This can also be expanded. There was an entry before that expanded the skill casting distance, right? Yu Qing-Song looked at the entry panel with his eyes wide open. I could hardly believe my eyes. Entry. The sky is vast, and the sea is wide. Effect. From the date this entry is unlocked, every time you kill an enemy unit, the attack range of all skills will increase by 1 meter, with no upper limit. Current bonus, 21,355 meters. The area behind was especially making Yu Qing-Song's head buzz. The skill coverage range is more than 20,000 meters. That's 20 kilometers. Yes, skill coverage. Lu Ran nodded. We have tested it. Now Lu Ran's Skeleton Storm and Touch of the Undead can completely cover any dungeon. Except for the boss and monsters that need to be triggered by special mechanisms, all others can be attacked indiscriminately. Moreover, Touch of the Undead can cover the entire dungeon, fully control, and infinitely stack skeleton storms to cause multiple layers of damage. Lu Xinxin knew what shocked Yu Qing-Song and told him the data directly. Yu Qing-Song's breathing became a little rapid, and his chest heaved violently. When he looked at Lu Ran again, his eyes were shining brightly. The newly unlocked entry is so terrifying. When I first met Lu Ran, it was already terrifying that Lu Ran could use skills infinitely and his casting distance increased infinitely. Now, even the skill coverage can be increased. This is an exponential enhancement for Lu Ran. After just a few days of absence, the Skeleton Storm can cover 20 kilometers. So, when a national war comes, Lu Ran's Skeleton Storm can cover the army of any country. Yu Qing-Song asked as if he was muttering to himself. That's what I mean, but I think that as long as Lu Ran is given enough time to grow, even covering the entire national war battlefield doesn't seem to be a big problem. Yi Hongyi added. Gulp. Yu Qing-Song swallowed his saliva. Subconsciously, he said, and there's also the constant control of the touch of the undead over a similarly large area. How? How do other countries deal with this? There's nothing to deal with. In recent years, China's position in the international situation has been delicate. Many countries have been jumping back and forth in front of us. Now that Lu Ran appears, they can forget about dealing with it. Just wait to die, Lei Tai said swearingly. Yu Qing-song continued to ask, then what about the wild boss? How did you get the tail knife? Yi Hongyi reminded. Isn't there another entry? Oh right, he almost forgot. Yu Qing-song's entire attention was attracted by the entry of Boundless Oceans and Sky. He almost forgot that Lu Ran had unlocked 2 new entries. So he looked back again. Entry: sleeping on straw and tasting gall. Effect: the maximum charging time limit for charging skills will be cancelled, and charging can be unlimited. This entry is much shorter and has no numerical description. Yu Qing-song didn't react at the moment. He muttered, the charging time limit for the charging skill has been removed. Charging skill? The charging skill of the Necromancer is Blood Lance, which has a maximum charging time of 8 seconds, right? Blood Lance has unlimited charging time? Huh. As he spoke, Yu Qing-song's eyes widened. As the president of the Tiandao League, Yu Qing-song immediately knew the key point. The Blood Spear has infinite power, and the damage is continuously accumulated with no upper limit. In order to let Yu Qing-song understand more intuitively, Lu Xinxin said, now Lu Ran's spell attack power is 1,700 after I gave him some equipment last time. Blood Spear charges, increasing basic damage by 50% per second. 1 minute is 30 times the basic damage, which means 51,000 spell damage. 10 minutes, it's 510,000. 1 hour, that's 3,060,000. Charge all the energy for a whole night. Even if it's 10 hours, that's more than 30 million damages. These data were very clear, and Yu Qing-song could understand them. But every word and sentence was like a huge hammer, hitting his head and making it buzz. Charging for 10 hours, over 30 million damage. Understand. That 8-armed Vajra, I remember it had over 30 million health points. He was killed in just 1 second. Yu Qing-song asked. If he wasn't facing Lu Ran, he would even think that his question was a bit ridiculous. Defeating a wild boss in seconds? What a joke. At that time, Lu Ran's spell attack power was not as high as it is now. But after charging for 10 hours, it could also cause tens of millions of damage. So, that day, Lu Ran waited until the 8-armed Vajra's health points dropped below a quarter before throwing the blood spear. Lu Xinxin recalled. The same principle applies. Yu Qing-song looked at them in astonishment and said, I am really convinced. Who can get the reward from the wild boss in front of Lu Ran? Then, Yu Qing-song thought of the Endless Tower ranking again. He originally found it unbelievable and confused, but now he has come to his senses. Nodding, he said, it seems that this is how you climb the Endless Tower. A level 24 Necromancer has climbed to the 56th floor. I'm only on the 59th floor. However, I can understand why Lu Ran didn't rush to higher floors in one go. He was waiting for the blood spear to charge, right? But I didn't expect it. Lu Xinxin shook her head and said, don't underestimate Lu Ran's no cooldown item. Even if you don't use Blood Lance, with infinite summoning and corpse explosion, combined with infinite control of touch of the undead, it's not difficult to pass the level. It's just that Blood Lance is a little safer. In addition, I want to use Lu Ran's way of rushing through the levels to force Nana to continue trying for higher levels. It would be best if she could die. If not, she will be suppressed by Lu Ran. This is just a good start before the national war. Yu Qing-song is not a fool since he can become the president of Tiandao League. I immediately understood Lu Xinxin's intention. He immediately said with a smile, it has to be you. If you ask for a lucky draw, Nana will be so anxious that she will vomit blood. Chapter 52. Death Arena Eagle Sauce's Provocation. That's Nana's bad luck. She's been stepped on by you for so long. Now, she finally gets a chance to show off, but she hasn't even had a few days to show off yet. Lu Ran is chasing after her coolie. That little bitch must be going crazy now, huh? Lei Tai said with a laugh. Yi Hongyi and Lu Xinxin on the side also had smiles on their faces. You could see that everyone is very happy. Originally, I was worried about the national war and the clearance of the Black Dragon Mountains. Now, it's really like one day of hell and the next day of heaven. I don't have to worry about the national war. When the time comes, I can just get some people in to watch the fun. There is no need to rush the Black Dragon Mountains. I could just wait for Lu Ran to clear it at that time. Yu Qing-song said with a sigh. He leaned back in his chair comfortably, feeling relaxed. But at this time, Lu Xinxin suddenly asked, you called us here in a hurry. It shouldn't just be to see Lu Ran, right? After these words came out, Yu Qing-song was stunned. Now, I remembered the important matter. His expression immediately became serious, and he turned his wrist, took out a document from the storage space, and placed it on the table. Said, you can take a look at this list. A few people came closer and found that it listed the names, occupations, levels, guilds, etc. of some professionals. There are various levels, but most are above level 50. There is even a level 60 player among them. List? What list? Yi Hongyi asked curiously. Yu Qing-song took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, someone suddenly created a dual room in the deathmatch arena of the global arena. The room name is an extremely insulting word to Long Xia, which has caused dissatisfaction among many professionals in our country. After that, some professionals from our country couldn't help but enter and challenge the other side. But up to now, everyone who has been in there has died without exception. This is the death list. Among them are 3 high-level professionals from our Tiandao League, the highest level being level 60, who also died. We haven't found out who the owner of the house is yet, but the country he belongs to is definitely the United States. Upon hearing this, the 3 presidents became furious. Liu ran on the side, listened curiously. He knew that the global arena was a competition arena. You can create your own room or randomly match with professionals who have similar registrations. But there is no death in the arena. If your health drops to 5%, you will be considered a loser, and the opponent will no longer be able to cause any harm to you. There is no danger to life. Therefore, there is an endless stream of people entering the arena to compete and master the combination of skills and the rhythm of battle, making it very lively. But in the global arena, there is a special category. Death Arena. The rules of the deathmatch arena are similar to those of the arena, with one-on-one or team confrontations for sparring and competition. But there is no protection mechanism. Death is really death. Few people are willing to create rooms or random matches in deathmatch. Because even if you are a high-level professional, there are higher-level professionals who can crush you. Even if it is a hidden profession, there are hidden professions that can restrain you. No one can guarantee that he or she will not be the one to die. But this afternoon at 3 o'clock, someone created a deathmatch room. The name is a direct insult to Long Xia. This caused dissatisfaction among many people, and some people immediately couldn't help but go in a challenge. But not long after entering, the challenger died and the room became selectable again. From 3 p.m. till now, a total of 37 people have died. Finally, the Tiandao League became aware of this, and 3 high-level professionals entered a challenge. But they are all dead. The last person to enter was the level 60 hidden profession Thunderstorm Berserker of the Tiandao League. The person on the global level list was also dead, and he died within 5 minutes of entering the arena. His name disappeared from the global ranking list. Damn it, so arrogant. I'll go and take a look. Lei Tai was instantly furious. The 2 door panels and shield were carried out directly. His whole face turned red with anger. Don't be impulsive, Lu Xinxin said. How can you not be impulsive? This is a provocation. It's targeting us in Longxia. In all these years, this is the first time someone dares to be so arrogant. Lei Tai said angrily. Who is stronger, your level 61 Earth Knight or your level 60 Thunderstorm Berserker? Asked Lu Xinxin. Lei Tai didn't want to admit it, but he still gritted his teeth and said, it's 50-50. The paralysis attribute of Thunderstorm Berserker is a bit annoying. I've sparred with him. Although his defense is not as good as mine, he's also a tough guy. In that case, Thunderstorm died in less than 5 minutes. How long do you think you can last? Lu Xinxin continued to ask. Lei Tai's face immediately turned gloomy. Yes, a Thunderstorm Berserker, a level 60 Thunderstorm Berserker at that, couldn't last more than 5 minutes. The opponent must be a character on the level list and a hidden profession and has powerful equipment. If Lei Tai goes in, he might die. Once you enter the death arena, you cannot exit and you cannot activate the communicator. So currently, you cannot get any information about the opponent. Yu Qing-song added. Several people looked very unhappy. Lu Xinxin is a healer, so she just gets beaten up when she goes in, but she just holds on. Lei Tai and Lei Bao are in a fierce battle, and the outcome of going in is probably death. As a magic profession, Yi Hongyi is at a disadvantage in a one-on-one situation because she has no meat shield to provide her with an output environment. That room has been closed now, but this incident has caused a lot of public opinion internationally. Yu Qing-song said, tomorrow I will keep an eye on the global arena. If the other party continues to open a deathmatch arena, I will go in and test it. Don't be impulsive. Lu Xinxin persuaded again. I know it's very dangerous, and I have no idea about the other party's background, but you should know that I have to fight. Yu Qing-song sighed. Yu Qing-song, as the leader of the Tiandao League, ranks first in the global ranking list, first in the Longxia ranking list, and once ranked first in the Endless Tower ranking list. He represents Longxia's reputation. Now that the Eagle Sauce is so provocative, it is probably to retaliate for the previous entry request and the rejection of the transaction. But no matter what, this insult will spread around the world, and I can't sit idly by. Yu Qing-song said, gritting his teeth. He also knew it was dangerous, but he had to go. But what if you died too? Lu Xinxin asked back. Yu Qingsong's face suddenly darkened. You are the leader of the Tiandao Alliance, and Long Xia's face. If you die, the consequences will be the most serious, and the eagle sauce will become even more unscrupulous. Lu Xinxin directly named him. But we can't just ignore it, right? Lei Tai summoned. It's not right to fight, and it's not right not to fight. Are we going to suffer this loss? We've lost more than 30 professionals. Alas, the death arena is a special category of the global arena. Few people use it, but it is within the rules. If we can't get our ground back, we'll have to suffer in silence. Yi Hongyi frowned and also sighed. At this time, Lu Ran on the side suddenly murmured, How about I give it a try? Chapter 53, We Can't Take This Loss. Swish. The four presidents immediately focused their eyes on Lu Ran. No. Lu Xinxin was the first to say, It's too risky. We don't know the other party's profession, level, or skills. It's too risky to rush in under such circumstances. Yi Hongyi and Lei Gang also shook their heads. Yu Qingsong said, Lu Ran, you must not be impulsive. I know you are very strong, but the other party is doing this for revenge. It must be instructed by Congress, and it is very likely that they are equipped with a full set of Black Dragon Mountain Range equipment. Do you know what that means? As the highest level team dungeon at this stage, the numerical suppression of a full set of Black Dragon equipment is at least 3 times that of the same level. Lu Xinxin said, This is just analysis. In fact, it is possible that the numerical suppression is even higher. This is why more than 30 Longxia professionals and even a level 60 Thunderstorm Berserker could not last more than 5 minutes. Absolute numerical suppression. No chance of winning. I'll throw a blood spear as soon as I go in. We can't afford this loss. Lu Ran said. This. When they heard Lu Ran's blood spear, their expressions froze. It seems it's true. Lei Tai said, Lu Ran's blood spear has been charging all night, and it can deal 30 million damage. If that guy dares to provoke me tomorrow, Lu Ran will go in and kill him in seconds. Put in danger. Lu Ran has the magic gourd, Hades' crystal skull, and endless summons. Who can kill him? But I always feel that something is inappropriate. Lu Xinxin said worriedly. Lu Ran looked at the few people. Let me try. I can't die. In this situation, if our professionals go in, they will definitely die. Sister Xinxin also said that this is an absolute numerical suppression. But regardless of that, the other party provokes us every day. How can Long Xia keep its face? This is not only a counterattack, but also the best way to show the world the power of Long Xia. After listening to Lu Ran's words, Yu Qingsong's expression was uncertain. Suddenly asked, How much experience do you have now that you're level 24? Lu Ran glanced at his own panel. Said, 17% of level 24. There's still a big gap from level 25, and it is becoming more and more difficult to upgrade now. The experience required also increases exponentially. How about this? After you upgrade to level 25 and unlock new entries, we will decide whether to let you take the adventure based on the strength of the new entries. Although your comprehensive abilities are almost unbeatable at this stage, it is still better to be safe. How about this? Yu Qingsong said, This is the biggest concession. Each of Lu Ran's entries is of a heaven-defying level. One more entry will increase Lu Ran's combat power exponentially. As I am about to reach level 25, it will be much safer to unlock a new item before going for revenge. Okay, then I'll focus on leveling up. Lu Ran nodded solemnly. Okay, that's it for today. I will stay in Blackfire City for the next few days and send people to keep an eye on the Death Arena. Even if the Death Arena opens tomorrow, no professionals from our country will risk going in. Yu Qingsong said. After all, a level 60 Thunderstorm Berserker couldn't last more than 5 minutes. If anyone dares to go in with such enthusiasm and get killed, he is really asking for trouble. According to estimates, at Lu Ran's current upgrade speed, it will take another 2 days to reach level 25. The earliest would be noon the day after tomorrow. It's not that they are unwilling to grind all night long, but after 7 o'clock in the evening, the entrance transmission function of all copies will be closed, and it will be impossible to continue grinding. Otherwise, the 3 presidents would not have stopped at dinner. Early the next morning, Lu Ran and his companions came to the dungeon hall. Before Lu Ran went to the Endless Tower, he saw many people gathered in the area at the entrance of the arena. There is a huge panel above the arena. The panel is divided into 2 areas. The left side is the normal arena, which lists the competition rooms one by one. Professionals can enter the duel by actively entering a specific room through the teleportation array at the entrance of the arena or through random matching. But that is a normal arena. There is no death, only winning and losing. The panel area on the right is the Death Arena. There's so few rooms in the Deathmatch Arena that you can barely see them. But now there's a room up there. When they saw the name of the room, everyone got angry. Damn, It's the same shabby from yesterday. Fuck that yellow-haired dog. He checked into a room again. Someone big enough to get him, damn it. Are you serious about the name of this room? It's too arrogant. Show your identity if you can, you sneaky bastard. For a moment, there were countless insults. Even Lu Ran was furious when he saw the name of the room. Extremely insulting words. Lu Ran's chest heaved. When you click on the room, in addition to the enter button, there is also information about the two opponents. But because no one has entered the room now, only one is shown, which is the owner. Name, level, occupation, guild, country, Eagle Sauce. This information is even more exaggerated. Apart from the country, even the occupation is not shown. Although Lu Ran hid his personal information in the equipment list and the endless tower rankings, his occupation was still displayed. In the death arena, everything was hidden. All I can see is that the other party belongs to the Eagle Sauce, but I have no idea what his specific profession is or what level he is. But despite the scolding, no one in Longxia dared to go in and fight. On the one hand, the three most powerful professions of Tiandao League all died in there yesterday. On the other hand, even if you rush in with courage and enthusiasm without fear of death, you will only be giving away your heads and making the opponent more arrogant. It will be useless. At this moment, countless people gathered in the dungeon halls of all the main cities in all countries around the world. Everyone was watching this scene, and these sounds are surprisingly harmonious. Perhaps only Eagle Sauce would dare to target Longxia like this. The Eagle Sauce is playing with fire. If you piss off Longxia, the whole country will go to war and flatten the Eagle Sauce's border. Yes, there's a limit on the number of participants in a national war, but even if there's no national war and the whole country goes to war, will the Eagle Sauce still dare to be arrogant? Eagle Sauce has the Black Dragon equipment, and he installed it right away. Why didn't he do this before clearing the Black Dragon Mountains? You are such a shameless bastard, using equipment values to bully others. Unexpectedly, many countries that are small in size and are forced to form an alliance hate the Eagle Sauce. The Eagle Sauce was notorious before the world was digitized. After digitization, the Eagle Sauce, which has certain advantages, still plunders everywhere and has provoked many countries. Its reputation is beyond salvation. Blackfire City Dungeon Hall. Lei Tai clenched his fists tightly, his body trembled slightly with anger, and his face turned ashen. But he was not stupid. He knew that if he went in at this critical moment, he would probably just get killed and become a laughingstock. Especially since he is the president of one of the three major guilds in Longxia, and also the president of the Battle Flag National Defense Army, which is special significance. It would be funny if he died. The chairman of the Battle Flag National Defense Army that guards the border died under the provocation of the other side. In a sense, it was even more sensational than the death of Yu Qingtsong. Lu Ran, go brush the endless tower and continue to upgrade. Lu Xinxin stood in front of Lu Ran, standing between Lu Ran and the arena panel, and said, "Okay." Lu Ran took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Only then did he calm down a little and walk towards the endless tower teleportation array. Get ready to take down the 57th floor. At the same time, on the other side of the Forbidden Sea, Sakura, Nanace did not wait for the maid to report today. Instead, he came to the dungeon hall by himself. He stopped in the crowd, glanced at the arena panel, didn't care, and turned to look at the ranking panel of the endless tower. This is what she came for. The Necromancer, whose information is all marked with question marks, is on the 56th floor and ranked 7th, which is particularly eye-catching. Chapter 54 at any cost. The 57th floor of the Endless Tower. The dome here is higher and the area is larger, and the size of the monsters seems to have increased exponentially. Looking out of the surrounding tower windows, you can see dark clouds gathering around and thunderclouds rolling. Lu Ran looked up. Standing there in the distance is the boss guarding the 57th floor. Level 57 Holy Fire Bull, 57th floor. It's still a holy monster. The huge body is like a small mountain, covered with golden fur that rises and twists like flames. The forelegs are like four pillars sticking into the ground. But Lu Ran had long been accustomed to it. The moment he stepped out of the safe zone, the staff appeared in his hand. Then, the space was torn apart, and the blood spear that had been accumulating energy all night flew out. Whoosh! Pong! In the blink of an eye, the bull was hit. The poor bull never dreamed that as the boss on the 57th floor of the Endless Tower, it would be so fragile. Lu Ran just triggered hatred because he stepped out of the safe zone, but when he turned around and couldn't see clearly, the health bar was emptied. Congratulations on clearing the 57th floor of the Endless Tower and gaining 570,000 experience points. Having gained experience, Lu Ran glanced at the rising stairs leading to the next level, ignored them, and decisively exited the Endless Tower. At the same time, inside the Sakura dungeon hall, Nane's pupils suddenly shrank, and looking at the panel of the Endless Tower's global rankings, her body couldn't help but tremble. The time now is 8:37. It was exactly the same as yesterday, only a few minutes difference. This was enough to confirm her guess. The Necromancer didn't take the risk of pushing the floors, but he wanted to take one floor each morning and evening according to the time. And there is a high probability that you can pass the level in one go, and there will be no second attempt. Although Nanace is now playing on the 57th floor, she can still clear it in one go. But she couldn't guarantee that she would take the shortest time among the 57 floors. But this Necromancer who had been ignored by her before did it. The current ranking of the Necromancer, 5th in the world. The maid beside her also looked extremely unhappy. Subconsciously, he said, "President, the other party has been promoted to 5th place, but there is still a gap between him and you. He is just a Necromancer. He shouldn't be able to continue, right?" Nanace glanced at the maid. He said calmly, "If he is really an ordinary Necromancer, do you think it is possible for him to clear the 57th floor in the shortest time? And he is not even level 53 yet." The maid immediately stopped talking. Nanace also knew that the maid was trying to comfort her, but the comfort had no effect. Nanace's heart was twitching slightly at this moment. This invisible pressure gradually increased, as if a pair of sharp claws tore open the chest and squeezed the heart inside. She even wanted to try the 62nd floor at all costs. But in the end, he shook his head, said, "Keep watching." After saying that, she turned around and went back. As for the provocation of Eagle Sauce against Long Xia in the Death Arena, she was not interested. On the contrary, Lu Ran was very concerned. After coming out of the Endless Tower, he looked at the Death Arena room that was still hanging there, but no one dared to enter to fight, as well as the extremely insulting name of the room. Lu Ran gritted his teeth. "Lu Ran, let's go and do some dungeon stuff." Lu Xinshin patted Lu Ran's shoulder and said softly. In the copy hall, countless people were still staring at the Death Arena at this moment. The most tragic thing was that no one dared to fight under such humiliation. At the same time, the ranking changes on the 57th floor of Lu Ran's Endless Tower naturally attracted the attention of most people. Sure enough, my prediction was correct. That Necromancer is still charging higher. It's true that there is one floor more than 8 in the morning and one floor more than 6 in the evening. How did the Necromancer do that? That guy doesn't exist on the level list. He's not even at level 53. What's the point? If you're that strong, why don't you go challenge the Death Arena? Why are you showing off in the Endless Tower? If you can do it, go ahead. You're not even a level 53 Necromancer, and you want to send him to die in the Death Arena. There was a lot of noise in the dungeon hall, and at the same time, in the dungeon halls of each main city of Eagle Sauce. But it was crowded and full of joy. More than 30 people died yesterday afternoon. I don't dare to fight today. Longxia is a great country, but isn't it being suppressed by us now? By the way, does anyone know who the boss in the Death Arena is? It's been so long, and no one has accepted the challenge? Where's Yu Qingcong from Longxia? Where's Lei Tai from the National Defense Army? Why are they nowhere to be seen? A coward, whoever goes in will die, huh? The deathmatch room lasted for 3 hours and disappeared during lunch. I guess you want to have lunch. Lu Ran and the others also came out at lunchtime. Seeing that the Death Arena room had disappeared, the 4 of them were not in a good mood. After lunch, when I was about to continue playing, the Death Arena room appeared again. The other party seemed to enjoy it. Seeing that no one dared to fight Long Xia, the opponent even stopped leveling up and playing dungeons. Instead, he used all his time except for eating to create rooms and taunt Long Xia. The effect is naturally needless to say. Various opinions are being expressed internationally. Not to mention the difference in combat power between Long Xia and Ying Jiang. Just the matter of the Death Arena room made it seem as if Long Xia was suppressed by Ying Jiang. Lu Ran and the others glanced at it, ignored it, and continued to clear the dungeon. But Lu Ran had already made up his mind. He will be level 25 tomorrow, and as soon as he unlocks the new entry, he will go in and get his revenge. But it's not just that, he also wants to respond to the Eagle Sauce in the same way. Come one, kill one. In the afternoon, the room where the Eagle Sauce death fight was held was hung until nearly 6 o'clock before it disappeared. When Lu Ran and the others came out, they were gone. But in Sakura, Nanace had already arrived at the dungeon hall as scheduled. Her focus is still on the global ranking of the Endless Tower. It seemed that only by seeing it with her own eyes could she believe what was about to happen. Naturally, Lu Ran did not disappoint her. He went to the 58th floor before eating, killed the enemy instantly with a blood spear, and then left. With the experience reward from the 58th floor, Lu Ran is getting closer and closer to level 25. At the same time, Lu Ran's ranking jumped up again. Lu Ran, who now has a record of 58 levels, suppresses another person who also has a record of 58 levels, and ranks third in the world. Above Lu Ran is Yu Qingtsong, who is in second place. Going up further, it's Nanace who's ranked first. The distance is so close. Nanace stared at the ranking panel with her eyes fixed, her chest heaving, showing that her emotions were extremely intense at the moment. President, the mate said worriedly. Help me contact Jinguji, the owner of the eight-eyed umbrella. No, I'll contact him myself. Nanace said, gritting her teeth. It's time to think about trying on the 62nd floor. She can't just watch the other party step on her. And for this, she needs to get the eight-eyed umbrella. It ranks third on the global equipment list, even suppressing the fourth-ranked Dragon Spine Greatsword. At all costs. Chapter 55. That's it? That's it. At the morning meeting the next day, Lu Ran had no intention of paying attention to the rankings. Anyway, he is firmly in first place. The gap between him and the second-place Qin Wuyao was getting bigger and bigger, and no one was qualified to catch up with him. After the morning meeting, Lu Ran was about to leave. But Qin Wuyao caught up with him. You should already know the room where Eagle Sauce's death match is taking place, right? Qin Wuyao asked. I'm in the dungeon hall every day, of course I know. Lu Ran nodded. What are your plans? Qin Wuyao asked. It's simple, just fight back. Lu Ran said casually. And it's today. I heard from my father that President Yu has also come to Blackfire City. You should have discussed it with him, right? Qin Wuyao continued to ask. Yeah, Lu Ran responded. So, you can actually go, but according to President Yu's personality and the Tiandao League style of doing things, you were level 24 yesterday, and after a day of grinding, you should be level 25 today. Do you have to wait until you're level 25 to take on the challenge? Qin Wuyao said. Qin Wuyao has been smart since she was young, and she made the judgment so easily. Lu Ran was a little stunned, but he still nodded and said, that's what I mean. Qin Wuyao didn't say much. She smiled sweetly at Lu Ran and said, okay, I'll wait for you to come out and treat you to delicious food. I haven't seen you these past 2 days, and you didn't even ask to come and chat with me. After saying that, he pouted sadly. Lu Ran scratched his head and said, national hatred and family feuds. How can I spare the time? I'll find you after I'm done. Why? You don't want to level up today. Qin Wuyao shrugged and said, I'm not in a hurry to level up. Anyway, with you here, it won't be my turn to interfere in state affairs in the future. You alone are enough. As for this death arena, national hatred and family feuds are not that serious. You could just go in and kill them in seconds. That being said, but before parting, Qin Wuyao still said solemnly, be careful in everything. In the copy hall, when Lu Ran arrived, the 4 presidents were already there. That's right, Yu Qingtsong is here too. The 4 presidents were all wearing cloaks and hats at this time, paying attention to the list of death duels. Sure enough, the room had appeared. The room names have changed, but the insulting words still make people angry. Including me. You should be able to reach level 25 before lunch, right? Yu Qingtsong looked at Lu Xinxin and asked. Okay. Lu Xinxin, who was most sensitive and precise about numbers, nodded without hesitation. Okay, with me, we can go faster. Yu Qingtsong said. The speed at which the 3 guild leaders led Lu Ran to clear the dungeon yesterday was already fast enough. Almost every time they entered the dungeon, they compressed the time to the extreme. The goal is to raise Lu Ran's level to level 25 as soon as possible. With Yu Qingtsong joining us today, it's conceivable that the speed will be even faster. This is also the first time Lu Ran and Yu Qingtsong team up. Glancing at the team list, I have to say this was something Lu Ran would never have dared to dream of before. Team of 5. Captain, Lu Ran, level 24 Necromancer. Team member, Yu Qingtsong, level 63 Dragonborn Warrior. Team member, Lei Tai, level 61 Earth Knight. Team member, Yi Hongyi, level 62 Hellfire Master. Team member, Lu Xinxin, level 61 Elf High Priest. This team configuration is simply terrifying. The 4 presidents of Longxia are all team members, and a level 24 Necromancer is the captain. What a terrifying scene. At this time, the noise around continued. Alas, it pops up again as expected. This won't work. If no one cares, it will never end, right? I don't have that ability, otherwise I will be the first to rush in. Damn it, during the National War, I will definitely chase after Eagle Sauce's dog and kill him. Is there really no one in charge? Isn't that Necromancer going to go in and give it a try? As Lu Ran and the others listened, the urge to upgrade became even stronger. Yu Qingtsong personally saw all this in the dungeon hall and almost couldn't help but agree to let Lu Ran go in early. But seeing that Lu Ran was about to reach level 25, he could only suppress the anger in his heart. He gritted his teeth and said, upgrade. Upgrade. Lu Ran looked at Lu Xinxin and asked, Sister Xinshin, should I go to the Endless Tower first? No need to go today. Keep the blood spear. Lu Xinshin shook her head. Lu Ran was stunned. But if we don't attack the 59th floor, won't the plan against Nanes be ineffective? Lu Ran asked doubtfully. An appropriate pause might have a better effect, Lu Xinshin said softly. To be on the safe side, I won't throw away the blood spear and we'll just hold it in. Because we still don't know the origins of the Eagle Sauce Professional in the Death Arena room. If you just take advantage of the full set of Black Dragon equipment, then you don't have to worry at all. But if there are other accidents, the longer the blood spear charges, the safer it will be. What's more, there are the level 25 entries and skills that Lu Ran is about to unlock. Afterwards, the 5-man team entered the dungeon and began to clear it at full speed. The other side, in the Sakura dungeon hall, countless people were watching the deathmatch, hoping that Long Xia would not be able to resist provoking and continue to fight with Yingjiang. At the same time, a large number of professionals are paying attention to the global ranking of Endless Tower. This, of course, also includes Nanes. She came in person just like yesterday. In the crowd, Nanes' face was solemn, his palms clenched tightly, and had already got the 8-eyed umbrella. She gained more confidence to try the 62nd floor. But before that, she would not take any risks. She wanted to see if the Necromancer would continue to charge forward. After all, Nanes still has an absolute advantage in the global ranking of the Endless Tower, so there's no need to take risks in such a hurry. After all, there is still a risk of death. If he really died, it would be a huge joke. But after waiting for a while, Nanes looked at the time and frowned slightly. It's 8:46, and the other party hasn't started yet? The maid beside her also checked the time. Maybe it's not that it hasn't started yet, but it has failed? Or maybe it doesn't plan to continue. Nanes looked up at the rankings. The Necromancer was still in 3rd place and had not disappeared, so he was naturally still alive. However, it is not ruled out that the opponent persisted on the 59th floor for half an hour, failed to defeat the boss, and was forced out. Just keep waiting. Nanes took a deep breath and said. At the same time, it was strange that Lu Ran's ranking did not change this morning, which made many people uncomfortable. That Necromancer from Long Xia is not going to continue? That's it? That's it. I thought he was invincible, but this is it. 58th floor is his limit, which is pretty good. After all, he is just a Necromancer. You're lucky to be alive. You still want to continue? You're dreaming. This is a great honor for the Necromancer profession. It's fine. It's a huge profit. Nanes waited until around 11 o'clock, close to lunchtime, seeing that the ranking of the Necromancer remained unchanged. The worry on her face slowly faded. A familiar arrogant smile also appeared at the corner of his mouth. Finally, I took a look at the global ranking of the Endless Tower. Nanasheng shook his head and said, I overestimated him. A Necromancer is just a Necromancer after all. He can't even suppress Yu Qingsong, so how could he have a chance to catch up with me? After saying that, he turned around and left the dungeon hall leisurely. Behind him, countless people were still staring at the death arena and making a lot of noise in Long Xia's room. But little did they know, in the copy, Lu Ran finally received the long-awaited reminder. Level successfully increased to level 25. Chapter 56. Some new entries are a bit outrageous. Learn the news of Lu Ran's upgrade. The 4 presidents came running over from all directions of the Land of Fire. Lei Tai jumped and slashed, arriving in front of Lu Ran at the fastest speed. Hurry, hurry, show me what the entry is, Lei Tai said anxiously. At this time, the other 3 presidents also arrived. The 4 of them surrounded Lu Ran, looking at him eagerly like little kids asking for candy. Okay, let me take a look. Lu Ran nodded. Seeing that the 4 presidents were so anxious, he simply shared the panel for everyone to see together. Article, Skeleton Throne. Effect, you can control all dark non-human units unconditionally and regardless of level. The 4 presidents looked at each other in bewilderment. What does this mean? Control dark non-human units? You mean dark monsters? Yihongi asked puzzledly. How come the Skeleton Throne has appeared? What's going on? Pluto is alive. Lei Tai said jokingly. Are the dark monsters in the dungeon okay? You mean the undead monsters? Yu Qingsong also raised his own question. Only Lu Xinshin, after deep thought. He said, the undead is a type of darkness. There are many types of darkness, but I'm curious. This entry says that it ignores conditions, ignores levels, and controls all darkness non-human units. What if it's a summon of another class? Damn, it can't be that scary, right? There are dark summoners in my National Defense Army. If I can control them, it would be too incredible. Lei Tai said with a strange cry. I'm just guessing, but looking at the entry description, it's not impossible. After all, which of Lu Ran's previous entries was not against the will of heaven? If this one is not against the will of heaven, it would be abnormal. Lu Xinshin shrugged. and said. At this time, Yi Hongyi suddenly asked curiously, if Lu Ran can forcibly control dark non-human units and even the summons of professionals, then can Xiao Rizi's Shikigami do the same? As soon as these words were spoken, several people's eyes suddenly brightened. Almost his first reaction was to look at Lu Xinxin. Lu Xinxin also looked at Yi Hongyi in surprise. Then he said, there are two types of Sakura Shikigami. One comes from the so-called gods of Sakura, and the other comes from folk monsters. Monsters should belong to the dark system. After hearing this, several presidents immediately realized how perverted this entry was. Sakura is a very special place, and its unique profession of onmyoji does not exist in other countries at all. The fact that such a tiny country can have such an international status is inseparable from this profession. Sakura has a large number of onmyojis who dominate everything about Sakura. The Shikigami are the onmyoji group's greatest reliance, similar to a summoner's summoned creature. Moreover, among the Shikigami, gods account for a very small proportion, while monsters are the largest. If Lu Ran can control them, then it would really be. Lu Xinxin said with a strange look on her face. That's really a dimensionality reduction attack. It is conceivable that Lu Ran will fight against the onmyoji. When the other party excitedly released his Shikigami, in the blink of an eye, the Shikigami was controlled by Lu Ran and began to counterattack the onmyoji. That scene was truly a feast for the eyes. The question now is whether Lu Ran can control the professional's dark summons. It would be best to catch a few onmyojis to test it out. Yu Qingsong said thoughtfully. But now cross-border transmission is blocked. It is difficult to find onmyoji in the country. Little did he know that a group of onmyoji, under Nane's orders, were crossing the Forbidden Sea, risking their lives to get themselves killed. Wait a minute. How do I control this? I don't have any extra skills. Even if I want to control it, how can I do it? I can't just shout with my mouth, right? Lu Ran asked curiously. Well, the four knowledgeable presidents looked at each other. How could they possibly know this? I've never encountered this in my life. You will know how to control it soon. You are now level 25. The next dungeon you will be clearing will not be the Land of Fire, but the level 25 Demon Monastery. Lu Xinxin said. The demon in the Demon Monastery obviously meets the requirements. When Lu Ran goes in, he will naturally know how to control it. Okay, let's try again later. Now it's time to go find that beast in the Death Arena. Lu Ran nodded. What he was always thinking about was the Death Arena. Yu Qingsong looked a little hesitant and said thoughtfully, the newly unlocked entry. It seems that it will not provide any help in a single fight, so I'm still a little worried. Lu Ran waved his hand and said, although the entry may not be of much help, my new skill will definitely be useful. The four of them suddenly realized that they had almost forgotten that after Lu Ran was upgraded, he would unlock a skill. The Necromancer unlocks a skill at level 25, which is an ancient golem. Pull it out and have a look. Lu Xinxin said, put one in the treasure gourd and throw away the skeleton inside. Lu Ran did as he was told. He waved the staff in his hand. Pong! A huge ball of black fog exploded in front of him. Then a giant appeared in front of him, 3 meters tall, with a big belly and a round waist, looking like a big meatball. It looked more like a rotting corpse, but the skin seemed to have dried and solidified like rock. There is a totem pattern on the chest, which constantly emits black air. Several people glanced at the attributes. It is the normal attribute of the ancient golem. 100,000 health points. As expected of a meat tank undead that the Necromancer loves to use. It already has 100,000 health points right after it was unlocked. Eliitoi exclaimeth. As Lu Ran's level increases, the ancient golem's health will also be greatly improved. At this stage, this amount of blood is enough. Lu Ran, put one in the treasure gourd. Lu Xinxin urged, never forgetting to ask Lu Ran to put one in the treasure gourd to save his life. This is much safer than skeleton soldiers. In this way, if anyone wants to assassinate Lu Ran, the first one to suffer harm will be the ancient golem in the magic gourd. 100,000 health points. Even if the ancient golem died from the damage, Lu Ran still had the crystal skull's yin and yang passive ability to trigger. During this process, endless ancient golems will be thrown out, and they can all bear the damage for Lu Ran. Who can kill Lu Ran? It's about time. Let's go out after we finish this. I'm going to the Death Arena. Lu Ran said. Yu Qingsong hesitated for a moment. Finally, he nodded and said, okay, but you must be careful. If the opponent cannot be killed by you due to some special skills or equipment, you must ensure that you can summon skeletons endlessly. No. Summon ancient golems to ensure that you don't die. Lu Xinxin and Lu Ran talked about this mechanism. The Death Arena opens a room, and anyone who enters is deemed to have accepted the challenge and cannot quit. In order to leave, one party must die, and the other party must win and exit. or you can hold on until the deathmatch ends in half an hour and both sides are kicked out of the deathmatch room. Understood. I'll pay attention to it. Lu Ran nodded solemnly. Chapter 57. Fight for the country. Unfortunately, when Lu Ran and the others came out of the copy, the deathmatch room has disappeared. Probably the same as yesterday. I went to eat. In that case, let's go have dinner and see if he dares to continue creating rooms after dinner. Yu Qing-tsang said. Cherry blossoms on the other side. Nane sat by the stream, drinking sake, comfortably. The intense pressure these days made her feel at a loss, but now she finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's really ridiculous when I think about it. I was so nervous about an ordinary necromancer that I even spent a huge price to get the 8-eyed umbrella. Nane said self-deprecatingly. After all, he's just a necromancer. President, are you going to try the 62nd floor next? Said the maid as she refilled Nane's sake. Don't be anxious. I'm now at the 61st level and have an absolute advantage. Even if it's Yu Qing-tsang, although he seems to be 2 levels lower than me. Don't forget that the 60th level is a big hurdle. Yu Qing-tsang can't beat him in a short time. Nanashing said proudly. Her arrogance was revealed once again. As for the necromancer, Nanace no longer paid attention to him. Because if the other party did it on purpose, 1 layer in the morning and 1 layer in the evening, there would be no reason to stop this morning. If we stop now, there is only one possibility. That is, we won't be able to get through. Besides, if the necromancer is really that strong, why did he ignore the provocation from Eagle Sauce in the death arena? To put it bluntly, he is not strong enough. A weak necromancer will never be able to make it to the stage. Nanace analyzed. After saying this, he seemed to think that his analysis made a lot of sense and chuckled. He happily picked up the wine glass and continued drinking. After Lu Ran and his friends finished their meal, returned to the dungeon lobby. As soon as I walked in, Qin Wuyao came over anxiously. To Lu Ran, that bastard dissolved the room before lunch, but created it again 10 minutes ago. Instead of being disappointed, Lu Ran's eyes lit up with excitement. How dare you show up? That's great. Just waiting for you. Immediately, Lu Ran quickened his pace and walked to the panel of the arena. Looking up, it was still the same room, but the name of the room had changed again, still containing words insulting Long Xia. After global digitization, everything that exists is reasonable, and data laws will not interfere. The other person was still alone in the room. No one dared to challenge it either. Lu Ran walked directly towards the teleportation array of the arena. Lu Ran, be careful, Yu Qing-tsang shouted worriedly. Lu Xinxin also walked to Lu Ran's side. Patting his shoulder affectionately, he said, the rules of the death arena are different from those of an ordinary arena. Once you enter, even if you accept the challenge, the fight will not start immediately. Instead, both parties will have 3 minutes to prepare. During this time, you can prepare yourself and judge the opponent's ability. No matter what, you must ensure that you stay alive. Killing the opponent is only secondary. Do you understand? I understand. Sister Xinxin, don't worry, I understand. Lu Ran nodded solemnly. Then he looked at the other 3 presidents and Qin Wuyao and gave them a reassuring look. Then he continued walking towards the teleportation array. But suddenly, there was a noisy voice beside me. Someone has accepted the challenge. Lu Ran was stunned. He hadn't gone in yet. The 4 presidents also looked up at the panel in surprise. Really? There was originally only 1 person in the room, but now a second person appeared. Name, Gao Yang. Level 58. Occupation, Summoner. Guild, Battle Flag National Defense Army. Country, Longxia. Is he from the National Defense Army? Yu Qing-tsang frowned. Damn it. I have clearly informed all members of the National Protection Army not to accept the challenge. This Gao Yang, Leitai's Facha Darkanet. Gao Yang is a member of the Battle Flag National Defense Army. Leitai knew it, but unexpectedly, even though Leitai had notified them, there were still people willing to go. Gao Yang has a strong personality. Now he is probably unable to bear the other party's continuous provocations. But this... Leitai sighed deeply with an unsightly look. At this moment, everyone is paying attention to the death arena panel. 1v1. It's Gao Yang, Master Summoner. You have to be a member of the National Defense Army. You have to be brave. What's the point of being brave? Can you win? Isn't this just giving away heads and making the opponent even more arrogant? Oh, I was too impulsive. Just ignore this kind of thing. Lu Ran frowned, thinking to himself that something was not right. Unexpectedly, Gao Yang was too impulsive and rushed in before Lu Ran. After Gao Yang entered, the countdown for the 3-minute preparation time began. The outside world cannot see what is happening inside the death arena, but they can see the countdown. 3 minutes passed by in a flash. The battle begins. But unfortunately, no one could see the battle situation inside, and everyone was staring at the panel. Just 3 minutes and 50 seconds later. Suddenly, Gao Yang's name turned gray. Lei Tai's face turned pale in an instant, which meant that Gao Yang was dead. At the same time, Gao Yang's ranking on the level list disappeared. At this moment, all the dungeon halls in Longxia were dead silent, and the depressing atmosphere made everyone feel a little breathless. After more than 30 Longxia professionals died before, another one died now. Oh, I was so impulsive. Too impulsive. I'm so pissed. I'm only level 36, otherwise I would go in too. Fighting for the country, Gao Yang died a worthy death. What about Lei Tai? As the guild leader, did he just watch his guild members die? And that necromancer, he was showing off for a few days, but now he's gone? I was so scared that I didn't even dare to fight the Endless Tower this morning. It's so funny. For a while, there were all kinds of opinions. Lu Ran stared at the room panel of the death arena. The moment Gao Yang's gray information disappeared, Lu Ran walked into the teleportation array, selected the death arena room, and entered. Do you want to hide your personal information? Seeing the prompt, Lu Ran subconsciously wanted to hide it directly, but he found that he could hide it selectively. After thinking about it, Lu Ran checked other information, but did not choose to hide his occupation. Then, enter immediately. He wanted to make sure that no one else went in before him. Immediately, Lu Ran's information replaced Gao Yang's information. But in the same way, Lu Ran, who had hidden his personal information, couldn't see anything. Name, level, occupation, Necromancer, guild, country, Longxia. Under Lu Ran's deliberate effort, other information was also hidden, but the profession was specifically revealed. He wants all the countries in the world to watch him, a regular professional necromancer, tyrannize the United States. In an instant, all the dungeon halls around the world were in an uproar. It's a necromancer from Longxia. Oh my god, he actually stood up, but his level is less than 53. Can he challenge the Eagle Sauce Death Arena? After all, what we killed in the Endless Tower was only a boss, not a human unit. We were fighting against a professional, and a magic profession at that. The necromancer was in a very dangerous situation. And the cherry blossoms at this time. Nanace, who was drinking sake comfortably, also learned the news. The necromancer of Longxia accepted the challenge. Swish! She stood up instantly and ran to the dungeon hall. After all, she was still concerned about the performance of the necromancer. Chapter 58. There is something special indeed. At this moment, in the main city dungeon halls around the world, countless professionals heard the news and rushed in, eager to go in and watch the fun. Those who had just finished clearing the dungeon in the dungeon hall were also shocked by the huge crowds of people in front of them. Some people wanted to go out but couldn't, and more people wanted to stay and watch the fun. There are more and more people. Yu Qingcang and his companions were here at the beginning. In front of the panel, the four of them looked up. Inside the room, two people are shown. The homeowner is the professional American. Now, we still cannot see his personal information and data. We can only see his country. Although Lu Ran also hid his personal information, he deliberately revealed his occupation. This scene is very strange. Countless professionals around the world are watching the battle between these two professionals whose names, levels, guilds, and appearances are unknown. In other words, almost nothing is known about them. The only thing we know is that one of them is the recently controversial Longxia necromancer. This kid, if he wants to hide, then why does he even show off his profession? Yi Hongyi said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. That's fine. The necromancer profession has been a big deal lately anyway. So, just show it. It won't cause any trouble. Lei Tai said carelessly. He didn't care about anything else now. He just wanted Lu Ran to beat the other party up as soon as possible and get back his face. At this time, the 3-minute countdown has begun in the room. Nanace rushed to the dungeon hall as quickly as possible, but it was already crowded and there was almost no way to squeeze in. But Ike Natasha showed up and quickly cleared a path. Nanace came to the panel of the death arena, turned his head and glanced at the ranking list of the Endless Tower not far away. The ranking of the necromancer was still 3rd and had not moved. But this necromancer didn't go to fight on the 59th floor of the Endless Tower in the morning, but came to the death arena in the afternoon. Nanace looked at the two names in the death arena room. He frowned and asked, "Are you sure it's that necromancer?" The maid groaned and said, "That should be it." After all, many high-level Longxia professionals died in the death arena room of Yingjiang. There shouldn't be a stupid necromancer who would take the spotlight. That's fatal. He also hid his name, rank, and other information. It's funny that he lost his life, but didn't get any attention. Nana frowned and said, "What a pity. Eagle Sauce dares to do this. There must be a high-level professional equipped with a full set of Black Dragon equipment to insult Longxia. The strength value is there, and it is not something that a necromancer can shake. A mere necromancer. So what even if he passed the 58th level? Even Yu Qingcang didn't surpass him. Although it caused a lot of public opinion, It is rare for a necromancer to reach the 58th floor of the Endless Tower. But with such a high level, no one below level 53 would dare to enter the death arena to deal with the provocation of Eagle Sauce. After all, he was a stupid man. Although he had some abilities, that was all. It's a pity that he died like this. I thought I would meet an opponent worthy of my attention. I really overestimated him. Nanae said lightly. From the bottom of my heart, I looked down on this necromancer. She even felt sorry that if the necromancer died, she would lose a worthy opponent. In the copy, this is Lou Rand's first time entering the death arena. This is a place that looks like a huge circular arena. There were no spectators around. The stone slabs on the ground were flat. Lou Rand was in his own safe zone. Looking up, he could see a dark-skinned bro sitting on the ground resting in the safe zone opposite him. Suddenly I saw someone coming in. The man chuckled, stood up, and said, "The professionals in Longxia are really all mentally ill. How dare they let people in?" After saying that, he looked into Lou Rand's eyes. Neither of them can use the communicator now, but they can see each other's information. Level 60 Necromancer Rand. Lou Rand murmured. He remembered. This guy is on the global ranking list and belongs to the Eagle Sauce. The profession is Necromancer. Summoner itself is a hidden profession, and Necromancer is a branch of Summoner. Few people have been exposed to this profession. But what Lou Rand didn't expect was that the Eagle Sauce chose a guy like Niger for such a thing. The world is digitalized, and they are also playing political correctness? Level 25 Necromancer? Huh. Rand looked at Lou Rand in surprise. He didn't expect that a level 25 young man would come running in, and he's a regular professional necromancer. Boy, you may have entered the wrong place. This is a death arena, not an arena. Rand said with a grin. That's right, I'm looking for you. Aren't you waiting for the Longxia professional to come and challenge? Here I come, Lou Rand said lightly. Haha, good boy. We didn't think you had that ability just because you saw the recent commotion about the mysterious necromancer in Longxia. Rand asked arrogantly. Lou Rand narrowed his eyes slightly. How did you kill so many professionals before? Many of those who came in to fight before were from hidden professions, and there were also some with high combat professions. Even the Thunderstorm and Berserker had come in, but they died within 5 minutes. Hearing this, Rand said lazily, You won't leave alive anyway, so it doesn't hurt to let you see it for yourself. While talking, Rand laughed, and suddenly a magic staff appeared in his hand. Immediately, bang bang bang, a series of muffled sounds similar to Lou Rand summoning skeleton soldiers were heard. Summoned creatures of various shapes appeared around Rand. There are jungle banshees, trolls, werewolves, and more. There are 7 or 8 in total. Lou Rand immediately understood that this necromancer was fundamentally different from the traditional summoner. Traditional summoners rely on summoned beasts, and their skills and summoned beasts work together to achieve amazing combat effects. But this necromancer is somewhat similar to Lou Rand's necromancer. Summoned skeletons, ancient trolls, and the like to fight. Lou Rand stared at the summoned creatures and suddenly found that a golden prompt appeared above the head of each summoned creature. Controllable. And it is optional. Lou Rand was stunned, but immediately realized that this was the effect of a new entry, the Skeleton Throne. Ignore conditions, ignore levels, and control all dark non-human units. As a necromancer, Rand summoned all these things. What a coincidence, they're all dark. Lou Rand almost laughed out loud. At this time, the 3 minutes of preparation time had passed. But Rand was not in a hurry to act, as if he was planning to play a trick on Lou Rand and then kill him. After all, it was really boring for him to be hanging around in an empty room. Lou Rand was not in a hurry to control those summons, but continued to ask, Just these? Although you have a lot of summons, these are nothing, right? Rand laughed. It's really nothing, but what if it is paired with my full set of Black Dragon equipment? Chapter 59 Everyone, follow my command. As soon as the words fell, pong, Rand deliberately showed the appearance of the equipment. It was a set of magical Black Dragon equipment. The robe was covered with Black Dragon scale armor, matched with a Black Dragon head staff, and a Black Dragon skull helmet on the head. It looked very murderous. I have to say, it's quite intimidating. It seems that Yu Qingsong's guess was correct. This guy really has a full set of Black Dragon equipment. 4 high-level combat professionals of the same level, Black Bro, equipped with a full set of Black Dragon equipment, can indeed crush them unilaterally. Is that all? Lou Rand asked casually. Hope to find more stuff. What do you mean? This is not enough. You are only level 25. Don't you know that the highest level team dungeon now is the Black Dragon Mountains? Rand said with his eyes wide open. Bro didn't realize the seriousness of the problem at this time. Instead, he was very pleased to correct Lou Rand's indifferent attitude, hoping that he would show the proper fear when facing the strong and death. It looks ordinary. Lu Ran said casually. Generally right? Well, you probably don't know either, but the Necromancer's level 55 skill can weaken the enemy unit's debuff fungus blanket by 30% of all attributes, right? It lasts for 5 minutes. Rand said proudly. Lu Ran frowned slightly. This is also the key. Rand's full set of Black Dragon is enough to crush high-level combat professionals of the same level. Add a debuff skill to weaken the opponent's overall attributes by 30%. Attack, defense, speed, health. Weaken them all. It is worthy of being the hidden branch of the hidden profession summoner. What a terrifying debuff skill. Of course, it still can't be compared with Lu Ran's entry. I understand. There is no other means, right? Lu Ran asked. Nonsense with all this, you, a mere long xia. How can you fight with me? Even if Yu Qingcang comes, I will kill him. Ran said proudly. Was it authorized by Congress? Or a certain union? Or was it your own personal behavior? Lu Ran thought for a moment and continued to ask. Of course it was instructed by the country. Isn't this great? The national war is imminent, and the Eagle Sauce already has an absolute equipment advantage in the national war. Now, before the national war begins, they can find this way to insult and suppress Long Xia, and kill a few high-level professionals by the way. It's the best of both worlds. Rand said with a laugh. Right now, in the copy hall outside, everyone watched nervously. But for now, it's been 3 minutes since the fight began. The Necromancer is not dead, and the Eagle Sauce Provocateur is not dead either. I'm afraid the fight is still intense. It's rare for a Necromancer to last 3 minutes when he's not even level 53. The Thunderstorm battle only lasted more than 4 minutes. I'm so nervous. I wonder who will win. Nonsense, it must be Eagle Sauce. The Thunderstorm Mad Warrior of the Tiandao League and the Summoner of the National Defense Army are all dead. How can the Undead Mage win by just using his head? Damn it, I support the Necromancer, and I will definitely win this battle. The noise continued. Yi Hongyi and the others were somewhat confused. Didn't we tell Lu Ran not to fight any longer? Why hasn't the fight finished yet? Yi Hongyi asked worriedly. It's clearly just a matter of releasing a blood spear. Why hasn't it been over for so long? Could it be that even the blood spear that had been charging for nearly 18 hours couldn't kill the opponent? What a terrifying existence that is. Same. In the hall of Sakura's copy. Mayonnaise also frowned. Something's wrong. This Necromancer has persisted for too long. This shouldn't be possible. He is less than level 53 and is just a Necromancer. Mayonnaise murmured. Even now, deep down, she still doesn't accept the profession of Necromancer. Still don't like it. And in Eagle Sauce, even top congressional leaders are beginning to pay close attention to the battle. However, although the people they arranged knew everything about the situation, they were also unable to communicate through the communicator and could not see the situation in the death arena. Don't worry, it's just a Necromancer. The few things that a Necromancer can summon are definitely not as good as what a Dead Summoner can summon. This is not a fight of the same level. Besides, if the opponent is really the mysterious Necromancer, he is less than level 53. Being able to get rid of such a weird Necromancer is also a gain. Several congressional leaders said with certainty. In the death arena room, Lu Ran had asked all the questions he should have asked. He nodded and said, in that case you can leave now. It's my turn to perform next. After saying this, he took out his staff. Pong. An ancient golem was summoned. Ancient golem? Boy, you don't think your ancient golem is qualified to fight against my summons, do you? Rand said sarcastically. Cerebral palsy, I'm using this to save my life. Lu Ran muttered. Next second. Pong. A second ancient golem appeared beside him. Rand was stunned and asked in surprise. Watfa? Why can you summon ancient golems continuously? Lu Ran ignored him and focused on summoning the ancient golem. Bang, bang, bang. The endless stream of ancient golems in front of him were so dense that soon there were already 20 or 30 of them. Gift. Crap. Rand realized the seriousness of the problem. There's something weird about this Necromancer. I'll kill you now. Rand roared without hesitation. Looking at the densely packed ancient golems in front of me, my scalp tingles. Even though the opponent is just a Necromancer, and only level 25. But who knows what other weird tricks he has. But I'm too lazy to finish yelling. But he found that the summoned creature he was controlling didn't move at all. Rand turned his head and looked puzzled. However, he discovered that all the creatures he summoned were now staring at him hungrily. That ferocious and murderous look was like that of a vicious beast that was choosing its prey. Damn it! Do it! Rand roared. Lu Ran's voice came from not far away. Stop shouting. What are you yelling for? All of you guys have to listen to my command now. Lu Ran waved his hand and said. At the same time, he walked out from the group of ancient golems in a carefree manner. He was just doing an experiment, but he didn't expect it to work. Moreover, there's no need to actively release skills. You can choose to control these dark summons with just a thought. At this moment, all of Rand's summons were as loyal as Lu Rand's skeleton soldiers, and they would attack wherever they were directed. Rand's face turned green. A level 25 Necromancer actually has so many incredible methods. So that's how it is. You are the mysterious Necromancer of Long Xia. Rand's pupils suddenly shrank. It's a pity that you are too arrogant and stupid enough to get so close to me. My methods are more than just summoning. As soon as the words fell, Rand swung the staff in his hand violently. A large mass of green, sticky liquid hit Lu Rand's head like a ball. That stuff was like snot, smelly and sticky. The damage caused by the explosion was staggering. 2 of the ancient golems behind Lu Rand fell down directly. 200,000 damage. This is the explosive power brought by a full set of Black Dragon equipment. Instead, Rand was dumbfounded. After he threw this move, the level 25 Necromancer in front of him didn't lose any blood. Chapter 60 Come 1, Kill 1. Rand was confused, seeing that Lu Rand's health points remained unchanged, and the group of summons around him were controlled by Lu Rand. He was completely panicked. As a Necromancer, his summoned creatures have completely become tools of the enemy. But his level 60 Necromancer used one skill, and the opponent's level 25 Undead Mage didn't lose any health. Yes, this skill of mine is a bit disgusting, brother. Are you disgusted by it, Rand said hesitantly. He gave up the idea of continuing almost instantly. First of all, yes, it's disgusting. Secondly, you're throwing such a disgusting thing at my face, right? Bro, you're playing with fire, Lu Rand said lazily. Then he stretched. I don't dare to do it again. I know I was wrong. Please let me go. Rand begged for mercy. What the hell are you thinking? You've killed so many of us in Longxia, and you're gonna let go? This is just the beginning. Lu Rand raised his eyebrows. Then a thought came to me. A group of summoned beasts around Rand rushed up and started attacking Rand frantically. That was a complete slap in the face. After all, Rand is a magic profession, and his physique is average. Even if he has a full set of Black Dragon equipment, the added defense may not be much. Moreover, the better his equipment, the higher the damage of the summons he summons. Then, right in front of Lu Rand, Rand screamed. His blood quickly drained out, and he fell to the ground motionless. The room then begins to decompose Rand's body. Unfortunately, this is not the wild. After Rand died, the backpack was also destroyed by the data, and Lu Rand got nothing. At the same time, this room in the Death Arena was released. After Rand's death, Lu Rand became the owner of the room. Outside world, there was an uproar in all the dungeon halls around the world. That professional from Eagle Sauce is dead. Oh my god, this Necromancer actually won? Oh my god, how did he do that? Is the Necromancer so powerful now? What the hell is powerful? It's a mysterious Necromancer Long Xia who is powerful. It has nothing to do with you ordinary Necromancers. Now, the Eagle Sauce should be confused, right? As expected of a mysterious boss, he's less than level 53. Awesome. A storm has been set off around the world surrounding the topic of Necromancers. Sakura, Dungeon Hall. Nanace was also stunned. This was something she had never thought of. Because even if the Necromancer charged all the way to the 58th floor of the Endless Tower, that would be all. The 58th floor is nothing to Nanace. This only shows that this Necromancer is much more powerful than other Necromancers. But in the Death Arena, the professional from Yingjiang killed more than 30 professionals from Longxia. Even the Tiandao League's high-level combat, Thunderstorm Warrior, and the National Defense Army's high-level combat summoner were killed. They were all killed before they could last more than 5 minutes. With such terrifying combat power, even if Nanace went in, she would be in danger of death. After all, in Nanace's opinion, the opponent must be equipped with a full set of Black Dragon equipment. But I didn't expect it. Now, that Eagle Sauce professional is actually dead. As the homeowner, he provoked Longxia for several days, causing anger across the country and global outrage. Finally, Long Xia's mysterious Necromancer took action and killed him. It took 7 minutes. Of course, what no one knew was that during these 7 minutes, Lu Rand was asking questions and only took action after confirming everything. This Necromancer, what on earth is he? Nanasheng's head was buzzing. So weird. It's just a Necromancer. After global datafication, combat effectiveness is determined by numbers. Although it also includes some personal combat skills, it is impossible to turn defeat into victory by crushing with numbers. Not to mention the conventional professional Necromancer. It's like, a kindergarten kid killed a bodybuilding coach with just 3 punches and 2 kicks. It makes absolutely no sense. I totally can't understand it. At the same time, in the dungeon hall of the Black Cargo City, Yi Hongyi and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Lu Rand is not in any danger after all. Yu Qing-song said with a sigh of relief. He hadn't been this nervous in a long time. As the former commander-in-chief of the Battle Flag National Defense Army, he later inherited the position of president of the Tiandao League and had a hidden profession ranked first on the global level list. What kind of storms has he not seen? The only thing that matters now is Lu Ran's safety. After all, Lu Ran does not represent himself, but Long Xia in the national war. Beautiful. Damn, I finally avenged my national defense army. Lei Tai said excitedly, but in order to prevent people around him from hearing something, he deliberately lowered his voice and suppressed his emotions. Lei Tai's face turned red from holding it in. It's strange. It's been completed. Why didn't Lu Ran come out? Yi Hongyi asked puzzledly. Given Lu Ran's personality, it's impossible for him to just kill the other person and be done with it. Lu Xinxin said with a smile. Really? In the next second, the names of the deathmatch rooms have changed. It was Lu Ran, the owner of the house, who made the changes, so he had the authority. All the Eagle Sauce members are useless. Come one, kill one. The name of the room is short and does not contain any vulgar or insulting words, but it instantly became a global sensation. In today's world situation, the United States has maintained its dominant position for many years. Who dares to say such things to the Eagle Sauce? Who dares to risk his own life to mock and insult the Eagle Sauce? The mysterious necromancer of Longxia dares. At this point, the Eagle Sauce was in a dilemma. If they don't take care of this, where will their face be? Longxia's original situation turned into Yingjiang's situation in the blink of an eye, which was extremely embarrassing. Countless professionals around the world are excitedly watching this battle of honor between countries. Whoever gives in and gives up will not only lose the face of a certain professional, but the face of the country. In the hall of Sakura's copy, Nanace looked at the room name in surprise. He groaned and said, "He's a crazy guy." She was even tempted to go in and fight. Her thoughts were simple. She just wanted to see what abilities this necromancer had, and why he was so powerful. But this is a feud between Yingjiang and Longxia after all. If she rashly goes in and lets Yinghua get involved, things will become a different matter. The name of the room was insulting to Eagle Sauce, and before Eagle Sauce could react, Sakura's Nanace rushed in to fight. This directly put Sakura in complete opposition to Longxia. Yu Qingtsong and his companions were at a loss whether to laugh or cry when they saw the name of the room. This boy is brave and courageous. I like him, Yu Qingtsong said with a smile. Lei Tai had the same idea. Both of them came from the Battle Flag National Defense Army, so their iron-blooded characters were naturally similar. I should have thought of it earlier. My brother has been very angry these past 2 days. Yi Hongyi also said with a chuckle. Now, it depends on what decision the Eagle Sauce makes. If it accepts the challenge, no one can beat Lu Ran. If it retreats, the Eagle Sauce's international status will be suppressed by Longxia and will plummet. Lu Xinxin analyzed the situation instantly and said with a smile. Chapter 61, then you can give it a try. Right now, Eagle Sauce. Leaders of all the major trade unions came, even including several leaders of Congress. They originally gathered here to watch the fun. As things have developed to this point, it seems that Longxia is completely helpless against the provocations of the Eagle Sauce and is being unilaterally suppressed by the Eagle Sauce. This sense of accomplishment is naturally self-evident. But before I could watch it for long, it was over. No, it didn't end, but they became the ones who were insulted. We must respond immediately and not leave it alone. The whole world is watching the death arena, a leader said angrily. Everyone looked at me, and I looked at you. I thought, now you know that the whole world is watching you? I can't understand how Rand died. With the combination of the Necromancer's skills and all the summons that were summoned with a preparation time of 3 minutes, we shouldn't lose. I also got him a full set of Black Dragon equipment, but now it's all gone. Don't panic if it's gone, it's gone. We can still continue to fight. It's much easier to fight the Black Dragon dungeon now than before. We are the only ones in the world who can fight it. Yeah, anyway, the Black Dragon equipment will disappear with Rand's body, so Longxia won't be able to get it. What we are discussing now is not the Black Dragon's equipment, but how to deal with this undead mage. Having said this, everyone immediately fell silent again, underestimating the enemy. A man with long silver hair sitting on the leader's right said lightly. Unlike the others, he had a look of disdain on his face and didn't seem to care. And he is the president of Storm, the first guild in Eagle Sauce, Neil. The person who is second only to Yu Qingtsong in the global ranking list. He is Yu Qingtsong, the Eagle Sauce. Everyone turned to look at Neil. If he is really the mysterious necromancer, his level will not exceed level 53. I don't know how much difference there is, but it is enough for Rand to underestimate his enemy. I am familiar with Rand. I know that he is suppressed in terms of level, equipment, and profession. It is normal for Rand to underestimate his enemy. Neil said, and this is the biggest possibility that Rand will capsize in the gutter. So, we accept the challenge? Someone asked. Of course, Neil said without hesitation. And we must accept the challenge immediately. Kill the Necromancer, put an end to this farce, and establish the absolute status of Eagle Sauce. Hegemonic thinking. But who should we choose? Someone continued to ask. Baron, you go. Neil shouted casually. Among the members of the Storm Guild standing behind him, a muscular man immediately stood up. He looked like a normal person, but there were several animal patterns on his face, covered with gray, like a beard. Just a mere necromancer. I'll kill him right now. Baron grinned. As he spoke, he saw two fangs in his mouth that were obviously more exaggerated than those of humans, or in other words, fangs. Baron is also on the global ranking list. Level 57, hidden profession, bloodthirsty werewolf. Baron has the bloodthirsty skill, which greatly increases his movement speed and attack power in a short period of time. The skill also causes tearing damage. It is very easy for him to deal with a magic profession. He can ignore all the opponent's summons. He'll say to everyone. And the Necromancer is most likely not even at level 53 yet, and cannot summon the Abyss Bone Dragon. Moreover, even if the Abyss Bone Dragon is summoned, the Assassin Werewolf can get close to the Undead Mage at lightning speed and kill him. This is the disadvantage of magic professions fighting alone. They are too fragile. Go ahead, Baron, and wait for your good news. Neil said casually. After seeing Baron go out, Neil said with some regret, what a pity. If you die in the death arena, your equipment and backpack would disappear. We won't be able to get Hades' crystal skull from the Necromancer. What a pity, what a pity. Not long. A brief piece of information suddenly appeared on the room information of the death arena. Name, Baron, level 57, occupation, bloodthirsty werewolf, guild, storm, country, Eagle Sauce. This is the final battle to lay the foundation, so Baron did not hide his personal information. Is it a member of Storm's public household, or a bloodthirsty werewolf? The bloodthirsty werewolf class is a perfect counter to the Necromancer, right? It's too early. The Necromancer boss is going to be finished. The Eagles reacted pretty quickly. Otherwise, if they had continued to delay, the public opinion storm would have gotten bigger and bigger. It's about to end. The Necromancer is also showing off. He's lucky to have one once. Do you really think of the Eagle Sauce dare not respond? That's it. We've capsized in the gutter. At present, the only ones who have confidence in Lu Ran are probably the 4 presidents of Longxia. A bloodthirsty werewolf is a good profession to deal with. It makes sense. What's the use? The werewolf doesn't have the range skills to kill Lu Ran instantly. Can he kill all of Lu Ran's endless army of undead? Even if he gets close to him, Lu Ran won't lose any blood. This is an unsolvable battle. I wonder if Lu Ran has used his blood spear. Several presidents analyzed the situation, but were not worried. In this kind of battle, where they can see the opponent's personal information completely, they can instantly make an accurate judgment of the battle situation based on Lu Ran's ability. Countless Longxia professionals around were watching this scene. They looked solemn, and the noise became much quieter. Everyone stared at the room containing the death arena with serious expressions. Pray silently and cheer up. They knew that the Necromancer was fighting for his country. And Sakura's Nana, also watching this scene. It was hard to describe her mood at this moment. This Necromancer gave her a very weird feeling, and she couldn't understand it all. I saw the bloodthirsty werewolves coming out to fight. Nanace even began to hope that the werewolf could kill the Necromancer quickly. This will prevent her from having any contact with the other party in the future. Thinking of this, Nanace's face changed. Unconsciously, she began to avoid the Necromancer in her heart. Cowardly before the battle. This is not her character. In the death arena room, as soon as Baron came in, he saw Lu Ran opposite him. So young, Baron was a little surprised. Then he looked at the other party's information, but when he saw it clearly, he was stunned. He rubbed his eyes and wondered if he had seen it wrong. Level 25? A level 25 Necromancer? How did this kill Rand? According to Neil's guess, he was too lazy to underestimate the enemy, which gave him an opportunity and caused him to fall into the trap. But unexpectedly, the opponent was just a level 25 Necromancer. Rand, wearing full Black Dragon equipment, just stands there and lets others hit him. How much damage can he inflict? Any summoned undead creature would be enough to kill this Necromancer, right? After all, there are only a few skills at level 25. It seems that we guessed wrong. You are not the mysterious Necromancer at all, Baron said subconsciously. But halfway through, wrong. This is just appearance. Because the facts are before our eyes, this Necromancer did kill Rand. He has that ability. At the same time, looking into Lu Ran's eyes, Baron saw indifference and casualness in Lu Ran's eyes. This made him feel uneasy for no reason. After looking at the countdown, Baron said in a deep voice, "There is 1 minute left, and I will kill you immediately." Lu Ran curled his lips. He stretched himself and said, "Then you can try it." After saying this, he hammered his staff into the ground. Endless ancient golems began to emerge explosively. Chapter 62 Killing you is just a process, not a goal. Baron seemed to be frozen at this moment, stiff in place. Looking at the ancient golems that kept appearing around Lu Ran, Baron felt his scalp tingling. Never seen before. Everyone is familiar with the common profession of necromancer. It's just an ancient golem, just a summoning skill of the necromancer at level 25. But what the hell is this, endless ancient golems? Is there no cooldown for this guy to summon the ancient golem? Although Lu Ran is only level 25 and the ancient golem has only 100,000 HP, it is nothing for a high-level professional like Baron. But there are too many ancient golems that are so densely packed that they almost completely block the view. Time is getting shorter and shorter. The countdown to the safe zone has begun. Baron sneered. It's just an ancient golem. It has high HP and defense, but it's slow, has a low attack frequency, and has low attack power. It can't touch me. Even if there are so many ancient golems, they still can't touch me. Besides, even if they do, what's the use? Do you expect these things to kill me? Through the crowd, Baron looked at Lu Ran with a grin. Lu Ran looked at Baron like an idiot, curled his lips, and said, "You're just a cannon fodder. I don't want to waste my time talking to you." After saying that, he continued to summon the ancient golem on his own. Now, there are about 50 or 60 ancient golems. Thanks to the effect of the entry, even if Lu Ran doesn't care, all the damage caused by Baron to Lu Ran will have to be borne by the ancient golem. Moreover, Lu Ran can continue to summon replenishment during this process. Baron, there is no possibility of winning. Baron looked at Lu Ran's calm expression and his face turned a little ugly. He looked at the ancient golems around him. He suddenly realized that these ancient golems could not pose much threat to him, and they could not pose a threat to Rand either. Rand's death was not caused by these ancient golems. The level 25 necromancer on the opposite side has other means. Thinking of this, Baron felt a chill in his heart. Human beings' fear of unknown things is what is most likely to occupy their brains. Baron didn't care about anything else. The countdown is about to end. His body suddenly arched up and a whimpering sound like a wild beast came out of his mouth. Then, just watch Baron's body begin to swell. Gray hair began to grow on the skin, and the head was twisted and transformed into a wolf's head, looking hideous and ferocious. Oh my god, he can really turn into a werewolf. Lu Ran's eyes lit up, and he said in surprise. But that look was not of fear. Instead, it was of curiosity, as if he had seen a new toy. I just don't know if there's any benefit to that thing. If so, bro, your profession is really strong. Lu Ran glanced at Baron's crotch and said jokingly. Next second, the countdown is over and the safe zone disappears. At this moment, Baron disappeared from his original position like a spring. The sudden explosion was so fast that it even cracked the stone slab beneath his feet. Baron has already thought about it. Avoid all the ancient golems and kill Lu Ran as quickly as possible. He will never allow any unexpected situation to happen. After all, Nil had already analyzed that Rand died because he underestimated the enemy, and he couldn't make the same mistake again. But just at the moment he dodged, pong, Baron's whole body suddenly stopped. His feet were directly shackled by the tentacles extending from the ground. Due to inertia, his body rushed forward and he crawled to the ground. The powerful inertia caused Baron to fall to the ground, face down. Baron almost fell out of his wits. His head was buzzing, and he quickly got up and looked at the tentacles under his feet. He frowned and said, "Very good. You know how to control it. But the necromancer's undead touch can only control it for 3 seconds. You wait to die." As he spoke, Baron was ready to go, staring at Lu Ran intently. On the contrary, Lu Ran neither controlled the ancient golem to attack Baron nor attacked Baron. Instead, he walked slowly towards Baron. He stopped about 7 or 8 meters away from Baron. Seeing that the 3-second time was up, Baron prepared to rush out, but he found that the tentacles under his feet were endless. The 3 seconds have already passed, but he couldn't escape. Baron looked up in surprise and saw that the staff in Lu Ran's hand flashed from time to time. Your touch of the undead hasn't cooled down yet." Baron was surprised and almost bit his tongue. This is too bullying. When a mage fights against an assassin, the mage is extremely weak and can be easily approached by the assassin. As long as the assassin gets close, the mage will be in great danger. But now, the necromancer on the opposite side cast touch of the undead infinitely, and he, the assassin, was unable to move the entire time. How can we fight this? Lu Ran chuckled, but still did not use the blood spear. That was his last trump card, to be used to finish off the whole thing. There's no rush to deal with Baron. Lu Ran chuckled and began to wave the staff in his hand. Pung, pung, pung. Skeleton soldiers began to appear one after another. Baron was dumbfounded. Lu Ran's summoned skeleton soldiers also have no cooldown. What on earth is going on with this necromancer? You probably guessed how Rand died. No, not just Rand. Anyone who comes in will die. The infinite release of the touch of the undead has a range control that is unavoidable and can only be controlled. Any professional who fights against Lu Ran has lost the ability to move from the moment the fight begins and can only stand there and wait for death. Even if you have the Dispel skill, it's useless. Dispel skills have a cooldown, but Lu Ran's touch of the undead does not. Baron instantly thought of the consequences. In today's Eagle Sauce, no one can kill Lu Ran. Similarly, Lu Ran will become the biggest scourge to the Eagle Sauce in the future. At the moment, it seems that all of Lu Ran's skills have no cooldown. He is only level 25 now and can summon skeleton soldiers and ancient golems. But when his level is higher, he can summon skeleton tyrants and abyss bone dragons. National War. As a high-level combat professional, Baron instantly thought of Lu Ran's influence on the National War. What's the point of fighting against the endless army of abyss bone dragons? Baron's body was shaking violently. He wanted to withdraw from the death arena and report at all costs. He didn't want to let anyone else in. At the same time, he wanted to sneak into Longxia and kill Lu Ran at all costs. But unfortunately, no one knows what happened in the death arena. Rand was killed because he underestimated his enemy. Similarly, Baron was unable to protect himself and suffered the same fate. At this time, Baron discovered that the skeleton soldiers summoned by Lu Ran began to line up in a long line and walk towards him one by one. Baron was stunned for a moment, then immediately realized that this guy's corpse explosion might not have a cooling down period. If you want to kill me, just kill me. What are you doing? Baron roared. Why are you in such a hurry? Killing you is just a process. The goal is to kill more high-level professional eagles. If I kill you quickly, the brothers behind me will be too scared to come in. Then I will be at a loss. Let's take it slow. Lu Ran grinned. Next second, pung. The first skeleton soldier exploded in front of Baron. Then came the second one and the third one. Gradually, Baron's health began to drop visibly. Chapter 63. Eagle Sauce is just this? This process is extremely painful. Lu Ran's spell attack power is naturally not as good as that of high combat magic professions, so the damage of the corpse explosion is not very high. Baron's health points don't drop very quickly, but it really hurts. Moreover, as an assassin, he was not killed in battle, but was forced to stand still and wait for death. Seeing his health gradually decreasing, Baron's eyes became bloodshot and his mental strength was almost collapsing. Lu Ran was neither hurried nor slow, summoning the skeleton soldiers as if playing. A group of ancient golems around him watched with boredom. Throw a touch of undead from time to time to ensure that Baron stays where he is and doesn't move. The carefree and comfortable look made Baron more and more irritated, but there was nothing he could do. He hissed. His body swelled again, and his eyes turned completely blood red. Bloodthirsty frenzy? It's useless. The werewolf's bloodthirsty frenzy needs to attack the target to restore its health. Lu Ran glanced and said lazily. The skeleton soldiers that rushed in front of him and exploded did not give him any chance to attack. Right now, everyone in various dungeon halls around the world was also watching this scene. The four presidents are naturally not in a hurry. Lu Ran, this kid, is probably playing again. Although the bloodthirsty werewolf is fast, it has no right to move in front of Lu Ran. Wouldn't it be better to have a quick victory? This kid. Only Lu Xinshin smiled and said, Lu Ran has his own plans. He probably hasn't used his blood spear yet. If we fight quickly, it will be too eye-catching. If no one dares to attack, then we won't achieve the effect that Lu Ran wants. At the same time, Cherry Blossoms. Nanace was also watching this fight. It's already 6 minutes. But no one on either side had died yet, and Nanace frowned. In this wave, the Necromancer shouldn't be able to survive, right? The bloodthirsty werewolves are naturally strong against magic professions, which lack control capabilities. The bloodthirsty werewolves can also restore health through attacks. The things summoned by the Necromancer have become blood replenishers for the bloodthirsty werewolves. The Necromancer has no chance of winning. The maid beside him analyzed. But Nanace doesn't think so. She murmured, if it was a normal fight between a bloodthirsty werewolf and a Necromancer, the Necromancer should have died long ago. But not only that, it lasted for another 6 minutes, and no one knew what happened in the death arena. And just at this moment, Lu Ran in the death arena saw that the time was almost up. At this time, Baron still had nearly 2/3 of his health left. The damage caused by the skeleton soldier's explosion is still too low. The bloodthirsty werewolf's body has been greatly strengthened, which also weakens the damage. They line up one by one, and the attack frequency is not fast enough. But now the time is almost up. Lu Ran stretched. He glanced at Baron and said, "It's almost time to change to the next one." After saying that, all the skeleton soldiers who were queuing suddenly became angry and confused and rushed forward in a swarm. Baron's figure was submerged in the blink of an eye. Amid the crackling sound like firecrackers, Baron's health points quickly depleted. At the same time, Baron's name on the Death Arena Room panel turned gray. At this moment, a storm swept the world again. A level 58 bloodthirsty werewolf fought against a necromancer who was less than level 53, 1v1, and failed. The necromancer wins. This completely overturns the convention that magic and assassin professions fight alone within a limited venue. Seeing this, the four presidents nodded with satisfaction. Yu Qingcong said excitedly, "This kid did a good job. I really want to see what the faces of those people in the Eagle Sauce Congress are like now. I wonder what they're going to do next." Lu Xinxin said, "Any plan you make will only bring humiliation upon yourself. If you ignore it, you will be suppressed directly by Long Xia. If you continue to let people in, you will only get deeper and deeper into trouble." And in Sakura's Nana, seeing the scene, my heart trembled violently. There was a time when she completely looked down upon this necromancer. But the other party's performance one after another completely blew her 3 views. Why does the other party do that? She couldn't figure it out no matter what. Because according to convention, only absolutely good equipment can drastically change the characteristics of a profession and greatly enhance its capabilities. But on the global equipment list, there is only one Hades crystal skull that belongs to the necromancer. Moreover, Hades crystal skull cannot change the necromancer's combat form. Although it slightly increases the necromancer's spell attack power, that little increase is far from enough to affect the necromancer's qualitative change. I can't figure it out. I can't figure it out. At this time, the room name was changed again by Lu Ran. That's it? No one left in the Eagle Sauce? A simple sentence, extremely provocative. The deathmatch room is open. Anyone can come in, kill you, provoke you. There is no one left in the Eagle Sauce. Is this the level of those who come in? Anyone would be confused if this happened to them. In the Eagle Sauce meeting room, the presidents and several leaders were so angry that their faces turned red in an instant. "Fuck! Kill him! Send someone to kill him immediately," a leader roared. But the leader himself doesn't dare to go up. All the bloodthirsty werewolves died when they entered, and the necromancer also died. How can we fight? Even Neil was silent. If Rand was killed by the enemy because he underestimated him, then what about Baron? The bloodthirsty werewolf completely restrains the magic profession, which doesn't make sense. Damn it, we have no idea what's going on in the death arena. How should we deal with this? Another leader, who is still rational, asked with a frown. Leaving it alone is definitely not an option. The most humiliating thing is that the provocateur is beaten back and dares not say a word or fight back. At this moment, someone suddenly reported that someone had accepted the challenge. The room panel shows the regular profession, a thief, a level 56 thief. Although the characters on the global ranking list are at the back, they're still considered to be big figures as they can enter the global ranking list with their regular professions. Its identity belongs to the 3rd largest guild in Eagle Sauce, Nut Holy. But the president in the meeting room was unaware of this. Alex is indeed my man. He may have done it on his own initiative. However, this reminds me that the thief's restraint on the magic profession is no worse than the hidden profession bloodthirsty werewolf, said the sacred president of Nut. The eyes of others lit up. Even Neil nodded and said, "I almost forgot about the regular professions. The stealth of thieves is very tricky, and the necromancer happens to be a profession without detection skills, so they are inherently restrained. Combined with a burst combo of a high-level assassin, the necromancer simply can't resist. We should have thought of it earlier. It's ridiculous that a mere necromancer has made us so obsessed. A regular profession should be used to kill him." The leader who had previously clamored to kill the necromancer immediately said with satisfaction. Likewise, professionals around the world are paying attention to this scene. Everyone thought of this instantly. I never expected that the people arranged by Eagle Sauce would actually be thieves. This necromancer is really stupid. Exposing his profession, isn't this a clear move? The opponent only needs to choose a profession that restrains him, and they will always be able to kill him. It doesn't take many times. This time is enough. I am a thief. I want to ask, how can a necromancer detect and crack my invisibility? Killing 2 is good enough, and you should just quit. But you insisted on continuing to provoke me. Now you are in trouble. Long Xiao was also very angry. After all, more than 30 professionals died. Chapter 64. Is this how it works? Thief. Lu Ran saw someone coming in and glanced at the other person's information, a little surprised. All the conventional professions have come in. But Lu Ran reacted immediately. Suddenly he realized, I see. You want to use the thief stealth skill to launch a surprise attack and take me away with one burst. The thief on the opposite side was also confused at this time. He did have that thought, but when he looked up, he saw that the person standing opposite him was a level 25 necromancer. He even wondered if he had entered the wrong room. A level 25 necromancer? Alex raised his eyebrows and said with a strange look on his face. Yeah. Lu Ran nodded casually. The countdown has begun. Alex frowned and said, although I don't understand how you killed the two losers in front, I won't make the same mistake. I will kill you within 30 seconds of the battle. Oh, Lu Ran agreed, lazily. This nonchalant and casual attitude made Alex grit his teeth. He immediately pulled out an emerald green dagger. It's obviously poisoned. Lu Ran glanced at the other party, took out his staff, and began to summon. The best way to use the team's assassin stealth skills is to just stand there and let you hit him. These things summoned are responsible for absorbing damage. As long as the entry of grafting is there, Lu Ran can't die. The first thing he chose to summon was the Ancient Golem, a meat tank summon. When a large number of them were summoned, no matter how hard Alex tried, it would be useless. This moment, Alex seemed to understand something as well. His eyes widened. You can summon ancient golems infinitely, he shouted in surprise. Lu Ran didn't bother to pay attention to him and continued with his summons. If it's useless, no matter how many ancient golems there are, they can't see me. The necromancer doesn't have any skills to detect and break the hidden state. When you die, these stupid things will disappear with you, Alex said with a grin. Although he was very shocked by Lu Ran's ability, that was all. This can't have any effect on him. Lu Ran glanced at Alex and said with a smile, you don't think I relied on these ancient golems to kill the two rubbish in front of me, do you? Hearing this, Alex was stunned. I reacted immediately. Yes. Even if there are more ancient golems, there's no way Rand and Baron can't handle them. Although the ancient golem has high health and defense, its movement speed and attack frequency are very low, making it a meat tank type summon. They just completely ignore it. The one we really want to kill is just a level 25 necromancer. But Lazy and Baron failed to do so and were killed instead. Thinking of this, Alex's heart twitched violently. Like Baron before, he guessed that this necromancer must have other means. Just at this moment, the 3-minute preparation time ended and the safe zone barrier disappeared. Alex looked up and saw that Lu Ran had summoned almost 100 ancient golems at this moment, which were crowded around Lu Ran. Can you stop me? Alex didn't have time to hesitate. He hid and disappeared on the spot. Lu Ran looked around among the group of ancient golems, then waited patiently, even feeling a little bored. A few seconds later, phew, Lu Ran was attacked, and Alex was no longer in stealth mode because of the active attack, and appeared behind Lu Ran. The dagger pierced directly into the anus from bottom to top, and the whole thing was inserted. Ouch! Lu Ran howled miserably and jumped 3 feet high on the spot. Lu Ran's face turned green, and he didn't know if it was the poisoning effect caused by the poison dagger. He rushed to the side, clamped his legs together, covered his mouth with one hand, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Okay, let's play it this way, yeah? Lu Ran was getting really angry at this moment. You said that you just need to use your backstab skill properly. Is there any need to be so excessive? Alex was also confused. He used a backstab, which came with poison, barbs, strong attack, critical strike, and other buffs, but he still failed to kill the level 25 undead mage instantly. And this necromancer didn't lose any blood. The blood streaks didn't move at all. Not a drop of blood was lost. Invincible. Alex was stunned. Infinitely summoning ancient golems. He felt it was just like that. Not a big impact, but he didn't lose blood when attacked. What the hell is this monster? He wanted to continue rushing forward, but immediately found that his feet were bound by the touch of the undead, and he could not move. But he was not in a hurry. He just stared at Lu Ran, intending to wait for the binding effect of touch of the undead to end before rushing up and giving him another set of attacks. Although he didn't understand why the ancient golems around him didn't take this opportunity to focus their fire on him. But a few seconds later, Alex discovered that the touch of undead under his feet was still there. He still couldn't move. What do you mean? Why can't I move? Alex said in shock. Don't move. Now's the time for revenge. Lu Ran cursed. Then he raised his hand and continued to summon skeleton soldiers, which appeared in groups of 2. In the middle, he would occasionally add a touch of the undead to ensure that Alex could not move. Then, a large number of skeleton soldiers rushed forward. But this time, it was not an explosion of corpses. Instead, a swarm of people grabbed Alex's arms and restrained him in place. Alex was a little confused and didn't understand what Lu Ran was going to do. But when he saw some of the skeleton soldiers raising their rusty daggers in strange postures and thrusting them forward, slightly tilting upwards and moving towards his, but with hunchbacks, Alex's face changed instantly. He realized something was wrong. He began to struggle frantically, and the dagger in his hand kept harvesting the surrounding skeleton soldiers. But there are just too many of these skeleton soldiers. He finally freed his hands, but before he could kill a few, his arms were grabbed by a few skeleton soldiers again. Behind him, the skeleton soldiers came forward slyly. The dagger in his hand was covered in rust and corroded by time. Although there was not much left on the blade, it had become an irregular jagged shape due to corrosion and was nearly a foot long. Just one look at it made one's heart tremble. Kill me now. Alex roared, struggling in pain. But Lu Ran didn't react. Please kill me quickly. I know I was wrong, Phew. Alex's screams stopped abruptly. He opened his mouth, but the sound in his throat seemed as if someone was strangling him, and he couldn't shout out. Then the real torture began. Phew. One part of the skeleton soldiers controlled Alex, while the other part excitedly attacked from behind. The attack power was not high, but the damage numbers that came out were all yellow, which was the color of damage caused by weak point attacks. A full 8 minutes. Alex was regretting so much at this moment. Tears silently slid down his cheeks. At this moment, he just wanted to die, and he also regretted not using the normal backstab on Lu Ran. Otherwise, death would not be so painful. Chapter 65, I'm going to fight 5 of them. 8 minutes later, the corpse explosion ended. Alex may be the professional who has died the most tragically in this world so far. This cannot be blamed on Lu Ran. He is just giving him back in his own way. At the same time, when Alex's name also turned gray, the world was boiling again. That thief is dead. Really? Rogue, can't the burst kill the Necromancer? Fuck, I really want to go in and see what that Necromancer is doing. Then you can go in and take a look. Forget it. Whoever enters this situation will die. This scene caught everyone by surprise. What was even more unexpected was that the battle lasted for 8 minutes before the thief died. In 8 minutes, the thief's stealth skill could be used 3 times. 3 chances and still can't kill the Necromancer? Moreover, he is a Necromancer whose level is less than 53, which is much lower than that of a thief. Instead it was Long Xia. The whole nation cheers. All previous worries are gone. See? Assassins are naturally strong against magic classes, and their level is even higher than that of the Necromancer. They can't even kill him. This is the first time I feel that my profession as a Necromancer is too amazing, I am convinced, I am really convinced. Now Eagle Sauce has nothing to say. That's it. Winning glory for the country without revealing any information, keeping your achievements and fame hidden. It's not too much for a big shot like this to join the Tiandao League, right? I wonder if he's a member of the Tiandao League. For a time, there were countless speculations. The popularity of the common profession of Necromancer is rising rapidly around the world. As for the 4 presidents, they just watched with peace of mind because they knew that this was just the beginning. But even the 4 of them could never have imagined how this thief from Eagle Sauce died. Sakura. Nanace watched as the thief's name turned gray. He sighed inwardly and clenched his fists suddenly. The performance of this Necromancer was increasingly beyond her expectations. And at this moment, the panel in the room changed again, and someone else entered. Level 54 thief. Or thief. And he was still on the tier list, but his ranking was not as high as Alex's. Alex just died. How come another one went in? President, what is this Eagle-chan thinking? The maid beside him said with a strange expression. Maybe it wasn't arranged by Eagle Sauce. Nanishing pondered. It's just that Alex's death had a huge impact on the thief profession. In addition, other thieves felt that Alex's death might just be an accident. They couldn't imagine how the Necromancer could restrain them, so they thought, I could do it. So, someone immediately took over and went in a fight. In comparison, the professional players like Eagle Sauce are more easily inspired to be competitive. So, it was like a round-robin battle. Lu Ran started to get busy. This assassin lasted only 7 minutes before his name turned gray and he died. Afterwards, an endless stream of assassin professions began to fight in a round-robin manner. Moreover, most of them have stealth skills with different levels and professions, and there are even many hidden professions. But without exception, they all died. On the contrary, the time Lu Ran took was getting shorter and shorter. The last assassin was the 28th one to enter, and his level was only 47. It was really weird that he dared to challenge Lu Ran. Lu Ran accepted it all. Then, other professions seemed to be unable to bear it and began to join in, lining up to enter. Even hidden meat tank professions are included. A group of professionals with recovery abilities also went in. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the death toll in the Eagle Sauce was 35. At 5 p.m., the death toll in the United States was 47. At 5:30 p.m., the death toll in the United States was 55. This far exceeds Longxia's previous death toll. Moreover, many of those who died were people on the global ranking list. This also resulted in almost all of the professionals who were originally on the global ranking list being eliminated. Only the presidents of a few major guilds are left on the ranking list. 10 minutes had passed, and no one dared to go in and fight. With this situation, whoever enters will die. Professionals around the world are confused. No matter what profession you are, no matter what level you are, once you enter, you will die. At this time, the whole country was in a gloomy mood. No one expected that things would turn out like this. The death toll of Eagle Sauce far exceeds the death toll of Longxia. And at the moment, there is no hope of winning at all. Yingjiang was completely suppressed by Longxia. Or to be more precise, he was completely suppressed by a necromancer. In Longxia, the professionals in various main cities were filled with joy. Damn it, I'm not leveling up today. I'm going to drink tonight. Anyone want to go? Are there any single necromancer brothers? I'm a priest, and I can heal you. The Necromancer Guild is having a party tonight. Anyone want to join us? Well done. Who is this boss? I want to be his disciple. This is my idol. The 4 presidents were also very pleased. I didn't expect that Lu Ran, brought back by Qin Lai's daughter Yaya that day, would help us so much. Yu Qing-song said with emotion. Yes, if it weren't for Lu Ran, Longxia would have no way to deal with this wave of provocation. Although everyone knows that Yingjiang achieved the effect with the help of the Black Dragon equipment, what is shown is that Longxia is still at a disadvantage. The impact on our army's morale before the national war is very terrible. Lu Xinxin murmured, "It has to be my brother. I'll treat you tonight at Tianyuan building to celebrate for my brother." Yi Hongyi said excitedly. "Hee, this kid is bold and courageous, just my type." Lei Tai also laughed excitedly. The atmosphere in the entire Longxia is completely different from when it was provoked before. It's just like the Chinese New Year. But Yu Qing-song was also curious. It seems that it is almost time. I wonder when Lu Ran plans to come out? Lei Tai stared and said, "Why are you in such a hurry? 55 of them have died, but the famous Eagle Sauce ones haven't appeared yet. Lu Ran is waiting for the big fish." Sakura's Nane's expression had become somewhat numb. She turned her head and looked in the direction of the Endless Tower rankings. He pondered and said, "Will such a guy be stuck at the 59th or 60th floor? And if this necromancer really has the ability to pass the 59th and 60th floors, how should Nanace deal with it? Although I got the 8-eyed umbrella, the risk of continuing to rush to the next level is still too great." He turned back to look at the death arena in front of him. Nanace gritted her teeth. She originally had a slight urge to go in and find out what was going on. But by now, she had completely given up on that plan. After all, she didn't dare. Faced with an unknown necromancer who was less than level 53 and whom she had never seen before, she was really scared. She didn't dare go in, and at this moment, the room of the death arena suddenly changed again. Someone else has gone in. Instead, it was Lu Ran, the owner of the room, who modified the room properties. The personal deathmatch has been changed into a team deathmatch. There are 5 people on each side. There are 5 vacant slots for the Eagle Saw side. Long Xiaofeng was still the necromancer himself, and he even locked the slots of the other 4 teammates. At this moment, the world is shocked, because the meaning is already very clear. This necromancer wants to 1v5. Chapter 66 challenged the entire Eagle Sauce. He's really crazy. The Eagle Sauce's nanishing made people dumbfounded. As a necromancer less than level 53, he has persisted for so long and killed so many professional Eagle Sauce players. This is already amazing, almost a miracle, although no one knows what exactly happened in the death arena. But it can also be seen that the power of this necromancer exceeds everyone's imagination. But even so, 1v5. At this moment, all the copy halls around the world were in an uproar. Is he going to challenge the entire Eagle Sauce by himself? He even locked the positions of his 4 teammates and went it alone. How arrogant. Pretend to be struck by lightning. He will definitely die this time, I promise. A magic class without recovery ability challenges a fully staffed and fully equipped team. And it's a team of 5 big guys that Eagle Sauce is about to select. This world is so crazy. I wonder if I haven't woken up yet. Even the 4 presidents, including Yu Qing-song, had their faces changed drastically at this moment. That's too ridiculous. Lu Xinxin, who has always been shy, steady, calm, and gentle, was the first one to get angry. What is this kid thinking? Why did he make this decision? Lei Tai's face also looked a little ugly. When a single person challenges a fully staffed team, It's no longer a matter of individual combat power. A fully staffed team of 5 can unleash combat power far greater than that of 5 single individuals. Yi Hongyi gritted his teeth. Yu Qingsong's face was a little pale. He swallowed nervously and looked at Lu Xinxin for help. Lu Xinxin said, with a 5-man configuration, there's a tank, damage output, control, and treatment. In this wave, Lu Ran is in a very dangerous situation. And, with so many professionals dead, the ones to come up in this wave must be 5 high-level professionals. Moreover, with the cooperation between them and the addition of a healing profession, what will Lu Ran do? Even the various dungeon halls in Longxia, which have been filled with joy, fell silent at this moment. Are we still celebrating? What's the point of celebrating? Damn, I thought he was a big shot, but he turned out to be just a fool. This is too much. If you continue to fight to the death alone, there will be no way Eagle Sauce can do anything. You will definitely win. I'm really impressed by how badly he played such a good hand of cards. That's good. If this guy is killed, Eagle Sauce can get back some face. Alas, I don't even know the information. He just died like that. There's no news at all. It's really ironic. There are many people who are pessimistic about it, but there is nothing we can do about it. We are all professionals and have a clear understanding of each other's professions. The most important thing is that everyone understands the common profession of necromancer. But this necromancer wants to challenge the entire Eagle Sauce. The death arena has been changed to a team challenge, which is like a silent urging to the Eagle Sauce. Just pick 5 big guys from all over the country, form a team, and fight me. Too arrogant. I have never seen such an arrogant person. At the same time, Eagle Sauce, upon hearing the news, the presidents and congressional leaders were all buzzing. Then, someone shouted excitedly, "What a great opportunity! The other side is overwhelmed by victory. Isn't the situation that was originally unsolvable now easy to deal with? As long as we kill the necromancer, we will lose a lot of face in this wave, but it will be enough to escape unscathed. On the contrary, the necromancer will become a clown and attract all the topics." But can we really kill the necromancer? Someone asked subconsciously. You're getting fucking old and confused. 5 high-level combat professionals, together with healing professionals, can't kill a level 53 necromancer? Do you know what you're talking about? Neil roared. Neil was also under tremendous pressure at this time. So many professionals died. Many of them were from his Storm Guild. Moreover, these members all entered with more or less Black Dragon equipment. Without exception, all died. More than half of the Black Dragon equipment that we had saved with great difficulty was gone. Coupled with the casualties, Neil became anxious and angry. Now that the opportunity has come, Neil certainly doesn't want to hear any bad words. And, according to normal people's thinking, it is impossible for any accidents to happen again. If 5 high-level combat professionals, 5 full staffs, and a healing profession are unable to kill the other side, then the loss of face in this wave of friction becomes a small problem. The big problem is that Long Xia has a supernatural necromancer. Seeing Neil getting angry, other presidents, even the leaders, began to agree. Yes, with a high-level combat and healing profession here, the other 4 can have no worries. The necromancer does not have the ability to cut off the back row of healers. The healers can sit back and relax, and focus on ensuring everyone's health. On the contrary, the necromancer has no recovery ability. Even if he has some means to protect himself, he will be worn out to death. Yeah, even Hades' crystal skull can't save him. At this time, Neil said, it's time for us to take action, and we need to decide who will be on the field as soon as possible to prevent the necromancer from suddenly changing his mind and switching the deathmatch to a single-player deathmatch. After saying that, Neil looked at the other presidents. His gaze stayed for a few seconds, especially on the presidents of the top few guilds, the guys currently on the global ranking list. The meaning is already very clear. Good opportunity, take action to suppress it, don't hide it. Okay, I'll do it. One of the bearded men stood up suddenly. The others stood up. Count me in too. It's been a long time since I've been in the limelight, so count me in. Give us some of Storm's Black Dragon equipment. I'll do the treatment. I want to see how the necromancer deals with us. He deserves to die for being so arrogant and presumptuous. Looking at the presidents in front of me, Neil nodded. Okay, then it's decided. Mia will be the healer, Bet will be the tank, and Miles, Cassie, and Keen, the 3 of you will be the damage dealers. Focus your fire on the enemy as soon as the fight starts. It's best if you can kill them instantly. If you can't, Mia will stabilize everyone's health, and Bet will attract hatred and attack. It's just a normal fight. There is no reason and possibility to lose this battle. But after hearing what Neil said, everyone was stunned. Then they all looked at Neil. I was thinking you were clamoring so hard just now, but in the end you didn't go? Neil, aren't you going to participate? There were still some young and foolish people who asked directly. I won't participate, Neil said directly. As the number one on the Eagle Sauce ranking list and the president of the first guild, what's the point of participating in this 5-on-1 duel? Yu Qing-tsang didn't say anything in the face of our provocation. If I stand up, it will show that we lack the foundation. The reasons are sufficient. After all, 5 against 1 is not a glorious thing. It is just to save the face of the Eagle Sauce to the greatest extent. This is because Neil, the president of the first guild in the Eagle Sauce and the first on the Eagle Sauce ranking list, participated. That's a bit too embarrassing. Beth, who was the tank among the 5, urged, "Okay, that's it, let's go." Chapter 67. The Battle of the Century. From beginning to end, Lu Ran never changed the rules of the Death Arena. He sat cross-legged in his safe zone, looking at the Death Arena that had been cleared by data and restored to an empty one. But I was thinking in my mind, Lu Ran is not impulsive, but has his own ideas. Give them the opportunity, and they will cherish it. It is highly likely that there will be 5 high-level professionals with a clear configuration. A healing profession must kill. Blood Spear cannot be spared. Kill at the beginning. After the healing profession dies, I can control the remaining 4 people indefinitely. There are assassin classes among them, which can attack me stealthily, and there are also ancient golems that can take the damage. Once the invisibility is broken, I can continue to control it. We can't save on corpse explosions. We must focus our fire on them one by one and kill them. At the same time, we can't afford to lose this battle. Lu Ran's ideas quickly took shape in his mind, and his thoughts were clear. Even the Skeleton Storm, which has not been used for a long time, is going to be thrown out infinitely to stack damage. By the way, we also need to pay attention to the range profession among the 4 people. He needs to be killed first. Otherwise, even if he is controlled, he can continue to output. Lu Ran added and murmured. At the same time, in all the copy halls outside, the professionals who were staring at the Death Arena panel suddenly discovered that Eagle Sauce was on top. And it's a team of 5, so just enter directly. Name, Mia. Level 61. Occupation, Holy Light Shaman. Guild, Valheim. Country, Eagle Sauce. Name, Beth. Level 60. Occupation, Swamp Druid. Guild, Fox Kingdom. Country, Eagle Sauce. Name, Keen. Level 62. Occupation, Vatican Crusader. Guild, Dark Church. Country, Eagle Sauce. Name, Miles. Level 60. Occupation, Demon Hunter. Guild, Holy Nut. Country, Eagle Sauce. Name, Cassie. Level 61. Occupation, Fighting Master. Guild, Free New World. Country, Eagle Sauce. The moment the information of the 5-member team appeared, the world was boiling. These guilds look familiar? Nonsense, the top 6 guilds on the Eagle Sauce guild ranking, except for the Storm Guild, which is ranked first, the other 5 guilds are here. Didn't you see the names? These 5 are the presidents of the 5 guilds. Fuck, what kind of lineup is this? It's too scary. Wow, I really didn't expect Eagle Sauce to do this. That Necromancer has hit a wall. And these 5 people are all on the global ranking list. Those with lower levels who were originally on the ranking list were all killed by Lu Ran. Currently, there are only 6 American Hawks on the global ranking list, namely the presidents of the 6 major trade unions. Now, except for Neil, the president of the Storm Guild, the other 5 are all here. And reasonable job configuration. Holy Light Shaman is a hidden healing profession and also has control skills. Forest Druid is also a hidden profession, and its tank strength after transformation crushes most tanks. The other 3 are hidden professions of violent attack. The Vatican Crusaders burst out at close range. Demon Hunter, sneak attack, and assassination. Fighting Master, control superposition. The strategy is already clear, because I don't know what's going on with the Necromancer in the Death Arena. So, these 5 members of the Eagle Sauce team are a perfect regular configuration. The healing profession is responsible for ensuring everyone's health. The Druid is responsible for taking the damage, and the other 3 are responsible for attacking close to the opponent. There's not even a long-range attack profession. Obviously, they followed the usual routine of melee combat restraining magic professions according to habit, maximizing the team's advantages. What a coincidence. The presidents of the first 6 guilds of Eagle Sauce, except Neil, the other 5 people can just make up this lineup. In each dungeon hall of Longxia, all the Longxia professionals were silent. There was a lot less whispering, looking at the opponent's panel in front of him and the 3-minute preparation countdown that has already begun. Everyone knows that there is no way to save the situation. You can't exit the Death Arena. That Necromancer is definitely going to die. The originally planned celebration just vanished into thin air, and a depressing atmosphere filled everyone's hearts and all the halls of the Longxia dungeon. Yu Qing-song and his companions were naturally familiar with the presidents of this gang. Old acquaintance. Of course I know that the Eagle Sauce will take it seriously, but I didn't expect that they would arrange 5 guys like this. It seems that Lu Ran really scared them, otherwise it wouldn't be like this. It's just strange, why didn't Neil come out? Maybe it's because I didn't participate. Neil is a very proud person. Although he is ranked lower than me on the global ranking list, he still refuses to accept it and will never admit that he is inferior to others. Yu Qing-song analyzed. But Lu Xinxin didn't say anything. The 3 of them talked for a few words. Yu Qing-song looked at Lu Xinxin and said, Xinxin, what do you think? At this moment, when Lu Xinxin saw the 5 people's information appear on the career panel, she actually relaxed. The serious and solemn expression on his face has disappeared. Back to the shy and quiet state. He said with a smile, don't worry, Lu Ran won. The confidence in his words stunned Yu Qing-song and the others. But those who have been in contact with Lu Xinxin for a long time are absolutely convinced of Lu Xinxin's analytical ability. Suddenly, their eyes lit up and they felt relieved. The other side, Sakura's Nanace, also saw this. He shook his head and said, the crazy result can only be death. With this lineup, even if I go in, I will die. In other words, anyone in the world who goes in alone will die. There is no solution. 5 big names on the global ranking list. All 5 are presidents of large trade unions in the United States. 5 hidden professions. 5 fully staffed teams. There are also healing professions. If I fight alone, will you hit me with the head? Even though Nanace felt that this necromancer was too weird and mysterious, he didn't think he had the right to live. But at this moment, the maid beside him subconsciously asked carefully, what if the necromancer wins? Hearing this, Nana shook his head subconsciously, but was immediately stunned. He murmured, if that necromancer wins, the loss of Eagle Sauce will be huge. Neil will be the only one left on the global ranking list. Moreover, it can also explain why Longxia blocked cross-border transmission for no reason. It was because of that necromancer. And at this moment in the death arena, when the 5 people came in, Lu Ran immediately looked at their information panels. Then he muttered in astonishment, not bad luck. In addition to the healing profession, there are 4 melee. I really deserve to win. Among them, the beautiful blonde woman with a sexy figure is the Holy Light Shaman Mia. Lu Ran glanced at her and nodded secretly, and the blood spear belonged to this guy. The other 4 people are controlled by the touch of Undead. Demon Hunter can stealth and sneak attack, but it doesn't matter. But Lu Ran stood up straight unconsciously, tightened his buttocks, and his standing posture became a little weird. There is no way. The Demon Hunter's weapon is his fucking scimitar. When the 5 people on the opposite side saw Lu Ran's information, their reactions were similar to those who had given up their lives before. They were all dumbfounded. Chapter 68. Kill him at the fastest speed. A level 25 Necromancer. No wonder you want to hide your personal information. It seems that the guys who came in before underestimated the enemy, to some extent. This is not a counterattack that could be accomplished by underestimating the enemy. Everyone be careful. Don't pay attention to anything else, and don't treat him as a normal level 25 Necromancer. Once the fight starts, kill him as quickly as possible. These presidents have very clear ideas. After the opening, kill directly. They will never allow any accidents to happen. Although the opponent is only a level 25 Necromancer. Under normal circumstances, this skill would allow them to kill a large number of little Karami in seconds with just one move. But in just one afternoon, more than 50 professionals of Eagle Sauce were killed, including high-level professionals on the global level list. In fact, many of them are wearing Black Dragon equipment. Even this one could be killed, but this level 25 Undead Mage survived the round-robin battle and dared to open a team duel and even disabled his own teammates. Luck? Impossible. This Necromancer must have something in his hand. And Lu Ran glanced at a few people. He smiled and said, not bad, not bad. The people who came are all well-known figures in the Eagle Sauce, and they are also the presidents of major guilds. They really think highly of me. Lu Ran was very satisfied. Before the open team showdown, no one dared to come in. The last wave will end with the heads of the presidents of 5 major guilds, suppressing the Eagle Sauce and dealing a heavy blow to it at the same time. This wave can be considered a perfect ending. Of course, the premise is that the boat doesn't capsize in the dish. If the boat capsizes, Lu Ran will die. Think of this. Lu Ran directly took out his staff, without any nonsense with the other party, and quickly began to summon the ancient golem. Immediately following, in the safe zone, bang bang bang. Huge ancient golems began to appear, one after another. The 5 presidents on the opposite side were all shocked when they saw this. So that's how it is. There is such a method. It seems that this guy has some equipment that can cancel the cooldown time of summoning the ancient golem. What a pity. We won't be able to obtain the equipment that can completely cancel the skill cooldown if we kill him. It's just an ancient golem. It's nothing. Don't pay any attention to it. Just kill it. But these ancient golems are not enough to kill those high-level combat professionals in front, right? That is to say, this kid has other tricks up his sleeve. Don't underestimate the enemy. For now, all they can see is Lu Ran constantly summoning ancient golems, and they can't see anything else. Although they repeatedly emphasized not to underestimate the enemy. But it seems that killing Lu Ran shouldn't be difficult. Although Lu Ran can summon ancient golems infinitely, this thing is bulky, has high health, low attack frequency, and low attack power. So just ignore it. Wouldn't it be enough to just kill the undead mage behind? How many skills can a necromancer who is only level 25 have? Even if all of them were listed, there was no clue as to what skills this necromancer had that could kill the enemy. On the contrary, in their eyes, isn't this just a level 25 necromancer who can kill instantly? I can't figure it out. I really can't figure it out. Just kill them directly. Don't linger in the fight. Mia, after the start, pay attention to maintaining our health points to prevent the opponent from having unexpected means to deal a large amount of burst damage. One of them said. The others nodded. Mia also took out her staff. As a shaman, his treatment happens to be mostly for large-scale teammates. Mia is confident that with her around, her teammates cannot die. Now it depends on what other means the opposing necromancer has. What she didn't know was that while Lu Ran was constantly summoning the ancient golem, he would stare at her from time to time. This Mia killed first. The blood spear is prepared for her. And at this time, there are already hundreds of ancient golems in front of Lu Ran. This is also the first time that Lu Ran has summoned such a large number of ancient golems in the death arena, and the number is constantly increasing. Facing the 5 presidents, Lu Ran must also act carefully. By the time the preparation time was almost over, there were already more than 200 ancient golems in front of Lu Ran. Each ancient golem has 100,000 health points and high defense. Altogether, it can protect Lu Ran from more than 20 million damages. And, unless the 5 leaders on the opposite side can directly burst out and deal more than 20 million damage in one wave to eliminate all the ancient golems. Otherwise, Lu Ran could have an endless supply of replenishment endlessly. Lu Ran's mana now is still enough to last for a long time. At this time, the countdown was 10 seconds. Mia, get the buff, one of them shouted. Mia was ready. The staff began to emit various colored lights, and strange totem poles continued to appear from the surroundings. Each totem pole has a special buff effect. Improve the team members' movement speed, attack, defense, and other attributes. At the last second, Mia put a shield on herself. A level 61 healing profession, facing a level 25 necromancer, actually took the initiative to put on a shield for himself. This is the greatest respect for Lu Ran. The next second, the countdown ended, the safe zone barrier disappeared, and the duel in the death arena officially began. Get started, one of them shouted. The 4 of them were already ready to go, ready to rush over and kill people the moment they got there. But the next second, swish! The touch of the undead covers the entire death arena, and everyone must stand still. Touch of the undead? Damn it. Why is the range so large? Control from that end to this end? The coverage is wrong. Don't panic, it's only 3 seconds. Get your skills ready. Mia, pay attention to our health points. The fight is about to begin. The 4 of them are ready to go. Mia was also ready to treat the 4 people at any time. But at this moment, whoosh. Behind the group of ancient golems, a scarlet blood-red spear pierced out and shot towards them like lightning. The necromancer's blood spear only takes 8 seconds to charge. Ignore it and focus on killing people. Someone recognized it and shouted to everyone. But the next second, pong, the blood spear pierced Mia. How powerful is the blood spear that has been charging for nearly 24 hours, a whole day? That's close to 80 million damage. It's a pity that it was a single attack. Otherwise, not to mention Mia, all 5 of them would have evaporated in an instant. But Mia ignored it the moment she saw the blood piercing her. Because in her opinion, this blood spear might not even be able to break her protective shield. But the next second, swish! Mia's health bar disappeared instantly. Mia's consciousness also began to fade at this moment. She opened her eyes wide and opened her mouth, wanting to shout something, but she couldn't do it. Pong! Mia's sexy body fell to the ground, motionless. Right now, in various dungeon halls around the world, everyone was staring at this scene with nervous excitement. But what did they see? The preparation time was over, and at the moment of opening, in less than 3 seconds, Mia was dead. The president of Valheim, Mia, the level 61 hidden class Holy Light Shaman, died suddenly. Chapter 69, I'm not kidding. The opponent is invincible. The healing profession of the Eagle Sauce 5-man team is dead. Oh my god, this is just the beginning. Is a Necromancer going to have such a big outburst? He's not even level 53 yet, so he can't summon a Bone Dragon, right? How'd he kill it? Even if I summoned a Bone Dragon, the explosion wouldn't be that big. If a Bone Dragon can instantly kill a high-level combat professional of the same level, how can a Necromancer still be a regular profession? Good kill, clear target, clear battle plan. This battle has hope. What a hope. There are still 4 high-level fighters left, 3 of whom have hidden professions in the strong attack department. For a while, noises rose and fell in various dungeon halls. Speculations about this battle are also changing. But overall, there are still many people who are not optimistic about the Necromancer. Even under the premise that the Necromancer can instantly kill the opponent's healing profession at the beginning of the game, many people still do not have a good impression of the Necromancer. After all, the gap seems too big. Lu Ran should have used the Blood Spear. His idea is correct. Kill the healing profession first, and the other 4 will be easy to deal with. Lu Xinxin said confidently. The other 3 presidents nodded repeatedly. As for Sakura's Nanace, after seeing Mia being killed instantly, she couldn't help but change her expression. As an Onmyoji, although she can control powerful Shikigami, she herself is also very fragile. If the Necromancer can kill Mia in an instant, he can also kill her in an instant. But the rest, there's a meat tank, 3 strong attack systems, even without a healing profession to maintain their health. Similarly, the Necromancer had no healing profession to extend his life. President, this Necromancer is not really going to win, right? The maid beside him asked carefully. He can't win. The burst has been given to the healer. Next, he will face the impact of 3 high-level offensive warriors and a meat tank. He can only protect himself to the maximum extent. But do you think there is any magic profession in the world that can survive the siege of these 4? Nanace asked, not to mention the counterattack. Giving the burst to the healing profession, instantly killing them and disrupting the opponent's team's endurance is a good idea. But 1v5 is no joke. After all, the Necromancer was a little too proud and arrogant. The only ending was death. It's a pity that before he died, I didn't know why he was so powerful. Nanace said, shaking his head with a regretful expression. I think my analysis is very accurate. Little did they know that the one who was panicking in the copy at this moment was not Lu Ran, but the 4 surviving presidents of Eagle Sauce. They saw it clearly. At the opening moment, a blood spear killed Mia instantly. Mia died just like that, instantly killed by the attack of a blood spear that none of them looked down upon. Still the same old saying, don't underestimate the enemy, but the result. Why is the damage of blood spear so high? Someone exclaimed. Everyone, come together and kill him quickly. Don't wait for his second blood spear. Another person shouted in horror. They thought that it was Lu Ran's blood spear that charged up for 8 seconds that killed Mia instantly. In this way, if the second blood spear is thrown out, wouldn't it be able to kill other people instantly? Only 8 seconds. But after shouting, they found something was wrong. I can't move. After the touch of the undead bound them at the beginning, Mia died immediately afterwards. They were stunned and shocked for a while, but it had been 3 damn seconds. But still can't move. Several people hurriedly looked down. Really? The control effect of touch of the undead is still accumulating. New tentacles kept popping up, pinning them to the spot. This touch of undead hasn't cooled down yet, someone exclaimed. They also seemed to understand in an instant why they had suffered so many defeats before. I see. With unlimited control and the damage from the blood spear, no one can get close to him. Those who came in earlier were eventually controlled for a few minutes and then killed. But what about those assassin classes that can turn invisible? How did he break the invisibility state? How did he survive the assassin's burst? He's only level 25. Several people were talking at the same time, but their expressions were more confused than each other. They couldn't be controlled like this forever. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted, I was planning to keep it as a backup, but now I'm going to kill him. The one who shouted was Cassie, a level 61 fighting master. Next second, pong, golden energy waves burst out from Cassie's body, shattering the touch of undead. Then he rushed towards Lu Ran. Along the way, new touch of the undead was constantly thrown out, but none of them could continue to control Cassie. Don't try. I'm immune to control when I'm in an explosive state. Cassie roared and rushed to Lu Ran. Explosion immune to control? How long can you avoid it? Lu Ran asked casually. 10 seconds, enough to kill you. Cassie said with a grin. Lu Ran is right in front of him. Victory is just around the corner. 10 seconds of no control. Full firepower, all skills, a burst to greet a level 25 Necromancer? Must kill. Then, he smashed his fists hard towards Lu Ran's head. Pong! The fighting master uses steel gloves. After these two punches, Lu Ran's head was buzzing. But the health value does not decrease. Among the more than 200 ancient golems, 2 lay quietly and took the damage. Cassie was stunned and looked at Lu Ran in front of her in surprise. Especially the health bar that didn't move at all. It made people dumbfounded. After finally getting close and attacking, it doesn't matter if you can't kill the enemy instantly, but there's no point in fighting if you don't lose blood. It's okay, just continue. There are only 6 or 7 seconds left. I'll wait for you. Lu Ran rubbed his head, which was hurt from being hit, and said, and then ignore Cassie. He looked up at the other 3 people, while maintaining the control effect of touch of the undead from time to time. Skeleton soldiers began to be summoned. Dense swarms of skeleton soldiers began to emerge like a tide. Cassie was the closest and saw it most clearly. She was surprised and said, there is no cooldown for summoning the undead. Plus touch of the undead with no cooldown and summoning of ancient golem. This guy, can all his skills have no cooldown? He didn't have time to think about it. With full firepower, while there was still a few seconds of free control time, he bombarded Lu Ran with his fists and kicks. The feet were almost stuffed into Lu Ran's mouth. Lu Ran was staggering, but he was still concentrating on summoning skeleton soldiers to maintain the control effect of touch of the undead. It seems to be almost there. With this thought in mind, the skeleton soldier rushed towards the 3 people who were being controlled on the opposite side. Gulps explosion. At the same time, Lu Ran placed the staff on the ground and paused. In the entire death arena, large and small bone fragments began to form, and under the influence of a strong wind, they raged wildly. Skeleton storm. Cassie glanced at it when he was not attacking, and his heart suddenly tightened. If this skeleton storm is not cooled down, it can be stacked infinitely. The more it is released, the higher the damage. Instead, he was dumbfounded as he looked at Lu Ran, who had been attacked by him for a long time, but had not lost a single drop of blood. At the same time, when the explosion time came, Cassie's flexible body was instantly shackled in place, unable to move. Is the control free time up? Lu Ran noticed that his head was being banged on and turned to take a look. After discovering that Cassie was under control again, he moved to the side, out of Cassie's close range of attack. Cassie looked helplessly at the 3 teammates who were being ravaged by the corpse explosion and the continuously overlapping bone storm. Sighed deeply. This game is definitely a loss. No kidding, the opponent is invincible. Chapter 70, he is immortal. At this time, Fighting Master Cassie was the closest. In order to prevent him from punching and kicking him when his anger was about to explode, Lu Ran decisively sent some skeleton soldiers to go up and explode. For Lu Ran, skeleton soldiers are no longer considered as a means of consumption. After all, the damage of the skeleton soldiers' normal attacks is too low, and since they are endless, they can just explode directly. It was completely used as a bomb. Poor Cassie was trapped in place, with all her skills but no way to use them. I couldn't even touch Lu Ran. Mia died at the beginning and no one gave her blood. Then, right after Mia, the second president to die appeared. When Cassie's name turned gray, professionals from all over the world who were nervously watching the game in various dungeon halls all became noisy. Cassie is dead too. Cassie, the president of the free new world, is dead. Can a fighting master explode? He ignores any control and rushes directly to the Necromancer with full firepower. Even this can't kill the Necromancer. Is this still a Necromancer? How did he survive? Not only did he survive, he also killed Cassie. Mia was the first to die, and Cassie was the second. Damn, I really want to go in and see what's going on. Cassie's death was something no one expected. A high-level offensive fighter who can burst into energy and become immune to any control is a nightmare for any magic profession. There is no way for magic professions to prevent the opponent from approaching them. But even so, a necromancer who was less than level 53 was not killed by Cassie, but killed her instead. What are the other 3 high-level fighters doing? Mia is dead though, but it was 4 against 1, with 3 high-level offensive warriors among them, and they still couldn't kill the undead mage. One of them was even killed by the undead mage. Right now, all professionals around the world are curious about what happened in the death arena. It is really torturous to be able to only see the results of a battle, but not the entire process. The most important thing is that the battle process is too weird. It completely broke everyone's perception of the Necromancer. Sakura's Nanace was originally certain that the Necromancer would throw all his power at Mia, and after killing Mia, he would have no way to protect himself and could only wait to die. But right now, Cassie is dead too. Nanace frowned. She felt a chill in her heart. At first, she had no interest in the Necromancer, But later she discovered that he had something special and gradually began to pay attention to him. Until now, Nane's heart has begun to feel fear. The less you can see the battle situation in the death arena, the more obvious this fear of the unknown becomes. Her breathing couldn't help but quicken. And at this moment in the death arena, Lu Ran became more relaxed. The other three were shackled in place, and Lu Ran calmly controlled all the summoned skeleton soldiers to explode. At the same time, the touch of the undead is continuously replenished. The bone storms inserted in the middle continuously accumulate damage. The health of the three people was dropping at a speed visible to the naked eye. The remaining three presidents had gone completely crazy at this point. This won't work. We will definitely die. Cassie is already dead. Think of a solution. Damn, none of this necromancer skills have cooldowns. This range is not right. Whether it is touch of the undead or bone storm, the range is too large. The previous blood spear attack range could have directly stabbed Mia to death right after the start of the fight. This attack range is abnormal. Don't worry about it, Miles. Just do it. Among three people. When Miles heard the shouting, his face looked a little grim. He is the only one among the three who can become invisible. But it's no use. Now the entire death arena is completely covered by the bone storm. Even if he uses the dispel skill to break free from the restraints and become invisible instantly, he will be immediately beaten out of the invisible state by the bone storm and be restrained again. But sitting back and waiting for death is not a solution. Miles gritted his teeth. A thick blood-red mist suddenly burst out from his body, and then his body twisted and swelled, turning into a demon more than 2 meters tall. The demon form is immune to control at the moment it erupts. The moment the touch of the undead lost its effect, Miles immediately activated invisibility, and then used the explosive speed of his demon form to rush out like an arrow. But the result was the same as he expected. I just rushed out a few meters in stealth. The indiscriminate area damage caused by the skeleton storm directly broke his invisibility. Afterwards, the touch of the undead that covered the entire field began to control indiscriminately again. Poor Miles, he had no chance to use his high explosive power in demon form. He could only roar and shout angrily on the spot. Lu Ran glanced at him and ignored him. Concentrate on controlling the skeleton soldiers to continue the corpse explosion. The target is Keen, the president of the Dark Church, the crusader of the church. The long sword in his hand is like a cross, extremely sharp, and is an absolute T1 level existence in the strong attack profession. But its body is relatively fragile and has no protective ability. So, in the face of endless corpse explosions, Keen's health bar was quickly emptied with a desperate roar, and he fell to the ground and died. In the dungeon hall, there's a deathmatch scene. Keen's name also turned gray. The Vatican's crusaders are dead too. Keen's burst should be the highest among the 5 people, right? I wonder how much damage he caused to the Necromancer. Keen, a master of combat, failed to kill the Necromancer. Instead, he was killed. Oh my god, what the hell is going on? Is that really a Necromancer? Is there something wrong with the display? There are only 2 left out of the 5 presidents. A demon hunter and a swamp druid. Forget about the tank. We can only rely on the demon hunter. Seeing that there were only 2 left, Yu Qing-Song and the others completely relaxed. Lu Xinxin's analysis is correct. Lu Ran will definitely win this battle. There are only 2 left, and there's a meat tank among them. It is impossible to kill Lu Ran, who has the transplantation attribute, with just the burst output of a demon hunter. This kid has become famous in one battle. Lei Tai said with emotion. With 2 left, there shouldn't be any problems, right? Yi Hongyi asked. No, judging from the data, unless Lu Ran does not use any skills and actively seeks death, the Eagle Saw side has no chance or possibility of killing him. Lu Xinxin said firmly. Only Yu Qing-Song sighed slightly. The face was earned back by Lu Ran, and in this round of confrontation, the Eagle Sauce was completely suppressed. But those professionals who died because of Long Xia's provocation were really dead. And at the same time, Eagle Sauce. The atmosphere in the conference room was extremely solemn. Neil, who had always been extremely conceited, fell silent at this moment. Even felt a little fortunate. Fortunately, he did not join the team to fight the Necromancer. Otherwise, his ending would most likely be death. This news also reached Congress. For the first time in history, the American Congress convened all leaders for an emergency meeting. Chapter 71. This person must not be allowed to stay. Neil was also invited to this meeting. The atmosphere in the huge conference room in the Eagle Palace was exactly the same. After Neil came in, all the leaders looked at Neil. The other guild presidents behind Neil who were qualified to participate did not dare to say a word. They're usually at the bottom. I haven't even climbed onto the ranking list, so I don't have much say. But I didn't expect it. Now, they had become the highest-ranking presidents under Neil. After Neil and others sat down, the top leader said in a deep voice, "Now, how do we end this?" Although this matter was instructed by Congress, Neil was the mastermind and was responsible for planning the entire incident. Yu Ching-song guessed correctly. Neil sent people to negotiate for Hades' crystal skull, but failed, holding a grudge. So a deathmatch provocation was planned. In his opinion, Long Xia had no way to deal with this. After all, Eagle Sauce has the highest level and highest attribute Black Dragon equipment in the world so far. Long Xia could only be forced to suffer humiliation unilaterally. He also had a good way to vent his anger. But I didn't expect that things would develop to this point in the blink of an eye. In fact, if we had stopped after killing so many professionals in Long Xia on the first day, it would have been considered a success. Neil said thoughtfully. Everyone else fell silent. But their mistake is that they continue to provoke and be greedy. After gaining absolute advantage, try your best to squeeze out the value of the advantage. This is also the consistent popular principle of Eagle Sauce. Result: the mysterious Necromancer was annoyed, so he intervened and suppressed it forcefully. Not only did they kill more professionals than Eagle Sauce in just one afternoon, but now even 3 of the 5 top leaders have died. Now that Bet and Miles are still alive, we won't gain any advantage even if we win now. The lives of the 3 presidents are exchanged for a Necromancer who is less than level 53 and not even on the global level list. This is a shame, an absolute shame. One of the leaders roared. The expressions of others were even uglier. Because this is just an ideal result. What if these last 2 presidents also died? That is the real shame. Everyone realized this problem, and the atmosphere became even more depressing. And in the copy, Lu Ran felt even more relaxed. Glancing at Beth, he saw that he had already activated the druid skill and transformed into a giant bear. The whole person turned into a wild bear. In the savage bear state, the time of being controlled can be reduced. But unfortunately, it is of no use to Lu Ran. Even the toughness control reduction brought by the high level is useless, and the reduction brought by the skills is naturally useless. Besides, even if it works, it only has a control time of 0.1 seconds. Lu Ran's touch of the undead in the uncooled state can also last indefinitely. However, after transforming into a giant bear, Bet's health increased by 180%, almost twice. It's a pity that it's still useless. As the #1 meat tank in the Eagle Sauce, the purpose of using skills now is not to take damage to buy time and output environment for teammates, but just to live longer, which is somewhat desperate. Even more desperate is Miles. Lu Ran's current target is him. Don't kill me. I can give you Black Dragon equipment. Long Xia has blocked cross-border transmission. You can come to Yingjiang. I will give you Black Dragon equipment. And money. I can give you as much as you want. I can also be a spy for you, Long Xia. The national war is imminent. Long Xia needs me. Miles shouted hurriedly, feeling the continuous explosion of skeleton soldiers around me. The severe pain and the decreasing health value stimulated his sensitive nerves. Lu Ran rolled his eyes. Damn it, you're about to die, and you're still insulting my intelligence, right? Go to the Eagle Sauce. If he really goes there, even if Lu Ran has no cooldown, he will still die if he is besieged by hundreds or thousands of high-level fighters. While talking, skeletons summon and explode faster. As for the Black Dragon equipment, Lu Ran is not interested in it. Even if he gets it now, he cannot equip it. When Lu Ran reaches a certain level, he can go into the Black Dragon Mountains and brush it at will. Wouldn't that be easy? As for the national war, Long Xia doesn't need any external help now. Lu Ran alone is enough. Miles wanted to say something to beg for mercy, but he only needed to hold on for half an hour and the death arena room would be over. Then he would survive. His thoughts are the same as Lu Ran's guess. If I can really survive, I will definitely expose all of Lu Ran's abilities and then use the whole country's strength to kill Lu Ran at all costs. Such a necromancer is too amazing. With him around, the country of Longxia will violently suppress the world. So he deserves to die. After Miles' death, the matter was basically settled. All professionals around the world saw Miles' name turn gray. Now only the last Beth is left. Kill the nurse first, then the DPS, and finally the only one left is a meat tank with low DPS. The idea is clear. But who the hell can do this? The president of the 5 major guilds of Eagle Sauce is gone just like that. Alas, Long Xia won. In the copy, it was even easier for Lu Ran to kill the last Beth. At this time, 13 minutes had passed since the deathmatch began. Lu Ran walked not far from Beth and saw that Beth's giant bear transformation state had expired and was lifted. At this moment, Beth's face turned green as she watched Lu Ran approaching gradually. This was the first time. He was a level 60 swamp druid, the president of the Fox Kingdom, and the best meat tank in the Eagle Sauce. facing a level 25 Necromancer. There is only fear in my heart. The way he looked at Lu Ran was like he was looking at a devil. At this time, his giant bear transformation was also lifted. Apart from his equipment with high defense and higher health, he had no other means to survive in front of Lu Ran. Vet opened her mouth and seemed to want to say something, but he was interrupted by Lu Ran raising his hand. Lu Ran grinned and said, "The last one, I'll end it with you. This is your own fault, and you have to bear the consequences yourself." After saying that, endless skeleton soldiers began to explode. Even a high-level combat giant and a tough tank would die under Lu Ran's brutal, unreasonable bombardment. Finally, Vet's name also turned gray. The Death Arena panel at this moment looked very strange. Here is a necromancer whose information is all hidden, and his name is highlighted. The names of the 5 influential figures on the opposite side, the presidents of the 5 major guilds, all turned gray, and they died collectively. Who would believe this huge gap if they didn't see it with their own eyes? In every dungeon hall around the world, there was dead silence, and everyone was watching this scene. After a few seconds, the room was cleared, and the names of the 5 presidents disappeared. This also means that their last data in this world has disappeared without leaving any trace. At the same time, the room name was also changed by Lu Ran. That's all the Eagle Sauce is? All of them are trash. In the last 10 minutes, if no one comes, I'll go eat. Sakura's Nanes felt as if her whole body was hollowed out when she saw this. He stared dejectedly at the Necromancer's information with a question mark for a few seconds, then turned his head mechanically and looked at the Endless Tower global ranking. The Necromancer was in 3rd place. Judging from the ranking, she still has an absolute advantage. After all, she has passed the 60th level. That was something that even Yu Qingtsong could never break through. Nanashing murmured. Ingjiang provoked Longxia and was violently suppressed by him to such an extent. As for the Endless Tower, is it because I suppressed Yu Qingtsong that he came to target me? Will he continue? What should she do if the other party continues or even surpasses her? The other side, the news was accurately conveyed to the American Congress. The 5 major presidents were completely wiped out. Neil picked up the water cup with trembling hands and took a sip. He swallowed it, then took a deep breath and said, "This person must not be allowed to stay." Chapter 72. The southern border is in trouble. What? You want to meet this necromancer in person? The leader asked thoughtfully. After all, Lu Ran still gave 10 minutes. It's not too late to go in now. Except for Neil, no one dares to go in now. Lu Ran's room was empty. Even though the team was still fighting to the death, no one dared to go in. Nonsense, who dares to go in? The 5 most powerful presidents of the Eagle Sauce, each doing their own job, formed a fully equipped team, plus Mia, a holy light shaman, and the entire army was wiped out. Can an entire Eagle Sauce pick out such an awesome team? No, there's no point in me going in. The situation is now a foregone conclusion. The death of the 5 presidents has dealt a huge blow to the reputation of the Eagle Sauce. Even if I kill the Necromancer, I can't save much of the Eagle Sauce's face. Neil immediately shook his head and said, but everyone present knew it. Neil is scared. That 5-man team, with a meat tank, damage output, and a nurse with all the necessary configurations, was still wiped out by a single undead mage from the opposing team. Neil is shit. Even if Neil faced those 5 presidents, the only outcome would be death. This is not a fight of the same level at all, so it's normal for Neil to be afraid. So, what do you mean? How do we get rid of the Necromancer? Now Longxia has blocked all cross-border transmissions. Even if we want to send someone to assassinate him, we can't enter Longxia. A leader said, thoughtfully. However, everyone agreed with Neil's idea that this Necromancer must not be kept. The high-level combat professional with a full set of Black Dragon was killed one after another by the undead mage like killing a candied haw's stick. If a national war breaks out, a large number of high-level professionals will die at the hands of that Necromancer. It seems that Eagle Sauce has the advantage of the Black Dragon's equipment, but is greatly weakened in front of this undead mage. This is a scene that Congress absolutely does not want to see. The advantage of the Eagle Sauce must be stable. In this national war, the Eagle Sauce must suppress the world. And this Necromancer is the only variable worth noting. We can't teleport across borders, but we can enter through the border. As long as we successfully infiltrate, our people will be able to hide, investigate the other party's identity, and wait for an opportunity to act. Neil said thoughtfully. But even if we find the opponent, how do we kill him? Someone asked. This round of warfare can't kill the Necromancer. Can we kill him by assassination? Do you have any brains? If you can't kill 1 or 5, then use 10 or 100. Is he really invincible? Neil stared at the person who asked the question angrily and shouted angrily. After all, Neil's identity was there, so the person who asked the question immediately dared not say a word. Neil snorted. He continued, there is still time before the national war. I suggest deploying immediately, crossing the border through the weak point, entering Longxia, investigating and assassinating the Necromancer. Everyone looked at me, and I looked at you. In the end, several senior leaders looked at each other. One of them nodded and said, we must try. The Necromancer is indeed a variable, but where is the weak point of the Longxia border? Neil narrowed his eyes slightly and said, Longxia southern border, 100,000 mountains. The Shirwanda Mountains are located in a place with steep terrain and are full of high-level monsters. Moreover, most of the monsters are dark monsters, so few people are willing to go there to spawn monsters. At the same time, it is also the place where the defense of Longxia border is the most lax. Although it is also very dangerous there for the Eagle Sauce professionals. But they were fully prepared and could basically successfully sneak a large number of assassins in a Longxia with minimal losses. The other side, Lu Ran waited for 10 minutes, but no one entered the room, so he left on his own. The Death Arena panel finally returned to its previous blank state. Lu Ran and Yu Qingtsong went to Tianyuan Tower to celebrate Lu Ran's success. At the dinner table, they talked about what happened in the Death Arena. Lu Ran talked freely. The first one is actually the Necromancer. He is really cunning. Fighting alone, the Necromancer combined with the weakening skills is indeed very difficult to deal with. He can suppress and kill the opponent at the fastest speed. Lu Xinxin analyzed. But the Necromancer Summoner didn't expect that Lu Ran could control all his summoned creatures. It was quite a joke. Huh, Lei Tai said with a laugh. Lu Ran, tell me in detail how you controlled it. Is it difficult? Yi Hongyi asked excitedly. This is the first time I know that someone can control other people's summons indiscriminately. It's incredible. It's not that difficult. I can control it with just a glance. Lu Ran recounted the situation in detail. So simple. After hearing this, several presidents were a little stunned. From now on, no dark monsters in this world will be able to harm you, and it ignores levels. And it's easy to control. Even if there are many dark monsters, you can control them directly with just a glance. Yu Qingtsong said with emotion. There aren't many dark monsters in the wild, right? But in some specific dungeons, they're everywhere. Lu Ran said assumingly. There are definitely not many such places in the wild, but after you mentioned it, I actually remember a place. Lei Tai should be very familiar with that place. Yu Qingtsong said. Hearing this, Lei Tai blinked, then stared at him and said, Southern Xinjiang Dam, don't even mention that damn place. It's extremely difficult for my National Defense Army to deploy troops. No one is willing to go to that damn place. Hearing Lei Tai's resistance, Lu Ran couldn't help but ask, are there a lot of dark monsters in southern Xinjiang? What do you mean by a lot? There are quite a lot. There are hundreds of thousands of mountains in southern Xinjiang. As far as the eye can see, there are layer upon layer. Not only is the density high, but the level is also extremely high. Plus there are some disgusting poisonous insects everywhere. That damn place is simply a nightmare for ghosts. Lei Tai continued to complain. After saying, changing the subject, Lei Tai continued, but you are different. No matter those poisonous insects, evil spirit monsters, poison monsters, etc., they are all under your control. When you go to southern Xinjiang, you can do whatever you want with just a glance in the 10,000 mountains. A few people chatted and ate and drank their fill. Sister Xinxin, tomorrow morning, before we go to the dungeon, should I continue to attack the Endless Tower? Lu Ran looked at Lu Xinxin and asked. Yes, the blood spear should have been charged, right? Lu Xinxin nodded and asked. After killing Mia, I will gather my strength. Lu Ran said affirmatively. This night was a sleepless night for many people. Eagle Sauce has begun to prepare high-level combat professionals and form an assassination team, preparing to travel to the Longxia border. Inside, the Ikena Taisha Shrine with cherry blossoms. Nanae surprisingly did not attend the meeting, but locked herself in the room. Sitting on the tatami with body curled up, the white legs were curled up in front of the chest, and the arms were wrapped around the knees. In the darkness, an 8-sided umbrella was placed in front of the jade feet. The story between the Necromancer and Eagle Sauce is over. The Necromancer represented Longxia and violently suppressed Eagle Sauce. But her invisible battle with the Necromancer was not over yet. Tomorrow morning, he should continue to rush to the next level. Nanace murmured. His eyes gradually became firmer. She possesses Sakura's most powerful Shikigami, and more than one Shikigami, and she has an absolute advantage in the Endless Tower. She must not lose. Chapter 73, Nanace's Choice. Early the next morning, Nanace came to the dungeon hall and stared at the global ranking of the Endless Tower in a daze. She has prepared her full set of top equipment. Equipped with the 8-eyed umbrella, he maintained his condition to the best, but was not in a hurry to enter the Endless Tower. But stop and wait. The other side. After the morning meeting, Lu Ran came to the dungeon hall and wanted to go directly to the endless tower. But he was suddenly stopped by Lei Tai. Not yet. Eli Doi Soteth. The other presidents looked at Lei Tai in confusion. I just got the news that a teleportation array for a wild boss appeared on Kuanping Island, and it has just been discovered. Lei Tai said excitedly. A wild boss means a lot of experience. Lu Ran must get this. The eyes of the other people all lit up, and even Yu Qingtsong, who had been joining in the fun for the past few days, became excited. The last wild boss was defeated by Lu Ran, and Yu Qingtsong didn't see it. Today, he has a chance. Sister Xinshin, should I save my blood spear to fight the wild boss? Lu Ran looked at Lu Xinshin and asked. Yes, there is no need to rush the endless tower. Anyway, it is only 3 floors away from Nana's 61st floor. There is no need to rush. Lu Xinshin said with a smile. She was also very happy to hear the news about the wild boss. This must be left for Lu Ran to eat. The blood spear is the most reliable means. Also, we had a guess about the crystal skull of Hades that you obtained before. That is, the higher the damage of your tail blade, the higher the reward you will get. Although it is difficult to confirm and we cannot get exact data to support it, if the guess is correct, you might be able to get a piece of top quality equipment that is on the list this time. Lu Xinshin said thoughtfully. After making up their minds, they went directly to the main city of Kuanping Island, Liubo City, through the teleportation array. According to the information Lei Tai obtained, the teleportation array of the wild boss is just a dozen miles northeast of Liubo City. Kuanping Island is a place Lu Ran has never been to. Located northeast of Longxia. The climate here is obviously colder than that in Black Dragon City. But although it is called Kuanping Island, it is actually connected to the inland by a road. It is attached to the mainland and is not a real island. This was also the first time Lu Ran saw the sea. The novelty and excitement are beyond words. What a great place, Lu Ran exclaimed. Looking at the rippling and rugged sea and the endless view, this is a scene that I have never had the opportunity to see in all these years in Blackfire City. Don't just think it looks good. The Forbidden Sea is very dangerous. Lu Xinshin said gently to Lu Ran. Before global digitization, this place was not called the Forbidden Sea. The reason for the name change. This is because after global digitization, aquatic creatures in the sea have mutated into sea monsters of various levels. Among them, there are some special bosses that are extremely huge and at the level of Siren. In addition, except for some special hidden professions related to water, it is difficult for other human professions to fight in the water. This also leads to a huge mortality rate among professionals who go into the sea. Ships sailing in it will be attacked by various sea monsters, resulting in ship destruction and death. So after the global data was digitized except for the activities of professionals in the shallow sea areas, the activity of going out to sea has been basically eliminated. This is also the origin of the name of the Forbidden Sea. Lu Xinshin introduced. I see. Lu Ran nodded and looked at the deep sea beneath the beautiful rippling waves. Looking closely always makes people feel palpitations. In the deep sea, all kinds of weird things could pop up. Thinking of this, Lu Ran couldn't help but shiver, and his yearning for the sea dissipated a lot. Let's go. We'll go to the hill in front and wait for the boss. Judging from the distance and direction, the field of vision is enough to see the location of the boss in the wild. Lu Xinshin glanced at the map in his hand, looked around, and said. Lu Xinshin, who had never been here before, just took a look at the map, compared the surrounding mountain terrain and the coordinates of the wild boss, and instantly determined the perfect location. And at this moment, on the other side of Kuanping Island, 2 tattered and dilapidated ships were approaching quietly. When they were still a long distance from the shore, a dozen professionals on the boat jumped into the sea. One of the professionals held a talisman in the sea water and suddenly sacrificed it. Pung! A mermaid wearing a red dress, with black hair and black eyes, who looked like a girl, appeared in front of him. Shikigami, the carp spirit. After the carp spirit appeared, other professionals came over one after another. The carp spirit was wrapped in a large group of water and carried several people quickly through the water, avoiding the monsters in the coastal area and heading towards the shore. They were the group of Onmyoji that Nanes sent out a few days ago to sneak into Longxia to investigate the Necromancer. However, their team started out with 60 people, but now there are only a dozen left. Although the speed of crossing the Forbidden Sea was very fast, in just a few days, the mortality rate was also very high. We're almost ashore. Let's inform the president that we have arrived. Once we enter the country, cross-border communications will be ineffective. One of them seemed to have thought of something and gestured to everyone. Everyone stopped at this point. Turn on the communicator in the sea water and transmit the message. On the other side, Nanes had been standing in front of the global ranking of the Endless Tower for a long time. By this time, the time had already passed 8:30, and more than 10 minutes had passed. But the global ranking of the Endless Tower has not changed at all, and the Necromancer does not seem to have made any breakthroughs. Nanace breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, she felt a little worried. If the Necromancer really didn't have the ability to continue to advance to the next level, then how did he accomplish such a feat in the death arena? He can fight against 5 presidents of Eagle Sauce alone and wiped out all 5 of them. He should be able to defeat the 59th floor, right? If he doesn't fight, I will. I must establish my absolute advantage in the Endless Tower. Nanace said, gritting his teeth. She was even a little angry. She no longer cares about the national war. In her eyes, the first place, which represents the highest honor in the world of Endless Tower, must be defended. She had put so much effort into surpassing Yu Qingtsong, and she would never be willing to be easily surpassed in such a dramatic way. Besides, the opponent's level is less than 53. Think of this. Nanace took a deep breath and walked towards the teleportation array of the Endless Tower. But at this moment, her communicator received a message. Although Nanami really dislikes receiving messages through the communicator and only likes someone to report to her in person, it seems that it doesn't matter today. He looked down at the message. The speed is okay, but the casualties are too heavy. The rest of you, be careful. Your first goal is to find out the news about the Necromancer. Don't cause any trouble. Once you get the news, leave the border-restricted cross-border communication area as soon as possible and report to me. Nanace replied. Then, without hesitation, he stepped into the Endless Tower teleportation array. Select level 62 and enter. Chapter 74, Isn't This Delivered to Your Door? The top of the mountain is bare and no one passes by. Among the jagged rocks, the 4 presidents and Lu Ran sat opposite each other, chatting leisurely in the sea breeze. There's not much time left before the national war, and I'm inexplicably looking forward to it. Yu Qingtsong said comfortably. The worries I once had long since vanished. Especially when Ing Sauce successfully cleared the Black Dragon Mountains of normal difficulty. He almost concluded that Long Xia would be suppressed by Ing Sauce in the national war. After all, there's been a long-standing grudge between the 2 great powers. Now that Eagle Sauce has a monopoly on Black Dragon equipment and has gained an advantage, it will definitely target Long Xia. But Long Xia had no choice at that time. The impact of forcibly continuing to attack the Black Dragon Mountains was too great for the high-level professionals. A large number of them died, but they were still unable to pass the Black Dragon Mountains. That was the most embarrassing situation, until Lu Ran appeared. Calculate the time. When the national war starts, Lu Ran's skill coverage and casting distance will basically be several hundred kilometers. Lu Xinxin nodded affirmatively. The touch of the undead for hundreds of kilometers, the bone storm for hundreds of kilometers, the blood spears that can take the heads of enemy generals from hundreds of kilometers away, wow. I'm really worried about other countries. Lei Tai said, excitedly beside him. There is absolutely no possibility that Long Xia will lose. Moreover, it seemed that there was no need for other professionals in Long Xia to participate. They could just watch the show, thus avoiding unnecessary casualties. Lu Ran alone can dominate the national war and dominate the world. It's a pity that we won't be able to hide any longer, and Lu Ran will definitely be exposed. Yi Hongyi said with a little concern. There will be no need to hide at that time. The national war is just the beginning of Lu Ran's suppression of the world. Lu Xinxin said with a smile. And the protagonist Lu Ran. Looking at the presidents, talking freely. Their help to Lu Ran is enormous, especially during this recent period, when Yu Qingtsong had other things that needed to be dealt with. The other 3 presidents accompanied him day and night, and gave him good equipment and expensive consumables, which he spent without spending any money on. I will grant Lu Ran's every request. Lu Ran saw it all. To be honest, Lu Ran cannot be considered an angry young man, and his level of patriotism is just at the average level. He even thought that in Long Xia, after global digitization, corruption among high-level officials would still exist. However, after meeting several presidents, Lu Ran's ideas changed. In the data world where the strong prey on the weak, the country is a whole. It is an opportunity for Lu Ran to have such ability, to have the country as his backing, and to work with the country. It's a pity that there is never a chance to test whether Lu Ran's skeleton throne entry can control Sakura Shikigami. If it can, Lu Ran will have something to play with during the national war. Lu Xinxin said thoughtfully. There's no other way. With the cross-border teleportation blockade and Lu Ran's performance in the death arena, it can't be opened. If we want to try, we can only wait for the national war. Yu Qingtsong said helplessly. Although everyone felt it was a pity, there was nothing else they could do. The wild boss is about to come out, Lu Ran. Don't be in a hurry to throw the blood spear. Let me take a look first. Lu Xinxin said to Lu Ran. She needed to judge how much blood Lu Ran's blood spear could take away from the wild boss. It would be a tragedy if you throw blood spear the boss as soon as he appears, but fail to kill him. I understand. Lu Ran nodded. The other side, after a dozen or so people from Sakura came ashore, they did not dare to go any deeper. They mostly communicated with each other through eye contact and no longer used Sakura language, otherwise they would be recognized at the first moment. Unlike other countries, in Longxia, if someone suddenly comes out and speaks the language of cherry blossoms, it will definitely cause dissatisfaction among a large group of people. They are here to secretly investigate the Necromancer, and they cannot be exposed in advance. It wasn't long since we came ashore. They looked at the teleportation array of the wild boss on the mountainside and were somewhat stunned. A wild boss has appeared here. Let's wait here and don't go over. One of them looked around and said in a low voice. Because of the appearance of the wild boss, too many professionals were teleported from other main cities. There are many people and many eyes, and the risk of exposure is also great. So they need to wait. As for participating in the hunting of wild bosses, don't even think about it. If they go over to fight, Onmyoji's iconic spells and Shikigami control will be like a suicide truck. With so many people fighting the wild boss, the chance of getting the final blow is very small. If I expose myself again and Nanace finds out, I'll be in big trouble. Besides, they have now entered the territory of Longxia and are unable to use cross-border communications. No one will be able to help them even if they die here. We're unlucky. There are too many professionals coming to Kunping Island. We can only avoid them temporarily, but it doesn't matter. Once the wild boss dies, they will leave quickly. One of them said, but at this time, Hilltop. Lu Xinxin glanced among the rugged rocks. Did you see that group of people on the coast? Lu Xinxin suddenly asked. Everyone looked up. Because the distance was too far, I couldn't see clearly and could only see a dozen people gathered there. Are you also fighting outdoor bosses? Lu Ran asked casually. It doesn't look like that. The wild boss is about to appear, and their position can be seen clearly, but they have no interest in participating. I just saw them. Not only did they not go to fight the wild boss, they also didn't leave, nor did they spawn monsters. It's more like, Lu Xinxin pondered. It's more like avoiding encounters with other professionals. It was Lei Tai who spoke this time. Perhaps because of his status, Lei Tai is very sensitive to this kind of strange behavior. At this point, everyone was stunned. Lei Tai pondered and said, this place is close to the Forbidden Sea. The National Defense Army has not set up a defense line here. Is it possible that professionals from other countries sneaked in through the Endless Sea? Hearing this, Yi Hongyi looked up and said, the one closest to them is Sakura. Do you mean Sakura's professionals sneaked in? Lu Xinxin said, if they are really Sakura professionals, they should have set out 2 or 3 days ago. At that time, Lu Ran was putting pressure on Nanasheng in the global ranking of the Endless Tower. With Nanasheng's identity and status in Sakura, it is possible that he sent people out to sea. After all, cross-border transmission has been blocked. If Sakura wants to sneak into Longxia, it can only cross the Forbidden Sea. At this point, the expressions of the presidents suddenly turned serious. Instead, Lu Xinxin said with bright eyes, after we kill the wild boss, we will go and test it. If it is really an Onmyoji, there will be Lu Ran's chance to be tested, right? Hearing this, everyone's eyes brightened. Yes, it just so happened that there was no Onmyoji to serve as a sparring partner for Lu Ran to test his controllability over the Skeleton Throne's attributes. Isn't this delivered to your door? Lu Ran will be exposed during the test, right? Yi Hongyi said worriedly. This is in Longxia. Cross-border communications have also been blocked. They can't send out any news. If they are really a bunch of villains, then wait for death. Lei Tai said angrily. As the president of the Battle Flag National Defense Army, a group of people sneaked in right in front of him and fired at him right in the face. Chapter 75. Wild Boss Patrolling the Sea Yiksha. As soon as the words fell, boom! A beam of light suddenly burst out from the teleportation array halfway up the mountain, shooting straight into the sky. Thunderclouds rolled overhead and continued to accumulate, with long dragons of lightning raging and shuttling through the thunderclouds. The entire Kunping Island was blown by strong winds, with sand and rocks flying everywhere. At this moment, everyone on Kunping Island was stunned. Even the 4 knowledgeable presidents were shocked. Such a big scene. What level of wild boss is this? Lei Tai exclaimed. It must be more than level 50. Lu Xinxin murmured. The higher the level, the better the equipment. Lu Ran, this wave is yours to win. Yi Hongyi was extremely excited. No matter what level you are, Lu Ran can get the final blow. A lot of people will die this time. Yu Qingcang frowned and sighed. But casualties among wild bosses are inevitable. If you want to try to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle, you have to take the corresponding risks. Unfortunately, in front of Lu Ran, that group of people took risks but had no possibility of getting any rewards. Lu Ran was also shocked by the scene before him. The thundercloud continued to squeeze, and its color gradually turned red. When it was as red as blood, it was exploded by a bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket. It was as if it struck directly into the earth like the ancient god of thunder. Above the teleportation array, a tall and majestic figure suddenly appeared. It turned out to be a giant who was hundreds of meters tall, with blue-brown skin and covered with scales. The giant held a steel fork in his hand. Huge waves rolled under his feet, and a pair of fangs were exposed. The moment he appeared, his roar resounded through the sky. Level 60 Wild Boss, see Patrolling Yaksha. Lu Xinshin recognized it the first time and couldn't help but exclaimed. The other presidents also looked unhappy. Even Lu Ran remembered it. When I was in college, I learned a story about the Sea Patrolling Yaksha. 8 years ago, also in the coastal area, Bailang Island, a level 60 wild boss, Patrolling Yaksha, appeared. But that time, the overall level of the full-time world was far from enough. Countless professionals who were guarding the wild boss on the scene were wiped out. Not to mention killing the patrolling sea Yakshas, the casualties in that battle were huge. In the end, the Sea Patrolling Yaksha existed for more than 6 hours without dying and was teleported away, and no one benefited from it. According to statistics at the time, the health of the Sea Patrol Yaksha was 45 million. Lu Ran, how long have you been accumulating power? Lu Xinshin asked immediately. 15 hours. Lu Ran looked at the charging time on the skill panel and replied. Your current spell attack power is 3.06 million damage per hour, which means 45.9 million damage in 15 hours, which just exceeds the health of the Sea Patrol Yaksha. But considering the reduction of damage by the Sea Patrol Yaksha's spell defense, you have to wait until the Sea Patrol Yaksha's health drops below 90% before you take action. Lu Xinshin said thoughtfully. To be on the safe side, Lu Ran should wait until the health of the patrolling Yaksha drops below 80% before taking action. Then I must kill you. Yu Qing-song, who was standing by, was participating in Lu Ran's fight with a wild boss for the first time. My head is buzzing. A level 25 Necromancer. Facing the level 60 wild boss patrol Yaksha that once caused a sensation across the country and caused huge casualties. You can use one skill to kill the patrol Yaksha with 80% of its health left in seconds. This is too outrageous. At the same time, the situation under the patrolling sea Yaksha's feet was instantly in chaos. I'm a patrolling Yaksha, run. Run for your ass. Things are different now. We can beat them now. A level 60 outdoor boss. The rewards must be generous. Everyone come together. Whether you can get a lot of benefits in one go depends on your luck. I'm not going to fight anymore. Staying alive is more important. Fight on yourselves. Many people have left the wild boss area. It seems that they still cannot forget the fear of being dominated by the Sea Patrolling Yaksha 8 years ago. As for the remaining professionals, they took turns using various skills and bursts, and no one was stingy with their skills at all. After all, it's just the beginning. More than 40 million blood. There is no need to save skills now, which results in the Sea Patrol Yaksha's health dropping very quickly. Lu Xinshin glanced towards the coast. The dozen or so people were still staying there without moving. Faced with the appearance of the patrolling sea Yaksha, they neither took action nor left. On the coast, these dozen or so days are really just like watching a show. I didn't expect it to be a patrolling Yaksha. If this happened in our daily life, President Nanace would probably lead the team to fight against it personally. Don't mention it. Nana is still alive. The tail sword will be left to her. Let's forget about it. Unlike Long Xia, everyone relies on their own ability, alas. Take a look. This can also roughly determine the overall level of Long Xia professionals. While talking, the health of the patrolling Yaksha is constantly decreasing. It soon dropped to 90%. As expected, 8 years have passed. The speed is still fast. Lu Ran, get ready. Lu Xinshin said to Lu Ran. Lu Ran nodded. He was ready and could launch the blood spear at any time. Yu Qing-song was paying attention to the situation at the scene and found that the casualties were not as great as he had imagined. 2. The appearance of the patrolling Yaksha has scared away many low-level professionals. Those who can stay are not only skilled and brave, but also have good levels and equipment. The casualties were not great. Yu Qing-song breathed a sigh of relief and said, Lu Ran, the boss's health has dropped to 80%. Attack immediately, otherwise there will be more casualties. As the president of the Tiandao League, Yu Qing-song has not lost the courage he had when he was the commander-in-chief of the National Defense Army, but he has gained a sense of compassion for the world. I understand. Lu Ran nodded seriously without saying much. A while later, seeing the Sea Patrol Yaksha's health approaching 80%, Lu Ran took out his staff. At the feet of the boss, Countless professionals were in a state of panic, fighting with ease and calmness. Silky, this is combat. I haven't had such a good time fighting for a long time, Nanny. Pay attention to my health. Keep it up. This speed is a bit slow. You've only hit this far. This is already fast. This is a level 60 wild boss. As he spoke, the Sea Patrol Yiksha's health points dropped to 80%. As if some mechanism was triggered, the patrolling Yiksha suddenly raised his steel fork, let out a roar, and the huge waves under his feet began to roll wildly. It seemed that the sea not far away also began to surge with huge waves. Yiksha goes berserk. Lu ran. Take action. Interrupt him. Lu Xin shouted immediately. The professionals under the boss's feet were forced back by the huge waves and temporarily avoided the attack. Looking up, everyone's faces turned pale. It's over. It's over. Yasha has gone berserk. Damn, didn't he go berserk 8 years ago when his health was at 60%? Why is it so early this time? It was triggered randomly. What bad luck. It's going to be a tough battle next, brothers. Pay attention to your defense and avoid damage. All nurses step back, keep a safe distance, and pay attention to our health. Everyone's teams were deployed in an orderly manner. But at this moment, a blood spear pierced through the sky and shot out like lightning, aiming directly at the center of Yiksha's eyebrows. Chapter 76 Tailor-Made Premium Equipment. Next second, the professionals who were trying to avoid Yiksha's frenzy suddenly realized something was wrong. Why isn't this patrolling Sea Yiksha moving? Where's the health bar? Where's the Sea Patrol Yiksha's health bar? Someone shouted. Everyone looked up. Only then did he realize that the Sea Patrol Yiksha's health bar was gone. The patrolling Sea Yiksha also froze in an instant and could not move. Immediately afterwards, the huge body as big as a mountain collapsed with a loud bang. Patrol Yasha dead? Damn, this scene seems familiar. The 8-armed Vajra outside Blackfire City was like this last time. That time was better. This time it's too much. Patrolling Yiksha still has so much health. Was he beaten to death? Or was there some problem? Tens of millions of dollars in damage in an instant? What a joke. For a moment, the scene was in chaos. The dozen or so Sakura professionals who were watching the show on the shore were also confused. This is how the Longsha professionals fight outdoor bosses. That was patrolling Yiksha, a level 60 outdoor boss. How could it just disappear? Longsha, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Damn it, we've all been deceived. Longxia is deliberately hiding his strength. And on the top of the mountain, several presidents looked at Lu Ran in unison. Lu Ran was paying attention to the message prompts. Really? Congratulations on successfully killing the level 60 outdoor boss, patrolling Yiksha. Congratulations on gaining 20 million experience points. Congratulations on receiving the equipment reward. Level up. To be honest, Lu Ran was a little confused. It's been upgraded. The amount of experience he needs to upgrade now is already exaggerated. Unexpectedly, the experience points given by this level 60 wild boss are as high as 20 million. How many copies do I have to go through to get this? You know, the last time I defeated the 8-armed King Kong, a level 50 wild boss, I only gave 5 million experience points. This level 60 gives too much. It's a geometric improvement. It's actually upgraded to a higher level. Brother, let sister see the equipment quickly. Yihongi asked anxiously. Only then did Lu Ran remember about the equipment. Especially since Lu Xin had said before, they guessed that the more blood the tail knife took away, the better the equipment would be. This time, Lu Ran took away 80% of the boss's health at one go. In addition, since it is a level 60 boss, the equipment itself must be better. Thinking of this, Lu Ran also became excited. When you open the backpack, does it look familiar? Isn't this shape the same as the steel fork held in the hand of the patrolling Yiksha? Damn, even though it's a relatively precious weapon, this steel fork is most likely a melee weapon. Lu Ran shouted in frustration. Steel fork? Take a look at the attributes quickly. It can't be a melee weapon because when a wild boss drops equipment, it will not drop other professional equipment that cannot be equipped. Lu Xin said. Come to think of it, the difficulty is so high and the chance of getting the final blade is so small. If it drops randomly for all professions, it would not be so attractive. So, this thing is actually a magic weapon? Lu Ran opened the attribute panel with excitement and directly displayed it for team sharing. The Trident of the Sea of Destruction. Part, Weapon. Quality, Titan Epic. Level Unlimited. Occupation, Unlimited. Intelligence, 1150. Physical Strength, 500. Magic Defense, 570. Physical Defense, 570. Additional, increase the basic damage of water skills by 10%. Additional, provides passive do as you please. I didn't expect it to be another levelless Titan Epic. It's just that the water skill damage is useless to me. 10% damage is quite optimistic. What a pity, Lu Ran said regretfully. But after he finished speaking, he saw several presidents around him looking at him eagerly. What are the attributes of the equipment? Yi Hongyi asked again. Isn't it shared? Can't you see it? Lu Ran looked at the panel contributed in front of him, in confusion. Duong. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Hongyi hit him hard on the forehead. You little brat, we're not sharing your head. In order to let you enjoy the experience of Wild Boss alone, we didn't team up with you. Who did you share it with? Yi Hongyi said with her beautiful eyes glaring. Haha, I forgot about this. Lu Ran scratched his head awkwardly. Only then did I team up with a few people and share the equipment panel again. Upon seeing this, several people frowned slightly. This thing is not good. Although there are no occupational restrictions and the intelligence bonus is high, this water skill damage increase is ineffective against Lu Ran. This is a level 60 outdoor boss. Is this all? It's still a Titan epic with a prefix. This is too bad. There is a passive skill, but I wonder what the effect is. While talking, several people looked at the passive effects attached to the equipment. Passive, do as you wish. Effect, the wearer can adjust the coverage and shape of his own skills at will. The introduction is very brief. It sounds like it's of no use. In today's world, no matter what hidden profession it is, the maximum coverage range of the skill is no more than a few dozen meters and no more than 100 meters. Is there anything that can be adjusted within this range? And it can only be adjusted smaller, which can be said to be very useless. But when it comes to Lu Ran, it's different. Lu Ran was originally troubled by the fact that the range of his skills was increased too much, and he didn't dare to use them in the wild. Otherwise, after a few skills are used, the coverage area will be tens or hundreds of kilometers, and all the invisible professionals in the corners will be affected indiscriminately. Even lovers hiding in the woods working hard might be filled by the storm of bones. Now, whatever you wish for will come true. Although it is a passive effect that does not increase the damage itself, it allows Lu Ran to control the coverage range of his skills at will. If you want to be big, just throw it directly, and it will cover hundreds of kilometers. If you want to make it smaller, you can also throw out a bone storm with a range of several meters with just a thought. At this time, several presidents also looked a little strange. Although it's not a good thing, but it's very useful to Lu Ran. It's not only useful, it's tailor-made for me. Lu Ran, now you can use your skills as you wish. The intelligence bonus is over 1,000, which is considered top grade. It will significantly improve Lu Ran's spell attack power. Just equip it. When you reach a higher level, you can use other equipment to increase the damage. But this passive skill is unique in the world. Lu Ran was also very excited. He was very satisfied with this equipment. So he simply picked up the trident in his hand and replaced the original staff. Immediately following, Lu Ran received a new prompt. Your equipment, Fighting Trident of the Sea, has entered the 13th place in the global equipment rankings. Do you want to display your personal profile information? Nonsense, of course it's hidden. Although this piece of equipment is of great help to Lu Ran and is tailor-made for him, it is of little use to other professions. At most, it's just a top-grade magic staff. The passive ability is equivalent to nothing, so the overall score is much lower than Hades' Crystal Skull. Even so, it ranked 13th on the global equipment list, which can be considered an unexpected gain. Chapter 77. Yes, it's very impressive. But this also presents a problem. Just a few minutes later, the halls of each dungeon began to boil with activity. What is boiling over is certainly not the fact that there's a dozen more people on the global equipment list, but the trident of the patrol Yaksha. Damn, that necromancer took it away. I finally understand why that big guy was able to bully Eagle Sauce. The blood of tens of millions of patrolling Yasha evaporated in an instant. Who can stand this? Tens of millions of dollars in damage in an instant? Are you kidding me? It really is that necromancer boss. The boss was also on Kunping Island? And was he also among the crowd around? Damn, I didn't notice it. I just passed by the boss, but failed to get his autograph. There's no way, it's too conspicuous. On the entire global equipment list, there are only two pieces of equipment whose owner information is hidden. One is the Crystal Skull of Hades. The other one is the Dinghai Trident. Although Lu Ran hid his personal information, his occupation was still displayed. Necromancer. Moreover, at the time, Hades' Crystal Skull and the 8-armed Vajra had no connection, and no one could have made the connection. But now, isn't this trident the thing held by the sea patrolling Yaksha? The attributes seem to be average, and I feel mentally balanced again. Increasing the damage of water skills will be useless against that necromancer boss, right? The passive ability changes the skill's coverage and shape. This is too weird and useless. The intelligence bonus is so high, damn, it's top-notch. Nonsense. How can it be on the global equipment list if it's not top-notch? And on Kunping Island, many professionals have left. On the coast, A dozen or so Inyang masters who were living a simple life were also preparing to continue their action and go deep inland to search for the traces of the necromancer. But at this moment, several figures stood in front of them. 4 of them were wearing black cloaks that conceal their faces, and the one in the middle was a young man wearing a robe and holding a trident in his hand. This trident looks familiar. They were unable to use the cross-border communicator and had not been to the dungeon hall, so naturally they did not know about the changes in the equipment rankings. So even though the trident looked familiar, he did not connect it with the patrolling sea yiksha just now. After all, equipment like the trident is not uncommon in some water dungeons. But just as they were about to take action, they were suddenly blocked by someone, which made them feel a little guilty. One of them stepped forward with a smile. He said, "Everyone, what's up? My friend and I are killing monsters here. I hope we're not disturbing you." Hearing this, Yihongi burst out laughing. He waved his hands and said, No, I can't hold on any longer. This accent is so fucking weird. Even though it's quite fluent, it's too lame. Especially Yihongi had a preconceived idea and guessed that the other party was an infiltrator from Shaorizi. This is so obvious when you listen to it again. The dozen or so people were obviously stunned when they saw Yihongi's appearance. This woman's appearance actually looks very familiar, but I can't remember it for the moment. Okay, then it's probably correct. It's my negligence. It looks like we have to start building defenses on the edge of the Forbidden Sea in the future, Lei Tai said with a sigh, while also lifting up the hood of his cloak. This time, these dozen people recognized him instantly. Lei Tai, one of them shouted in horror. They came in illegally, and of course they were afraid of the Battle Flag National Defense Army that was responsible for guarding the Longsha border. The name and rugged appearance of the warrior were also deeply engraved in their minds. They didn't expect to meet Lei Tai here. This is simply, it didn't hit the muzzle of the gun, but the muzzle of the cannon. There's only Lei Tai here. The members of the National Protection Army are not here. Let's kill him. Don't give him a chance to use the communicator, one of them shouted. With so many people, it is not impossible to kill Lei Tai. But when these words came out, Lei Tai was so angry that he was about to smoke. He cursed, "Damn it, I am so useless in your eyes, you little bastards. Do you want to kill me?" At this time, Yihongi at the side also said, "Alas, am I not famous enough? I recognized you, but why didn't I recognize me?" This made Yihongi feel a little unbalanced. Hearing this, the dozen people looked at Yihongi and thought, "This woman is also famous? No wonder she looks familiar." Suddenly, one of them shouted in horror, "I remember now, Yihongi from the Longsha Women's Army. She is the president of the Hongi Building, the head of the Hongya Chamber of Commerce." As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of more than a dozen people changed drastically. Of the 4 great presidents of Longsha, 2 are here. What a sin they have committed. After escaping death with great difficulty and reaching the shore after crossing the Forbidden Sea, he ended up running into Lei Tai and Yihongi. At this time, Lu Xinshin also lifted the hood of her cloak and said to Yihongi with a smile, "Sister Hongi is naturally famous, but Lei Tai is the president of the Battle Flag National Defense Army, so they pay more attention to her." But she had barely finished her words. Someone else immediately shouted, "Lu Xinshin, the president of Mirror Flower and Water Moon." Yihongi's expression, which had just shown some comfort, suddenly fell. These people could even recognize the shy and low-key Lu Xinshin at a glance. All right, stop playing and get down to business." Yu Qing-tsang lifted up his hood, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Yu Qing-tsang. This time, many people recognized Yu Qing-tsang, and their voices were trembling. This moment, these dozen or so Amayoji were devastated. If they were given a choice, they would rather not have come to Longsha, not have participated in this smuggling, and it would be best if they stayed away from Nanes. But now, it's too late to say anything. The 4 major guilds of Longsha. Yu Qing-tsang, the president of Tiandao League. Lei Tai, the president of the Battle Flag National Defense Army. Lu Xinshin, the president of Mirror Flower and Water Moon. Yihongi, the president of Hongi Building. The 4 major presidents gathered here. They just landed, didn't do anything. But in the case of closed cross-border transmission, their guilt of smuggling is a foregone conclusion. In the digital world, smuggling into the border of another country is a capital crime. They actually wanted to kill Lei Tai. If there was only one Lei Tai, there would still be a glimmer of hope. Now, the 4 presidents are right in front of us, so there is no point in resisting. And I am Qing-tsang. He patted Lu Ran on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry about the test. We'll keep an eye on the surroundings." The purpose is, of course, to prevent other professionals from discovering Lu Ran's abilities. It is more important to prevent Lu Ran from being exposed. After saying, the 4 presidents each put on a cloak and hat, retreated in 4 directions, and dispersed to prevent others from approaching. A dozen Onmyoges looked at each other, and finally looked at the wizard holding a trident in front of them, feeling a little confused. What is going on? Lu Ran licked his lips and stuck the trident into the ground. He said with a smile, "You little beasts, let out the Shikigami. I will meet you." After saying that, first summoned the ancient golem to avoid capsizing in the gutter. But he was in no hurry to attack. He did not forget his main purpose, which was to test the skeleton throne's attributes to see if it could control Onmyoji's dark Shikigami. Chapter 78. Shikigami out of control. Although the four presidents were separated, but they're still communicating with each other through the communicator. Lu Ran only summoned one ancient golem. Isn't that too risky? Yu Qing-song was the most worried and asked in the team communication. If it checked, among these dozen people, the highest level is 51 and the lowest level is 43. It's nothing. Lu Ran still has the Yin and Yang worlds and the ancient golem in the magic gourd. There's no need to worry, Lu Xinxin said. As she spoke, Lu Xinxin's eyes emitted a faint green light. This is a detection skill unique to the elves. With her detection skills, the levels of those dozen people were clearly visible. And on the scene, the dozen or so people watched the four presidents go away and formed a circle around them, but only one mage remained. Some people are confused about the situation. At this time, one of the Yin-Yang masters suddenly said, "A level 26 necromancer? What's going on?" It seems that this Onmyoji also has detection skills. Unlike other professions, although Onmyoji is a specific profession, its skills vary greatly depending on the Shikigami it controls. The same Onmyoji could be a melee tank, a ranged magic player, or a surprise assassin, and so on. A level 26 necromancer, what does that mean? Those four guild leaders have a grudge against this necromancer, want us to kill him, someone asked in confusion. Don't worry, just kill them. While those four are scattered, we will break out with all our strength, someone else shouted. It seems in their eyes, the level 26 necromancer in front of him can be easily dealt with. What they were really thinking about was how to break through, and they didn't take Lu Ran seriously at all. It wasn't that they were disdainful or deliberate, but a level 26 necromancer was indeed not worthy of their attention. Right now, the most important thing is to survive and break through. Although the secret infiltration failed, my life is still very important. After saying, one of them suddenly raised his hand and threw a talisman towards Lu Ran. Lu Ran frowned, and in order to avoid any setbacks, he summoned a few ancient golems to act as meat shields. The talisman paper exploded into black smoke, leaving Lu Ran covered in dirt. An ancient golem fell to the ground. But the dozen or so Onmyoges came to their senses at this time. Looking at the 7 or 8 ancient golems that appeared in front of him, he was a little confused. Is this the ancient golem of the necromancer? Why? Why are there so many of them all at once? How did this kid do it? Wait a minute. Why is my attack ineffective? This guy doesn't lose blood. It's a bit weird. Let's all work together and kill him first. Realized something was wrong. They didn't have time to think about it, and decided to kill him directly. He's just a level 26 necromancer. No matter how weird he is, so what? While talking, more than a dozen people began to use their skills towards Lu Ran. Fuck, isn't I on my OG? Where's the Shikigami? Lu Ran was speechless. No way. He continued to throw out the ancient golems, and also started throwing out the skeleton soldiers, which began to gather in front of him in dense numbers. There's no way. Sometimes if you don't push them, they won't take you seriously at all. As for those skills, when they were used on Lu Ran, it was conceivable that all the damage was shared by the ancient golems and skeleton soldiers around him. Lu Ran was unharmed. However, those talisman paper attacks made Lu Ran speechless. Puff! Lu Ran wiped off the ashes of the talisman paper in his mouth after it was burned by magic power, and cursed. It's so damn unlucky. I have a Shikigami, but I don't use it. What a damn talisman. Having said that, no more hesitation. A group of skeleton soldiers rushed towards a group of Onmyoji. This situation made all of their faces change drastically. The guy at the outermost edge couldn't help it and yelled, "Pung!" A short and fat Shikigami with a big belly and a round waist appeared in front of him. The skin of the Shikigami was red, with a long tongue hanging out. He also wore a funny-looking hat on his head. Red Tongue, a demon, good at controlling lightning. Lu Xinxin immediately transmitted a message to Lu Ran through the communicator. "Monster, it must be the dark type, right?" Lu Ran muttered. Then a thought came to me. A group of skeleton soldiers who were about to explode immediately stopped. Lu Ran looked at the Red Tongue, and sure enough, a golden prompt appeared above Chish's head. Controllable. Lu Ran's eyes lit up. Then, the dozen people felt their scalps tingling when they saw the densely packed skeleton soldiers and ancient golems in front of them. What the hell is this? Why are there so many summons? There's something strange about this necromancer. Does his skill have no cooldown? Can he be summoned like this? Be careful of the skeleton soldier's explosion. Although the opponent's level is low, there are too many skeleton soldiers. Don't hide your abilities, everyone. Work together to kill this guy, and then break through. Following a loud roar from one of them. Immediately following, countless Shikigami began to appear densely. There are more than a dozen Onmyoges, each holding one. Different from the summoner profession, the summoner skills are exactly the same. The difference lies in their respective combat methods and the coordination between the summoned creatures. The Shikigami summoned by Onmyoji are all strange and varied. Some have butterfly wings. Some have pointed heads like brooms. There are also translucent ones. Some are holding lanterns, some are holding shovels, and some are holding paper umbrellas on their heads. Lantern Ghost, Tinshia Green Ghost, Lantern Monk, Tomb Robbing Ghost, Tang Paper Umbrella Monster. Except for a Carp Spirit, which is slightly better in quality, the others are low-level Shikigami, and they are all monsters. Lu Ran, can you control them? Lu Xinshin just took a glance and asked Lu Ran through the team communication at the first time. The other three presidents couldn't help but look at Lu Xinshin in surprise. Although they knew that Lu Xinshin seemed shy and introverted, she was very meticulous and particularly good at data. But unexpectedly, even the daily Shikigami, some obscure and rubbish Shikigami, were known to Lu Xinshin. Lu Ran raised his eyes and glanced around. I found that there's a golden prompt above the heads of all the Shikigami. Controllable. There was a slight smile on the corner of his mouth. Said, okay. At the same time, the dozen or so people summoned the Shikigami and attacked. Lu Ran immediately. Most of them directly controlled the Shikigami and pounced towards Lu Ran. The ranged Shikigami prepares to use skills. But the next second, Lu Ran glanced over and had an idea. All the Shikigami gave up attacking instantly and stood still. My Shikigami is out of control. Damn it, me too. I can't communicate. My skills are also ineffective. It's so weird, so weird. Even weirder things are yet to come. More than a dozen Shikigami suddenly turned around in unison and looked ferociously at the group of Onmyoji who were originally their masters. This look made the hairs of these Onmyoges stand on end. Chapter 79. The Natural Enemy of Daily Life. Something's wrong. Retreat. Retreat by water, someone shouted. Run directly to the forbidden sea behind you. There's no other way. The four presidents are surrounded inland. If the Shikigami are there, they can work together to break out. Now, the only way to escape is to return by water. You don't want to fight anymore? It's too easy to give up. It's not their fault. The four presidents of Longsha are right around them. And now there's such a weird necromancer who can actually control their Shikigami. Their already nervous and fearful hearts were now shattered. I was so scared that I turned around and ran. Lu Ran was planning to throw the touch of undead to keep them. Suddenly, a carp spirit in a red short skirt that looked like a human girl stretched out her little hands and waved. A huge wave suddenly rose up on the beach, hitting the group of Yin Yang masters head-on, blocking their retreat route. Boss, it's your carp spirit, what are you doing? Someone discovered this scene and shouted in horror. The owner of the carp spirit is naturally the leader of this group of people. He's a short guy with a mustache. He looked back and saw that the carp spirit, which he could control at will in the past, was now going crazy, creating huge waves to block their retreat route. At the same time, strange bubbles began to appear in front of the carp spirit and slowly floated towards them. The man with the mustache tried to take control again, but the control command still fell on deaf ears. The most important thing is, their skills come from the Shikigami and the joint attacks with the Shikigami. Once the Shikigami cannot be controlled, their skills become mostly ineffective. Only some of the simplest attack methods for the novice stage are left. It wasn't me. I can't control the carp spirit anymore. Everyone run for your lives and scatter. The man with a mustache shouted in panic, having no other choice. But it was too late. The group of Shikigami behind him rushed up at this time, fearless and disorganized, almost attacking him head-on, using all their skills, fighting without regard for their lives. After all, after Lu Ran controlled them, the order he gave was to kill this group of Onmyoges. They just execute orders to the maximum extent possible, simple and straightforward. It's so lively at the beach, with more than a dozen Shikigami firing at full power. Lu Ran was amazed by what he saw. He asked on the team communicator, Sister Shinshin, why don't these Onmyoji fight back? Are they worried about their Shikigami? But these Shikigami are going to kill them. Lu Xinshin responded, how can they understand emotions? The reason why they didn't fight back is because they have lost their skills. Many of Onmyoji's skills require the control of Shikigami to activate, as well as some combination skills with Shikigami. Now that the Shikigami are controlled, most of their skills are ineffective. The only ones left are some simple attack skills. In other words, even if you want to resist, you can't. I didn't expect that Lu Ran could actually control the Shikigami. It's really incredible. Yehonyi murmurit. Xiao Zi is in trouble. In the whole country, Lu Ran can control at least 90% of the Shikigami, right? Onmyoji, who was once known as a powerful and distinctive profession, made Xiao Zi very proud. But from now on, Xiao Zi is nothing in front of Lu Ran. Lei Tai said with a laugh. That's enough. To avoid attracting attention, Lu Ran, clear the area. Yu Qing-song had a smile on his face. While he was happy, he did not forget to protect Lu Ran's secret. Lu Ran is now almost invincible, but it's not yet time to really expose it. Hearing this, Lu Ran nodded. The skeleton soldiers rushed forward collectively and began to indiscriminately attack the dozen or so Onmyojis. At the same time, the skeleton storm was also thrown out. This is entirely to test the effectiveness of the Dinghai Trident. Anyway, the opposite side is also the Forbidden Sea. Even if the Dinghai Trident is not effective, the skeleton storm will only spread in the direction of the Forbidden Sea, so it doesn't matter. And the facts have proved that this Dinghai Trident was indeed tailor-made for Lu Ran. There's also no need for complicated operations. Just a thought is enough, and the bone storm thrown out can accurately cover a dozen people in a small area. Seeing this, Lu Ran was completely relieved. The corpse explosion, combined with the small-scale bone storm, continued to accumulate and killed all the dozen or so Onmyojis. But now comes the problem. Although more than a dozen Onmyoji died, their Shikigami remained where they were and did not disappear. In the melee, just now, for Shikigami died, leaving 12. At this time, they were standing obediently in front of Lu Ran, looking at Lu Ran, waiting for Lu Ran's orders. Lu Ran was a little stunned. He opened the skill panel and looked around. This control could not be released. And why aren't these Shikigami dead? Yihongi came up and asked in surprise. I have fought with an Onmyoji. After the Onmyoji died, the Shikigami should disappear, right? Lei Tai asked in confusion. The problem is that when the Onmyoji died, the Shikigami no longer belonged to them. So Lu Ran's control skill is not short-term manipulation, but direct plunder of the ownership of the Shikigami and complete control. Lu Xinxin analyzed. Lu Ran was stunned when he heard this. As if thinking of something, he said, what about Ran before? He was the first necromancer who was killed in the death arena. After he died, the summoned creatures I controlled disappeared. Lu Xinxin asked, did he disappear immediately after his death? Or did he disappear when the death arena was settled and the data was annihilated and the room was cleaned up? After Lu Xinxin said this, Lu Ran suddenly realized. I remember now, when Ran died, the undead summons that killed him did not disappear immediately. So they were swept away together when the room was cleaned? But Lu Xinxin shook her head, explained, not necessarily. The summoned creatures of the necromancer are different from the summoners. The summoners can summon and unsummon creatures, but the creatures summoned by the necromancer have different durations depending on their types. So, even if you seize ownership, they will disappear when the duration expires. Then Lu Xinxin looked at the Shikigami in front of her. He continued, but these Shikigami are different. They are permanent products bound to the Onmyoji. When they are not in use on weekdays, the Shikigami will be stored in the Shikigami space, similar to the effect of the treasure gourd. Lu Ran understood. But now the question is, what to do with these Shikigami? If you like it, you can keep it and play with it. If you don't like it, just kill it. Yu Qing-song reminded. Hearing this, Lu Ran raised his eyes and looked around. Damn, these ones are so ugly. However, when Lu Ran's eyes finally fixed on the carp spirit, he couldn't help but brighten up. The carp spirit looks like a girl. Although it has a fishtail, its upper body is as pretty as that of a human girl. She has big watery eyes, black hair and black pupils, and long straight black hair that falls behind her and drops behind her buttocks. You can keep this one. This carp spirit is of good quality and can be kept, but won't this fishtail attract too much attention? Lu Ran turned his head and asked. Chapter 80 Nana's Competitiveness. Just as he finished speaking, he met the playful smiles on the faces of the 4 presidents, and he immediately dug his toes into the ground in embarrassment. He said hurriedly, well, this carp spirit is indeed of high quality. Sister Xinxin just said that the other Shikigami are rubbish, so there's no need to keep them. Yihongi patted Lu Ran on the shoulder. No need to explain, brother. You have to grow up. It's understandable that you have some quirks. But this mermaid is really hard to take care of. It's too eye-catching. As soon as the words fell, the carp spirit seemed to understand what the others meant. Her face looked a little anxious. She could not speak, but her floating body slowly sank. Her fishtail actually slowly transformed into a pair of jade feet stepping on the soft beach. From this perspective, this Shikigami looks exactly like a human girl. Lu Ran stared at the slender jade feet, swallowed his saliva, and praised, "Food grade." The other presidents raised their eyebrows. He laughed and said, "The carp spirit has this ability? That's no problem. Let's keep the carp spirit and kill the others. Deal with the rest of the garbage Shikigami." Lu Xinshin glanced at the carp spirit who was standing obediently beside Lu Ran. He said, "This carp spirit is of pretty good quality. Not only can the bubble shield block a lot of damage for you, but you can also use it to trap enemy units, which is also a kind of insurance." Speaking of this, Lu Xinshin seemed to have thought of something and continued, "But it's okay for you to play with these daily things. I am now looking forward to you controlling Nanami's Shikigami. That will definitely be a huge help to you." Hearing this, Lu Ran asked in surprise, "Sister Xinshin, do you know what Nane's Shikigami is?" At this time, Yi Hongyi on the side suddenly said with a strange look, "This is not a secret. I have fought with Nane's before. At that time, she only had one Shikigami, an S-level fox demon, Tamaminomi. And since it is a monster, Lu Ran can control it indiscriminately. Fortunately, it's not a god. As Nanami's most useful Shikigami, if she was directly controlled by you, Nanami would probably be so angry that she would vomit blood." Yu Qing-san couldn't help but interrupt. Instead, Lu Ran was very confused. Asked, "Which one's the best one? Does Nanami have other Shikigami? Can Onmyoji control multiple Shikigami?" Lu Xinshin explained, "The profession of Onmyoji is different from other professions. When an Onmyoji awakens his profession, he has a talent level. The higher the talent level, the stronger the contracted Shikigami will be, and the more Shikigami you can contract. But usually, most Onmyoji can only control one Shikigami. As for Nane's, her talent is very high in Sakura level, almost the highest talent. She can control at least 3. Moreover, each one of these 3 will be stronger than the other." Lu Xinshin added, "These are things Lu Ran didn't know. After all, when I was in college, the professional information I learned every day did not include the profession of Onmyoji. So now we can only pray that Nane's Shikigami are all monster type, not god type." Lu Ran analyzed, "That's what I mean, but don't worry. There aren't many Shikigami that are gods. Even the Yamata no Orochi in the Sakura legend is a monster." Lu Xinshin said. Afterwards, several people returned to Blackfire City. I plan to continue brushing the copy. Yu Qing-song removed the communicators from the dead Onmyojis and took them back to study. And just when Lu Ran and the others returned to the copy hall. But I found that the atmosphere here was a little bit wrong. Everyone was staring at the Endless Tower global ranking panel. Lu Ran and the others subconsciously looked up. I was surprised to find that Nane's ranking was still first, but the number of levels she had cleared had become 62. Nane's was actually trying to conquer the 62nd floor of the Endless Tower just now. It seems that the effect has been achieved. What happened in the Death Arena has intensified Nanami's competitive spirit. Lu Xinshin said with a smile on her lips. It's not just the desire to win. In fact, Nana has already started to pay attention to Lu Ran 2 days ago. Yu Qing-song said on the side. Several people subconsciously looked at Yu Qing-song. The latter explained, "I just looked through the communicators of those Onmyoji. One of them had a direct connection with Nane's. It is certain that this group of people sneaked across the Forbidden Sea under Nane's order. The purpose was to investigate the relevant information of the Necromancer. At this time, the noise in the dungeon hall was endless. Has this little bitch climbed up another level? Are you crazy? It's already the 62nd floor. President Yu of the Tiandao League is only at level 59. He hasn't been able to reach level 60 for several months. The 60th floor is a big hurdle. It's not that easy. This Nanace is something, but she's already number 1, so why would she take such a risk? Needless to say, look at the 3rd Necromancer boss who hid his information. Don't you understand? My butt is on fire, huh? And on the other side, the Sakura dungeon hall, however, was filled with joy. Absolute advantage. President Nanace is firmly in first place, suppressing the world. Even if Eagle has the Black Dragon equipment, what does it matter? Won't he still not be able to gain any benefits in the Endless Tower? Even Yu Qing-song was suppressed, and not just once. This is 3 levels beyond Yu Qing-song, and he started suppressing at the 60th level. I wonder if that Necromancer will continue to fight? He's already in 3rd place. Why keep going? The Necromancer is dead. Otherwise, he would have been defeated long ago. What are you wasting time on? Don't you want to? That Necromancer performed well in the Death Arena, but not necessarily in the Endless Tower, especially after the 60th floor. Yes, the health and attack of the Infinite Tower boss are much more terrifying than those professionals of Eagle Sauce. While this group of people were making noise, in the crowd, Nanace squeezed out wearing a veil. There's already a maid waiting outside. When they saw Nana was born, several maids immediately came over. But at this time, Nanace's expression was very weak. She looked back at the global ranking of the Endless Tower and saw that her level had been refreshed. She breathed a sigh of relief. Looking down again, I see that the Necromancer hasn't continued to charge the levels yet. Maybe he won't continue? It took me 26 minutes to complete this level, which is close to the limit. 2 pieces of my equipment were damaged and need to be repaired. Please help me prepare the materials. Nanes said to the maid. Afterwards, although he was weak, he left the dungeon hall with a proud look on his face. She had achieved her goal today, and seeing that the level of the Necromancer had not changed, she was satisfied. But she had just returned to Tasha. I immediately got bad news. All the people we sent out to cross the Forbidden Sea are dead. The subordinate in charge of the report said with a grim expression. Chapter 81. The situation is not good. Listen to the report from my subordinates. Nanes was not panicked. She was very tired at the moment and frowned. I know a lot of people died, but a dozen of them successfully landed and infiltrated, so it was worth it. For those who died, just prepare condolence money. But the faces of his subordinates were uglier than crying. He said carefully, No, the dozen or so who survived are also dead. Nanes was stunned. Subconsciously, he said, Dead too? What do you mean? He sent me a message through the communicator half an hour ago, and then he entered Longxia. Dead? Are you kidding me? The subordinate quickly said, No, we don't dare. It's just that their names in the guild list just now all turned gray. It's also possible that they collectively chose to turn invisible through the communicator. Impossible. In order to control their movements, Nanes would not allow them to be invisible even if they could not communicate across borders. Moreover, they are in Longxia, so whether the communicator is invisible or not has no effect at all. Thinking of this, Nanes quickly turned on her communicator. When she saw it, she was also stunned. In the communicator, the name of the subordinate who had sent her a message half an hour ago had indeed turned gray. Are they really all dead? It's only been half an hour, just after passing through the Forbidden Sea and landing in Longxia. And he's dead? Is Longxia's National Defense Army also so tight along the coastline of the Forbidden Sea? But the facts are there. Most likely, they are really dead. Forget it. Let's prepare the condolence money. Nanes said irritably. Things have been going wrong recently. The only thing to be thankful for was that she climbed up one more level in the Endless Tower, and the distance between her and Yu Qingtsong widened by 3 levels. And the Necromancer was still 4 levels away from her. The other side, in the copy hall, Lu Xinxin said, Let's continue to clear the dungeon. Lu Ran's leveling is more important. After we finish clearing it tonight, Lu Ran, you continue to clear the levels as usual. However, Yu Qingtsong was no longer involved. He was investigating the communicators to see if there was any important information in them. There are many other things to deal with at the same time. So, there were only 3 presidents left in the team with Lu Ran. The land to be cleared is no longer the Land of Fire. Instead, he chose the level 25 Everfrost Forest. The huge temperature difference from the hot environment of a Land of Fire to this extremely cold place still makes people feel a little uncomfortable. However, the dungeon route of the Everfrost Forest is not complicated and the area is large. Although the monsters are scattered, Lu Ran's skills can cover them all. Lei Tai and Yi Hongyi directly passed all the monsters and when to find the elite. Lu Ran would infinitely stack the skeleton storm to kill the monsters. When all the monsters were killed and the elites were almost gone, he could trigger the final boss through the mechanism and kill it instantly to clear the level. The cooperation is quite tacit. But unlike the Land of Fire, Lu Ran was not so bored during this process. The carp spirit stood beside Lu Ran in a cute manner. Lu Ran didn't let her go out to fight monsters because her damage was not very effective. On the contrary, if no one cares about her, she might be beaten to death by monsters. After Lu Ran released a few skeleton storms, he saw that the monsters had been almost cleared out. He shuddered and turned to look at Lu Xinxin. Asked, Sister Xinxin, are you cold? Lu Xinxin said casually, the temperature in the Everfrost Forest is a little lower, you just need to get used to it. If you feel very cold, you can go out and move around. Otherwise, you can also make a fire here. As soon as the words fell, the carp spirit beside him suddenly raised his little hand. With a wave towards Lu Ran, a huge bubble shield was thrown out and covered Lu Ran inside. Lu Ran then discovered that this bubble shield could not only block a large amount of damage, but also had the effect of isolating from the cold environment. The biting cold immediately had no effect on him. Lu Xinxin found it interesting and said, Give me one too. But the carp spirit remained indifferent. It was as if he didn't hear what Lu Xinxin said. Lu Ran reacted and nodded to the carp spirit without saying a word. His thoughts were conveyed to the carp spirit, who then turned around and threw a bubble shield at Lu Xinxin. Lu Xinxin was a little amused and helpless. Said, I don't know if this carp spirit is so obedient in front of the original life. But your Skeleton Throne entry has completely seized the ownership and control rights. It's really overbearing. The whole day, except for lunch. They are all in the dungeon, upgrading like crazy. They didn't come out until 6 o'clock in the afternoon, when it was time for dinner. You can see that everyone is very tired. Even when the 3 presidents were leveling up in the past, they had never cleared dungeons so crazily. The key is that they can kill all the monsters instantly in these copies, and Lu Ran can deal with them easily. It's almost a mechanical process of harvesting elites and killing bosses. Repeating this process over and over again is so boring. Hold on a little longer. Once Lu Ran reaches level 30, you won't have to do these regular dungeons anymore. Lu Xinxin said comfortingly when she saw that everyone looked tired. Yes, I almost forgot about this. At level 30, we can play the first team dungeon. Our team will gain a lot of experience when entering the team dungeon. The efficiency is many times faster than that of a regular dungeon. Leitai said excitedly. Lu Ran has been grinding for a whole day and has only just reached level 27. He still needs 3 levels at least 3 days. It won't be that fast. Yi Hongyi waved her hand and said, "Let's eat first. Let's go to Tianyuan restaurant. I'll treat you. Lu Ran, don't forget your endless tower. After you defeat it, we'll go eat." Lu Xinxin reminded. Never forget the important things. Lu Ran nodded and walked directly towards the endless tower teleportation array. Then choose to enter, and the moment you see the boss, throw out the bloody spear to kill it instantly. After gaining experience, exit the endless tower copy. The movements are smooth and fluid, extremely smooth. When he came out, Lu Ran looked up at the global ranking of Endless Tower. Second place. Lu Ran is at level 59. Originally ranked second was Yu Qingtsong, also at level 59. But Lu Ran's time to complete the game was obviously unmatched in the world, so he naturally surpassed Yu Qingtsong and ranked second. We are only 3 levels away from defeating Nana. We can suppress her 1 level tomorrow morning and night, and the day after tomorrow morning. Lu Ran said thoughtfully, and at the same time. Naturally, some people in the dungeon hall also noticed this scene. The undead boss has started to clear the endless tower again, and he's already in second place. As this voice was shouted, everyone in the entire dungeon hall, or in other words, everyone around the world began to pay attention to this scene. The Necromancer boss, who has been quiet for a day, finally starts again. Moreover, not only did he pass the 59th level, he also surpassed the former number 1 Yu Qingtsong with an absolute advantage and ranked second. At the same time, this news quickly spread to Ikena Taisha Shrine. It was evening now, and Nanace was in a good mood, drinking tea and taking a rest. Suddenly, I saw the maid running towards me in a hurry, with an anxious look on her face, and my heart skipped a beat. Not good. Chapter 82. Those are not human. Is there any movement from the Necromancer? Nanace asked directly. The maid just came in front of her, and didn't even have time to speak. Very good. Nanace has learned how to answer quickly. The maid gritted her teeth and nodded. He passed the 59th floor. Nanace continued to ask. Although I already had a rough guess in my mind, it was still hard to believe. Yes, just now. The maid nodded. What's his current ranking? Nanace asked thoughtfully. At this point, it seems that I'm no longer surprised. Second, the maid said truthfully. He is faster than Yu Qingtsong. Nanace took a deep breath and murmured. But in fact, it is not as simple as just being fast. Lu Ran entered and was killed instantly. The total time is probably no more than 3 seconds. Understand. You can go down. Nanace nodded. The maid looked at Nanace's calm expression and sighed inwardly. She has served Nanace for so long, so of course she knows that Nanace is a person who never admits defeat. When Yu Qingtsong dominated the Endless Tower global rankings, Nanasheng spent several months trying madly and making continuous breakthroughs. In the end, he suppressed Yu Qingtsong and became the first. But this time, she could feel a deep sense of powerlessness from Nanace. It is a feeling of powerlessness when facing a towering mountain but not knowing how to climb it and put it under your feet. Nanace is not as calm as she appears. The maid turned to leave. Nanace suddenly added, "And how are the preparations for my equipment repair materials going?" "It's almost done. The repair will be completed tonight." The maid said truthfully. "Okay, complete the repair as soon as possible." Nanace nodded. She turned her back and stared at the stream in front of her in a daze. Her pair of jade feet were slowly stirring the water. Her heart was just like the stirred water, surging endlessly. That night, after dinner, Lu Ran was bored at home, so he went out for a walk on the street. Several presidents did not follow. Lu Ran nowadays can handle himself easily even when facing top fighters from all over the world. Moreover, he has the protection of the paladins in secret, so he has nothing to worry about. Lu Ran's house is in the inner city, which is the wealthy area. Until now, Lu Ran still feels a little uncomfortable. Having grown up in the slums, he He feels a little overwhelmed by everything he suddenly has now. People are coming and going on the street. A high-level professional fighter walked by in a show of strength. There are various stalls selling daily necessities on the roadside, busy with business. There are also people with useless careers who have lost their life goals, and they just eat and wait for death, drinking alone on the roadside. There are children who are not yet of age and had not yet awakened to a profession, playing and frolicking by. All aspects of life are vividly displayed on the streets. Following him is a carp spirit. She followed. Lu ran obediently, looking around with excitement and curiosity. Maybe this place is different from Sakura's main city. It is also possible that when she is not needed in daily life, she is thrown into the Shikigami space and not taken out for a walk. Lu ran. A surprised and excited shout suddenly came from the front. Lu Ren looked up and found it was Qin Wuyao. I haven't seen you these past 2 days, and you left in a hurry after the morning meeting. What's wrong? Are you hiding from me? Qin Wuyao walked up to Lu Ran and said with a pout, pretending to be angry. How could that be? It's just an urgent matter. Lu Ran said casually. I'm just kidding. Of course I know. You stole the limelight in the Death Arena and the Endless Tower. Qin Wuyao said with a sigh. After saying that, he looked at the carp spirit beside Lu Ran. The carp spirit was also looking at Qin Wuyao. The four looked into each other's eyes. There was a hint of wariness and curiosity in the carp spirit's eyes. The carp demon was on guard against all professionals except Lu Ran. On the contrary, when Qin Wuyao looked at the carp spirit, a hint of hostility flashed in her eyes. I didn't stand out. After all, no one knew it was me. Lu Ran said casually. Qin Wuyao ignored Lu Ran's answer. Instead, he looked at the carp spirit and asked, I've never seen this girl before. Is she a new friend? Girl? Lu Ran was stunned, turned his head to look at the carp spirit, then shook his head with a helpless look. Said, not really a friend. Not friends? What else could it be? Qin Wuyao seemed a little nervous. She is. Lu Ran really didn't know how to explain for a moment. Right at this moment, suddenly someone approached Qin Wuyao and whispered something in her ear. Qin Wuyao was stunned for a moment, then said to Lu Ran, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. I'll come and play with you another day. After saying that, he left in a hurry. The two had only met for a few minutes. After leaving, Qin Wuyao's mind was still filled with the cute appearance of the carp spirit. It had to be said that as a Shikigami, that cute little appearance was a huge advantage over a human girl. Why don't you contact me using the communicator? Qin Wuyao said with a frown. I contacted you, but you didn't reply, said the subordinate embarrassedly. Qin Wuyao glanced at the communicator and saw the unread message. He waved his hand and said, forget it, let's talk about it when we get back. After saying that, he suddenly thought of something and said, the girl who was with Lu Ran just now, can you help me check her information, occupation, level, where she is from, and why she suddenly appeared next to Lu Ran? Okay. The subordinate nodded immediately. I thought the investigation would take some time. Unexpectedly, Qin Wuyao had just returned home. The message from his subordinate came over. Miss, I have checked with my detection skills. That girl is not a professional. Qin Wuyao was stunned, looking at the girl's age. Although she was a little young, she didn't expect that she was not old enough to awaken her profession. Suddenly, I thought of the girl who was so well-behaved when she was with Lu Ran. Qin Wuyao was so angry that she couldn't contain herself. An old cow eating young grass, this bastard. Qin Wuyao said, gritting her teeth. But I didn't expect it. Then another message came from his subordinates. To be exact, they're not people, but Shikigami, a unique monster-type Shikigami of Sakura, a carp spirit of B-grade quality, but there is no Onmyoji controlling her around. Qin Wuyao was dumbfounded when she saw the news. Shikigami? That was indeed the summoned creature of Sakura Onmyoji, so why was it following Lu Ran? Moreover, she knew that Lu Ran hated Sakura extremely, so naturally he hated the Onmyoji as well. Although I still don't understand why Lu Ran would be with an Onmyoji Shikigami, and that Shikigami seems to be very dependent on Lu Ran. But in the final analysis, it is just a summoned creature, not a person. Qin Wuyao breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Qin Lai also walked in. It could be seen that Qin Lai's face looked a little ugly. Didn't I tell you not to go out casually these few days? Qin Lai scolded. Qin Wuyao hesitated to speak. He pondered and said, how about we ask the Heavenly Dao League for help? After all, you're the chief steward of the Heavenly Dao League's Black Fire City branch, so you are. But he didn't finish his words. Qin Lai interrupted him. It is not convenient for the Tiandao League to ask for help for Qin's family affairs, and the Tiandao League has no reason to intervene. Let's solve it ourselves. For the next few days, you should not go out for the sake of safety. A few days of experience will not cause any harm. Chapter 83, 10,000 Mountains in Southern Xinjiang. The next morning, Lu Ran and his companions came to the dungeon hall. Lu Ran, you go fight the Endless Tower, and then we will continue to brush. Yi Hongyi said. Lu Ran did as he was told. Lei Tai stretched, yawned, and said, Wow, I'm sick of playing dungeons lately. It's such a boring process. Yi Hongyi glanced at him. He said, It's okay if you don't want to participate. Xin is protecting Lu Ran anyway, and I am more than capable of dealing with the elites and bosses by myself. Besides, I am much faster than you. Hearing this, Lei Tai immediately widened his eyes. That won't do. It's boring, but it's better than Lu Ran being taken away by you two. At this time, Lu Xin suddenly said, Actually, if you're too bored and want to try a different method, I have an idea before Lu Ran does the team dungeon. It might be faster than the regular dungeon we're doing now. Hearing this, Lei Tai immediately became excited. He asked hurriedly, What's the solution? It can be seen that he is really tired of it. If there is another way, even if it is another dungeon or another way to spawn monsters, it could be a bit fresh. Lu Xin said, Originally, Lu Ran's skill range is large enough. If he is in the wild, he can cover a very large area and kill all the monsters in it. The experience gained from killing monsters in a large area is naturally high. But because the skill coverage range is too large, it is easy to accidentally hurt professionals in a range. But now it's different. Now that Lu Ran has obtained the Dinghai Trident, he can freely control the range and even the shape of his skills. You mean take Lu Ran to hunt in the wild? Lei Tai asked. It's a novel way to kill monsters, and it's not so boring. That makes sense. Wild monsters have different levels, and Lu Ran can definitely kill monsters of higher levels to gain more experience. This is not possible in a dungeon. Yi Hongyi's eyes lit up after hearing this. After all, if the copy level exceeds the professional level, the professional cannot enter. There is no possibility of skipping levels to clear copy. But it's different in the wild. Even if it is a level 60 wild monster, Lu Ran will still kill it. But although the mainstream nowadays is to level up by doing dungeon clearing, there are also a large number of professionals who like to do that in the wild. It will be difficult to find a particularly suitable place where there are no professionals clearing monsters, right? How desolate that would be. Lei Tai asked doubtfully. There are quite a few low-level areas, including those outside the city. But those monsters gave Lu Ran too little experience. A large number of professionals with higher levels, especially those in the level 30, 40, 50, etc., are hunting monsters in the wild. It's very lively. If you want to find a large, uninhabited area, it would probably not be easy to find even a few kilometers, let alone dozens of miles. Lu Xin smiled. He said, In Longxia, there are still many places like that. There are few professionals willing to go to Kunlun in the northwest and the 100,000 mountains in the southern border. Lei Tai thought about it and realized it was true. Kunlun is located in the northwest, close to the Death Valley. The monsters are of high level and the environment is harsh. It is indeed an uninhabited area. The southern border is even more terrifying. There are poisonous insects, poisonous monsters, evil spirits, and ferocious beasts everywhere. Some poisonous insects cause continuous blood loss buffs that cannot even be dispelled. Even my National Defense Army can't set up defenses there. Lei Tai nodded and said, But in southern Xinjiang, those poisonous insects and the monsters in the swamp and jungle areas are mostly of the dark type. For Lu Ran, it's heaven. Moreover, there are fewer professionals than in Kunlun, and the levels of monsters are uneven, with different levels of experience. Lu Ran can kill them all in a large area. This speed is definitely faster than the level 25 dungeon we are brushing now, right? Lu Xin said. Naturally, her sensitivity to data is not comparable to that of Yi Hongyi and Lei Tai. But even so, Lei Tai and Yi Hongyi were not fools either, and they figured out the key almost instantly. There were dozens of kilometers of uninhabited areas, and Lu Ran's skeleton storm was indiscriminately clearing them. It wasn't just a few hundred monsters, but thousands, tens of thousands. Moreover, wild monsters will constantly refresh, and there is no need to respawn them over and over again like in a dungeon. Good idea. Let's go to southern Xinjiang. Lei Tai immediately made the decision and applauded. There is no need to boringly brush the current regular dungeons, and Lu Ran can gain a lot of experience. Combined with Lu Ran's skeleton throne entry, the danger is eliminated. It is absolutely a paradise. At this time, Lu Ran has slowly come out of the Endless Tower. The three presidents looked up at the global ranking panel of the Endless Tower. Really, Lu Ran's number of floors has reached 60. There are many people who are also paying attention to this scene. After all, the news that the Necromancer had started to attack the levels of the Endless Tower yesterday afternoon had spread. According to the previous time, many people were watching. I guessed right, the Necromancer boss has started to swipe again. The 60th level is passed just like that. Yu Qing Song, who suppressed the Tiandao League at the same level yesterday, has even broken through the 60th level today. He is so strong. This necromancer is so scary. Is this still a normal profession? No one can compare to me. Alas, I'm only on the 26th floor. I've already passed the 60th level. Are the 61st and 62nd levels difficult? Nana, I just want to ask you if you were afraid? Ha! Why did it take so long today? Lu Xinshin asked. I played around with my skills, because everyone says the 60th floor is a critical hurdle. I tried my health and skill damage, but I didn't play for too long, 20 seconds at most, before I finished it off with a blood spear. Lu Ran said. Anyway, there are no other professionals on the same level. Even if there is no other professional in the world who can pass 60 levels in 20 seconds. What are test results? Lu Xinshin was more concerned about the data. No problem. According to my estimation, if I don't use the blood spear and use other skills, it will take about 10 minutes to pass the 60th floor. Among them, the damage of the corpse explosion accounts for the highest proportion, followed by the bone storm. I use the ancient golem as a meat shield, but it doesn't really work because the boss can't move at all. I prepared the ancient golem to prevent the long-range boss from attacking me. Lu Ran said, that's clear enough. 2 skeleton soldiers are summoned at a time, and the corpses explode continuously, so the damage ratio is naturally high. The bone storm itself is a large area group skill. Even if it can be stacked infinitely, the damage is not as high as the corpse explosion. It's normal, Lu Xinshin explained. Then he pondered for a few seconds. He said to Lu Ran, it is now on the 60th floor. It will be the 61st floor tonight and the 62nd floor tomorrow morning. We will surpass Nanasheng. When the time comes, we will see what Nanasheng will do. Lu Ran's eyes lit up slightly. He is looking forward to it too. Moreover, to be honest, this is the first highest honor in the world that Lu Ran is about to receive. The honor of being ranked number 1 in the world. Then let's continue to clear the dungeon. We should be able to reach level 28 today. Even if we can't, we'll be close. Lu Ran said excitedly. On the contrary, he didn't get tired of it. Lu Xinshin shook her head and said, we won't do any dungeons today. I'll take you to a good place to level up. Lu Ran was stunned and asked in confusion, where? Are there any other holy places for upgrading? Lu Xinshin smiled and said, Southern Xinjiang, 100,000 mountains. Chapter 84 Miao Village in Southern Xinjiang. This trip caused a lot of inconvenience to the carp spirit, so he simply stayed at home. A few minutes later, Lu Ran and others came to Jiuyo City. Jiuyo City is located within the 10,000 mountains, although it is a large main city. But when Lu Ran and the others came out of the teleportation array, the entire city center square was empty. The ground was covered with dead branches and leaves, the air was humid, the ground was covered with moss, and there were even some small saplings growing around. Looking around, it's all desolate. Even the dungeon hall not far away was empty, without a single professional. The entire main city was deserted, with not a single ghost to be seen in the streets and alleys. Around the main city, you can see layers of scattered mountains. The unique humidity within the 10,000 mountains floated in the air, making the entire sky dim and gloomy. Such a big main city, but there is no one here. Lu Ran was a little surprised. The environment in the Shirwan Mountains is dangerous. Newbies can't get out, and they can't survive if they go out. High-level players all went to other main cities, where they live much more comfortably than here. Over time, this place was abandoned. It is one of the few abandoned main cities in Longxia. Lu Xinshin explained. So, there are no living people in southern Xinjiang? Lu Ran was a little surprised. No matter how dangerous it is it okay to just turn it into a deserted place? No wonder Lu Xinshin said that this place is most suitable for Lu Ran to kill monsters on a large scale. Not really. The Miao people have lived here for generations. However, they are not adapted to the living environment of the main city. Instead, they formed gathering places in the wild, built villages, and exist in the form of tower villages. Lu Xinshin said. At this time, Yi Hongyi opened the map and identified the direction, then said, come with me. I have contacted Wei Yingying in advance. Let's go to the Miao village first. Wei Yingying? It's an unfamiliar name. Lu Ran didn't think much about it, but Lu Xinshin beside him took the initiative to explain, the profession awakening here is very regional, and there are few people. After other professions appeared in the village, they basically left the Shirwan Mountains. Instead, several special professions eventually stayed. The most famous one is the characteristic profession of southern Xinjiang, the Goon Master. The profession of Goon Master is not a regular profession, nor is it a rare or hidden profession. It is a special existence. Their skill attack methods are different from other professions. There is no clear set pattern, but it is a bit similar to Onmyoji. Depending on the different Shikigami they control, their respective positioning is also different. The positioning of goo masters depends on the goo they practice and manipulate. The entire southern Xinjiang professionals are managed by the contemporary Grass Ghost Lady. The Grass Ghost Lady herself is also a goo master and comes from the Miao village, but is more powerful. This generation's Grass Ghost Lady is Wei Yingying, and she is the leader of the Miao village. Lu Xinxin continued to introduce, and they want to operate in southern Xinjiang. It would be better to inform Wei Yingying and find out if there are any goo masters leveling up in the outside world. At this time, Lu Xinxin looked at Yi Hongyi again and said, "Your sister Hong was born in the Miao village, but she left when she was very young because of her awakening career. She seldom came back over the years. She and Wei Yingying know each other. Several people left the main city. The official road outside the city had long been overgrown with weeds and was almost indistinguishable. There are some low-level monsters living outside the city wandering around. Poisonous creatures like spiders and snakes are everywhere. And most of the monsters here are relatively small in size, and some poisonous insects are even smaller than the size of a palm. They hide in the grass, waiting for their chance to strike." Lu Ran was shocked. This is just the low-level monster area outside the main city. The deeper you go inside, the more high-level poisonous creatures there are. No wonder no normal professional is willing to live here. There's nothing wrong with doing dungeons, but you can't stay in the city all your life. But once you leave the city, the environment is so frightening. It didn't matter before global digitization. The environment could even be considered beautiful. But after global digitization, the entire southern Xinjiang is full of crises. Lu Ran looked back at the main city behind him. He muttered, "I still don't quite understand. The main city has a protective shield to prevent the intrusion of wild monsters. Since the Miao village is willing to live in southern Xinjiang, why not stay in the main city and go to the wild instead, where they may be invaded by wild monsters at any time? To say you're not used to it seems a bit far-fetched. The Miao village has a long history and cultural traditions. Moreover, the entire Miao village is not only home to goo masters. The several special professions I told you about before all live here. Among them, the corpse-driving sect and the fallen flower cave girl, together with the goo masters, are collectively known as the three evils of Western Hunan. They are also the three professions with the largest number of people in the Miao village. Among them, the goo master group is the largest, followed by the corpse-driving sect, and finally the fallen flower cave girl. Lu Xinxin continued to introduce. However, because of their different factions, they all came from Miao villages. But they will not integrate with each other, and instead some friction will arise. For a goo master to grow, he needs to combine wild poisons to upgrade his skills and the strength of his own goo. The corpse drivers all gather in areas with heavier Yin energy. As for the Luowa cave girls, they have always been mysterious. Only the grass ghostman knows where they are going. This is probably why they don't live in the main city. Lu Xinxin said. Even Lu Xinxin, who is proficient in data. At this time, I am not so sure about the relevant information here. After all, Lu Xinxin rarely comes here. Throughout the process, Lei Tai was cautious, stopping every 3 steps and looking around carefully. Lei Tai, what are you doing? Why are you so secretive? Yi Hongyi noticed his strange look and couldn't help but teasing him. Poisonous insect. This thing is so disgusting. Unexpectedly, Lei Tai, who looks as strong as an ox, fierce and iron-blooded, is actually afraid of insects? The strange appearance of the man wearing heavy armor like a human tank, but walking forward timidly and stealthily made Yi Hongyi and Lu Xinxin couldn't help laughing. And Lu ran. Then he turned his head and looked around. First, a touch of undead was thrown out. Of course, it was in a small range. Within the coverage area, all poisonous insects hiding in the bushes, tree trunks and grass were disturbed and triggered. Because it is not invisible, it is just hiding in the bushes and cannot be seen, so the touch of the undead can be triggered. After being triggered, looking around, you will see blood bars everywhere. And above every health bar, almost without exception, there are 3 words floating. Controllable. Really? Lu Ran's eyes lit up, and he glanced over. Large groups of poisonous insects were controlled and retreated to the surroundings like a tide. Yi Hongyi and the others watched in amazement. Sure enough, southern Xinjiang, which is extremely dangerous to others, is a paradise for you. I watched as all the poisonous insects around me retreated. Lei Tai was the first one to relax. Otherwise, the feeling of being on guard against attacks by poisonous insects everywhere would have been extremely uncomfortable. It was like a poisonous snake watching from the darkness. Just wait for you not to pay attention and then take a bite. Human beings' fear of the unknown is the most tormenting thing on their mentality. Chapter 85. Who is this kid? I originally thought that there were at least some mountain tigers and leopards that I couldn't control. Now it seems that there aren't any. Moreover, these poisonous insects are all dark monsters, and they can all be controlled. Lu Ran couldn't help but say, because according to common sense, there should be a lot of ferocious wild animals in the deep mountains and forests, right? It can't be that it was eaten clean by the poisonous insects here. Yes, but not in this area. This is near the main city, didn't you forget? When you reach the periphery, high-level monsters gradually appear, and they are not limited to poisonous insects and the like. But as long as it is a dark monster, you can also control it. Yi Hongyi said. Lu Xinxin reminded. Just keep moving forward and practice controlling monsters in a large area. Half an hour later, a stream suddenly appeared in the deep mountains and dense forests, and next to the stream was a village. This is Qinghe Village. Let's go in, Yi Hongyi said. Lu Ran looked around curiously. This kind of village built in the wild has no main city protection, but there doesn't seem to be any wild monsters around to disturb it. How is it done? In the village, villagers wearing purple clothes can be seen everywhere. Men and women looked over curiously when they saw Lu Ran and the others come in. Sister Hong is back. Long time no see. I haven't seen Hongyi for a while. With the national war coming up, how do you have time to come back? Have you informed the witch? Let me lead the way. Quite enthusiastic. Many of them knew Yi Hongyi. Yi Hongyi left the Miao village and seldom came back, but unexpectedly, she is still popular here. The Gupa they were talking about was the grass ghost Pawei Yingying. It sounds like he is quite old, but in fact, he is not even older than Yi Hongyi. Yi Hongyi led a few people into a tower in the center of the village. The wooden tower made a creaking sound when you stepped on it. Push the door open and enter. Sitting next to the bed was a girl wearing a purple dress with bright eyes and white teeth. Hearing the noise, he turned around and saw Yi Hongyi and others. Then he said, Sister Hong, you are so honored to visit us. Why are you so free recently? Yi Hongyi glanced at Wei Yingying. I want to introduce Lei Tai and Xin to you. This is my brother, Lu Ran. Younger brother? Wei Yingying was stunned and looked at Lu Ran. She found that he was a low-level professional, but she did not stop paying attention to him. Instead, she became more curious. Yi Hongyi doesn't have any biological brother, so he must be an adopted brother? But considering Yi Hongyi's attitude towards men, this shouldn't be the case. Otherwise, Yi Hongyi would not have formed all women's guilds. But Yi Hongyi didn't say anything, and she was too lazy to ask. He just glanced at Lu Ran twice more, and then continued to ask, So, why are you coming here at this time? He didn't even ask them to sit down. There seemed to be some sharp conflict in their conversations, which meant that the relationship between Wei Yingying and Yi Hongyi wasn't that good. On the contrary, Yi Hongyi is very outgoing. He said to Lu Ran and the others, Please sit down first. After saying that, she walked up to Wei Yingying and sat down opposite her. He then casually took the teapot in front of Wei Yingying and poured himself a cup. After taking a sip with great pleasure, he shook his head and said, It's not a good tea. I'll bring you some better tea later. Wei Yingying rolled her eyes. He said, When you came here 3 years ago, you said you would bring me some. 3 years have passed, and you still haven't brought any. On the contrary, this is the only thing we have in this mountain. If you're not used to it, just don't drink it. No one forced you to do so. Ye Hongyi Julit Hadlips. The authority over the Misty Valley is in your hands, right? Hearing this, Wei Yingying looked at Yi Hongyi and said, It's here with me, why? Yi Hongyi pointed at Lu Ran and said, My brother wants to level up, so we'll take him. Southern Xinjiang is a large area, and after much thought, I think the Misty Valley is more suitable. There are many monsters densely packed, and few outsiders. Moreover, the monsters are not low in level. After hearing this, Wei Yingying became even more confused. He looked at Lu Ran again. The surprise and astonishment in his eyes could not be concealed. Although she and Yi Hongyi love to bicker, she is also very clear about Yi Hongyi's identity. Ye Hongyi, Li Tai, Liu Yingjin. These three people are the presidents of Honggaila, Jiangxi National Defense Army, and Jinghua Shuiwei. 3 of the 4 presidents of Longxia are here. And there are less than 20 days left until the national war. At this critical juncture, the 3 presidents brought a newcomer to southern Xinjiang. Do you want to take this new guy to upgrade? What the hell is going on? In the current situation, the 3 presidents are neither preparing strategies for the Black Dragon Mountains nor preparing personnel deployment for the national war. Instead, you have a leisure time to train a newcomer to upgrade. This newcomer is very special. But there are only 2 possibilities, or Lu Ran has such an extraordinary status that even the 3 presidents cannot refuse to personally take him to upgrade. The second possibility is that Lu Ran himself is extraordinary, so extraordinary that he needs someone to help him upgrade, but it must also be kept secret. She didn't know much about Lei Tai and Lu Xinxin, but she knew Yi Hongyi. No matter who the other party was, even if he was the son of the top leader, Yi Hongyi would never condescend to help him upgrade. Besides, there are so many high-level professionals to lead the upgrade, and there is no need to arrange 3 presidents. Then there is only one possibility. This Lu Ran is extraordinary. She looked up at Yi Hongyi and asked, I have the authority over the Barrier Mist Valley. It's no problem for you to help him level up, but since you've come back so rarely, how about doing me a favor? If you help me, the Barrier Mist Valley will be open to you, and you can do whatever you want with it. Yi Hongyi subconsciously waved her hand and said, No time. Wei Yingying raised her eyebrows and said, It's very simple. My life definition goo is missing a Titan Python's poison sac. All you have to do is 10,000 Snakes Palace? Sure, we can get it for you. Yi Hongyi interrupted Wei Yingying directly. Well, this made Wei Yingying a little confused. You just said you didn't have time, but now you've agreed before you even finished speaking? Are you sure? The 10,000 Snakes Palace is not so easy to defeat. The Titan Python is deep inside. I once led people there, but after trying several times, we couldn't even enter the inner hall of the 10,000 Snakes Palace. It's extremely dangerous. Wei Yingying pondered. I can do what I say. Let's go now. When we come back, the Misty Valley will be open to us. Yi Hongyi stood up and said. In fact, Yi Hongyi was not just helping Wei Yingying get the Titan Python's venom sac. What's more, the monsters in the 10,000 Snakes Palace provide a lot of experience. That's why I agreed without hesitation. After saying that, with Wei Yingying's strange look on her face, she took Lu Ran and the others and quickly left Qinghe village. After they left, the lavender light in Wei Yingying's eyes slowly dissipated, and she stared in the direction they left for a few seconds. Then he was stunned and murmured, Necromancer. The other side. Yi Hongyi was familiar with the route and quickly led a few people through the dense forest. On the way, Yi Hongyi said excitedly, The 10,000 Snakes Hall is a shadow of my childhood. It is a forbidden place in the Miao village. Over the years, everyone's level has improved, and they have started to try the 10,000 Snakes Hall. I almost forgot about it. Now is a good opportunity. I will quickly brush the 10,000 Snakes Hall. Maybe Lu Ran can directly upgrade to a higher level. It can be considered an unexpected gain. Chapter 86. Can you kill monsters this way? Sister Hong, is the 10,000 Snakes Palace a copy? Lu Ran asked curiously. No, it's the ruins area. Yi Hongyi shook his head. The ruins area? Lu Ran was a little confused. He had never heard of this word before. Lu Xinxin seemed to see through Lu Ran's doubts at a glance. He explained, What you have learned in the academy is just the tip of the iceberg of the digital world. The purpose is to allow you to quickly enter the state of a professional. In the real digital world, there's still many things you have not learned, and the ruins area is one of them. The ruins area is different from a copy. There's no need to teleport in. He is already in the big world. As long as you enter, you can start killing monsters directly. There is no team isolation, and other professionals or other teams can also enter. The difference is that in the ruins area, unless the final ruins boss is killed, the monsters will not refresh. Only when the ruins boss dies will the entire ruins refresh, and the refresh cycle is very long. Lu Xinxin explained. After saying, as if thinking of something, Lu Xinxin added, but the level of the ruins area is usually very high, and the monsters in it are all automatically triggered. The experience is very high, and the difficulty is very high. Usually some guilds jointly organize to carry out concentrated crusades. But this is how it happens. The more people there are, the fewer monsters and experiences you'll get. The ultimate goal is probably to get the drops from the ruins boss. The drops from the ruins boss are usually much better than those from the bosses in the same level of dungeon. When was the last time the 10,000 Snakes Hall was refreshed? Lu Ran asked curiously. Last time? There was no last time. No one in the 10,000 Snakes Palace has ever killed the Titan Python. Yi Hongyi shook his head and said. Lu Ran was stunned. Is the 10,000 Snakes Palace so difficult? Yi Hongyi recalled and said. When we were young, the elders in the village kept reminding us not to enter the 10,000 Snakes Hall. In the 10,000 Snakes Hall, the lowest level monster is level 30, and the highest level monster is level 60. As for the Titanoboa, to be honest, no one has seen it yet, but I guess it should be at least a level 50 or even level 60 ruins boss. This is a good thing. The higher the level, the more experience and the better the rewards. As the grass ghost lady of this generation, Wei Yingying can easily gather many high-level combat professionals. But so far, we still haven't been able to enter the inner hall. You can imagine how difficult the 10,000 Snake Hall is. After hearing what Yi Hongyi said, Lu Ran probably had an idea in mind. This 10,000 Snakes Palace is extremely difficult to find. In addition, Few people from the outside world are willing to come to southern Xinjiang, and the 10,000 Snakes Palace is in the wild. If you want to adventure to the 10,000 Snakes Palace, you must first pass through the dangerous wilderness. If you encounter an accident in the 10,000 Snakes Hall, you will still have to go through the dangerous wilderness when retreating. In addition, Jiuyo City has become an empty city, and even backup supplies are difficult to provide. This also leads to no one has been able to defeat the Temple of 10,000 Snakes since the world was digitized. Then we'd better be careful and fight slowly from the outer hall. Lu Ran said thoughtfully. Just finished. Lu Xinxin burst out laughing. She said with a smile, "Your sister Han will not take risks with you easily." The reason why she agreed so easily is not because of your skeleton throne entry. Otherwise, even if we call Yu Qingtsong over, we can't defeat the 10,000 Snake Palace. It is not a relic that can be easily conquered at this stage. But for Lu Ran, simple. It's so easy. The poisonous creatures in the 10,000 Snakes Palace are all dark type. You can control the poisonous creatures in the wild, so you can naturally control the monsters in the 10,000 Snakes Palace. Maybe even the Titan Python can be controlled by you and allow you to take away its poison sacs. Lu Xinxin explained. Lu Ran scratched his head in astonishment. Just hearing that the 10,000 Snakes Palace is very dangerous. It is a very scary place. I almost forgot his skeleton throne attribute, which can be controlled unconditionally. The 10,000 Snakes Hall is just ahead, brother. I'm looking forward to your performance. Yi Hongyi gave Lu Ran a coquettish smile and pointed ahead. Deep in the jungle, there is a large, relatively flat, and open area between the valleys. This place is not far from the village, but there are no roads around, and it is obvious that few people come here to spawn monsters on weekdays. Because it is close to the Temple of 10,000 Snakes, although we have not entered the ruins area, there are already poisonous snakes everywhere, and the density is very scary. If it weren't for Lu Ran's control all the way, they would have needed a long time just to clear the way if they wanted to get to the 10,000 Snakes Palace so quickly. The open area ahead is the ruins area. This sight makes one's scalp tingle. The Temple of 10,000 Snakes has no outer walls and is surrounded by stone slabs with various complex runes carved on them. The totem poles around do not support anything and are arranged in a special way. And in the area, at a glance, there are all kinds of colorful poisonous snakes, as thin as chopsticks and as thick as a thigh. The density is amazing. Lei Tai got goosebumps instantly. He was shocked and said, "No wonder the grass which couldn't defeat the people. The monsters here are too dense. If you get close, at least dozens of them will come to attack you. The more people there are, the more snake monsters will be attracted. Who can stand this? This is just the outer hall. The monsters in the inner hall are of a higher level and more terrifying. Lu Ran, you try it." Lu Xinxin looked at Lu Ran and said, "Okay." Lu Ran nodded. This is not a problem, because Lu Ran can see clearly that these poisonous creatures have controllable prompts on their foreheads. Walked a few steps forward. I swept across. Lu Ran forcibly took control of a large number of poisonous snakes. But Lu Ran did not control all of them, but randomly selected some of them to control. In order to concentrate, Lu Ran spread his hands forward, as if holding a baton, and waved them slowly. At the same time, instructions kept coming to my mind. The thought was conveyed, and the entire outer hall of the 10,000 Snakes Palace instantly became noisy and bustling. Countless poisonous snakes that had been living in harmony began to fight each other like crazy. The group that was forcibly controlled by Lu Ran launched indiscriminate attacks on the surrounding venomous snakes that were not controlled. Thousands of snakes were fighting, and the hissing sounds of the poisonous snakes that made people tremble with bones were low, but mixed together, densely packed. The countless twisted and entangled poisonous snakes made Lei Tai feel unwell. At the same time, the team killed the level 38 bloodthirsty snake and gained 3,660 experience points. The team killed the level 34 shadow python and gained 3,200 experience points. The team killed the level 41 hellfire snake and gained 3,870 experience points. The team killed the level 37 deadwood snake and gained 3,580 experience points. The team killed the level 41 hellfire snake and gained 3,870 experience points. The message prompts are constantly refreshed. The three presidents were all stunned. Although I have known Lu Ran's abilities for a long time, I also know that Lu Ran can control the poisons here. But I didn't expect the effect to be so explosive. As Lu Ran waved his hands, large groups of poisonous snakes were engaged in a fight, and the poisonous creatures continued to die due to their health being exhausted. Lu Ran is controlling some poisonous snakes to attack other poisonous snakes. Let's withdraw from the team. Lu Xinxin murmured. In order for a team to gain experience, they need to disperse. Although the proportion would not be too low, it would of course be best if Lu Ran could enjoy the experience alone. Anyway, this experience is of no use to the three presidents. Chapter 87, I'm afraid it's alien text. During this process, Lu Ran was unable to fully control the balance between the controlled monsters and the uncontrolled monsters. But it doesn't matter. When Lu Ran discovered that the efficiency of monster spawning had decreased and the enslaved snake monsters were unable to cope with the situation, he only needed a glance to summon a large number of snake monsters to join in again. Let's go in, Lu Ran said to the three presidents. They quickly caught up and walked closely behind Lu Ran. After all, they're not in a team now, and Lu Ran's skills will also cause harm to them. Fortunately, Lu Ran did not use other skills at this time. Enter the outer temple area. This is said to be the outer hall area, but there is no main hall, but rather an empty periphery. Lu Ran looked down at the stone slab under his feet. There are various complex runes and potholes on it. Lu Ran was a little confused and said, I don't know what these runes mean. If they are generated by data, they shouldn't be just for aesthetics. Could they be alien characters? After hearing this, Yihongi burst out laughing. He laughed and scolded. You alien, this place existed before the global digitalization. It was the place where the Miao village worshipped the snake god, and it was presided over by witches and shamans. In the Miao village, witches are called witches and male wizards are called shamans. But after digitalization, this place became a relic, generating the Titan Python and countless snake monsters, and became the 10,000 Snakes Hall. The Miao village was forced to abandon this place. As for the runes on the ground, they are spell symbols commonly used in witchcraft. But it was not the alien language that Lu Ran thought it was. She is worthy of being a girl who lived in a Miao village when she was a child. Although Yihongi has seldom returned in recent years, she is still very familiar with the history of these Miao villages. I see. Lu Ran scratched his head awkwardly. Turn your head and look around. The nearby basilisks have been almost cleared out, and then Lu Ran looked into the distance and saw the scene of enslaved basilisks and non-enslaved ones fighting each other, spreading like a plague. The fighting became more intense. Lu Ran's speed and gaining experience is also increasing steadily. Don't be in a hurry to enter the inner hall. Finish clearing here first before going in. This is a huge amount of rich experience, much richer than I expected. Of course, Lu Ran had no objection. He meant the same thing. It is so hard to gain high experience points from such a large number of high-level monsters, so we cannot waste them. Think about it now. Lu Xinxin chose this place for Lu Ran to level up. At least before Lu Ran can do the team dungeon. This is definitely the best place to level up. It was just the right time for Lu Ran to go through the boring and long upgrade process before reaching level 30. Just 15 minutes later, the late fight stopped. Lu Ran turned his head and looked around. The snake monsters that had not been enslaved had been completely cleared out. The rest were all enslaved. It's a bit of a waste to have these people enslaved by me. Lu Ran said regretfully. This is all experience. Now Lu Ran has enslaved them, and he cannot free them. It's indeed a bit of a waste. At this time, Lu Xinxin suddenly said, let them fight each other and see if you can gain experience. Lu Ran was stunned. Is it possible to play like this? Lu Xinxin explained. When they were fighting earlier, I watched carefully. Some of the basilisk's range attacks also caused damage to other enslaved basilisks. So, I guess your Throne of Bones entry, although it forcibly seized control of them, is different from traditional friendly units. They can hurt each other, but I don't know if they will give you experience after they die. Hear this. Lu Ran tried decisively, and an idea came to his mind. The large groups of basilisks that had originally quieted down received new instructions. This time, there is no specific target, but an indiscriminate attack on the surroundings. Really, these snake monsters controlled by Lu Ran can harm each other. Moreover, because it is an indiscriminate attack, there is no need to select targets, and the speed is even faster. At the same time, Lu Ran paid attention to the prompts. The team killed the level 34 Shadow Python and gained 3,600 experience points. The team killed the level 41 Hellfire Snake and gained 4,370 experience points. The team killed the level 37 Deadwood Snake and gained 3,880 experience points. The team killed the level 41 Hellfire Snake and gained 4,370 experience points. The team killed the level 37 Deadwood Snake and gained 3,880 experience points. You can gain experience. Moreover, because there was no team, Lu Ran enjoyed the experience alone. Although the increase was not particularly large, it was not small either. You can gain experience, Lu Ran said excitedly. In this way, when you control and kill monsters next time, there will be no waste at all. Damn it, There are people in this world who can kill a group of monsters without using any skills. Damn, this is incredible. Leitai felt so relieved as he watched the basilisks fall down in large numbers. At the same time, he was also shocked by Lu Ran's ability to read entries. Not long. The outer hall was completely cleared, with the corpses of basilisks scattered all over the ground. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood. Even though the bodies of some basilisks that died earlier were decomposed and disappeared by data, there is still a large number of basilisk corpses left. Apart from that, Lu Ran was too lazy to pick up the scattered equipment and gold coins. The items dropped in the outer hall area are all blue and green equipment. Even the purple rare equipment cannot be equipped because of its high level and average attributes. Lu Ran picked up some rare purple equipment at random. He and the three of them walked towards the inner hall in the middle. The inner hall is not a large hall, but a complex of buildings. It was built by the Miao village in ancient times before the global digitalization. It is rather rough, basically made of huge stones. There were also complicated runes engraved on it that Lu Ran couldn't understand. The three of them entered the inner hall through the huge stone door in the middle. The light immediately dimmed. There are some braziers on the surrounding stone walls. Although no one takes care of them, they burn all year round due to the power of data. Otherwise, the visual distance here is estimated to be less than 5 meters. Looking around, this place is filled with snake monsters of a higher level, directly upgraded to a higher level. Although the number is not as exaggerated as that in the outer hall, each one is much larger in size. The largest one is as thick as a bucket and more than 10 or 20 meters long. Lu Ran's scalp tingled when he saw it. He quickly glanced over and began to control the basilisk to fight. At the same time, in order to speed up, Lu Ran began to summon skeleton soldiers to indiscriminately explode corpses around him. From time to time, throw out a bone storm to cover the inner hall in a small area, continuously stack it, and speed up the monster spawning speed. Of course, in order to prevent any accidents, he did not forget to summon several ancient golems and gather them around the few people to form a circle. While protecting the 3 people behind him, he can also block damage for Lu Ran in the event of an accident. At the same time, outside the 10,000 Snakes Hall, in the dense forest, Wei Yingying might be curious, or she might be unforgiving in words, but in her heart she was worried about Yihong Ai. She came over with a few high-level Gu masters. "Pooh, can those people really get the poison sac of the Titanoboa?" someone asked. "We can't get it," Wei Yingying said without hesitation. "Do you think the 10,000 Snakes Hall is so easy to defeat? It's not like we haven't tried before. Even if there are 3 guild leaders, the gap between them and the high-level combat professionals is not too exaggerated. And there are only 3 of them, and they have a burden. How can we defeat them? I guess they are frowning outside the outer hall right now." After saying, she pouted and said angrily, "I was just making things difficult for her. It's her fault that she didn't come back for a long time. She didn't do what she promised me, but she still agreed. Can't she just give in to me in the end? She still hit a wall, and I have to give her a way out." As he was talking, he pushed aside the bushes in front and saw the 10,000 Snakes Hall. But what surprised Wei Yingying was that for the first time in her life, this place was eerily quiet. Chapter 88, the 3 presidents are not that capable. It's so quiet. The 10,000 Snakes Palace is just ahead. Someone nearby asked Wei Yingying about her doubts. Wei Yingying frowned slightly. He looked around and said, "Why are all the monsters around here gone? The ones I saw along the way are scattered here and there, as if they were just refreshed." As soon as these words came out, the people around him looked at each other in bewilderment. "In other words, the 3 presidents have cleared all the monsters along the way," someone said. "That doesn't make sense." Wei Yingying shook her head and said, "The level of the monsters around here is generally not high. Although the monsters around the 10,000 Snakes Palace are denser, they're not a threat to the 3 of them. There is no need to waste time cleaning them up, and we don't have much experience. But it is true, there is really nothing strange around. The 10,000 Snakes Palace is in front of us. Just go and ask and you will know," Wei Yingying said. After saying that, he quickened his pace, led a few people through the bushes and dense forest ahead. Soon, the view in front of him suddenly became clear, and a large open area in the 10,000 Snakes Hall area appeared. But what was presented to everyone was a scene that looked like it had been struck by a doomsday natural disaster. The outer hall area of the 10,000 Snakes Hall. The ground was littered with the corpses of basilisks. All kinds of basilisks were densely packed on the ground. Some were thick, some were thin, and not a single one was still alive. Some of the bodies have already begun to be decomposed by data, but a large number of basilisks still remained motionless in their dead state. The smell of blood in the air mixed with the humid air in the dense forest, like a sticky blood mist, making people feel uncomfortable all over. Wei Yingying and the others were stunned. They attacked for a long time, but failed and were unable to pass through the outer hall. Although there are not many high-level monsters in the outer hall, their number is really too large. Moreover, the inner hall is even more dangerous. Even when Wei Yingying brought people here a few times before, they did not dare to use all their methods in the outer hall. But now, how long has it been? As soon as Yi Hongyi and the others arrived, Wei Yingying followed with her friends out of curiosity. Ow, how did you do this? The outer hall area is clear at a glance. All the basilisks are dead. Oh my god, how long has it been? 20 minutes? Less than 15 minutes. Wei Yingying looked up at the dark entrance to the inner hall. He groaned and said, that's what they did. They have already cleaned up the outer hall and went to the inner hall. Originally, I thought Yi Hongyi agreed directly because she was unwilling to give in, but now it seems that she is really capable. But even if there are 3 presidents, it's not so exaggerated, right? Whether it is Yi Hongyi's Karma Fire Master, or Lei Tai's Earth Knight, or maybe he is Lu Xinxin's Elf High Priest. It's impossible to do. Apart from that, there was only one extra person left in their team. That's the Necromancer, Lu Ran, combined with the recent uproar over the Necromancer Death Arena incident. And Yu Qingtsong suddenly decided to shut down cross-border transmission. Could it be that Lu Ran is the mysterious Necromancer? But he is only in his 20s. Looking up, the corpses of basilisks scattered all around were still being gradually cleared by data. The direction of the inner temple. Through the dark stone door, one could vaguely hear the rustling and hissing sounds of a basilisk coming from inside. They should be in the inner hall now. They have such terrifying fighting power. Could they really get the poison sac of Titan Python? Someone asked, should we go in and see how the big guys fight? But Wei Yingying shook her head. There's nothing to see. The inner hall is extremely dangerous. They can defeat them, but we can't. We haven't made any preparations today. There are only a few of you. You don't even have a healing goo. Are you sure we won't die suddenly if we go in? Hearing this, several people's faces immediately turned a little embarrassed, as if it was true. They had never entered the inner hall before, and every time they gathered in a large group to try to enter the outer hall, they were always met with failure. There are only a few of them now, and they are not prepared for any battle. If they rush into the inner hall so recklessly, they may be seeking death. Let's wait here. I hope they can come out alive. Wei Yingying said. Anyway, the outer hall area will not refresh until the Titan Python is killed, so it is very safe. Just wait here. In the inner hall, it was almost impossible to see the basilisk around. The skeleton storm stacks infinitely and wreaks havoc across the entire field. In order to avoid accidents, the touch of the undead was constantly thrown out. Occasionally, Lu Ran would directly control the nearby basilisks and let them join in the fight against other surrounding basilisks. The monster clearing speed is very fast. Experience naturally comes with a flow. Unfortunately, the inner hall area has become much smaller. Although the experience gained from monsters is higher, their number has dropped significantly. 20 minutes later, level successfully increased to level 28. Upgraded, Lu Ran's eyes lit up. Not bad, not bad. It's much faster than I expected. I've killed all the remaining monsters. Although it's not enough to reach level 29, it will give me a lot of experience. Yi Hongyi said with satisfaction. Lu Xinxin and Lei Tai were also very happy. Once Lu Ran reaches level 30, he can start entering team dungeons, and the speed will be much faster. Moreover, when Lu Ran reaches level 30, he can unlock new skills and entries. According to past experience, each entry is extremely basic, and the new entry that is about to appear will definitely make Lu Ran's combat effectiveness have a qualitative leap. A few minutes later, the inner hall was completely cleaned. The enslaved basilisks also fought and killed each other. However, something unexpected happened, and the balance was not maintained well, and in the end, one extra one was controlled. But he was also killed easily by Yi Hongyi. Although Lu Ran cannot cause damage to the monsters he controls, as long as they are not in a team, Yi Hongyi can treat them as enemy units and kill them. We finished cleaning up. Where's the Titanoboa? Lu Ran looked around and asked. The inner hall is not very large. At this time, all the monsters have been cleared and it is clear at a glance. But there was no sight of Titanoboa. Only on the altar in the middle of the inner hall can one see a statue of a woman with a human head and a snake body. I haven't killed the Titan Python yet, and I haven't even entered the inner hall, so I don't know, but it should require a mechanism to be triggered. Yi Hongyi said thoughtfully, then walked to the front of the altar. Looking at the statue in front of him, he continued, this is the snake god that was worshipped before it was digitized. Lu Ran stared at the statue. I thought Titanoboa would be very ferocious and scary, but I didn't expect it to be quite beautiful, he said in amazement. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Hongyi hit Lu Ran hard on the head. He said with a smile, "You are so beautiful. The snake god that the Miao village is worshipping is not Titanoboa. This statue is of Nuwa. Titanoboa is a boss generated by data and did not exist in the original sacrifice." As soon as the words fell, boom, the entire inner hall began to shake as if there was an earthquake. Chapter 89, Harvesting Pets. Here it comes. Ye Hongyi's puppies suden nishurak. It's triggered already? So sudden. Lu Ran was shocked. "Form a team," Lu Xinshin said calmly. "No monsters in sight yet. But when the Titanoboa appears, Lu Ran is about to kill. If you don't form a team, Lu Ran's skills can attack indiscriminately." At the same time, Lu Xinshin suddenly stuck the staff in her hand to the ground and clenched her hands tightly. Then, with a solemn expression, he softly chanted notes that Lu Ran could not understand. The notes were gentle and pleasant to the ear, like the echo in an empty valley or the clear spring in a mountain stream. Moment. A beam of light shot up into the sky, penetrate the dome of the inner hall, and reach the sky. Immediately afterwards, a huge phantom of the Elf Queen appeared above Lu Xinshin's head, flapping its wings slightly, shedding a large amount of light that enveloped the few people. Within a 10-meter radius under your feet, a complex magic array pattern formed and slowly rotated under your feet. This was the first time that Lu Ran saw Lu Xinshin use such an explosive skill, and he was shocked. But the momentum of this skill is really great. Outside the inner hall, Wei Yingying and the others were getting a little bored while waiting. They should have just entered the inner hall before we got here. It's been 20 minutes. It's only been 20 minutes. Why are you in such a hurry? The inner hall is not that easy to fight. Waiting is so boring. I really want to go in and take a look. Then go ahead. No one is stopping you. Forget it. My life is more important. A few people were bored and chatted. Wei Yingying was staring at the direction of the inner hall. Suddenly, the beam of light exploded through the dome and shot straight into the sky. Wei Yingying was startled and looked up quickly. Then he murmured, "The holy aria of the Elven High Priest. Are they going to start killing Titan Python?" But in fact, if it weren't for the fact that the Titanoboa appeared rather suddenly, Lu Xinshin wouldn't have been like this. Lu Ran has summons that can absorb damage. But Lu Xinshin, Yi Hongyi, and Lei Tai, the three of them don't have that kind of means. Faced with such a sudden triggering of the boss, these high-level combat masters are not as capable of surviving as Lu Ran. Lu Ran, summon the ancient golems, disperse, and throw them out. Lu Xinshin said to Lu Ran while maintaining the Holy Harmony aria. Lu Ran did as he was told. This not only allows the ancient golem to help Lu Ran absorb damage, but also allows the ancient golem to attract the hatred and attention of the Titan Python and distract their team from danger. Just when Lu Ran scattered 30 or 40 ancient golems around, the shaking of the inner hall suddenly stopped. Behind a statue of Nuwa, 2 lanterns as big as buckets suddenly rose up, glowing red. But that's not a lantern, it's an eye. The eye of Titanoboa. Then, Titanoboa twisted its entire body and crawled out from behind the statue. The snake's tongue kept spitting out from its mouth, and its cold eyes were glowing red as it stared at Lu Ran and the others. It doesn't seem so sudden. Lei Tai breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he slammed the shield together with both hands. Take a step forward and smash down with both hands. Boom! With a loud bang, the shield was embedded in the ground like a door panel, and a huge energy shield was formed in front of it, protecting the 3 people behind it. Lu Xinshin also breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that it's not so sudden. It makes me quite nervous. Lu Ran, let's do it. Lu Ran looked up. There are controllable options on top of Titanoboa's head. Can this also be controlled? Just as he was thinking about it, the Titanoboa had already started to attack. Its huge mouth opened, and the purple viscous liquid inside gradually condensed as if it was boiling. Lu Ran was shocked. Almost without hesitation, a thought came to his mind, and he directly controlled the Titan Python. Titanoboa's attack also stopped immediately. The original fierceness was also reduced by a large part, and the body became soft and quiet. He looked at Lu Ran obediently, waiting for orders. Lu Ran breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at the 3 people around him, shrugged, and said, "There's nothing we can do. This Titan Python is too big. The inner hall is so small. Even if I use the touch of the undead to control it infinitely, it's useless. The Titan Python can still attack us." Lu Ran was not afraid, because he could summon ancient golems infinitely to take the damage. But Yi Hongyi and his companions are in a bit of danger. Although I don't know how strong or weak the Titanoboa's attack power is, there is no need to take risks. What should we do with the poison sac? Yi Hongyi was stunned and asked. Although Lu Ran's worries are reasonable, But what about the poison sac of the Titanoboa that he promised to Wei Yingying? Just take it off directly, right? It won't resist anyway. We just need the poison sac, or you could just kill it. Lu Ran said. He has no feelings for Titanoboa. Controlled in a hurry. Now that we have controlled it, it is somewhat useful. If we kill it, we can gain some experience. Let's take the venom sac first. According to common sense, the venom sacs of venomous snakes are all below the eye sockets. Lu Xinxin said. Then he subconsciously looked at Lei Tai. The latter's hair stood on end. He glanced at Titan Python and said, "Hey, don't look at me. I can't do this." Although Lei Tai is a big and strong man, he has an innate fear of snakes. At this time, Yi Hongyi on the side said, "Let me do it." After saying that, he looked at Lu Ran. Lu Ran's mind and soul looked at the Titan Python, and an idea came to his mind. Then the Titanoboa crawled down, put its head on the ground, opened its mouth wide, and lay motionless. It's true. Strictly follow Lu Ran's instructions. Yi Hongyi took out a dagger from his backpack. This is an assassin's weapon. When Yi Hongyi holds it in his hand, he cannot trigger the equipment attributes, but he can use it as a cutting tool. Then she moved closer to the Titanoboa's mouth. Although he knew clearly that this thing was under Lu Ran's absolute control, it was still a very strange feeling to see such a terrifying snake head with its bloody mouth open and to have to stick half of his body inside to cut out the venom sac. The whole process is not difficult. Although Yi Hongyi's magic profession cannot inherit the attributes of the dagger, his cutting speed is still very fast. A few minutes later, Yi Hongyi crawled out from the snake's head, holding a teardrop-shaped bag the size of a fist in her hand. She took a few deep breaths to calm down the strange feeling she had just experienced from the snake's mouth, and her complexion returned to normal a little. Then share the properties of the bag in your hand. It's true. Titanoboa es poison sac. Belongs to the material category. Done. What should we do with this Titan Python? Yi Hongyi looked at the Titan Python, which had its mouth closed and had its venom sac cut, but did not show much reaction. It's too big and not easy to take out. Otherwise, it would be a very useful attack pet. It's a pity that it has lost its venom sac. Lu Ran shrugged. The venom sac of poisonous snakes can regenerate. It doesn't matter. It's just not easy to take it out. It's indeed too eye-catching. Lu Xinxin said with regret. But I didn't expect it. It seemed that he had sensed Lu Ran's thoughts. The Titanoboa's huge body began to shrink and swam towards Lu Ran. Soon it climbed up Lu Ran's wrist, shrank into a ring, bit its own tail, and solidified into a black bracelet-like thing. Lu Ran was dumbfounded. Can we play like this? So if we fight in the future, can we just throw out a Titanoboa at will? Chapter 90 others can't do it, but Lu Ran can. Lu Ran moved the bracelet closer. The bracelet formed by the Titanoboa is very delicate, emitting a black light, like an obsidian bracelet. The snake's head bit its tail, and the whole thing froze. But Lu Ran could feel the powerful breath of life on the bracelet. With just a thought from him, the Titanoboa could directly evolve into its original form and control at will. The other three presidents also came forward, looking at Lu Ran's Titan Python bracelet with envy. This is not equipment formed by Titanoboa, it is Titanoboa itself. Wow, you are carrying a level 60 Titan Python with you now, Lei Tai said enviously. But if he were asked to lead it, he probably wouldn't be able to bear it. After all, Lei Tai is terribly afraid of snakes. If he really had a Titanoboa on his wrist, Lei Tai probably wouldn't even be able to sleep. I was originally worried about not being able to take it out, but I didn't expect that this Titanoboa could be like this. Lu Xinxin was also amazed. Never heard of anything like this before. After all, there has never been any profession that can control the ruins boss. It seems that the Titanoboa is already here, but it is in a dormant state. After all the snake monsters in the inner hall are cleared out, the boss will be triggered and evolve from a dormant state. Yi Hongyi analyzed. While talking, suddenly there was a rustling noise all around. A few people turned their heads in confusion and found that scattered snake monsters had begun to spawn. Isn't the Titanoboa still alive? Lu Ran was a little surprised. By the way, use the touch of the undead to control the spawned basilisk. Although it is not dead, you have seized ownership of it. The Titanoboa no longer exists here. The digitized world will judge this condition and regard it as a relic that has been completely cleared, so it begins to generate. Lu Xinxin explained. Although I haven't defeated the 10,000 Snake Palace. But judging from other relic areas, the rules are probably what Lu Xinxin said. So that's how it is. Then shall we continue? Lu Ran asked. There is a lot of experience here. It's a great place. There's no need. The refresh of the ruins area is very slow. It will take a while to finish. There's no need to stay here. The poison sac of the Titan Python has been pressed. Let's hand it over to the grass witch first. We'll go to the Barrier Mist Valley to refresh. Yi Hongyi shook his head and said, Afterwards, the few of them ignored the snake monsters that spawned around them. To save time, he left the inner hall directly. Outer hall. Wei Yingying and others who were waiting here saw some snake monsters begin to appear around them. Then he left the outer hall area, went outside and waited. The monsters in the 10,000 Snakes Palace cannot leave the ruins area. It has started to refresh again, which means that the Titanopython has been killed by them. Wei Yingying said thoughtfully. She really didn't expect it. He was just being angry, but he didn't expect Yi Hongyi to agree so easily. I thought Yi Hongyi was just trying to save face. But in the end, he really had the ability to take down the 10,000 Snakes Palace. In the past few years, Wei Yingying has organized many operations to attack the 10,000 Snakes Palace in order to cultivate her natal goo. But all failed. I can't even enter the inner hall. You can imagine how difficult it is to fight against the temple of 10,000 snakes. As a result, Yi Hongyi and his two companions, along with a level 20 undead mage, rushed in and quickly captured the Titan Python. At this time, several people in the inner hall also came out. Yi Hongyi was stunned when he suddenly saw Wei Yingying and others waiting in the outer hall. He raised his eyebrows and said, "What? You are so anxious that the poison sac of the Titanoboa has followed you here." Hearing this, Wei Yingying started to get angry. He said casually, "I'm not anxious. I've been in trouble for so many years, and I'm used to it. If I wasn't afraid that you would die in the 10,000 Snakes Palace for the sake of face, I wouldn't bring people here easily. After all, you are a member of the village, and I'm here to collect your body." Yi Hongyi curled her lips. He said, "It's just the 10,000 Snakes Palace. It's too easy for us. Here, this is the poison sac of the Titan Python you asked for. Here it is. Can we go into the Misty Valley now?" After saying that, he threw something out. Even though she knew they had killed the Titanoboa, Wei Yingying was still a little surprised when she saw the Titanoboa's venom sac in her hand. "You've helped me a lot. I'll take you to the Misty Valley now." Wei Yingying nodded with satisfaction. Then he stared at Lu Ran meaningfully, but he never said much. As he turned around, he said, "But I have to remind you that the Misty Valley is very dangerous. It has been almost closed for the past 2 years. Even if you go in, you won't be able to kill a large number of monsters to gain experience. The speed is not even as good as playing a dungeon." Yi Hongyi waved her hand and said, "Then you don't need to worry about it. We naturally have our own ways and considerations. Others may not be able to kill monsters in large numbers to gain experience, but with Lu Ran here, that's not a problem. Moreover, the monsters in the Misty Valley are of varying quality, and there are quite a few high-level monsters. That experience definitely came in waves." Hearing this, Wei Yingying looked at Lu Ran again. Of these 4 people, Wei Yingying is most familiar with Yi Hongyi. She knows that Yi Hongyi doesn't have that ability, and the other 2 presidents are no secret either. Among professionals, he is very strong. There is no problem going to the Misty Valley, but it is impossible to gain experience by killing monsters in large quantities without any problems. The only person I don't understand and am unfamiliar with is Lu Ran, a necromancer of over level 20. Certainly, if it were an ordinary day, Wei Yingying would not pay attention to a necromancer in his 20s. But in the past few days, the matter of the mysterious necromancer has caused a lot of controversy. Then the 3 presidents personally brought a necromancer to help him upgrade, which made people suspicious. But Wei Yingying is a smart person. "In that case, let's go." Wei Yingying nodded. Behind, Lu Ran asked curiously, "Sister Xin, what is the Misty Valley? Why is there authority? Is it a monster spawning area that professionals can manage?" Lu Xin shook her head, said, "Professionals themselves cannot be managed. The Misty Valley is in the southern border and is also a wild area. There are many monsters there and the experience is high. However, many Goo Masters leveled up there in the past and often encountered danger and died." As a grass ghost woman, Wei Yingying asked the Formation Master to set up a barrier there and find someone to maintain it, not allowing Goo Masters to enter easily. The authority is naturally in her hands. After all, it is to prevent some inexperienced Goo Masters from going in and taking risks and losing their lives. Only then did Lu Ran understand. He nodded and said, "I see. It seems that what I learned in the academy is just the tip of the iceberg of the full-time world. The real full-time world is much more exciting than what Lu Ran has learned." Not long, Wei Yingying brought them to the Barrier Mist Valley. There are village-style buildings at the narrow valley entrance, and there are barriers around it to prevent wild monsters from approaching. There is a high-level Goo Master on duty in the house. Wei Yingying glanced at the scene at the entrance of the valley, took a deep breath, and said, "We're here, but I really don't understand why you're so obsessed with killing monsters and leveling up people here, which is not a good idea." Chapter 91, This Kid, is really not simple. "I've told you that you don't have to worry about it, but everyone here needs to evacuate," said Yi Hongyi. "The barrier that blocks the entrance is inside the tower. and the tower is at the entrance of the valley. The professionals on duty there can be said to have a clear view of the valley. That won't do. If they saw Lu Ran taking action, they would just stab him out with the opening of his trouser waist. No, the barrier needs someone to maintain it, at least one person, and not everyone can evacuate. Wei Yingying immediately shook her head. Yi Hongyi frowned slightly, but then he relaxed and nodded. Okay, Ying, you stay here to maintain the barrier, and the others evacuate. Is that okay? Wei Yingying was stunned when she heard this. She could probably guess that these people were not killing monsters in a normal way. Otherwise, as Wei Yingying said, clearing dungeons is faster than coming here. Although this place is not dangerous for the three presidents, if they want to lead people to upgrade, they would never come here under normal circumstances. So, since it is a secret, it is normal to ask people to evacuate, just to keep it secret. But unexpectedly, Yi Hongyi was not so wary of her. I have no problem with that, but have you made up your mind about whether I should stay? Wei Yingying asked. Yes, I still trust you, Yi Hongyi said frankly. Then thank you so much. Everyone else please evacuate and wait for my notice. No one is allowed to come near before I notify you. Wei Yingying said immediately. Yes, everyone responded. In southern Xinjiang, grass ghost pose status and power are absolute. After, Wei Yingying's men evacuated quickly. Wei Yingying went up the tower and looked down at the few people. Then, she took out a palm-sized tripod in her hand, and no one knew what she did. The valley suddenly began to ripple, and the view became clearer. At this time, Wei Yingying said, Okay, you can go in. Finally, he added, Be careful. I will keep the barrier open and wait for you to come out. Hearing this, Yi Hongyi and a few others walked into the barrier mist valley. Although the light in the entire misty valley was a little dim, it was not too bright. In broad daylight, the sky above the valley is covered with a thick layer of green smoke that lasts all day long. This is why the light here is so poor. Those are miasma, which is extremely poisonous. So we can't come down through the cliff, we can only go down through the valley mouth. That's where the name of the Misty Valley comes from. Yi Hongyi explained. After saying, he glanced at Wei Yingying, who was looking in this direction from the tower at the entrance of the valley, and said, Just brush her, as you should. Yingying is one of us. Although she likes to argue with me, I can trust her. Since Yi Hongyi said so, Lei Tai and Lu Xinxin naturally had no objections. So he turned his gaze to Lu Ran. Lu Xinxin said, Then let's get started. The monsters in the Barrier Mist Valley spawn very quickly, so you can spawn them quickly. Cover as much as possible within your field of vision, but don't be too exaggerated. If you exceed the area of the Barrier Mist Valley, it will be bad if you hurt other professionals. Lu Ran nodded. Look forward. The Misty Valley is a good place. Although there are weeds here, there are not many trees. Because of the light, the density and height of the weeds are also average. Looking around, it was empty, but you can see all kinds of poisonous monsters roaming around inside. There were even some translucent spirits floating around, and the overall scene looked densely packed. The monsters here are basically poisonous, and some evil spirit-type monsters, all of which are within the scope of darkness. Just start clearing them in your own way, as fast as you can. Yi Hongyi said. As for the three of them, they were only responsible for accompanying Lu Ran. They don't even need protection. Lu Ran has a Titan Python in his hand, and Lu Ran can directly control all dark monsters. In the Misty Valley, there were no monsters that could pose a threat to Lu Ran. Inside the tower at the entrance of the valley behind, Wei Yingying looked at the four people curiously. The girl in red is a mage, so she should be responsible for damage output. Lei Tai is a meat tank who can attract hatred and damage. Lu Xinxin is responsible for healing, but this is just the conventional way of playing. I wonder what role this necromancer plays, she muttered. My heart was full of curiosity, and I stared at it without blinking. Right at this moment, Lu Ran made a move with one hand, and the Dinghai Trident appeared in Lu Ran's hand. Wei Yingying was shocked when she saw this scene. Dinghai Trident. Although she is in southern Xinjiang, there's been too much news about necromancers recently, and the Dinghai Trident is one of them. It's really on Lu Ran. Lu Ran is the necromancer. At least it's the necromancer on the global equipment list. It is true. These three would not possibly bring an unknown kid to upgrade for no reason. Wei Yingying said in shock. What shocked her even more was yet to come. Lu Ran slammed the staff in his hand into the ground. Pum! The ancient golem was summoned directly. Ancient golem? Isn't this the necromancer's meat shield summon? With Lei Tai, the Earth Knight here, what do we need the ancient golem for? Wei Yingying muttered in confusion. Is it possible that an Earth Knight cannot defeat your ancient golem? Just thinking about it. Boom, boom, boom. Black gas continued to condense and explode around Lu Ran, and huge ancient golems were summoned one after another. After more than 20 were summoned, Lu Ran stopped. Hey kid, There's no need for the ancient golem to spawn monsters here. Yi Hongyi said with a smile. I'm used to it. I'm used to it, Lu Ran scratched his head and said, it's a good habit, there's no problem. No matter what the situation is, whether there is danger or not, summon the ancient golem out first to prevent any unexpected situation from happening. Keep this habit. Lu Xinxin said softly. I don't think Lu Ran's action was unnecessary. The purpose is to cultivate in him the habit of being the first to summon the ancient golem under any circumstances. And on the tower behind him, Wei Yingying almost lost her balance and fell down. So many ancient golems. How was it summoned? Summoned so many in one go. Summoning skills don't have a cooldown? Huh. She was completely stunned. This necromancer was indeed different. But this is just the beginning. Then, Lu Ran glanced over. Large groups of monsters are directly controlled by the eyes, and then they indiscriminately attack other monsters around them. The monster skills were also thrown everywhere, and the entire Misty Valley was instantly turned into chaos. Wei Yingying swallowed. First time in my life, I actually saw the monsters in the Barrier Mist Valley killing each other. Looking at the passersby, they seemed content and waiting to gain experience. So, some of the monsters were controlled by Lu Ran. They were used as pets. But, do necromancers have such skills? Group control over such a huge area. Wei Yingying was completely stunned. The scene she saw made all her previous guesses scrapped. And then, Lu Ran saw that the monsters had started to kill each other. He looked up at the distance of the valley and saw a large-scale storm of bones beginning to condense. Chapter 92. This guy is invincible. White bone fragments began to appear in the air. Wei Yingying was no stranger to this. The necromancer's bone storm. But, Wei Yingying looked up. This is so wrong. Looking around, all you can see are bone fragments. A bone storm forms, instantly covering all monsters within range. But that's not all. The density of the skeleton storm was getting higher and higher, almost blocking the view, and the monsters could no longer be seen. Such density, could it be that the skeleton storms are superimposed? Wei Yingying was a little confused. Seeing the Dinghai trident in Lu Ran's hand flashing continuously, that was the signal to release the skill. There is really that possibility. For now, for a level 20 necromancer, the bone storm has no cooldown and can be infinitely stacked. There is no cooldown for summoning ancient golems. As long as there is enough mana, it can be summoned infinitely. At the same time, it can also control the monsters here on a large scale. The specific types of control are unknown, and the methods are unknown. Wei Yingying murmured. Moreover, this was only the abilities she could see. The abilities of Lu Ran that she couldn't see might be much more and even more perverted. But even so, if the one in the death arena is him, these ancient golems and bone storms are not enough to kill those high-level professionals. Wei Yingying stared at Lu Ran and continued to analyze in her mind. After all, he is a magic profession and is only in his 20s. Even with these means, Eagle Sauce's high-level combat professionals can still kill him in seconds by taking the damage and rushing over. But those assassin classes who tried to get close and assassinate in stealth mode all failed. Even the team composed of the presidents of the 5 major guilds was suppressed by Lu Ran and was completely wiped out. Unless the necromancer in the death arena is not Lu Ran. Otherwise, it means that Lu Ran has even more terrifying means that he has not revealed. Wei Yingying murmured. And if it is the latter, she understood why the 3 presidents personally took Lu Ran to upgrade. This is simply a national treasure. At this moment, Lu Ran was having a great time. Countless monsters controlled by him attacked the surroundings indiscriminately. Lu Ran's bone storm continued to accumulate, and the damage became higher and higher. Although, there was a critical point, that is, after it continued for a certain period of time, the original bone storm would disappear layer by layer. Lu Ran added layer by layer. But even so, the damage caused by the skeleton storm below this critical point is extremely terrifying. Around them, Yi Hongyi and the others were feeling a little bored. Lei Tai curled his lips and said, although it's not as rule-abiding as in the dungeon, but it seems pretty boring here. Yi Hongyi said lazily, you are not happy to take a break. When Lu Ran reaches level 30, he will go to the team dungeon. You will be busy then. You should cherish the opportunity to take a break now. As for Lu Xinxin, she just looked at Lu Ran with gentle eyes. She always stood close to Lu Ran. Although she didn't talk much, she attached great importance to Lu Ran's safety. But for now, there doesn't seem to be any danger at all. Yi Hongyi turned around and glanced with a raised eyebrow at Wei Yingying, who was watching them from the tower. He pondered and said, I guess Yingying must be dumbfounded now, right? It is understandable that anyone who doesn't know Lu Ran would be confused when suddenly seeing his abilities. Wei Yingying naturally also noticed Yi Hongyi's playful look. He rolled his eyes, not bothering to pay attention to her. But Wei Yingying was indeed shocked. Right at this moment, Wei Yingying suddenly noticed a slight bulge on the ground not far in front of Lu Ran. Not so obvious and covered with weeds. But being on a high place, Wei Yingying could see it clearly. On the contrary, Lu Xinxin, who was standing next to Lu Ran, couldn't see anything because of the angle. The weeds completely covered the ground beneath her feet, and she couldn't see any movement on the ground. Wei Yingying was stunned, but he reacted immediately. Level 58 Kidu Earth Dragon. Wei Yingying's face changed drastically. This thing is of high level, and there are very few of them in the Misty Valley. Moreover, because it is buried in the soil, it cannot be controlled by Lu Ran. Now, they are approaching quietly and going straight to Huanglong. The level 58 Kidu Earth Dragon has a high burst of attack power and strong toxicity. If the target is Lu Ran, who is in his 20s, kill with one hit. Lu Ran, be careful, Wei Yingying shouted. Without hesitation, he waved his hand. He took out a purple, palm-sized tripod-like object and threw it out. Buzz. The tripod quickly grew larger and flew towards Lu Ran. Lu Xinxin reacted quickly. He was shocked after just a glance. Immortal King Gu Ding. At the same time, Wei Yingying's warning was also heard. Although she didn't see anything unexpected, Lu Xinxin didn't dare to hesitate and immediately raised the staff in front of her chest. But it was too late. Boom! Next second, the ground beneath Lu Ran's feet suddenly exploded. The Kidu Earth Dragon came out, and its hard head covered with spikes fiercely knocked Lu Ran away. There were densely packed spikes over 1 meter long on it, which poked Lu Ran so much that he let out a howl and flew off on the spot. Oh no! Wei Yingying's Immortal King Gu Cauldron smashed over. Lu Xinxin didn't use her defensive skills either. But when she saw a monster emerging from under Lu Ran's feet, Lu Xinxin immediately breathed a sigh of relief. So this is the kind of accident. For Lu Ran, it was not an accident at all. Yi Hongyi and Lei Tai were shocked. Seeing Lu Ran flying away, they were not worried at all. They were just a little angry because of the sudden shock. Damn it, I was scared to death in broad daylight. Together with Yi Hongyi, they launched a fierce bombardment at the Kidu Earth Dragon that had just appeared. Poor Kuei Du Earth Dragon. He hit someone he shouldn't have hit and died in a few seconds. Wei Yingying's face turned pale. Of course, she knew what this meant to Long Xia as a necromancer with such terrifying abilities. The 3 presidents personally led the team. But now she died in an accident in this Barrier Mist Valley, which was the one she was in charge of. She is to blame. But then, Baji. Lu Ran fell from a high altitude and landed next to Kuei Du Earth Dragon, the kind that faces down. Puff, puff, puff. Lu Ran spat out the dirt and grass stalks he had been chewing in his mouth, feeling as if all the bones in his body were about to break. He turned his head and looked at the corpse of the Kuei Du Earth Dragon next to him. Cursed, fuck, it hurts so much. It was not only frightening, but also the densely packed, 1 meter long spikes on the top of the Kidu Earth Dragon almost turned Lu Ran's lower body into a hornet's nest. Although I don't lose blood, the feeling is so sour and refreshing. At the same time, an ancient golem fell. Another one lost some health points. At the same time, it was still being corroded by the poison and continued to lose blood, but the speed was much slower. As for Wei Yingying, her eyes widened again. She saw clearly that Lu Ran's health bar didn't move at all. That's not the defense reduction caused by high damage, but it's really motionless. Not a single drop fell off. Not to mention the necromancers who are over level 20. Even if it was Lei Tai, who was an Earth Knight, he would lose at least 1/10 of his blood if he was suddenly hit. It was clearly seen. And the continuous blood loss caused by the poisonous attack of Kidu Earth Dragon had no effect on Lu Ran at all. This guy is invincible. Wei Yingying was stunned. Chapter 93. The way you look at your sister is a little lustful. We rarely encounter monsters that burrow in the soil. We were careless. Although Lu Ran is fine. But it was indeed negligence that caused such an accident. She had just told Lu Ran that there was no need to summon the ancient golem here, but it was Lu Xinxin who suggested that Lu Ran remember this habit. Otherwise, Lu Ran might have been driven out of both the Yin and Yang worlds. After all, the ancient golem in Lu Ran's treasure gourd is not enough to offset the damage caused by Kuei Du Earth Dragon's explosive attack. After saying, Yi Hongyi raised one hand and pinched a burning talisman. Then he suddenly slammed down to the ground. Pung! The talisman exploded instantly, and then a circle of fire with a radius of 50 meters spread out, surrounding several people. What is this? Lu Ran looked around curiously. The Karma Fire Master can refine talisman props for single use. For example, this one is my Fire Realm curse. Yi Hongyi explained. At this time, Lu Xinxin on the side said with a smile, Your sister Hong has paid a lot for you. The talismans of the Fire Heavenly Master require very expensive materials, and some of the materials cannot be bought even if you have money. It costs a huge amount to accumulate each one. I don't know about that. Instead, Yi Hongyi waved her hand indifferently and said, I can still handle it. Even if you become successful in the future, just remember my kindness. Can't forget. Okay, keep brushing. This Fire Realm curse is to prevent that broken thing from suddenly popping out. But in fact, it's okay even if it pops out. It's just a bit of pain in your butt. Yi Hongyi said jokingly. It's not just the but that's suffering. Lu Ran muttered. I couldn't help but squeeze my legs together. Then continued to attack the Mist Valley. Soon, it was almost 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Level successfully increased to level 29. Level 29. You're only one level away from unlocking new entries and skills. Very good, very good. This time the efficiency has doubled. Yi Hongyi was very satisfied and laughed. She is charming. This smile made her body tremble, and Lu Ran couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Yi Hongyi noticed Lu Ran's embarrassment and became playful. She swayed her waist and came close to Lu Ran. She put one hand on Lu Ran's shoulder and whispered in his ear, Brother, I look a little lustful when I see you. Gulp. Lu Ran swallowed again. Little Lu Ran immediately became very proud and confident. What a loser. Huh? What? What look? Lu Ran asked in confusion. But in order to hide his arrogance, his posture became strange, and he became hunchbacked, which made Lu Xinxin and Lei Tai burst out laughing. And in this process, Wei Yingying was watching on the tower all the time and didn't leave for the whole day. Soon, it was 6 o'clock. Let's stop here today. We still have to travel. Lu Xinxin said immediately. Traveling? Where to? Back to Black Fire City. Lu Ran asked. Go back to you. There's no point in running back and forth. Just stay in the village tonight. You will be level 30 tomorrow, and then go back to do the team dungeon. Your sister Xinxin means that she wants you to arrange the Endless Tower. Yi Hongyi reminded. He really didn't hide anything from Wei Yingying. On top of the tower, Wei Yingying listened to their conversation. My heart moved. That's right. I almost forgot about the Endless Tower. These days, on the global ranking of the Endless Tower, the Necromancer is also closing in on Sakura's Nanace. Moreover, he has already passed the 60th floor. That's no problem. This Lu Ran is the Necromancer who has been making a lot of noise these days. Come out of the valley. Yi Hongyi approached Wei Yingying provocatively and said, Girl, how about you give me some feedback on my brother? Wei Yingying rolled her eyes at her and said, What are you commenting on? I didn't see anything. After saying that, he turned and left. At the same time, he added, I will go back first. The village will prepare food for you. The sooner you go, the sooner you can return. Tis, Yi Hongyi julet herlips. But I am still very sure that Wei Yingying will keep everything she saw about Lu Ran to herself. Afterwards, Yi Hongyi and a few others went to Jiuyo City. There is still no one here. The streets and alleys are extremely desolate, and it is rare to see such a main city. Not only Lu Ran, the 3 presidents were also sighing with regret. Hurry up and don't just focus on looking at the scenery. I'm starving. Eliito Isolteth. For the sake of efficiency, I didn't even have lunch. After all, the Barrier Mist Valley is different from the previous dungeon in Blackfire City. You can interrupt to eat at any time. I have to go back to the Misty Valley. It would be a waste of time to travel back and forth. In the dungeon hall, although there is no one here, everything in the dungeon hall is still functioning normally. Lu Ran entered the Endless Tower with ease. At the same time, in various dungeon halls around the world, there's still many people who like to watch the fun and pay attention to the global ranking of the Endless Tower. However, it seems that it is already past 6:30 today, but the number of levels passed by the Necromancer has not changed. Still 60 floors. Why are you not on time today? Is it possible that he can't defeat the Necromancer? Is this the limit of the Necromancer? What the hell is the limit? I've already passed the 60th level. What problems can there be in the future? After all, he's just a Necromancer. It's great to be so serious. Nana, who wants to suppress our Sakura, is still a long way off. And at this time Nana Shung also arrived at the dungeon hall as promised. From this morning till now, Lu Ran and his friends have had a very exciting trip in southern Xinjiang. But here in Nanace, when she returned in the morning, she just sat by the stream in a daze and didn't even eat. In the afternoon, seeing that the time was almost up, I came as soon as possible. The focus is also the Endless Tower. Lu Xinxin's strategy of asking Lu Ran to press forward step by step did have some effect. Now Nana's mind is full of the global ranking of the Endless Tower. This even exceeded her desire to pass the Black Dragon Mountains. It also exceeded her obsession with equipment. Now, she just wants to maintain her ranking. She would never allow anyone, especially a regular professional necromancer who is less than level 53, to surpass her. That's a shame. But today It seems that the time for the Necromancer to rush to the next level in the evening has passed. He's not going to continue. Nanace, of course, hoped that the Necromancer would not continue to charge because of his lack of strength, but the chances were slim. And just when Lu Ran entered the Endless Tower, 50 kilometers southwest of the Misty Valley, on the other side of the border mountains, hundreds of high-level professionals approached quietly. Sure enough, even the Battle Flag National Defense Army is unwilling to set up defenses in a place like southern Xinjiang. After passing the hill ahead, we will be in Longxia. 13 people died in the no man's land on this trip. It will be even more dangerous in southern Xinjiang. How many people can successfully enter Longxia in the end depends on their luck. If you can enter Longxia and successfully assassinate the Necromancer, you will be rewarded handsomely by Congress when you return. Rest here now, and start the action after nightfall. Chapter 94. This wave will shock the world. Time passes by every second. Nanace looked at the motionless, endless tower global ranking. While I felt relieved, I was still worried about a sudden attack from the Necromancer. After all, after a fierce suppression in the death arena, even though we don't know the exact strength of the Necromancer, it's definitely not bad. The maid beside her looked at Nanace carefully. Said, "President, do you want to continue watching? Quite a while has passed." Nanace pondered and shook her head. "Forget it. He may not try to charge tonight. I'm already surprised that he can pass the 60th floor. Even if he can't pass the 61st floor, I can understand. I've done it myself, and I know how difficult it is." After saying, she looked down at the 8-eyed umbrella in her hand. If she hadn't spent a huge amount of money to get the 8-eyed umbrella, she would not have been able to reach the 62nd floor. And now, the Necromancer was on the 60th floor, only 2 floors away from her. After saying that, Nanace waved her hand and said, let's go back." He didn't finish his words. The entire dungeon hall suddenly became restless. Here they come. Longxia's Necromancer has reached level 61. Although late, you have arrived. The Necromancer is mighty. Fuck, they're Longxia people. They are so powerful, damn. Only 1 level away from Nanace? Oh my god, this Necromancer is going to heaven. Nanace's expression changed slightly, and she suddenly looked up at the ranking panel. Really? The Necromancer is still in 2nd place, but his level has been refreshed to 61st level. And now, the one ranked above him is Nanace's 62nd level. Nanace took a deep breath and suppressed the restlessness and uneasiness in her heart. The absolute advantage they once had was quickly closed in by the opponent in a short period of time, and they were in a very difficult situation. Damn it, he actually passed the 61st floor. Nanace said, gritting her teeth. What made Nanace speechless the most was, the Necromancer was not trying to charge the levels of the Endless Tower normally. Instead, it comes layer by layer, 1 layer in the morning, 1 layer in the evening, gradually approaching. It's like taking a shower out of habit every morning and evening. It doesn't look like the result of risking one's life to get down the level. These years, Nanace has seen too many big guys who were only briefly in the global rankings of the Endless Tower and died because they wanted to reach higher levels. But this Necromancer seems more like he's just playing. Yes, it's like playing. Is he targeting me? Nanace said as if talking to herself. All that. It happened after she suppressed Yu Qingtsong and surpassed it by 2 levels. The Necromancer appeared immediately. Up to now, even Yu Qingtsong has not continued to rush to the next level. Instead, this undead mage is pressing on step by step. But he had hidden all his information, and the question marks on his ranking made Nanace even more nervous. It's a pity that I don't know how long he took to reach the 61st floor. When we compare to me, who is stronger when we try to reach the 61st floor. Nanace was curious, but there is no way to know the outcome. I wonder how she would feel if she knew that Lu Ran only took a few seconds to pass the 61st floor. It doesn't matter. Once he passes the 62nd floor, he'll know if he's as fast as me in clearing the level. Nanace said thoughtfully. The maid beside her was startled. He asked hurriedly, President, do you think he can pass the 62nd floor? Nanace glanced at the rankings. He said calmly, from the current point of view, it is very likely. I must prepare myself. No matter what, I cannot be surpassed by him. He is just a necromancer, a regular profession, a profession that has never appeared in the Endless Tower. It would be an absolute shame if we were surpassed by the Necromancer. The most important thing is that this Necromancer is from Longxia, and his level is less than 53. After saying, Nanace turned around and left resolutely, with a determined look on her face, ready to die. The maid behind hurriedly followed. It seems that Lu Xinxin's strategy was very successful. Now, Nanace has been forced into an embarrassing situation. She had just won the honor of being ranked first in the global Endless Tower. When a Necromancer surpassed her, she would lose everything. No one remembers that she was once ranked number 1. She would even remember that she, the number 1 on my OG in Sakura, was severely suppressed by a necromancer. On the other side, the dungeon hall of Juyo City was empty except for 3 guild masters. After Lu Ran came out, he glanced at the rankings on the panel and said, "It's done. Shall we go to the village to eat now?" Yi Hongyi nodded in satisfaction and said, "You probably haven't tried the food here yet. Moreover, even the professional chefs in southern Xinjiang have recipes that are very different from those in Blackfire City. The food that Wei Yingying has people prepare must be excellent. You can try it." After saying that, several people walked out happily. Lu Xinxin asked at this time, "Lu Ran, you'll be able to pass the 62nd floor tomorrow morning. If Nanasheng doesn't pass the 63rd floor tonight, she will definitely not be as good as you in the 62nd floor. You can crush her under your feet tomorrow morning. What are your plans after that?" "Intend?" Lu Ran was stunned. He pondered, "I don't have any plans yet. Should I continue to do 1 floor in the morning and 1 floor in the evening?" Lu Xinxin shook her head and said, "We fight like this just to put pressure on Nana. If you surpass her and she hasn't lost her mind and tried to die, then there's no need to continue fighting like this. You can do whatever you want then. Just whatever you want." Lu Ran muttered, "Yes, now even if you don't use the charged blood spear, you can still attack the levels normally. Then, you can pass any level you want. Even if you can't pass it, you won't die. If you hold on for half an hour, you'll be kicked out of the Endless Tower." Lu Xinxin explained, "The charged blood spear is only used to suppress other professionals at the same level. But if you want to rush through the levels normally, the damage caused by Lu Ran's infinite corpse explosions and bone storms is more terrifying than the damage caused by any professional skill cycle. And there is no need to worry about your physical skills or the rhythm of the battle. There's no danger at all. The touch of the undead controls the boss and outputs at full power. Then I have an idea. When I surpass Nanes, I will directly increase their level to a level that they can't catch up with in a year. And I will also gain a lot of experience." Lu Ran said excitedly. He had wanted to do this for a long time. Now that Lu Xinxin said this, Lu Ran immediately became excited. That's great. My brother is also one of the ones who dominate the global rankings. I look forward to you dominating all the global rankings," Yi Hongyi said with a laugh. Lei Tai watched from the side with a look of envy. As a knight of the earth, it has already been his limit as far as he has come. But compared with Lu Ran, who is at level 20, there is a world of difference. Chapter 95, Brothers and Sisters. Spent the night in the village. Yi Hongyi was right. The food in southern Xinjiang was different from all the food Lu Ran had eaten in Blackfire City. And, because it was arranged by Wei Yingying herself, the chefs are all of very high quality. Even a meal gave Lu Ran 2 points of intelligence, 1 point of physical strength, and 3 points of agility. At the same time, Lu Ran also obtained a bunch of food buffs. Although these food buffs only lasted for a few hours, Lu Ran himself didn't need these buffs anyway. The next morning, Lu Ran got up as usual and was suddenly stunned. Then he went out and saw Lu Xinxin strolling in the village and hurried over. Asked, "Sister Xinxin, how should I open it early?" Morning meeting, Lei Tai happened to pass by and said, "What kind of morning meeting is this? You've awakened your profession. So just have fun on your own. What's the point of having one you're already ranked very high in the morning meeting? So there's nothing surprising about it. Besides, who can teach you among those morning meeting instructors? But this is the school rule. If I don't go then?" Lu Ran hesitated. At this time, Yi Hongyi also came over. A hand was around Lu Ran's shoulders, holding him in his arms. She raised her eyebrows and said, "A mere Blackfire Academy dares to come to you because of a rule issue. I, your sister, will be the first to deal with him." Then, Lu Ran's morning meeting was cancelled just like that. The college was not even informed, but it did catch the attention of the academy. During the morning meeting, Lu Ran never showed up. Qin Weiyao looked in the direction of Lu Ran's class, with a look of reluctance between her brows. I opened the communicator and wanted to contact Lu Ran. But after thinking about it, I finally gritted my teeth and closed the message box. She looked a little pale. At the morning meeting, Lu Ran's rank was of course still far ahead of others, and those behind him could not catch up. The huge gap is like an old student sneaking into the rookie rankings. The morning meeting is over. Jiang Jinbei and several tutors came to the conference room. Lu Ran didn't come in the end? Jiang Jinbei asked with a frown. The other tutors looked at each other, and no one said anything. Too presumptuous. For so many years, the morning meeting for new employees has been an ironclad rule. He doesn't ask for leave and doesn't come without permission. Who does he think he is? Jiang Jinbei shouted angrily. At this time, one of the instructors said carefully, Lu Ran's current level really does not require our instructor's guidance. However, it is a bit rude for him not to come to the meeting. Humph! Jiang Zhenbei snorted coldly and said, "This is not a question of politeness or not. I admire his ability to level up so quickly. Throughout history, no necromancer has ever leveled up so quickly, but this is no reason for him to be so arrogant." After saying, Jiang Zhenbei asked again, "By the way, do any of you know how Lu Ran upgraded so quickly? Do you have any news?" One of the instructors hesitated for a few seconds, said, "I did pay attention to it, but none of the people I investigated had contact with Lu Ran. Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao were very close before, but he didn't seem to be in a team with Qin Wuyao recently. In addition, Lu Ran and Qin Lai had contact before." Qin Lai? Jiang Zhenbei was stunned, frowning slightly, and said, "If Qin Lai acquiesced, it would be difficult to cause trouble for Lu Ran. This kid is too arrogant." Even if Qin Lai from the Tiandao League supported Lu Ran behind the scenes, Lu Ran shouldn't be so arrogant. Think about it. Jiang Zhenbei did not question Lu Ran directly, but sent a message to Qin Lai first. "Grand Deacon, Lu Ran did not come to the morning meeting today. Isn't this not good? If you acquiesced, you should at least inform the academy, right?" Although he was furious, Jiang Zhenbei didn't dare to say anything too harsh to Qin Lai. After all, Qin Lai is the chief deacon of the Black Fire City branch of the Tiandao League. Qin Lai, who received the news, was already overwhelmed with his own family affairs at the moment. How could he have the time to discuss with Jiang Zhenbei whether Lu Ran would go to the meeting early or not? Just a morning meeting. With Lu Ran's current ability, he can even tear down the Black Fire Academy. Qin Lai muttered helplessly. "Think about it." He replied, "I didn't acquiesce to it, but you'd better not get involved. It's just a morning meeting. It's a small matter. Is it worth it?" Qin Lai was already in a bad mood because of family matters. Now that he was sending the message, naturally, he was not in a good mood. After he finished speaking, Qin Lai thought about Jiang Zhenbei's temper and thought he was probably still not convinced. So he sent a message directly to Yi Hongyi and told her what had happened. "Really?" When Jiang Zhenbei saw the news, his eyes widened immediately. Okay. Since Qin Lai didn't tacitly agree, I want to see who gave Lu Ran such confidence. Jiang Zhenbei said angrily. The other side? What about the Misty Valley? Yi Hongyi received the message. At this time, Lu Ran was still killing monsters, and Lei Tai and Lu Xinxin were also beside him. Wei Yingying was guarding the entrance of the Misty Valley, just like yesterday, watching from the top of the tower. Although I had seen Lu Ran killing monsters yesterday, it was still so thrilling to watch it again today. Jiang Zhenbei, oh, you're the dean of Lu Ran College, right damn? You really came to blame Lu Ran for this bullshit. Lei Tai was speechless. It's better to solve it. After all, he really doesn't follow the rules. Lu Xinxin pondered. Jiang Zhenbei at this time. He was just turning on the communicator, intending to question Lu Ran in person. After thinking for a while, he sent a message to Lu Ran. "Lu Ran, didn't you come to the morning meeting?" "The message has just been sent." Bite. A new message came. "My brother won't have to attend morning meetings anymore." That's what I said. This news is crazy. Jiang Zhenbei raised his eyebrows immediately, but when he clicked on the other party's information, his face turned green with fright. Yi Hongyi from Hongyi Building. What's going on? He had just sent a message to Qin Lai to question him, and right after that Yi Hongyi's message came over. Behind Lu Ran is Yi Hongyi. Gulp. Jiang Zhenbei swallowed his saliva. I was thinking about how to respond to Yi Hongyi's words. Bite. Another message came. "What's the point of holding a morning meeting? Are you annoying? I'm Lu Ran's brother. If you keep nagging me about your rules, I'll tear down your academy." This sentence is even more arrogant. But with the previous experience as a lesson, Jiang Zhenbei hurriedly clicked on the other party's information. Suddenly my head started buzzing. The person who sent the message this time was Lei Tai from the Battle Flag National Defense Army. Lei Tai is also supporting Lu Ran. Jiang Zhenbei was stunned. But that's not all. Then, another message came. This time he was much gentler. "Lu Ran is my brother. It's useless to go there earlier. I won't go there anymore." Jiang Zhenbei clicked on the other party's information with trembling hands. Lu Xinxin, the Mirror Flower and Water Moon. The three presidents of the four major guilds in Longxia sent messages at the same time. Jiang Zhenbei hurriedly opened Lu Ran's message list. I sent a message. "Student Lu, I don't mean anything else. I was just worried when I saw you didn't come. Since your brothers and sisters said you were fine, that's good. It's a morning meeting. It doesn't matter whether you come or not." And Lu Ran at this time. There was no time to pay attention to the communicator. Instead, he prepared to enter the Endless Tower and completely surpass Nanace. At the same time, quickly start today's monster killing journey. I can reach level 30 today and unlock new entries and skills. Lu Ran is very much looking forward to it. On the contrary, Suppressing Nanace didn't seem to make Lu Ran that excited. Chapter 96. Long Xia's number 1. In this moment, almost all professionals around the world are paying attention to the ranking panel of the Endless Tower. Although we can't see the scene where the undead mage attacks the 62nd floor, you can only see the changes in rankings. You can only see the changes in the number of layers. But this still attracts professionals from all over the world. Certainly, this also includes Nanace, who is still ranked first. At this moment, she looked a little tired, as if she had not slept all night. In front of the global ranking panel, Nanace clenched her fists, her palms full of cold sweat. The Sakura professionals crowded around them, and no one knew that Nanace was right next to them, wearing a veil to hide her face. There were endless discussions. Does the Necromancer really have to go past the 62nd floor? Damn it, Long Xia is going too far. Why don't you keep fighting, Nanace? You can't lose. What are you afraid of? Even if that Necromancer managed to pass the 62nd floor, he would still be second. That's right, he's just a Necromancer. No one really thinks that his speed on the 62nd floor is faster than Nanace, right? What are you talking about? Long Xia hasn't even passed the 62nd floor yet. Do you really think it's that easy? Nanace could hear their words clearly, and the noisy scene made her feel even more irritated. And on the other side is Long Xia. The dungeon halls in each main city were filled with joy. All Longxia professionals rushed into various dungeon halls frantically, looking at the Endless Tower global ranking panel with excitement. It's coming, it's coming. The Necromancer is about to pass the 62nd floor. Huh, great. After Yu Qingsong was suppressed, the Necromancer boss regained his position. A regular profession below level 53 is suppressing Nana. Nana must be so angry that she will die, right? I don't know if a Necromancer can really pass the 62nd floor. And at this time, Lu Ran has entered the 62nd floor of the Endless Tower. After grinding every day for a while, Lu Ran rarely paid attention to what monsters were on each floor. Anyway, just go in and throw the blood spear to kill it instantly, then exit. Today is an important day. Lu Ran looked up. In the center of the huge open space on the 62nd floor stood a female boss who looked very similar to a human, but was over 2 meters tall. Its body skin is gray-brown in color. She has a great figure, very explosive, and an extremely delicate face with dense scales covering both sides of her cheeks. There were strands of lightning wrapped around the boss's entire body, flashing and crackling. Lu Ran looked at the boss information. Level 62 Storm Naga, 62nd floor. The Naga seems to be a branch of the Night Elves, and is good at dark elven magic. Although their health is not high, their attacks are extremely strong, and their speed is very fast. Lu Ran analyzed. As if influenced by Lu Xinxin, he began to subconsciously analyze the other party's information and data. Think about it. Lu Ran was not in a hurry to use the blood spear, but in order to verify his plans and ideas, he threw out dozens of ancient golems for safety reasons. Then, start summoning skeleton soldiers infinitely. The touch of undead continued to bind the Storm Naga in the middle. This boss itself is medium to long range. Some of its skills are long range, but most of its attacks are not over long distances. And Lu Ran was standing at the edge of the safe zone. The boss is still a long distance away from the center of the venue, resulting in few of the boss's long-range skills being able to hit Lu Ran. Safety is of course not to be mentioned. At the same time, countless skeleton soldiers rushed forward frantically and started to explode. Lu Ran also began to continuously stack the skeleton storm. In the middle, the touch of the undead was used to control the boss and prevent her from moving. Lu Ran is now very proficient in this set of operations. At the same time, Lu Ran kept a close eye on the boss's health and his own mana, while estimating the time needed to kill the boss instantly without the blood spear. After a while, Lu Ran exhaled slowly and said, "Almost done. At this pace, even without the blood spear, we can kill the Storm Naga within 8 minutes." After getting a positive answer, Lu Ran no longer hesitated and directly threw out the blood spear. Pung! The blood spear hit the bound Storm Naga, who was roaring madly, and her health was instantly depleted. Congratulations on clearing the 62nd floor of the Endless Tower and gaining 620,000 experience points. Done, job done. At the same time, in the dungeon halls of major cities around the world, on the panel showing the global rankings of the Endless Tower, the Necromancer, who was originally ranked second, immediately surpassed Nanace and successfully topped the list. The number of floors was naturally refreshed and became 62. In an instant, the whole country of Longxia cheered. Damn, he actually fought. Not only did I win, but I also used less time than Nanace. I'm definitely in first place. Yeah, I'm a Necromancer too. I'm very excited right now. What should I do? From now on, who dares to say that the Necromancer is a regular profession. It's worth celebrating. No more monster hunting today. Let's drink. The cherry blossoms on the other side present a completely different scene. All the dungeon halls were dead silent. Nanace stared blankly at the ranking panel, her teeth almost breaking when she saw her second place. His fists were clenched tightly, his nails dug deeply into his palms, and blood dripped onto the ground along his knuckles, which had turned white from the force. The professionals of Sakura around looked like eggplants hit by frost, and their faces were uglier than each other. In silence, finally someone spoke up. This exceeds the limit. It actually took less time than Nanace. How is that possible? A necromancer. How on earth did he do it? Damn it. Alas, this is the only number 1 in our country. Is it gone just like that? Damn it. I thought Nana's biggest rival was Yu Qingtsong, but it turns out he's a necromancer. This necromancer even hid his own information. How cunning. Sakura's fighting spirit was severely dampened by this wave, and Nanace in the crowd, after staring at the panel for a long time, he took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and then with a determined expression, he walked towards the teleportation array of the endless tower step by step. The Sakura professionals were right. She must not lose. Now, there's only one way to get back into the rankings, and that is to pass the 63rd level. Suppress the Necromancer again. But she never thought about it at all. The 63rd floor. Could the Necromancer not be able to get through? It was Lu Ran on the other side. After coming out of the Endless Tower and standing in the dungeon hall, I turned my head and looked at the global ranking panel, nodded with satisfaction. Then he walked up to the 3 presidents. He asked, Sister Shinshin, I just tried it. Without the blood spear, I can clear the 62nd and 63rd floors in 8 minutes. The difference shouldn't be too big. Should I continue? After all, being at the top of the rankings and having an absolute crush are not the same thing. Lu Shinshin shook her head and said, Don't worry, this should be the most painful time for Nana. Let's see what she will do. Let's go to the Barrier Mist Valley to upgrade first. Chapter 97, Level 30. This day is destined to be an extraordinary day. Longxia's mysterious necromancer boss suppressed Nanasheng, climbed to the top, and became a hot topic around the world. Certainly, most other countries are just watching the fun. Only Sakura, which is a tiny country, has finally won the first place in the world. But before he could even warm up, he was slapped hard in the face by Longxia. But it was Yu Qingtsong who surpassed it again. Even if Yu Qingtsong surpassed it again, it would not have caused such a big topic of discussion. The one who suppressed Nanasheng was a regular profession less than level 53, the Necromancer. This is the biggest explosion point. The atmosphere in all the halls of Sakura dungeons was depressing and gloomy. And in Longxia, the whole country celebrates. Half an hour later, Nana's figure appeared in the teleportation array of the Endless Tower. When several maids saw Nana was born, they immediately came over. At the same time, they looked up at the global ranking of the Endless Tower. However, it turned out that the ranking list remained unchanged, and Nana's cleared level was still 62, still ranked below that Necromancer. This means that Nana's failed. Although he did not die on the 63rd floor of the Endless Tower, he was forcibly kicked out after half an hour. Nana's face looked very ugly at this time. He was panting, and it was obvious that the battle just now was definitely not easy. Nana's subconsciously glanced at the ranking. Of course, she knew that she hadn't passed, and her ranking would not change. But this is subconscious behavior, and at this glance, the ranking is even more eye-catching. Then, Nana's turned around and planned to try again. President, do you want to continue? Will it be too dangerous? The maid said worriedly. No matter how bad I am, I won't die on the 63rd floor. I was careless in the battle just now, and I can improve. There is a chance, there must be a chance. Nana's seemed to be explaining, but also seemed to be muttering to himself. After saying, without further hesitation, she disappeared into the teleportation array of the Endless Tower. The other side, Lu Ran and others were in the Barrier Mist Valley, and Wei Yingying was also responsible for maintaining the barrier at the entrance of the Barrier Mist Valley and not allowing anyone to approach. Lu Ran's experience level increased steadily, getting closer and closer to level 30. Wei Yingying watched intently throughout the entire process. It was such a magical, almost miraculous way of killing monsters that one never got tired of watching it. At this time, ding, Wei Yingying received the message on her communicator. She clicked it and took a look. Oh, several of our Gu masters who were out on the road have suddenly lost contact, and their communicators have also gone offline. They are suspected to be dead. Wei Yingying was stunned. As a grass ghost lady, she must pay attention to the safety of the Gu masters under her management. So he immediately replied, When did it happen? Have you received any news? The other party replied, Just now, I didn't receive any messages. At present, I just saw that their communicator was offline. I'm not sure whether they are invisible or dead. Wei Yingying frowned tightly. That's true, but who would have the time to turn their communicator invisible? When the communicator goes offline, it usually means that the other party is dead. Wei Yingying continued to ask, what is the specific situation? The other party replied, there are 6 people in total. All of them are Goo masters from the Miao tribe. After reporting in this morning, they went out to collect specific poisonous insects. Just now, someone discovered that their communicators were all offline, so they immediately reported the news to you. Wei Yingying's expression became noticeably uglier. Because most of the Miao tribe's Goo masters are not of high level, but the missions they go out to perform are also simple. It is normal to collect specific poisonous insects to practice Goo, and the mission areas are usually very safe and there are no high-level monsters. It is impossible for a mass death to occur without even the news being transmitted back, unless there is some means or a high-level professional kills several people instantly so that they can't even spread the news. Moreover, this is not something that a high-level combat professional can do. Of course, this is just Wei Yingying's guess. Apart from the people in the Miao village, there are very few outsiders in southern Xinjiang, and few high-level professionals would have nothing better to do than to go deep into southern Xinjiang. Where is the location? Where is the mission area? Wei Yingying asked. Collection point 16, close to the border. The other party replied. Send someone to investigate. Wei Yingying said thoughtfully, and in the cherry blossoms. Nanace also came out for the second time. This time, Nanace was even more embarrassed. Of course, the ranking remains unchanged. Half an hour later, she failed again. 2 pieces of equipment are damaged. Where are the prepared repair materials? Repair them immediately. Nanace said directly to the maid. Then he muttered to himself. A mistake that shouldn't have happened. Re-enter after repairing your equipment. But in the end, he was kicked out after half an hour. Then, the 4th time, the 5th time, the 6th time, Nanace didn't even eat lunch. 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the 9th time. 29 minutes had passed since Nanace entered the 63rd floor of the Endless Tower. As Nanace came out of the copy, the global ranking of Endless Tower has been refreshed and changed. Nanace's number of floors has reached 63. She also successfully pulled the Necromancer down again, and she herself returned to the first place. After coming out, Nanace looked at the global ranking panel excitedly, her eyes bloodshot. I'm back. The first place is still mine. Nanace laughed excitedly. The maid beside her finally let go of her worries. However, a maidservant who didn't have much foresight said, Boss, what if the Necromancer went to the 63rd floor again at night? It took you 29 minutes this time. If you go to the 64th floor, there's almost no way you can pass it. He didn't dare to continue talking because of Nanace's cold and captivating gaze, so he just shut up. Nanace's excitement just now disappeared without a trace in an instant. Yes, although she regained the first place, it was already very difficult. If you want to reach the 64th floor, there's almost no possibility of passing it. It is very dangerous. If the Necromancer continued to charge and could pass, Nanasheng would really be helpless. It's not that easy. I'm having a hard time, and it's not easy for him either. This is a game, and it's not certain who will be strong and who will be weak. Nanace said, gritting his teeth, but she never imagined it. The 63rd floor, which was extremely dangerous to her, was as easy as drinking cold water to Lu Ran. And on the other side, inside the Misty Valley, Lu Ran deliberately sped up the pace of killing monsters today. At the same time, he and Wei Yingying used the map to determine the scope, shape, etc. of the Misty Valley in detail. This way, the skills will cover a wider range and provide more experience. Not long after Nanace passed the 63rd floor, Lu Ran finally got the wonderful hint. Level successfully increased to level 30. Chapter 98. A weakened version of Lu Ran? Lu Ran stopped immediately. Lu Xinxin had said before that the only purpose of upgrading here was to quickly get Lu Ran to level 30. And now, the goal has been achieved. However, the 3 presidents were standing aside, somewhat bored, and did not notice that Lu Ran was already level 30. Because Lu Ran wanted to enjoy the experience alone, they didn't need to participate anyway. After joining the team, they would instead take away Lu Ran's experience. Seeing Lu Ran stopped, the 3 of them turned their heads and looked over curiously. Lu Xinxin seemed to realize something and asked, Upgraded? Lu Ran nodded. Oh my god, I'm already level 30? Is this true? Lei Tai suddenly shouted excitedly. Yi Hongyi also hurried over. This scene made Wei Yingying, who was on the tower at the entrance of the valley, a little confused. Considering Lu Ran's weird way of killing monsters, isn't it normal to level up? And he had only upgraded to level 30. What was there to be excited about? Quick, check out the new entries. Oh, and her new skills. What are the level 30 skills of the Necromancer? Lei Tai asked anxiously, subconsciously looking at Lu Xinxin. Evil corruption. Lu Xinxin said casually. No way. You even forgot the skill trees for regular professions? Lei Tai, you've been negligent in your duties as the president of the National Defense Army. Yi Hongyi said jokingly. I was just too excited. Mistake, mistake. Lei Tai scratched his head in embarrassment. Then, the three of them looked at Lu Ran. Lu Ran looked around and said, there are still monsters spawning here. Should we go out and talk? Besides, won't they spawn here later? Hearing this, Lu Xinxin immediately said, yes, after reaching level 30, you'll have to go to the team dungeon. The experience gained from the team dungeon will be greatly increased, which is higher than the experience gained from high-level monsters. After all, high-level monsters also have experience penalties. So, since I don't plan to continue brushing here, the four of them left the valley directly. Wei Yingying at the entrance of the valley opened the barrier and asked curiously, what's the matter? Why didn't you brush it for no reason? This monster spawning speed is extremely powerful for anyone, and it is perfectly suitable for the Misty Valley. Why not continue spawning monsters? The goal is to reach level 30. Once we reach it, we will stop grinding and go back to have a rest. We will leave southern Xinjiang tonight or tomorrow. Yi Hongyi said. Wei Yingying was stunned, but I immediately thought of the team dungeon that can be entered starting at level 30. With Lu Ran's ability, his experience in team dungeons would indeed be richer. Then you guys go back to the village and rest first. I have some other things to deal with. Wei Yingying said. As a grass witch, there are definitely a lot of things to do. So the presidents didn't ask any more questions. They went to the village, while Wei Yingying took some high-level Gu masters to the border. Because just now, several spies who went to get information also lost contact. This is weird. As for Lu Ran and the others, on the way back, Lu Ran formed a team with 3 other people and casually posted the skill panel. There's actually nothing good about this thing. The skill itself won't change. The main thing to look at is the entries. Lei Tai recalled that he had not been able to remember the skills that the Necromancer had to unlock at level 30 and felt a little embarrassed. So he looked at the skill panel shared by Lu Ran to consolidate his memory. Skill, Evil Corrosion. Cooling down, 60 minutes. Consumption, 120 mana. Effect, corrode all friendly units within a 30-meter range and display some of their attributes. Last for 10 minutes. The introduction is simple. Lu Ran also knows this skill. I asked casually, it should be a team buff skill. I heard it's quite popular. Yi Hongyi nodded and said, that's right. Although the improved attributes are very small, the overall improvement in damage is quite good, and it lasts for 10 minutes. It is considered a popular skill for the Necromancer. Listen to their conversation. Lei Tai was anxiously waiting aside, yelling, let's not discuss skills. There's nothing to discuss about that. The key is the terms. The terms. Lei Tai's anxious look made several people laugh. Then let's watch it together. Lu Ran couldn't help but laugh out loud and said, at the same time, the entry panel is open to display the newly unlocked entries. Article. People who keep company with ink are corrupt. Effect. The effect of team buff skills is greatly improved. Well, several people look confused. It doesn't make people feel bright at all. Associating with bad people breeds bad people. How come this doesn't sound like a good thing? It's not a significant improvement, but a huge improvement. This wording makes me laugh to death, huh? It's not very clear, but it's actually a countermeasure to your skill of evil corruption. It's like a package. The previous sleeping on brushwood and tasting gall was also paired with blood spear. It seems that the appearance of the entry is not completely random. Several people analyzed it. Only Lu Xinxin groaned and said, then try it for a while and see how it works. The entry panel is too vague. Therefore, only by seeing the effect with your own eyes can you know the specific size of the data increase. Perform it on a small scale? Lu Ran asked. I almost forgot that the skill range of this skill has also been expanded by the entry, but it doesn't matter. Evil Corrosion is only effective on friendly units, and has no effect on others. Lu Xinxin explained. And now, only the 3 guild leaders who teamed up with Lu Ran were friendly units. Lu Ran nodded, and finally subconsciously controlled the range, and threw out an Evil Corrosion in a small area. In an instant, a black aura emanated from the bodies of the 3 presidents, and then a faint green flame totem mark appeared between their brows. This is the mark of corrosion. There was still some black aura of the undead lingering around the 3 of them. Is this considered corrosion? What are the effects? Lu Ran looked at the 3 people and asked. The 3 of them looked at their own status bars. There will definitely be a buff effect there. Really? Effect, Evil Corrosion. Hint, you're being corrupted by evil. Critical hit rate plus 100%. Skill coverage increased by 10 times. Skill casting distance increased by 10 times. All skill cooldown time reduced by 90%. The duration of the buff effect is 10 minutes. From Lu Ran. This increase is too exaggerated. Fuck. This guy is simply a weakened version of Lu Ran. I didn't expect that I, your sister, would have the opportunity to experience such an effect, huh? It really is a huge improvement. No, it's more than a huge improvement. All three were dumbfounded. They all looked at Lu Ran as if he were a monster. Lu Xinxin pondered and said, "That's good now. When the national war breaks out, other countries won't just have to face you. They'll also have to face the ferocious Longxia Legion that you've amplified." Chapter 99 New Skills and New Entries. As soon as these words came out, Yi Hongyi, Lei Tai, and even Lu Ran all immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. Yes, Lu Ran's skill range is now enough to cover more than 100 kilometers. Although the corrosion buff is only effective on teammates, that is, friendly units. But as long as you form a team, you can enjoy the buff. Especially during national wars, the entire country is divided into camps in the form of military teams. At that time, when Lu Ran uses one skill, all the members of Longxia will ascend to heaven. No matter who you pick out, they all have a 100% critical hit chance. Full crit for everyone. No matter who you pick out, the skill coverage will be increased tenfold. Magic professions can easily cover hundreds of meters. Just pick out one person and the casting distance of a skill will be increased tenfold. From a few hundred meters away, throwing a skill that covers a range of several hundred meters is so cool. The most important thing is that even the skill cooldown has been reduced by 90%. A skill that would normally take dozens of seconds to cool down now only needs a few seconds of cooling down under Lu Ran's corrosion buff. Small skills that last 10 seconds or less, with the help of the corrosion buff, have a cooldown time of less than 1 second, which is considered to be no cooldown in another sense. This is a terrifying improvement for anyone, and this effect affects the entire Longxia Legion. Even if we ignore the national war, if Lu Ran forms a legion now, it will be enough to sweep any country. Although the overall buff effect is still a long way from Lu Ran's, for normal professionals, this kind of improvement is simply a complete transformation. Yi Hongyi said with emotion. Newly unlocked skills, paired with newly unlocked entries. Perfect package and fit. It's a pity that the buff lasts too short, only 10 minutes, but the cooldown is 1 hour. It would be great if it could last indefinitely. Lei Tai said regretfully. But as soon as these words came out, Lu Xinxin, Yi Hongyi, and even Lu Ran looked at Lei Tai as if he were an idiot. Lei Tai hasn't realized that something is wrong. He blinked and said, "Why? You also think what I said makes sense, right? Fuck you. There's no such thing as cooling time for Lu Ran." Yi Hongyi said speechlessly. He slapped his forehead and cursed. Damn it, I forgot about such an important thing. I was fooled by the cooldown time displayed on Lu Ran's skill panel. Then, Lei Tai immediately became curious about the effects. So he said, "I have nothing to do, so I'll try out the buff effect." After saying that, he took a step forward without further ado. Next second, boom! It exploded like a cannonball. That's right, it exploded. The ground within a 30-meter radius under Lei Tai's feet was cracking inch by inch. Lei Tai's figure disappeared into the depths of the dense forest. Jumping slash. This is Lei Tai's skill with the longest casting distance. You can freely control the landing distance, and a maximum range is 100 meters. Lu Xinxin introduced. So now, if Lei Tai used the maximum distance, it would be 1,000 meters away. One jump and slash 2 miles. These things under your feet are the original small-range dispersing effects of leap slash. They don't have much use. They just blow up the ground to look domineering. The damage is very low. Now it has been amplified to nearly 30 meters. Lu Xinxin continued to introduce. Just finished. I estimated the time again. He pondered, the cooldown time of leap slash is 50 seconds. After being amplified by your buff, it only has 5 seconds of cooldown. It's about time to return now. After saying, he took Lu Ran's hand and pulled him aside. Yi Hongyi also tactfully moved away. Really? The next second, a figure like an iron tower fell from the sky and crashed to the ground. Splashing sand, dust, and weeds were flying everywhere. Haha, so cool, so cool. Lei Tai laughed. Jumping out 100 meters and jumping out 2 miles are completely different experiences and feelings. It has nothing to do with monster spawning or damage. It is a completely novel experience that transcends the scope of human beings. Yi Hongyi speechlessly brushed off the leaves and grass stems on her body. Out of curiosity, he stretched out his hand and pointed it into a sword. Pong! A blazing energy fire talisman was thrown out by Yi Hongyi. Whoosh! The fire talisman flew out, and after flying a maximum distance of several hundred meters, it fell to the ground with a loud bang. Immediately afterwards, a sea of fire rose to the sky. The area within several hundred meters was completely covered by fire, burning fiercely, and seemed to burn the sky red. The fire talisman has such a terrifying range. Yihongi said in shock. This is simply a small skill turned into a forbidden spell. This is just one of Yihongi's skills. All other skills have received huge increases. The casting distance and coverage area have all been increased tenfold. Full critical hit and the skill cooldown time is reduced by 90%, combined with the increase in casting distance and coverage area. I can't even evaluate it. Lu Xinxin no longer knew how to describe it. This is no longer simply about crushing other countries. It's simply bullying honest people. Lei Tai on the side was so excited that he wanted to try other skills, but was stopped by Lu Xinxin. This place is not far from the village. Stop playing and go to the team dungeon tomorrow. You can try your skill amplification effects however you want. Lu Xinxin interrupted Lei Tai's eagerness to try. Fortunately, Lei Tai still knows his limits. He suppressed his excitement and said, "Okay, tomorrow." He is almost addicted now. After being amplified, no matter the combat experience or the traveling experience, even using skills to play, it is extremely refreshing. It's a pity that if I want to maintain that state, I can't do without Lu Ran. Only if Lu Ran extends the corrosion buff indefinitely can you experience the amplification effect. Lu Ran, I can't live without you in this life. You can't abandon me. Lei Tai said to Lu Ran earnestly. Soon, the four returned to the village. Wei Yingying had instructed someone to receive them back to their room, but it seemed like the atmosphere in the village was a little off. It's still early today, so let's not continue grinding. Should we go back to Blackfire City to do the team dungeon now? Lu Ran asked. Don't worry, it's not too late to do it tomorrow. If you have nothing to do now, just go to the Endless Tower and play. Lu Xinxin said thoughtfully. After seeing Lu Ran's confused expression, he explained, while you were leveling up, Nanace had surpassed you again, cleared the 63rd floor, and is now ranked first. Lu Ran was stunned. He was surprised and said, Then Nanai can still continue to charge? I thought he was suppressed. Lu Xinxin said, It's probably already the limit. Hearing this, Lu Ran raised his eyebrows and said, Since she has already reached her limit, why not push her a little further? But unexpectedly, Lu Xinxin shook her head. That was my previous thought. Now there's no point in wasting time on each other. You can play it any way you want. You can force her to do something, establish your absolute position in the Endless Tower in one fell swoop, and give the world a little shock. It's up to you how you want to play it. After saying that, Lu Xinxin stood on the bed floor of the tower and glanced outside. The atmosphere in the village was indeed not right. Wei Yingying left in a hurry. Perhaps something had happened. She turned her head and looked at Yihongi. Yihongi on the opposite side withdrew his gaze and exchanged a look with Lu Xinxin, understanding each other tacitly. I'll go ask, Yihongi said with some worry in her eyes. As for Lu Ran, he was thinking about Lu Xinxin's words in his mind. How does he want to play? Of course Lu Ran wanted to run as high as he could in one breath. Chapter 100. Fight as many levels as you want. Inside the Sakura dungeon hall, Nanace passed the 63rd floor, but did not leave. She stared at the Endless Tower global ranking panel with obsession, staring blankly. This is the honor that is destined to belong to her. She fought hard to defend the first place, and she would never allow anyone to take it away. He's just a necromancer, less than level 53. Even if he can be on par with me, he will still be stepped on by me in the end. Nanace said, gritting his teeth, but there was a look of pride between his brows. The maids around her didn't dare to speak carelessly, because with Nanami's current ranking, she has already reached her limit. But the necromancer was too strange to be defined by conventional thinking. So, there is a high probability that the necromancer will continue. And if the opponent successfully takes the 63rd floor and completes it faster than Nanace, he will regain first place. The honor that belongs to Nanace will disappear in an instant. At that time, what should Nanace do? She has reached her limit. At this time, a professional not far away stared at Nanace in confusion. Nanace's voice just now was quite loud, and he heard clearly. So he stared at Nanace. After a few seconds, he exclaimed, Nana, you're Nana. This exclamation instantly attracted the attention of many people in the copy hall, and they all looked over. The originally noisy atmosphere immediately became much quieter, but everyone looked confused. This woman is wearing a veil. Can we tell that she is Nanace? It's Nanace. Isn't that the 8-eyed umbrella in her hand? Oh my god, it's true. Nanace passed the 63rd floor in this dungeon hall. My idol, please give me an autograph. Is this true? This is Nanace. Why don't I believe it? Under the watchful eyes of the public, Nanace sneered and casually untied the veil on her face. She was excited, nervous, excited, and even a little scared. Her original calmness had disappeared without a trace. "Yes, I am Nanace," Nanace said with a raised eyebrow. She stood alone and proudly in the crowd. Several maids around her gathered around and watched nervously. In fact, Nanami doesn't need to admit it herself. She is an absolute celebrity in Sakura, and her face is a moving signboard. Seeing that it was indeed Nanace, the entire dungeon hall instantly became boiling. "Oh my god, it's really Nanace. Nana is so awesome. She ranks first in the Endless Tower. Haha. Longxia is a coward who doesn't even dare to reveal his name and information. Now, isn't he still being trampled under the feet of Nanace? Master Nanace, do you want to continue? Fight on the 64th floor. This is the glory of our great Sakura Empire." For a while, 50 compliments kept coming my way. In the past, Nanace really disliked this kind of meaningless flattery. Given her current status, she doesn't care about this kind of compliment at all. But now, Nanace was very satisfied after regaining the honor of being ranked #1 in the Endless Tower and listening to the compliments from countless professionals around him. I got the greatest psychological satisfaction. She was in no hurry to leave, but stayed where she was. He stared at the ranking panel and said with a haughty look, "That necromancer has probably reached his limit, but if he dares to continue to go against me, I will let him know what it means to be the god of the Endless Tower." As soon as these words came out, even the faces of the maids around her looked extremely ugly. That's really a bold thing to say. What will you do if the necromancer really suppresses you again? 64th floor, can you make it? Certainly. I only dared to think these thoughts in my mind and never said them out loud in front of Nanace. Especially now that Nanace is in the spotlight and receiving compliments from everyone, she has somewhat lost herself. But Nanace's speech had a good effect. The entire dungeon hall suddenly cheered like thunder. The atmosphere is extremely warm. And on the other side, Yihongi came back soon. "What happened?" Lu Xinshin asked. "It's a small matter. Let's put it this way, Xinshin, you take Lu Ran to Juyo City and to the Endless Tower, and Lei Tai and I will go out and take a look." Yihongi said thoughtfully, "Do you need our help? Lu Ran is very useful now and can help." Lu Xinshin said worriedly when she saw that Yihongi's face didn't look good. "We don't know what the situation is yet. Let's find out first. Don't worry, even if something unexpected happens, Lei Tai and I are capable of handling it," Yihongi said thoughtfully. After all, in this world, except Lu Ran, all other professionals are normal. Among normal professionals, Yihongi and Lei Tai are the absolute ceiling. "Okay, keep in touch at any time. I'll be waiting for your news in the copy hall. If there is any situation, please notify me as soon as possible." Lu Xinshin nodded in response. After, the team split up for the first time. Lu Xinshin took Lu Ran to the copy hall of Juyo City. Lei Tai and Yihongi left the village. Soon it disappeared into the depths of the dense forest, and that direction was the direction of the border. "What's going on?" Lei Tai followed Yihongi and asked puzzledly. "I don't know the details, but someone from the village died on the border. Wei Ying took people there, but no news has come back yet. The message sent to Wei Ying also fell into the sea." Yihongi frowned and said worriedly. Hearing this, Lei Tai's expression changed slightly. He was shocked and asked, "Wei Ying is dead?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yihongi glared at him fiercely. He said, "Fuck you. Wei Ying's communicator is still online, but she's not replying to messages anymore. It's weird. Unless she's blocked by something, or this damn girl is deliberately not replying to me. Let's go check it out first. I've shared the location with you. It's not too far away." Lei Tai opened his own map and synchronized Yihongi's marked location. Then, the two of them quickened their pace and rushed to the marked location. Lu Ran and Lu Xinshin soon arrived at the copy hall of Juyo City. In the hall, Lu Ran looked up at the Endless Tower global ranking panel. He muttered, "This Nanace is really strong. I was able to climb to this point because I have a special entry, but Nanace climbed up by her own ability. Even Yu Qingcong hasn't passed the 60th level yet, but Nanace climbed to the 63rd floor with her own ability. This is a huge gap. If Lu Ran was a normal necromancer, it would be impossible for him to reach this level. Although she was a cheap woman living a simple life, Lu Ran still admired her ability." Lu Xinshin nodded and said, "All my Ojas have Shikigami, and the abilities of Shikigami vary. Nanami has a very strong talent. As the #1 on my OG in Sakura, this profession itself is not very difficult in the Endless Tower. Nanami has been able to hold on until now, which should be her limit." After saying, Lu Xinshin glanced at the communicator, and then said to Lu Ran, "I'll wait for you here. You can go in and fight. Don't worry about anything, play however you want, and fight as many levels as you want." Chapter 101. Suppressing the world's #1. "Okay," Lu Ran responded. "Finally, I took a look at the global ranking of Endless Tower. This wave, take it. Win with absolute advantage. It will take other countries 3 years to surpass it. The next second, Lu Ran's figure disappeared in the teleportation array of the Endless Tower. After reappearing, Lu Ran saw the Night Elves who were somewhat similar to the Storm Naga on the previous level. To be precise, it is a branch of the Night Elves, born from the corruption of the High Elves. But this one has obviously different properties. The Storm Naga from the previous level had lightning surrounding her, but this one had water vapor swirling around her. It looked very gentle, but Lu Ran would never believe what he saw on the surface. Level 63 Raging Sea Naga, 63rd floor. Lu Ran took a deep breath. He glanced at the blood spear that was still gathering power. In fact, the blood spear has been charging for several hours, so there's no problem in using it to kill the angry Sea Naga instantly. But since he had decided to charge forward in one breath, there was no need to release the blood spear. He should save it for an emergency. As for the Naga of the Angry Sea, Lu Ran directly took out the Dinghai Trident. Then he stepped out of the safe zone, and instantly, countless skeleton soldiers and ancient golems began to be summoned in large numbers. Lu Ran's summoning speed is now getting faster and faster, and it is becoming more and more convenient. When the Angry Sea Naga sensed the appearance of enemy units, it immediately roared and rushed towards Lu Ran. The water mist around him also began to swirl. Although Naga itself is a range boss, it has many range skills. But this distance is obviously not enough. Stand still. Lu Ran glanced at the Angry Sea Naga, and with a thought, he threw out the touch of Undead. Immediately, the feet of the Angry Sea Naga were shackled by the touch of Undead, and she stopped halfway, unable to move any further. And Lu Ran continued to summon skeleton soldiers without interruption. The ancient golem is used to prevent accidents, and it is enough for now. And Lu Ran still had the passive Yin and Yang of Hades' Crystal Skull, so he was not panicked at all. A large number of skeleton soldiers began to rush towards the Angry Sea Naga. The corpse explosion has begun. During the corpse explosion, an infinitely stacked bone storm began to rage. Now Lu Ran has high intelligence and sufficient mana. Although he is not yet a perpetual motion machine, it is more than enough for him to deal with the Endless Tower boss here. The poor Naga roared in anger, but was unable to resist or attack Lu Ran. Under the constant bondage of the touch of the undead, he could only passively stand there, struggling like crazy. 8 minutes later, congratulations on clearing the 63rd floor of the Endless Tower and gaining 630,000 experience points. It's over. Lu Ran's emotions didn't fluctuate much. He glanced at the staircase to the next floor that had already appeared and walked straight over. Next level, continue. This moment, the global ranking of the Endless Tower in the outside world was also synchronized immediately. With a clearing time of 8 minutes, he completely crushed Nanes and took the first place again. Nanes, who was accepting the compliment, suddenly saw the panel of the Endless Tower's global ranking flash. Then the expression on her face froze. She had just tried so hard to get the first place, but in such a short time, it was gone. That Necromancer also passed the 63rd floor, and the time it took to clear the level was much faster than her Nanes. Directly pushed her down again and returned to the top of the list. Nanes stared at the ranking panel with her eyes fixed, her expression looking very unsightly. The original noise, cheers, and compliments around disappeared without a trace in an instant. Not long, the whispers began. That Necromancer can actually continue. It seems that the 62nd floor is indeed not the limit of that Necromancer. It's over already, and it took even less time than Nanashur. They are all on the 63rd floor, but the Necromancer is ranked first. Damn, it's so uncomfortable. The gap isn't that big. Keep going, Nana. Right. If we take down the 64th floor, can't we take first place again? These whispers were like steel needles constantly piercing Nana's eardrums. Her body was shaking, and her pretty face was distorted due to the violent fluctuations of emotions. Phew! She exhaled sharply and asked the maid beside her, "Have you repaired the equipment I damaged just now?" Hearing this, the maid was shocked. He hurriedly said, "President, do you want to continue? This is too dangerous. The 63rd floor is already the limit, the 64th floor." "Shut up. Give me the equipment." Nanes roared. The maid immediately stopped talking. He obediently returned the repaired equipment to Nanes. "I won't lose. I absolutely cannot lose. You want to continue, right? Good. Then let me see who can suppress the other in the end. I must take down the 64th floor." Nanes said, gritting her teeth. After saying this, without waiting for the maid's reaction, he resolutely rushed towards the teleportation array. Like Lu Ran, he took a last look at the global ranking of the Endless Tower, and then his figure disappeared into the teleportation array. The professionals in the dungeon hall looked at each other in bewilderment. Nana is going to continue too? The 64th floor should be fine, right? If we take down the 64th floor, Nanace will be able to take first place again. When the time comes, we'll have to see how the Necromancer responds. After all, he's not even level 53 yet. I don't know what he did to get here, but his limit is definitely not Nanace's limit. This is a fight without suspense. The final winner must be our Sakura's Nanace. It seems that there are still many people who have absolute confidence in Nanace. But 10 minutes later, the Endless Tower global ranking panel suddenly flickered. Everyone's eyes lit up. The ranking was refreshed. But when they looked closely, found out, the ranking panel was refreshed, but the ranking was not refreshed. No, to be exact, it was refreshed, but Nanace is still in second place. The first place Necromancer is still first place, but the number of levels has become 64. But Nanace still has the record of 63 floors. Nanashung is also in the Endless Tower, but she is still trying hard to reach the 64th floor. However, she doesn't know that the Necromancer far away in Longxia has already surpassed her and passed the 64th floor. That Necromancer is charging through levels one after another. The maid reacted and said with a grim expression. And the speed is so fast. Only 10 minutes have passed since the deadline for clearing the 63rd floor. 10 minutes. The Necromancer passed another 64 floors in 10 minutes. Damn it, that Necromancer is on the 64th floor. He passed the 64th floor in 10 minutes? Damn, how'd he do that? Oh no, Nana's life hasn't even ended yet. Even if Nana was born on the 64th floor, she still can't catch up with this ranking. Unless Nana fights on the 65th floor. But only these maids know. Nana's 63rd level is already the limit. The probability of passing the 64th floor is extremely small. And even if you pass it, you will still be trampled under the feet of the Necromancer. But what they don't know is, the Necromancer, after passing the 64th floor, went straight to the 65th floor. Keep going. Chapter 102 Strong Suppression. 12 minutes later. Endless Tower, Global Ranking. The Necromancer is still in first place, but the panel has been refreshed again. Because the number of levels that the Necromancer has cleared has become 65. At this time, Nanace was still at the record of the 63rd floor, and was working hard on the 64th floor. This is already a gap of 2 levels. This has also attracted the attention of all professionals around the world. The Necromancer broke his previous habit and no longer rushed through levels in the morning and evening, but instead rushed through levels continuously. Moreover, it took only 10 minutes to pass the 64th floor, and 12 minutes to pass the 65th floor. Strongly suppress the second place Nanace by 2 levels. In Longxia, in all the main city dungeon halls, the Longxia professionals were as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Holy crap, this is too awesome, 65th floor. Yu Qingcong is only at the 59th level. Oh my god, he's not even level 53 yet, and I still can't see him on the level list. Who knows what level it is? Who cares what level he is? This guy belongs to us, Longxia. Sakura's bitch can just eat shit. I wonder if the Necromancer will continue. And on the other side, in the halls of each Sakura dungeon, there was a gloomy atmosphere again. 2 levels of suppression, and such a short time to clear the level. Nanace can't catch up even if she tries her best. Originally, they thought that Nanace and the Necromancer were evenly matched, and some even thought that Nanace was stronger. But it seems now, the gap between the two is like a chasm. But Nanami is still the number 1 on my OG in Sakura. The opponent was just a regular professional Necromancer, whose level was less than 53. The huge gap between them is the most insulting. A Necromancer who is less than level 53 suppressed the number 1 on my OG in Sakura. Damn it, how did you do that? There is definitely something wrong with this person. I suggest you investigate him thoroughly. There's no point in conducting a strict investigation. Global digitization is the will of the world, and humans cannot interfere. Nana is still on the 64th floor. I don't know if I can pass it. Alas, there's no hope. I just can't win. Another 8 minutes passed. Suddenly, the ranking list has been refreshed again. But this time, it wasn't the Necromancer's level that changed. But it's Nanace. The number of Nanace floors has become 64, and this time was almost close to 30 minutes, and Nanace almost passed it on time. The professionals of Sakura looked at this scene without much emotion. It takes only half an hour to pass the 64th floor, while it only takes 10 minutes for the Necromancer to pass the entire floor. The difference is really too big. At this time, Nanace also came out of the copy. There was an excited and arrogant expression on her face, and she laughed excitedly. I passed it in one try, huh? I wonder what that Necromancer can use to compete with me. Huh? She looked crazy and could intuitively feel Nanace's excitement. Pity. After Nanace finished shouting, She felt that something was wrong with the atmosphere around her. She had already passed the 64th floor, so why was there no cheering or applause? There was no one to flatter me anymore. The atmosphere in the entire dungeon hall was somewhat depressing. What's going on? Nanace was a little confused. Could it be that he didn't make it in time to kill the boss? At this time, a maid said with an unpleasant expression, "President, although you have passed the 64th floor, the Necromancer." The maid didn't know how to start and couldn't say anything. Nanace frowned. He gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, he has also passed the 64th floor? This is bad. If the Necromancer also passed the 64th floor, it must have taken him less time than her. She passed it with her best efforts and mastered the skills to the maximum extent. She even gave up, dodging many times to make up for the damage. It's very extreme. If the other party also passes the level, then the time it takes to pass the level will most likely be less than hers." She couldn't figure it out. He's just a Necromancer. How could he do that? She turned her head and looked at the global ranking panel of the Endless Tower. Really? The Necromancer is still number 1. Damn it, he really passed. He also passed 64. He didn't finish his words. Nana was stunned and stared with wide eyes, afraid that she was seeing things. On the ranking panel, the Necromancer's level is actually 65th level, instead of 64 floors. Nanace even suspected that she had remembered the number of floors incorrectly, but she had just passed the level, and the number of floors refreshed was indeed the 64th floor. That is to say, in the half hour that she entered the 60th floor, the Necromancer passed 2 floors, past the 64th and 65th floors. What's going on? Nanai was stunned and turned her head to ask. Looked a little lost. 10 minutes after you entered the 64th floor, the Necromancer passed the 64th floor. The maid said carefully. 10 minutes. 10 minutes to pass the 64th floor? Huh? Are you kidding me? Nana asked subconsciously. She worked so hard, even risked giving up, dodging many times, and endured the damage, and finally passed the 64th floor within the limit of time. But the result? The Necromancer passed in 10 minutes? It's true. The maid was almost crying. Thought. I was just kidding. The ranking cannot be fake. Then what happens after that? Nanace knew that there was no room for lies here, so she asked anxiously. About 12 minutes later, the Necromancer passed the 65th floor. The maid's voice became smaller and smaller. Nanace turned her head and glanced at the ranking panel. That's right, the level of the Necromancer is indeed 65. She almost impulsively rushed in and continued brushing. But he paused. This time, she was trying to reach the 64th floor, which was extremely extreme. She almost used all her strength. And, for pieces of equipment on my body were damaged as a result. If you don't repair it, you'll die if you go in. The most important thing is that even if her equipment is intact, she won't be able to make it to the 65th floor. Even if he managed to defeat it by chance, it would be impossible to suppress the Necromancer's 12-minute clearance time. The gap was simply too big. This moment, Nanace seemed to have lost all her strength and stood there dejectedly. The professionals around her stared at her with strange eyes and stopped flattering her. The awkward atmosphere made her feel uncomfortable all over, as if she was being cut into pieces. She is not willing to give in. Help me repair my equipment as quickly as possible. Nanace forced herself to cheer up and said to the maid with gritted teeth. The maid was stunned and her face changed drastically. If we continue to rush to the next level, wouldn't that be courting death? But before I could open my mouth to persuade him, suddenly, right in front of everyone, the Endless Tower global ranking panel was refreshed again. The Necromancer topped the list, and the record for the number of floors reached 66. Of course, Nanace also saw this scene, and this completely wiped out her last bit of hope. Chapter 103, number 1 in the world. At this moment, Nanace fell into a daze. The Necromancer passed the 3rd level in more than half an hour. Now we have passed the 66th floor. She originally wanted to try the 65th floor, but now she suddenly lost the enthusiasm. The gap is really too big. The other party passed 3 floors in a short period of time, which is different from her limit of passing 64 floors. And all 4 of Nanace's equipment were damaged, but it was obvious that the opponent's equipment wasn't even damaged. It can even be said to be an easy life. In such a comparison, even if Nanami risked her life and luckily survived and passed the 65th floor, it would most likely be her limit. It's impossible to get back the first place ranking. President, should I go and repair the equipment now? The maid asked carefully. No thanks. Nanace shook her head. Her expression seemed calm, but everyone knew that her emotions were fluctuating violently at this moment. She did not leave, but waited in the dungeon hall like everyone else. As for rushing to the next level, she has completely given up. But he was unwilling to give up and wanted to see how arrogant the Necromancer was. 13 minutes later, the ranking has been refreshed, and the level of the Necromancer has become 67. Nanace sighed inwardly. The last glimmer of hope was completely shattered. Another 10 minutes passed. The number of levels of the Necromancer has become 68. After that, there was almost no difference in time. The level of the Necromancer is rising steadily. The 69th floor was passed quickly. Next was the 70th floor, which the Necromancer took 20 minutes to pass. The 70th floor is a big hurdle. Each subsequent level will become increasingly difficult, but this was still not close to the limit of the Necromancer. He could actually pass 70 floors in 20 minutes. At this time, there was silence in all the halls of Sakura dungeons. The original excitement and passion had disappeared without a trace. There, Onmyoji, who was ranked first in Sakura, was suppressed so much by the Necromancer that he was simply rubbed to the ground. There is no comparison at all. Now that I think about it, the Necromancer did 1 floor in the morning and 1 floor in the evening. It was just a joke. Yeah, he could have fought a long time ago, but he's not in a hurry. Now that we have 1 first place, we could directly rush to the next level to stabilize our ranking. Damn, the gap is too big. I trusted Nanace so much, but this is the result? Nana was really teased by the Necromancer. Does she really think she is qualified to compete with him? Where the hell are you from? Why are you so mean? Amid the lively and noisy atmosphere, Nanace's reluctance disappeared by a large margin. Instead, there's a deep sense of powerlessness. In front of her, the Necromancer was like a mountain that could not be crossed no matter what. There is no possibility of surpassing it. But on the other side, the various dungeon halls in Longxia were bustling with activity. 70th floor, ranked first. Holy shit, that's awesome. No one will be able to surpass it in at least a year, right? The Necromancer is so awesome. Who knows this Necromancer? I want his autograph. Ah, it feels good, so cool. Longxia is number 1 in the world. As for Lu Ran, he breathed a sigh of relief after passing the 70th floor. He muttered, the 70th floor is much more difficult, but fortunately, it is still possible. He wasn't worried either. Anyway, I have the charged blood spear to finish off the matter, and I also have the Yin and Yang worlds to ensure my immortality. There were almost endless ancient golems, and there was no possibility that Lu Ran would lose blood. So he planned to continue. But at this moment, Lu Xinxin sent a message. Stop fighting, come out. Lu Ran was about to continue when he suddenly saw the message and immediately left the endless tower without hesitation. Lu Xinxin was waiting outside, feeling a little anxious. Seeing Lu Ran coming out, he hurriedly said, something is wrong. I sent a message to your sister Hong and Lei Tai 20 minutes ago, but they didn't reply. Lu Ran's heart tightened. He hurriedly asked, offline? If you go offline, there's a possibility of death. After all, Yi Hongyi and Lei Tai have no habit or need to use their communicators in stealth mode. That's not the case, but it's very strange. Considering your sister Hong's strange behavior before, I think something might have happened. Let's go and take a look. Lu Xinxin said thoughtfully. Okay. Lu Ran agreed without hesitation. I looked back at the Endless Tower global ranking panel. The 70th floor ranks first. The second place, Nanace, is still on the 64th floor. There's no need to watch. Nanami won't continue unless she's looking for death. Her Shikigami is still powerful enough. She was forced to this extent by you, but she wasn't killed. It's a pity. Lu Xinxin said regretfully. And Lu Ran's current ranking is so high that Nanace can't even catch up with him. After saying, Lu Xinxin took out her staff. Then a ray of emerald green light flashed on her body, enveloping her and Lu Ran. Next second, buzz. A bunch of green energy wings appeared on her and Lu Ran's backs, and Lu Ran immediately felt his body become much lighter. Can I fly? How do I fly it? How do I operate it? Lu Ran asked excitedly. I can't fly. Lu Xinxin said with a smile. This is the elves buff skill. It can greatly increase the movement speed. Combined with your corrosion skill, it can allow me to continue to accelerate continuously so that we can travel faster. Southern Xinjiang, a forest of 10,000 corpses. This is a place where the Miao village collects materials for making goo. This place used to be relatively peaceful, but today, it's chaos. At this time, Yi Hongyi, Lei Tai, Wei Yingying, the 3 of them stood together with others. There are more than 10 people in total. Lei Tai held the shield in front of him in both hands. 5 huge energy shields were spinning around the crowd. Be on high alert. And on a small hill not far away, more than 100 professionals were looking at them. What are you doing here? Wei Yingying asked through gritting her teeth, staring at the surroundings. I was afraid that you were dead, so of course I came to see you. Yi Hongyi said without turning her head. Now you're going to die here too. Wei Yingying said with a grim expression. Stop talking. Find a way to break out. I can't hold on for too long. Lei Tai said with a grim face. The more than 100 professionals were now focusing their fire. Lei Tai has used the Earth Knight's level 60 awakening skill, but it still couldn't last too long. There are too many people on the other side, and their levels are not low. They're from the Eagle Sauce. Damn it, why are they here? Wei Yingying said with a grim expression. This is a weak point in the National Protection Army's defense. It's a good idea to sneak in a Longsha from here, but we accidentally ran into it. Yi Hongyi said in a deep voice. Wei Yingying took a deep breath. Said, break out, break this barrier. But Yi Hongyi shook her head. He said, even the communicator has been blocked. This is not an ordinary barrier, but the awakening skill of the exorcist. The evil demon barrier cannot be broken in a short period of time. If you want to break through, you must kill the exorcist first. But it is true. There are more than 100 people on the hill. How can we rush over and kill them? Dilemma. Wei Yingying looked at the scattered zombies wandering around, and a hint of determination flashed in her eyes. Holding the goo cup in one hand, a deep red color spread out from it like smoke. 1000-day red. Yi Hongyi was shocked. Yingying, what are you doing? Wei Yingying gritted her teeth and said, I'm going to trigger all the zombies in this forest of 10,000 corpses. If we die, they won't be able to leave alive. Chapter 10, 4. It would be nice if Lu Ran was here. The forest of 10,000 corpses was once the territory of the corpse-driving sect. It's a mass grave, not very large. But after global digitization, as the global area has increased exponentially, the area here has also expanded. Countless zombies are wandering around, and a large number of zombies are sleeping under the ground. Even among corpse drivers, few are willing to come here. They all raise corpses in marginal areas and are very cautious. Yi Hongyi opened her mouth, but seeing the more than 100 professional Eagle Sauce practitioners on the top of the hill, she finally gritted her teeth and shut up. It's a pity that I can't see my brother dominate the world in the end, but it's worth it. At least I participated. Yi Hongyi murmured. It would be great if Lu Ran were here. Lei Tai also sighed deeply. At the same time, the 1000 days red goo poison floated out and quickly seeped into the ground, becoming invisible and intangible. Lei Tai looked around in confusion. He asked, the 1000 days red is the unique life goo of the grass ghost lady, right? Does it have a large range? The area of the 10,000 corpse forest is very large. Yi Hongyi explained. Globe amaranth can grow and spread quickly in the soil. At the same time, the more than 100 Eagle Sauce professionals on the hill have not yet realized the seriousness of the problem. The yellow-haired man in the lead laughed and said, secretly sneaking in a Longsha was the plan in itself, but I didn't expect that the president of the Red Building and the president of the National Defense Army are also here. It seems that there's also the grass ghost Pa from southern Xinjiang Ha. An unexpected gain, an absolute unexpected gain. The exorcist behind him said proudly, just kill them without worry. They won't be able to break my evil demon barrier in a short time. I have also blocked the communication, so the news will not be leaked. The other professional Eagle Sauce players were also very excited and chattered. I didn't expect that I could kill Yi Hongyi and Lei Tai this time. If we take this back, it will definitely be a great achievement. The rewards from Congress are still very generous. Even if we can't find the Necromancer or kill him this time, it doesn't seem to matter, right? Yes, the loss of the two presidents is definitely a huge loss to Long Xia. Listening to the chattering around him, the yellow-haired leader became more and more excited. He laughed loudly and shouted, Yi Hongyi, Lei Tai, do you two have anything else to say? Lei Tai cursed. Damn it, the villain died because he talked too much. If these bastards keep showing off, they will die. Yi Hongyi frowned and said, now, unless a large number of high-level professionals come to rescue us, or Lu Ran rushes over, no one can save us. The high-level combat professionals were not deployed in advance. Although there are quite a few Miao people in the village, the news about Wei Yingying cannot be spread out. As for Lu Ran, it should still be in the Endless Tower now. Damn it, if I had known I should have brought Lu Ran here first. Yi Hongyi said, gritting her teeth. But it's too late to say anything now. As for Wei Yingying, she concentrated all her attention on controlling the 1000-day amaranthus, which quickly covered the entire forest of 10,000 corpses. Then, her beautiful eyes suddenly focused. In an instant, the entire forest of 10,000 corpses suddenly erupted with a red smoke that rose from the ground. The smoke was very light, and it drifted out with a strange fragrance. The professionals in Eagle Sauce are all a little confused, but I also felt that something was not right. There are weird things, kill them quickly. The Earth Knights can't stop us for too long. The yellow-haired leader shouted and gave orders. Next second, the ground of the entire forest of 10,000 corpses seemed to be boiling. The soil rolled, and zombies with rotten flesh hanging on their bodies kept coming out. The lowest level is only level 1, but the highest level is level 60. It was so dense and crowded that the sound of rotten flesh and bones rubbing against each other was everywhere, making people's hair stand on end. Although this place is called the Forest of 10,000 Corpses, looking at the situation, there are more than 10,000 corpses awakened by Wei Yingying's 1,000-day iris. Yi Hongyi was so scared that she hurriedly threw out the Fire Realm curse and cooperated with Lei Tai's defense to stop the zombies. And that little hill. At this moment, it is like a small, isolated island in a pool of magma, with no other way to go. The faces of that group of American professionals turned green. Damn it, I would have stopped talking nonsense if I had known earlier. Now we're going to die here too. One of the hooked-nosed men said tremblingly. You useless thing, why are you so panicking? The yellow-haired leader cursed. But looking at the densely packed zombies all around him, his expression also looked ugly. There are too many high-level zombies mixed in here. Moreover, the zombies themselves are very strong, and their attacks also cause poison damage. Although they are slow, there are many of them. If this falls down, it would be like an ant falling into a boiling oil pan, evaporating instantly. In addition, the area of the 10,000 corpse forest is so large that none of them have the displacement skills to cross it. Now that the forest of 10,000 corpses has been awakened by me, let's all die together, Wei Yingying said, gritting her teeth. Ye Hongyi Sikit. He said, I never thought that after bickering with you for my whole life, we would end up dying together. Wei Yingying curled her lips and responded, Why? As a witch, I'm going to lose face if I die together with you. The president of the red-closed building. Lei Tai was speechless. He was struggling to hold up the defense and was about to die, but these two were still bickering. But it doesn't matter. Alas, I'm so unwilling to die like this. If only Lu Ran were here. Lei Tai said regretfully. There are countless zombies around. It's very scary for them. But to Lu Ran, they are just a group of pets that he can use whenever he wants. Seeing Yi Hongyi and the others arguing, he struggled to hold on. Huang Mao was also angry. They just seized the opportunity, the chance to kill the presidents of the two major guilds in Longxiao with their own hands, so naturally they had to talk nonsense and enjoy the sense of superiority and accomplishment. But I didn't expect it. These people, if they can't survive themselves, they will destroy the whole thing. No one can leave now. Damn it, kill them. Kill them now, the yellow-haired man roared. The professional Eagles Sauce people behind him were also somewhat desperate. Hearing Huang Mao's order, all the long-range professions began to bombard Yi Hongyi and his companions. Such a fierce offensive, with so many high-level professionals concentrating their firepower on the attack. Even the Earth Knight can't withstand Lei Tai. Yi Hongyi's Fire Realm curse itself is not as good as Lei Tai Earth Knight's defense. Watching it fall apart, they were unable to escape from this area as zombies were everywhere around them. The Earth Knight's defense and Yi Hongyi's fire curse were also broken. In an instant, it was a fatal act. But the Eagle Sauce Bunch saw that Lei Tai and Yi Hongyi's defenses had disappeared. Another wave of offensive broke out, intending to kill Yi Hongyi and several others on the spot. But at this moment, something strange happened. Buzz. A huge phantom of the Elf Queen appeared above the forest of 10,000 corpses. Green energy floated down, increasing various defensive attributes for Yi Hongyi and others, while also improving their health. That's not all. There was also another huge elf phantom that crashed to the ground. The wings spread forward to form an umbrella shape, protecting Yi Hongyi and others, and also blocking this wave of attacks from the Eagle Sauce professionals. When Huang Mao saw this scene, he was dumbfounded. You can still faintly hear the unique chanting of the elves. The elf high priest's holy harmony aria and nature's guardian? How come the range is so large? Look around. The area of hundreds of meters is completely covered. Moreover, this profession instantly reminded them of a person. Lu Xinxin, the illusory woman in the mirror and water. Chapter 105, I really want to fly. This thought just came to my mind. When I looked up, I saw a woman dragging a young man flying in from outside the forest of 10,000 corpses. Both of them have wings of light behind them. The young man didn't know the woman, but she was Lu Xinxin. It's really the illusory Lu Xinxin. The three presidents are all here. What? The yellow-haired man was stunned. Could it be that they had noticed their secret attempt to sneak into Longxiao? But that's not right. If they were to notice, they would have to face the National Defense Army that had been lying in ambush long ago. Instead of what happened just now, Yi Hongyi and Lei Tai were almost killed by them. After Lu Xinxin and Lu Ran landed, Lu Ran looked around and asked worriedly, Sister Hong, Brother Tai, are you okay? It's okay. You just care about your sister. If you hadn't come, your sister would have died here. Yi Hongyi said with emotion, her eyes red. After saying, he just hugged Lu Ran in his arms. Lu Ran immediately used a facial cleanser and almost couldn't breathe. Lei Tai was startled as he looked at the wings of light behind Lu Xinxin and Lu Ran, and said in amazement, "Oh my god, Xin, can you really fly with these wings?" Lu Xin shook her head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He said, "I can't fly. I just use the elves' flying skill, which has a very long cooldown and can't stay in the air. But there are too many zombies. Even if Lu Ran uses the skeleton throne to control them, it's too late for them to get out of the way. I can only come in like this, otherwise there will be big problems." The wave of concentrated fire attack, just now. Although Lu Xin's natural protection blocked most of the damage, it was also directly destroyed. The rest of the damage still relied on Saint and Arya to make up for it in time. I was shocked. I thought I remembered it wrong. The elves do have the skill of flying. I'm so envious. Leitai said excitedly. Lu Ran stuck his head out and took a breath. Said, "I envy you too. It would be so cool to be able to fly. As a human being, flying has always been a dream that has never been achieved. However, after global digitization, it does not seem so far-fetched. But the profession is very restrictive. Some extremely rare professions can rely on skills to fly for a short period of time. That experience as a human being is definitely the most satisfying. If you want to fly, there is indeed a way." Lu Xin said with a smile. Seeing that Yi Hongyi and Lei Tai were fine, Wei Yingying and the people she brought were also fine, Lu Xin could be said to have breathed a sigh of relief. "Is there really a way to fly? What method?" Lu Ran asked excitedly. "Elf wings." Lu Xin shrugged and said, "What is that?" "Equipment." Lu Ran was a little confused. He had never heard of it before. It can be considered as equipment. It is the sacred weapon of the elves. It is almost impossible for human professionals to get it. Lu Xin shook her head and said, "She just said there was a way, but it's extremely difficult." Lu Ran wanted to ask more questions. Lu Xin reminded, "Let's talk about it after the fight. Let's deal with those people first. So many people sneaked into Longxia. They are a disaster, and they deserve to be killed." Lu Ran suddenly came to his senses and remembered why he had rushed here in such a hurry. At the same time, the group of professional Eagle Sauce players were also confused, looking at Lu Xin and Lu Ran who suddenly appeared. One of the professionals used his detection skills to look for a long time. Suddenly he exclaimed, "Necromancer? That guy is a necromancer." As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of all the American professionals lit up instantly. An undead wizard who is qualified to be with the three presidents, and seems to be very familiar with the three presidents, and can even let Yihongi give him facial cleanser. This is definitely not ordinary. It's easy to think of the mysterious necromancer they are here to investigate. But then, the professional said with regret, "It's a pity that he is not the one we are looking for. This necromancer is only level 30. He is probably the son of a high-ranking official in Longxia. It's not a loss to kill him." "Kill." The corners of Huang Mao's mouth twitched. Now it is no longer a question of whether to kill these people or not. But how do they get out of here? Lu Xin and the necromancer were able to fly in by relying on the elves' flying skills. But among these more than 100 people, not a single one can fly. Even if there is, it is impossible to take away so many people. Leitai saw them muttering to each other. He said in a deep voice, "They're doubting Lu Ran's identity. We need to act quickly." Lu Xin said, "We should kill them, but don't worry about the news leaking out. Yu Qing has blocked cross-border transmission, and cross-border communications have also been blocked. Their news can't be transmitted back. This time, we have caught the turtle in the jar." After saying that, he winked at Lu Ran. But Lu Ran looked up. This group of people are on the top of the mountain, and no one knows which direction they climbed up from. It happened all of a sudden, and the skeleton soldiers and ancient golems couldn't be thrown up. But since their news couldn't be spread out, Lu Ran didn't hide it anymore. He pulled out his staff. Next second, bang bang bang. To prevent accidents, a bunch of ancient golems were summoned. Form a circle around everyone. The group of Eagle Sauce professionals on the hill were dumbfounded. There is nothing wrong with this ancient golem, but so many of them were summoned at once. What kind of routine is this? How did you do it? Can a necromancer summon like this? Asked the yellow-haired man in surprise. At this time, another professional behind him said with an unpleasant expression, "I'm also a necromancer, and I am already level 51. I can't summon like this." Of course Lu Ran wouldn't explain to them. He just muttered, "How can we kill these people up there?" Although the long-range skills can be obtained, there are more than 100 people, including a nanny. It is impossible to kill them with the long-range skills of Yi Hongyi and others. "Just knock them down," Lu Xin reminded. But Lu Ran recalled, he doesn't seem to have any skills that can knock people down. So he shook his head and said, "I don't have any skills to do that." As soon as the words fell, Leitai said excitedly, "I do. Lu Ran, corrupt me." Well, Lu Ran then remembered and hurriedly teamed up with Yi Hongyi and Leitai. Wei Yingying watched curiously from the side, and out of curiosity, begged, "Hey, brother, can you also take me into the team?" Lu Ran glanced at Lu Xinxin, then at Yi Hongyi. After Yi Hongyi nodded, Lu Ran pulled Wei Yingying in. Anyway, Wei Yingying had seen how Lu Ran killed monsters in the Barrier Mist Valley, so it would be okay to bring him in. As for the other Gu Masters, it was enough for them to witness the miracle. Then, Lu Ran directly threw out the corrosion, corroding Lu Xinxin, Yi Hongyi, Lei Tai, and Wei Yingying in a small area. The moment the corrosion effect takes over, Lei Tai laughed out loud, as if he had been given an injection of chicken blood. 3 golden shields suddenly appeared around him and started spinning. Then there was a loud roar. Boom! The whole person exploded from the ground and flew out like a cannonball. From a long distance, it hit directly into the middle of the more than 100 people. While they haven't reacted, Lei Tai then roared, "Earth flow wall." In an instant, a circular earth wall emerged from beside Lei Tai. The original earth flow wall was to protect Lei Tai within a 3-meter radius. But after being corroded and amplified, the range is 30 meters. The earth wall exploded with a loud bang and rolled towards the surroundings like a bulldozer. Lu Xinxin and the others immediately understood what was going on. Lei Tai was trying to force them down from the top of the mountain and into the surrounding group of zombies. Chapter 106. Do the monsters here recognize humans? In an instant, the group of people panicked. "Don't go down, everyone stay calm," shouted the yellow-haired leader. Others were constantly pushed outward by the earth wall of the earth flow wall, anxiously looking around for a place to stay and hide. "But I can't find it all. The hill is so small, like a pillar stuck in a forest of corpses. Where can you hide? Don't panic, stay steady, don't jump down by yourself. The Earth Knight's earth flow wall has a very small range. All you have to do is..." Huang Mao shouted at everyone to stay calm. But before he could finish his words, he made a desperate discovery. Lei Tai's earth flow wall is still expanding outwards. The earth flow wall, which was already several meters wide, had now expanded to more than 10 meters, and it had not stopped yet, but continued to push outwards. What the hell is this? Why is the range of this earth flow wall so large? The yellow-haired man shouted. Plus the scene where Lu Xinxin appeared just now. Whether it is Lu Xinxin's holy aria or nature's guardian, the range seems to have increased exponentially by at least 10 times. What the hell are these Longsha professionals doing? How did you do it? No time to think about it. The wall of earth flow continued to expand, pushing down some of the Eagle Sauce professionals. If you fall from this height, you won't lose much blood. This is also the benefit of global datization. After datization, health value is the core. If you fall from a height, as long as you don't die, you can continue to be alive and well by adding blood. And there are no fractures. But if you fall down, you won't die or break any bones, but you'll have to face the dense swarms of zombies all around. There are high-level zombies everywhere. Seeing the professional falling in front of them, the zombies around him suddenly became manic and pounced on him with bared fangs and claws. Screams rang out one after another. The light effects of various skills also kept flashing. But the zombies trapped in the forest of 10,000 corpses were scattered from each other and could not resist at all. Then, one by one, they began to die. Hilltop. Huang Mao was still holding on to the last bit. It looked like it was about to fall. He gritted his teeth and suddenly pulled out a long sword that was oddly shaped like a cross. With a single skill, he jumped up and actually climbed over the earth flow wall and entered it. As for others, they were not so lucky. All were pushed down by the wall of earth flow. "Kill you," said the yellow-haired man, gritting his teeth. But he forgot that the person in front of him was not an ordinary guy, but Lei Tai, the president of the Battle Flag National Defense Army. "Kill me? Then you try it," Lei Tai said with a grin. After saying, he swung the shield with both hands and smashed it. As an Earth Knight, Lei Tai has not only amazing defense, but also violent and fear suppression. Although the yellow-haired man was filled with resentment and hatred, he was suppressed instantly by Lei Tai and was in a panic for a while. It's okay to say harsh words, but this is simply not possible. "Naya, save me." The yellow-haired man blocked Lei Tai's attack and shouted at the same time. Only then did Lei Tai discover it. There was a female professional who looked very hawkish and fell down, but she did not land on the ground. Instead, she used some skill to float in the air. However, this suspension obviously has a duration. Nia was also thinking about how to escape from here. Hearing what Huang Mao said, Nia hesitated and frowned. She can hardly take care of herself now, so she has no time to care about Huang Mao. And Huang Mao seemed to be very familiar with Nia's character. He added, "Save me, I'll lead you out, otherwise we'll all die together." Hearing this, Nia's eyes suddenly lit up. As a wet nurse, she really had no way of escaping on her own. Although the three presidents are all here, the possibility of Huang Mao escaping is very small. But for now, this is the only way. Then, she raised the staff in her hand high, intending to save the yellow-haired man first. But the next second, Lei Tai jumped up first and yelled, "A pillar supporting the sky." In an instant, on the top of the mountain, a thick rock pillar, even larger than the area of the mountain, rises into the sky. The yellow-haired guy was blown away directly. Lu Ran was amazed and said in surprise, "Brother Tai has this skill? This name sounds so perverted." Yi Hongyi burst out laughing. Shaking his head, he said, "Lei Tai gave himself a nickname, which is really a big deal. It's actually the totem of the earth, not the pillar that supports the sky. Don't listen to his nonsense." After saying, the surrounding fire curse has also been broken. The zombies from the surrounding area rushed in large groups. Wei Yingying and the Goon Master she brought with her changed their expressions drastically. Yi Hongyi was not panicked at all at this time. She stabbed the staff in her hand on the ground, and a circle of fire suddenly erupted, blasting out in all directions, pushed away a large number of zombies around. Wei Yingying was stunned and asked in amazement, "Ring of fire? How come your ring of fire has such a large range?" And Lu ran. He glanced around and controlled the forms he could see around him to prevent them from rushing over again. At the same time, on the other side, Lei Tai found a landing point in the air and jumped to kill Huang Mao the moment he was blown away. The person who landed was actually Nia. His strong body like a tank slammed heavily on Nia and stepped on Nia's shoulders. The scene looked a little funny, but I didn't expect it. Even with the jump slash, Nia couldn't be knocked down. And Nia also lost the yellow-haired target and could not save anyone. Still quite stable, Lei Tai muttered in surprise. "But don't panic at all," he shouted in a low voice. 1,000-pound weight. Buzz. In an instant, Lei Tai seemed to be burdened with 10 times the weight. Nia was able to keep her suspended body steady, but she immediately felt as if she was carrying a mountain on her back. Unable to hold on any longer, Lei Tai stepped on his shoulder and he fell to the ground with a loud bang. The zombies around noticed it and immediately pounced on them. Lei Tai wanted to challenge and leave, but found that the interval was too short. Even the corrosion buff was not enough. "Lu Ran!" Lei Tai shouted. Lu Ran understood what he meant, and with a glance, he controlled a large number of zombies around Lei Tai. After that, they automatically excluded Lei Tai. Nia was lying on the ground and almost shit herself after being kicked by Lei Tai. "Lift your head and take a closer look." Lei Tai was standing right in front of him, looking down at him with a grim smile on his face. Lei Tai is surrounded by zombies. Instead of attacking Lei Tai, they joined forces with Lei Tai to target Nia. Nia was confused. This weirdo in long xia actually recognizes people? Boom! Lei Tai clashed his shields with both hands and said with a fierce smile, "National hatred and family feuds. Don't say that I don't have sympathy for women." After saying that, he started smashing it all over my head. Lu Ran watched from behind Yi Hongyi and nodded secretly in his heart. I never felt that when I was doing dungeons before. But Lei Tai's series of operations just now were smooth and fluid, and the coordination between his skills restrained the enemy and achieved his goal. As expected, he is the president of the National Defense Army. This combat awareness and experience and skills are perfect. It's almost done. Let's wrap it up. There are so many zombies in this forest of 10,000 corpses. The experience gained is even more exaggerated than that in the Barrier Mist Valley. Lu Xinxin looked around and said to Lu Ran, "Okay." Lu Ran nodded. "Just lift your feet and walk out." Wherever his eyes passed, large groups of zombies were controlled. Chapter 107, Is This Still a Human Being? Lu Ran walked around like an emperor. All the zombies that could be seen were instantly controlled by Lu Ran's skeleton throne entry. Then, Lu Ran controlled the zombies and first focused on the professionals of Eagle Sauce, killing them one by one. At the same time, Eagle Sauce, Congress. In the huge conference room, Neil was communicating with Congress about the recent attack on the Endless Tower by Nanison and the Necromancer. I didn't expect that even Nanace was suppressed. The strength of that Necromancer far exceeded our expectations. Neil said with a worried look on his face. The worry is not just that the Necromancer is too powerful, but as the president of Storm, the first guild in the Eagle Sauce, he will meet the Necromancer sooner or later. Nanace was suppressed, and so many Eagle Sauce professionals died in the previous death fight, he really couldn't win. It's really unexpected. "Neil, what's the news about the people you arranged?" the leader asked worriedly. "We have entered Longxia. The number of people is currently intact, but because Yu Qingcong blocked cross-border transmission and communications, the news cannot be transmitted. We can only wait for the results," Neil said. After saying, he added, "The ones I arranged are all high-level professionals, some of whom are core members of my Storm Guild. There will be no problems." As long as we can find out the identity of the necromancer, we will kill him. He said it with great confidence. The leader also breathed a sigh of relief. But at this moment, suddenly, someone rushed in hurriedly with a very ugly face. Who let you in? Get out. The leader was furious. The meeting room was broken into, which made the leader lose face. Instead, Neil felt something was wrong. He asked, what's going on? Tell me. The man then said tremblingly, it's bad. The people we sent to Longxia have started to go offline. Oh, fine. Neil was stunned for a moment, then realized instantly that going offline most likely meant death. Have we been discovered? Neil said with a grim expression. He quickly turned on the communicator. Really? The names of the people he sent were turning gray one by one. This is not a large number of communicators becoming invisible, but rather one by one turning gray at an extremely fast speed. It seems that Longxia has discovered us. Damn it, there shouldn't be a national defense army in southern Xinjiang. Neil couldn't understand. At the same time, the worries in my heart became more intense. These people were unable to deal with the undead mage and were discovered by Longxia. It was estimated that they would be wiped out. The plan to assassinate the necromancer failed. And at this time, in the forest of thousands of corpses, Lu Ran did not need to attack, but strolled leisurely, and from time to time he threw out an ancient golem out of boredom. Suddenly, a phantom flashed and rushed in front of Lu Ran at an extremely fast speed. Phew! One of them directly pierced Lu Ran's shoulder. Lu Ran felt pain and frowned. Then he realized that the one who attacked him was the yellow-haired leader. The yellow-haired man looked ferocious, gritting his teeth, and said, you can control zombies and summon them infinitely. The 3 guild master skills are beyond common sense. Is it because of your corrosion skills? You are the necromancer. Lu Ran looked at the yellow-haired man in surprise. Nodding, he said, you still have some brains. You deserve to be the leader. Get affirmation. Huang Mao saw that the 3 presidents were not with Lu Ran at this time. He shouted with a ferocious look. Your ability is indeed abnormal, but unfortunately, you are too stupid to dare to run out alone. I will kill you. Lu Ran rolled his eyes, responded, are you so sure you will kill me? Huang Mao subconsciously wanted to refute, but he suddenly realized that the sneak attack he just launched not only failed to kill the necromancer instantly. On the contrary, the opponent's health remained unchanged. No blood loss? Huang Mao was confused. Subconsciously, he launched another burst of attacks at Lu Ran. Lu Ran was beaten so hard that he cried out in pain. Although I didn't lose any blood, all the damage was borne by the ancient golem, but it really hurts. Huang Mao was confused. Still no blood loss. This necromancer is invincible. Thinking of this, Huang Mao's hair stood on end. No wonder this necromancer can slaughter and suppress the eagles in the death arena. He is fucking invincible. How can we fight this? He turned around and was about to run, giving up the idea of killing the necromancer. But when he turned around, countless zombies had gathered around. Lu Ran slowly backed away with a smile on his face. Huang Mao was in such a hurry that he couldn't escape and couldn't be killed by fighting. He was completely dumbfounded. Then he was completely overwhelmed by the zombies. The rest of the Eagle Sauce professionals were also killed one by Lu Ran's controlled zombies. And finally, the entire army was wiped out. The zombies controlled by Lu Ran also cleared a large area around. Lu Ran looked at the entire forest of 10,000 corpses excitedly and licked his lips. This is a great place. Brother Tai, you guys collect the spoils of those Eagle Sauce professionals, and I'll kill the monsters. Lu Ran shouted. But Lu Xinxin raised her hand and said, wait. Then, she turned to look at Wei Yingying and said, the 10,000 corpse forest is fine now. Lu Ran wants to kill monsters here. Your people can leave now. Although those Gu masters saw a lot, Lu Ran no longer needed to hide. But it is still inconvenient for these Gu masters to stay here. Besides, they were not in a team with Lu Ran, so Lu Ran's large area damage skills were also effective on them. It's a bit of a bother. Okay. Wei Yingying nodded hesitantly and immediately ordered the Gu masters around her to go back. It was as if the Gu masters had been pardoned. They were already in despair, but now that there was a chance to survive, they naturally wanted to leave quickly. However, the way out was blocked by zombies, and they looked to Wei Yingying for help. Wei Yingying looked at Lu Ran. Lu Ran understood and nodded, an idea coming to his mind. On the way out, a large number of zombies immediately made way for them, which made the Gu masters all dumbfounded. There was no time to hesitate, so he ran out immediately. But Wei Yingying didn't leave. Instead, he stayed and looked at Yi Hongyi and Lu Xinxin, as well as Lei Tai, who ran out excitedly to collect the spoils. Asked, your skills are all wrong, why? Yi Hongyi said, you are also in the team, and you have also benefited from Lu Ran's buff. Just take a look and you will know. Wei Yingying was stunned. She had just seen the status prompt of the Necromancer's corrosion buff, but hadn't looked closely. After being reminded by Yi Hongyi, he immediately opened the status bar to check the buff details. Effect: Evil Corrosion. Hint: you are being corrupted by evil. Critical hit rate plus 100%. Skill coverage increased by 10 times. Skill casting distance increased by 10 times. All skill cooldown time reduced by 90%. Upon seeing this, Wei Yingying's eyes widened. This buff is too amazing. It's not like she hasn't seen the Necromancer's corrosion buff before. Although it has many enhancement effects, it is not strong enough. It is better than nothing and is suitable for large-scale team dungeons to provide comprehensive improvements to all teammates. And here is Lu Ran. This buff is simply a life-changing experience. Full critical hit, skill coverage increased tenfold, casting distance increased tenfold, all skill cooldowns reduced by 90%. Is this still a human? Chapter 108. The sacred artifact is not that easy to get. Wei Yingying believed it. There are still secrets about Lu Ran that she doesn't know. But she still didn't ask. At this point, she has fully understood what Lu Ran means to Long Xia. This is also the reason why Yi Hongyi, Lei Tai, and Lu Xinxin, the three presidents, led Lu Ran to upgrade together. And now it seems at the time when Yu Qingsong closed the cross-border transmission was exactly when the new students awakened and became professionals. It is easy to infer that Yu Qingsong did this to protect Lu Ran. Therefore, not only Yi Hongyi and the other three, but also Yu Qingsong's Tiandao League participated. The four major guilds in Longxia are fully supporting one person. This shows that behind Lu Ran is the country. As for things involving the national level, unless Wei Yingying is invited to join, she is not qualified to obtain Lu Ran's information. She is very smart and thought of so much in an instant. If it weren't for the fact that the Barrier Mist Valley could meet Lu Ran's upgrade needs, Wei Yingying probably wouldn't have had any chance of accessing any information about Lu Ran. Lei Tai, who was not far away, quickly looted all the spoils. After we agreed to divide the spoils in the evening, we would start hunting monsters. Lu Ran looked at the zombies wandering around. He was not in a hurry to control a large area to kill monsters. Instead, he asked, why are there so many monsters in the forest of 10,000 corpses? This looks much more fun than the Barrier Mist Valley. Although the monsters are of a single type, the forest of 10,000 corpses is larger in area, more numerous, and more densely packed. Lu Ran had never seen such a densely populated monster spawning area in the wild. It's much more exaggerated than the obstacle Fog Valley. In comparison, this place is a monster-killing paradise. Originally, there weren't so many. The number of naturally spawned monsters in the forest of 10,000 corpses is very small, no different from the ordinary wild ones. Wei Yingying explained patiently. But in the forest of 10,000 corpses, there are many sleeping zombies buried under the ground, which require range skills to trigger. My natal goo can do just that, and it can continue to spread and extend. Through the introduction of Wei Yingying, Lu Ran had a clear view of what had happened here before. After hearing this, Lu was terrified. I didn't expect the situation here to be so dangerous. Wei Yingying's purpose in triggering the entire forest of 10,000 corpses was to die together with that group of Eagle Sauce professionals. Moreover, the ordinary monsters here refresh normally, but the zombies under the earth need a long time to accumulate gradually. After this wave is over, it will take at least several months to reach this scale again. Wei Yingying said. It also discouraged Lu Ran from staying here for a long time. Then let's start. The view here is not much different from that in the Misty Valley. It would be great if we could fly. Lu Ran said with a sigh. If you can fly, you can see the whole picture. Precisely control the skill range and shape, covering all aspects. Even if you use